Chapter 1 is Yo dear, I have 16 nephews, in the bustling metropolis. Lin Yi sat despondently on the sofa in the living room. As the time approached the students' winter vacation, it was a moment of unparalleled joy for students. However, for him, it was a nightmare. What's the matter? Why the long face? Are you not willing to put in the effort anymore? Come, embrace your sister. To be honest, the current appearance of the broadcaster has a hint of fragility, and I find it appealing. In Lin Yi's live stream, a few sparse comments flickered by. He glanced at their inquiries, including the concern from the top supporter, but chose to ignore them. If he wanted to live off others, he wouldn't have to struggle at this age. A man, born of heaven and earth. Moreover, living off others? That would depend on whether his sisters would agree. It's nothing much, just that winter vacation has arrived. My dear nephews are coming to bother me again yet. The only thing I can pull out of my pocket is enough for a bowl of pig's trotter rice. After saying this, Lin Yi gazed helplessly at the ceiling, reminiscing about the time he graduated from university, brimming with ambition. He had aspired to carve out his own niche in society without relying on his sisters. Back then, full of vigor, he pledged before his family and sisters, with a prestigious diploma in hand, I vow to become the wealthiest in the metropolis. But now, with a cry to the heavens, I suppress my tears, lowering my head as tears dampen my pig's trotter rice. Each summer and winter vacation, and every new year, was a nightmare for Lin Yi. The audience in the live stream listened in confusion. What on earth? Come on, embrace your sister. She'll solve all your worries. Ha, he's about to shatter, let's send him on a feast. What nephews? Bothering you? Could it be that your nephews are spending the winter vacation with you? I love kids. Remember to stream so I can watch. If they are your nephews, they can't be that old, right? Kids these days are quite easy to raise. Seeing the incredulous comments from the audience, Lin Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips. Ha! Indeed, these netizens had no idea why he felt such despair. One nephew, two nephews, he could easily support them with a bit of effort, but he had not one or two nephews, but he couldn't even count them on both hands. With toes included, he could barely count them all. 16. In the live stream, some younger viewers who had been following him for a while. Lin Yi often referred to himself as Mouse. I know what you're thinking. But Mouse has a total of 16 nephews. 16 terrifying, gold-swallowing beasts. Each year during the new year, his meager year-end bonus was insufficient to satisfy their demands, not giving out red envelopes. Scissors warning. Not to mention, in recent years, during every summer and winter vacation, his sisters and brothers-in-law had conspired to leave their children with him for fun. Lin Yi's words left the dozens of viewers in the live stream dumbfounded. What? You say there are so many? 16. I can't believe it. This isn't a joke, this is a real gold swallower. No way, your sisters just leave their kids with you? Can you even manage that? Is this a prank? Lin Yi observed the audience's incredulous comments. I have 7 sisters in total. You see, this house is over 130 square meters. Located in the metropolis, my sisters bought it for me in full. This residence was acquired by his sisters when he attended university in the metropolis, intending for Lin Yi to thrive in the big city. They pooled their resources to secure it for him. This was also why Lin Yi was so eager to make a name for himself. To carve out a space of his own, he wished to achieve success and repay his sisters and family for their unwavering support throughout his life. However, beautiful thoughts often clash with harsh realities. After Lin Yi finished speaking, the audience in the live stream began to comprehend why he would never refuse to host his nephews during the summer and winter vacations. Just then, another phone rang. It was a call from his eldest sister. What one fears often comes to pass. Lin Yi answered the call immediately. Eldest sister. Shall we quickly come downstairs, your sister has brought you a big surprise. Listening to his sister's voice, the barely contained laughter was almost palpable through the phone. Lin Yi twitched his lips. This probably wasn't a surprise, was it? His sisters were downstairs, having hung up the phone, sharing knowing smiles. They couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Lin Yi's expression upon seeing his beloved 16 nephews. Lin Yi descended the stairs with his live streaming phone. My eldest sister is bringing me a surprise. Family, are you excited? The audience in the live stream echoed, excited. Just moments ago, they had discovered that Lin Yi's 7 sisters were quite affluent. An apartment in a first-tier city of the metropolis, purchased on a whim. The surprise they brought surely wasn't a Rolls-Royce, at the very least, it must be an Audi? Seeing the comments flood in with anticipation, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile wryly. He attached the camera for his outdoor live streaming to his chest. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Yi's 7 sisters and brothers-in-law had lined up their cars. As soon as Lin Yi appeared at the entrance, his nephews rushed forward, each carrying a backpack. "Uncle! We're here, we missed you." "Good afternoon, Uncle." Among the 16 nephews, there were also a set of adorable twin nieces. Each greeted Lin Yi in their own unique way. The mischievous little nephew lightly punched Lin Yi's belly. His expression was neither particularly pleasant nor unpleasant. It was merely one of deep resignation. The eldest sister and the other sisters approached Lin Yi, surprised. "Aren't you? We're leaving the little ones in your care." After saying this, they patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and dashed back to their cars, waving cheerfully at Lin Yi as they drove away. For the upcoming winter vacation, they would enjoy a peaceful and sweet time without the noise of children. Meanwhile, dear Ododo would have a tough time ahead. Watching them get into the car and bid him farewell, Lin Yi felt utterly despondent. "Don't go," Lin Yi wanted to say that he could barely take care of himself, let alone 16 gold-swallowing beasts. He might need to take out a loan just to manage these 16 little ones. Lin Yi felt helpless. He regretted not pretending to be a tough guy and accepting his sister's financial support, claiming his year-end bonus was substantial. And it seemed that his 16 nephews had coordinated with their parents, all clinging to Lin Yi's legs, leaving him no chance to approach the car. Chapter 2. Oh dear, I am utterly hopeless. What on earth is this level 10 uncle system? Lin Yi watched the 7 cars gradually recede into the distance. Oh dear, I'm in deep trouble. He looked at his 16 nephews of various ages and began pondering which platform he should turn to, opening his mouth and blinking. Otherwise, would these little ones have to eat instant noodles with him tonight? That would truly be the end of the road for him. The audience in the live stream observed Lin Yi surrounded by his nephews, both boys and girls. Among them were a pair of adorable twin sisters, as well as chubby little ones. "Wait, love broadcast, do you really have 16 nephews? This can't be scripted, right? Who would script a live broadcast with this few viewers? Can it even be profitable? Not to mention, some of these nephews are quite handsome, while others possess striking beauty. He is indeed a fortunate uncle. I adore these twins, they are simply stunning. If these twins attend the same school as my son, won't they treat my son like a plaything?" At this moment, this heartwarming scene caused the number of viewers in Lin Yi's livestream to surge, exceeding several hundred. However, for Lin Yi at this moment, it was of little consequence. Only his injured world had been fulfilled. Lin Yi gazed at his 16 nephews, feeling helpless. "All right, let's head upstairs," he said, leading them into the community. The older ones, familiar with the place, effortlessly entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 5th floor. They had all visited many times before. They would even have to split into 2 elevators. Lin Yi took the younger ones to one elevator while the older ones took the other. Upon arriving at Lin Yi's apartment, number 502, Lin Yi opened the door, counting them one by one as they entered. If even one was missing, it would be a disaster. After ensuring all 16 were present, the spacious 130 square meter apartment felt a bit cramped with their arrival. As soon as they entered, they began to frolic. Because at home, their parents would impose strict rules, forbidding them from doing this or that, but now, at their uncle's house, it was a different story. Their uncle was undoubtedly the best uncle in the world. He treated them with utmost kindness, allowing them to run wild. Lin Yi watched them bicker and found his own spot to sit down, overwhelmed by a sense of disillusionment. The noise was almost unbearable. Yet, amidst the cacophony, a peculiar voice resonated in Lin Yi's mind. "Ding, the ultimate uncle system has detected that the host meets the qualifications. Binding in progress. Binding successful." As Lin Yi heard the voice, his previously dull eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. A system? Lin Yi gazed around in astonishment. His nephews were still engaged in their own activities, without a hint of mischief directed at him. Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. The system's voice continued. "Beginner's gift, 1 million RMB, usable for all expenses, has been credited." The moment the system finished speaking, Lin Yi's phone chimed with a notification of a bank deposit. He glanced at it, counting 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. As he stared at the 1 million, alongside the few remaining dollars he had in his bank account, Lin Yi's eyes widened. Could it be that the protagonist from the novels had come to him? The ultimate uncle system, what on earth was this? Ding, main quest, discover the unique talents of the 16 nephews that have been identified. Cultivate them, enabling each nephew to gain popularity and ascend to the pinnacle of their respective fields. The host will receive substantial rewards throughout this process. Lin Yi, upon hearing the system's instructions, was momentarily taken aback. Substantial rewards? And now he had a starting capital of 1 million. Lin Yi surveyed his 16 nephews, a grand plan beginning to take shape in his mind. Work? He was still attending a market job. Cultivating their individual talents would benefit his nephews in developing their strengths for the future, and it would also be advantageous for him to acquire various generous rewards from the system, starting with 1 million. What might the subsequent rewards entail? Lin Yi thought to himself, I have no idea. Suddenly, the protagonist shouted. Let's reverse the situation and charge forward. He glanced at his 16 nephews, pondering what talents they might possess. Musical talent? Dance talent? Would audience support from live streaming count? Just then, Lin Yi's frown attracted the attention of his oldest nephew, Su Chen, the son of his elder sister. Su Chen approached calmly, distinctly different from the raucous antics of the others. He had been observing his uncle. Since their parents had left them here, he had grown up and no longer clamored for his uncle's attention like he did in his childhood. Su Chen did not wish to trouble his uncle. However, his parents had advised him to bond with his uncle to avoid drifting apart and becoming distant relatives. At 16 years old, Su Chen was the eldest among the nephews. Uncle, what troubles you? What are you thinking about? Su Chen's sudden inquiry jolted Lin Yi from his reverie. Ah, Xiao Chen. Why aren't you playing with them? Showing concern for your uncle? Su Chen adjusted his glasses in response. Uncle, I'm already 16, I can't relate to them. I'm no longer interested in those games. Seeing your furrowed brow, I assumed you were contemplating something. Do you need me to share any burdens? I have some savings. Su Chen had always been interested in money. Noticing Lin Yi's expression earlier, he sensed that his uncle was troubled. He calculated that given Lin Yi's meager salary, combined with the expenses incurred from family celebrations and daily costs, and now seeing the uneaten takeout on the table, Su Chen could imagine that Lin Yi's life had fallen into a predicament. There was a saying online that if one had 3 meals a day, they had achieved something significant in life. Su Chen's words surprised Lin Yi, who looked at him with wide eyes. This eldest nephew, whom he had cared for greatly, now, Lin Yi felt that all the hardships he had endured over the years were not in vain. The viewers in the live stream began to chime in. Wow, this nephew truly understands. Indeed, he has the responsibility of a man. I really appreciate that. His savings probably won't be enough to feed these 16 mouths for a day. Ha ha ha, let him pay for a meal, and he'll understand what it means for the sky to fall. Xiao Chen, you've truly grown up. Forget about sharing burdens. Though you've matured, if the sky were to fall, I would still be your uncle. How much savings can you have? Here, there are 17 of us combined with snacks and meals. The daily expenses could easily consume a month's salary. After speaking, Lin Yi smiled softly, patting Su Chen's shoulder. As long as Su Chen didn't create more chaos and helped keep an eye on the little ones, that was already a great relief. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Chen said nothing, took out his phone, opened WeChat, and showed Lin Yi his balance. This is what I've saved over the years. As the number appeared, Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment.
Chapter 3. The innate financial prodigy Lin Yi was utterly astounded. 60,000? This little one has a personal savings exceeding 60,000. Is this truly the financial capability one would expect from a 16-year-old? He wiped the sweat from his brow. Over the years of his labor, he had scarcely saved a penny. Were it not for the recent 1 million gifted by his brother, he would have been outdone by a child. Lin Yi understood that his sister was a frugal individual. She would not have bestowed such lavish pocket money upon Su Chen. The source of this money left Lin Yi pondering. As the hundreds of viewers in the live stream beheld the displayed WeChat balance, they too were rendered speechless, flooding the chat with astonishment. What on earth is this? How can this child, so young, possess savings of over 60,000? How extraordinary! This family is undoubtedly remarkable. While I, at their age, was still begging my elder brother for a few coins for milk tea, this lad has achieved financial independence. Many viewers felt a sense of inferiority. Lin Yi also posed a question that lingered in the minds of the audience. Su Chen, is that 60,000 all your own savings? Su Chen nodded. Yes, this money is my accumulated New Year's gift money and saving for my daily frugality. Lin Yi contemplated deeply. His sister had married into an ordinary family, not one of great wealth. He doubted that Su Chun received an exorbitant allowance each year. Considering the New Year's gifts, Lin Yi calculated that his parents, Su Chin's grandparents, would have given a few thousand at most each year. If he counted distant relatives, perhaps they contributed 30,000 annually. Over 16 years, even if his sister had never touched Su Chin's New Year's money, that would only amount to 480,000. As for his daily savings, he calculated that it might reach 500,000. Yet, Su Chin's current balance is over 60,000. How could he have saved so much? Lin Yi continued to inquire, "How much New Year's money have you received throughout your childhood?" Without hesitation, Su Chin replied, "In total, it amounts to 468,300. Lin Yi nodded. That was about right. But where did the extra tens of thousands come from? Wait a moment. Your New Year's money, based on my understanding of your mother, she would not have given you all of it, Lin Yi recalled. In the eyes of most Chinese parents, New Year's money is often seen as an obligation to return favors. Normally, children do not receive all of it directly. Reflecting on his own experiences, Lin Yi remembered that he had never had full access to his New Year's money until he was older. Su Chin nodded in agreement. Indeed, Uncle, before I turned 12, my mother had no intention of giving me my New Year's money. However, I held a family meeting that year. I declared that I wanted the full amount of my New Year's money. Otherwise, I would seek you out to take responsibility for all my expenses until I turned 18, and I would threaten to sue them. Eventually, he persuaded them, and they compromised by granting him access to all his New Year's funds. Of course, for any major expenditures exceeding 100, he would need to report in advance, while minor expenses were at his discretion. Lin Yi was taken aback, impressed by the audacity of this young man, to threaten legal action against his parents and negotiate with them. What remarkable boldness! Lin Yi instinctively gave Su Chun a thumbs up. This young man, now possessing several 100,000, had not only refrained from spending, but had also managed to grow his wealth. The viewers in the live stream were equally captivated by Su Chun's earnest recounting. Wow, this kid is something else. He is this, thumbs up, and I am this, thumbs down. What courage! If I tried such negotiations with my parents, I would be punished without a hint of sympathy. This kid is truly formidable. Yet, Lin Yi pondered further. If this New Year's money had remained untouched, how could there be tens of thousands surplus? In response to Lin Yi's inquiry, Su Chin revealed, "Besides my New Year's money, the additional funds came from when I was 14. I expressed to my parents my desire to invest in gold. Initially, they hesitated, fearing the prices were at a peak. I had to purchase bit by bit. Now that gold prices continue to rise, they have come to realize their mistake and no longer restrict my investment ambitions. Recently, I instructed my parents to sell my gold holdings, netting me over 200,000, almost exactly this amount. I also have funds set aside for future wedding expenses, as I know the price of gold will not remain at its current level by the time I find a partner in my 20s. Lin Yi listened in âge. This young man possesses remarkable foresight and initiative, demonstrating an innate talent for financial management at such a young age. How astonishing. The viewers echoed Lin Yi's thoughts. Wow. Preparing for wedding expenses at such a young age. This child is certainly a financial savant. Perhaps he is a time traveler. We should study him closely. His audacity deserves a great thumbs up. Thus, the legend of the innate financial prodigy was born. Chapter 4. Striving for unrivaled dominance among peers. Lin Yi resolved to guide Su Chun towards the realm of finance. What if he turned out to be the Warren Buffett of China? Or perhaps the wealthiest individual of the new era in China? Lin Yi took note of this. He believed that each of his 16 nephews possessed their own unique talents. He did not dwell on this thought for long. With afternoon approaching, dinner would soon be upon them. He was responsible for the well-being of 16 mouths, counting his own, making it 17. All right, Xiao Chun, keep an eye on these little ones at home. You mustn't let them go outside. I will venture out to buy groceries. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, his nephews gathered around him. The twin sisters clung to Lin Yi, and in unison, they pleaded, "Uncle, take us with you. We want to go grocery shopping too." Their eyes sparkled with innocence as they looked up at him. Lin Yi was at a loss for words, contemplating whether they truly wished to accompany him to the market. Once inside the supermarket, their hands were in constant motion, grabbing items. The other nephews chimed in. clamoring to join Lin Yi. He waved them off. No, it's too many to manage. I'm just going out for a bit to buy groceries. Let the third one accompany me to carry the bags. He is stronger. You all stay here and listen to the eldest. When I return with the groceries, I'll prepare dinner for you. Afterward, we can head out for a big shopping spree where you can choose snacks and toys at your leisure. At this, the nephews fell silent, absorbing his words. Upon hearing the last statement, they realized that was the crux of his message. Freedom to purchase whatever they desired. They exclaimed in unison, "Long live Uncle! Go ahead, we will behave at home. We love you, Uncle. Can we really buy whatever we want? You love us the most." With just 2 sentences, Lin Yi had pacified them and set off with the third nephew, Zhan Chong. Zhan Chong, in essence, was Lin Yi's true third nephew. Strong and hardy, he was known for his voracious appetite and chubby physique, towering over his peers in height. "Let us go, Xiao Chong. Xiao Chen will keep an eye on them." After giving Su Chan his instructions, Lin Yi headed out with Zhan Chong. He opted for the nearest supermarket, as there was an abundance of ingredients to procure. A trip to a larger market would be exhausting. Lin Yi scrutinized Zhan Vying. "Have you gained weight again? You seem even chubbier than during the summer break." Zhan Chong chuckled sheepishly. You call me again. I haven't gained that much." Lin Yi smiled nonchalantly. He believed that a hearty appetite was nothing to be concerned about. It was the lack of appetite that could lead to health issues. Of course, overindulgence could also be detrimental. Lin Yi then inquired about Zhan Chong's school life. "How are things at school? Is anyone bullying you? If anyone dares to tell Uncle." Lin Yi had never been one to pry into their academic performance, as he detested adults who incessantly inquired about grades during his own childhood. He had resolved not to become that type of adult when interacting with children. Zhan Chong waved his hand dismissively. "Who would dare bully me? Anyone who tries to lay a hand on me will soon find themselves subdued." In Zhan Chong's mind, his prowess was unmatched among his contemporaries. He was destined to be the unrivaled champion of his generation. Lin Yi was taken aback by his confidence. He perceived Zhan Chong as honest and earnest. Perhaps he was vulnerable to being bullied at school. Yet, it seemed he had established himself as a little tyrant among his peers. Lin Yi similed faintly, relieved that he had not been bullied. We must not bully others, however. The principle is simple. If they do not provoke us, we shall not provoke them. Zhan Chong nodded in agreement. "I want to bully anyone as long as they don't bother me. I remember you telling me when I was little that if anyone dared to strike me, I should retaliate." Lin Yi felt a wave of gratification wash over him upon hearing Zhan Chong's words. Of all 16 nephews, Zhan Chong had been his favorite since childhood. He had been adorably chubby back then. Soon, Lin Yi and Zhan Chong arrived at the supermarket entrance. Lin Yi pushed a shopping cart and patted Zhan Chong on the shoulder. "Is there anything specific you would like me to cook?" "Really, Uncle? You promise?" "I want Coca-Cola chicken wings and also chestnut braised chicken. My brother loves that. Chingu seems to enjoy fish. How about preparing some braised fish for him? Xiao Shu and Xiaoya love roast duck. Should I get them portion?" Zhan Chong rattled off his requests in one breath, and Lin Yi dutifully noted them down. After a considerable time, Lin Yi had acquired a plethora of ingredients. Once he assessed that they had enough, he took Zhan Chong to the checkout. The cart was filled to the brim. Lin Yi shook his head. "I'll need to purchase a larger refrigerator soon. With so many groceries, running errands like this every day would be exhausting." Before long, Lin Yi and Zhan Chong returned home, laden with bags. Lin Yi was utterly fatigued, while Zhan Chong appeared to be brimming with energy. Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head. This kid, he should channel that strength into something productive, like martial arts. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi refocused on preparing the meal. Su Chun, understanding the situation, offered to help. Lin Yi instructed him to wash the strawberries and other fruits for dessert, but he refrained from letting Su Chun assist with the cooking, knowing that too many hands would only complicate matters. The other little ones scattered throughout the living room and every corner of the house, engaged in their own activities while Lin Yi busied himself in the kitchen. After a considerable amount of time, he finally completed an entire table of dishes. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were practically salivating. "This food is making me genuinely hungry. Coca-Cola chicken wings, my absolute favorite. Hurry up and become a food blogger. This looks amazing. I genuinely want to eat. Can we trust your culinary skills?" Lin Yi smiled faintly at the compliments rolling in the chat. Of course, I strive to make delicious food. Every holiday, I take on the role of chef, preparing meals for these little ones. His culinary skills had indeed improved over time, and it was no mere coincidence. Chapter 5. Raising nephews in poverty and oneself in wealth. An uncle must also nourish his body. It's time to wash your hands and eat. Lin Yi's command prompted all 16 of his nephews to line up to wash their hands in preparation for the meal. Here they come. Lin Yi served them each a portion of rice. The large dining table was barely sufficient to accommodate everyone. Zhan Yi, the second eldest and the brother of Zhan Chong, chose to carry his meal to the computer room, selecting his favorite dishes along the way. A true gaming enthusiast, he was unwilling to witness the younger ones left without seats. Coincidentally, his game was about to commence. He had no intention of sabotaging his teammates. Lin Yi observed Zhan Yi as he made his way to the computer room with his meal and couldn't help but shake his head. This fellow, even during meals, could not detach himself from gaming. Lin Yi mused that their current living space of 130 square meters felt excessively cramped with 16 nephews. The dining table in the living room could barely accommodate them. The considerate Su Chun and Zhan Chong also took their portions to the sofa to eat, choosing not to compete for seats with the younger ones. At that moment, Lin Yi contemplated the possibility of a villa. However, the thought of the exorbitant prices in desirable locations made his scalp tingle, prompting him to dismiss the idea. As he gazed at the roast duck's succulent drumsticks on the table, he felt a wave of despair regarding his recent meals. 12 servings over 3 days had left him longing for something more satisfying. Now, seeing 2 roast duck legs before him, his eyes sparkled with delight. "Dear nephews," he began, addressing the younger ones at the table. "Do you recall how your grandparents and mothers always saved the legs for your uncle? They have spoiled me so. Henceforth, I shall only partake of the roast duck legs without hesitation." He seized a drumstick and stuffed it into his mouth. The younger nephews looked on, bewildered. Had he truly been indulged to such an extent? Could he only eat duck legs? They too wished for this privilege. The older ones, like Su Chun, couldn't help but chuckle at their eccentric uncle. Lin Yi continued his playful banter as he ate. "You must not follow in your uncle's footsteps. Thus, the duck legs are solely for me. You may enjoy the aromatic duck bones." The younger ones gazed in awe as Lin Yi savored the drumstick, the aroma wafting temptingly through the air. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement, exclaiming in disbelief, "Is this even humanly possible? You enjoy your meal. Spring is on the horizon. Leave a leg for the twins," they exclaimed, humorously lamenting how 3 generations' worth of meals had been consumed by Lin Yi's single generation. The audience cheered for him, proclaiming him a hero. An uncle must nourish himself, they echoed, laughing at his antics. Lin Yi, undeterred, picked up a strawberry. "Now, regarding these strawberries, I shall consume the pointed ends, while you may enjoy the tops. Having read extensively, I know that this part can be toxic, and thus I shall spare you from its consumption." With utmost seriousness, he nibbled on the tips, placing the remaining parts onto the plate for the children. He believed in enjoying life while young. After all, he had endured enough hardship. The little ones watched in astonishment, their eyes brimming with curiosity. However, their mothers had always insisted that the pointed ends were the sweetest and most delectable. At that moment, the number of viewers in Lin Yi's live stream surged dramatically, as his charming antics captivated the audience. The comments flowed in, teasingly suggesting that the scene should be shown to their grandparents and parents. "How could you be so selfish?" they joked. "We'll make you famous." As Lin Yi continued his performance, the nephews stared at the plate, which was now devoid of strawberry tips. Save for the tops left behind, they pondered whether it was truly edible. Su Chan stood nearby, shaking his head in disbelief. Once the meal concluded, Lin Yi leisurely began washing the dishes. The older, more responsible ones assisted him in the task. After a brief respite, he decided it was time to take the children shopping, as they had arrived without clothing or toiletries. While counting heads, he noticed one was missing. Where was Zhan Yi? "Where's Zhan Yi?" Lin Yi inweeded. The nephews glanced toward the computer room. "He is playing on your computer," they replied. Lin Yi made his way to the computer room, discovering Zhan wearing headphones and engrossed in a game of CS GO. "Ah, so you've taken to CS GO?" Zhan Yi removed his headphones, grinning. I enjoy this game. Uncle, I'll stay here. Just keep an eye out for a couple of shirts for me. Lin Yi, understanding his nephew's passion, said nothing further. This boy had always loved gaming, often facing teasing from relatives for his devotion. All right, just clothing then? Would you like me to get you a computer of your own? I can join you for some gaming sessions when time permits. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Really, uncle? I don't need anything too expensive. Just something that can run CS. Go. Lin Yi vavit dismissibeli understood. Enjoy your gaming. With that, he left the computer room to take the remaining 15 nephews out. With a substantial sum of 1 million at his disposal, he resolved that this winter break would not be lacking in comfort. After all, who knows? This young lad might possess extraordinary gaming talent. Chapter 6. The Innate Piano Prodigy. Before stepping out, Lin Yi looked at his 15 nephews and said, "All right, everyone, settle down." At his words, they obediently quieted. "When we head to the mall later, remember to behave. No loud noises and do not stray from my sight. Choose only what you truly need. If you have hobbies or things you like, feel free to pick those as well." Upon hearing this, they erupted into excited cheers. "Long live Uncle. We'll be good. Uncle, can you buy me a violin? I'll perform for you. Uncle, I want a guitar. I want running shoes." They clamored around Lin Yi, voicing their desires. Su Chan remained silent, merely calculating in his mind. He meticulously figured that today, expenses for groceries would start at 400. If Lin Yi allowed them to choose whatever they wanted, excluding toiletries, it would amount to a considerable sum. Using the second nephew's computer as a benchmark, Su Chan understood that Lin Yi would likely buy him a good one that wouldn't become obsolete for several years, starting at least at 5 or 6,000. Recalling the phone Lin Yi had bought him when he entered middle school, the latest Apple model that year, Su Chan knew it was purchased in installments by his uncle. After considering the costs of the violin and guitar, he realized that this outing would be an extravagant expense for Lin Yi, one that his salary could hardly sustain. As they descended in the elevator, the group sauntered leisurely towards the nearby data mall. Lin Yi pondered taking a taxi, worrying about the possibility of losing one of his precious nephews in the process. Walking at the back, he observed them as they ambled towards the mall. Su Chan turned to Lin Yi and asked, "Uncle, you're not considering taking out a loan, are you? With the current interest rates, the burden would be staggering." Lin Yi was taken aback by Su Chan's words. Had his brother not appeared, he might have sought a platform himself. But he wouldn't let the children suffer during this winter break. "I have no need for online loans. It's merely the little savings I have for getting married." Lin Yi fibbed gently, not wanting Su Chan to overthink things. After hearing this, Su Chan frowned but refrained from pressing further. He was well aware that Lin Yi held a non-marriage stance and had engaged in numerous debates over the new year. Upon reaching the mall, Lin Yi advised Su Chan to keep an eye on the younger ones and led them to purchase essential toiletries and clothing first. Afterward, he allowed them to choose whatever they desired. Observing Su Chan, Lin Yi inquired, "Don't you need anything?" Su Chan shook his head, but suddenly recalled something. "I need something else, but it doesn't require money. I'll tell you in secret when we get back." Lin Yi, hearing this, chose not to pry further. The little ones excitedly picked their items. The third nephew, Zhang Chong, and the fourth niece, strangely, both selected a pair of boxing gloves. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. This niece resembled the third, being chubby. Did they both have a penchant for boxing? He inquired about their interests, realizing he needed ample time to discern their talents. Su Chan's inclinations were nearly evident to Lin Yi. The second nephew showed interest in gaming, perhaps hinting at a talent in that area. The third, being strong, now wanted boxing gloves. This outing was also an opportunity for Lin Yi to gauge their preferences, guiding them toward their innate abilities. As each of them finalized their selections, Lin Yi lifted his youngest nephew, Yi Lai Lai, age 2.5. "Lai Lai, what do you want? Uncle will buy it for you." Lai Lai looked around and pointed at a piano he spotted from the lower level. "Uncle, I want that." The others followed his gaze. And Su Chan couldn't help but frown. A piano was certainly not cheap. However, Lin Yi, without hesitation, responded, "All right, Uncle will buy it for you." A piano was but a small expense. What if his little nephew Lai Lai turned out to be an innate piano prodigy? How exceptional would that be? Such elegance and talent should be nurtured from a young age. paving the way for a future piano virtuoso. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi guided the little ones toward a piano store. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream gradually increased. Upon hearing Lin Yi's unwavering decision to purchase a piano for the little one, many were astonished. Wait, didn't you just say you were out of money? You're buying a piano like it's a cabbage? How can a child have their own piano at such a young age? What kind of family is this? What happened to that uncle who is nearly broke today? In the midst of the live stream comments, Lin Yi, feeling somewhat bored, replied, "What's the big deal? If my adorable little nephew is indeed an innate piano prodigy, then why not buy it? If he loves the piano, I shall certainly oblige." Yet, the viewers dismissed Lin Yi's response. In this age, there indeed exist talented children, but such occurrences are rare. Lin Yi's eldest nephew, regarded as a financial prodigy, was merely acknowledged to a degree, perhaps just a stroke of luck in the booming gold market. The notion of such a young child being an innate piano prodigy was met with skepticism. After selecting the piano, Lin Yi paid without a hint of hesitation, providing an address for delivery. Observing Lin Yi's nonchalant payment, Su-Chen couldn't help but wonder if his uncle had won a lottery. It was entirely out of the realm of possibility. With most purchases completed, Lin Yi decided to buy a computer for Jean Yi, wanting to play games together. After all, who knows, perhaps this nephew truly is a gaming prodigy. Chapter 7. The Innate Shooting Game Prodigy. Lin Yi gazed at Su-Chan beside him and pondered whether he should procure a computer for him as well. The computer room was rather vacant, and a few more machines wouldn't hurt. Su-Chan, however, shook his head. He harbored no interest in gaming. His sole ambition was to ascend relentlessly toward his goals. He aspired to become the wealthiest individual in the magical metropolis, or rather, in the land of Huaxia. The world's top billionaire, nothing could deter him. He had already amassed a unique foundation, merely awaiting the opportune moment. After completing his purchases, Lin Yi sought out some live streaming equipment in the mall, acquired it, and returned home with an array of packages in tow. He arranged for the staff to deliver and assist in installing the computer. Later, he planned to join Jean Yi in some gaming. Upon arriving home, the group of young ones eagerly sorted through the items. Lin Yi observed their industriousness and contemplated how splendid it would be if they resided in a grand villa, each with their own room. This thought ignited a new ambition within him. After ensuring they took turns bathing, Lin Yi attended to the youngest, Yi first. Once tidied up, the children dispersed to engage in their own activities. The installation staff had also completed setting up the computer. In the computer room, Jean Yi marveled at the top-tier configuration Lin Yi had prepared for him, valued at no less than 30,000. "Thank you, uncle," Jean Yi exclaimed, hugging Lin Yi with excitement. The monitor, graphics card, and CPU were all of the highest caliber. "Come, uncle, let us play CS. Go? I'm quite skilled at it," Jean Yi eagerly announced as he downloaded the game on his new computer. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, having intended for the young ones to indulge in their whims. He too desired a moment of leisure gaming. He set up the live streaming cameras, eager for the audience to witness the duo of uncle and nephew in action. He was curious to ascertain whether his nephew possessed genuine gaming talent or was merely an ordinary player. The title of the live stream, featuring the duo, drew numerous online viewers. Some CS Go enthusiasts tuned in, intrigued. Lin Yi himself enjoyed playing CS Go to pass the time. Meanwhile, Jean Yi adapted to the keyboard and mouse, entering a focused state as the game commenced. In the opening round, Lin Yi faced off against opponents, but was swiftly eliminated with a headshot. He switched to a spectator view, observing Jean Yi, who remained silent and focused. "Uncle, I'll avenge you. Just wait," he assured. Lin Yi refrained from interrupting Jean Yi's concentration, intently watching his maneuvers. As the audience beheld Lin Yi's rapid demise, laughter erupted in the chat. "This guy is awful. The uncle is just a bot," they mocked. Lin Yi sighed at their jests. Once upon a time, he had been formidable, but age had taken its toll. Gaming was undeniably a realm for the young, endowed with swift reflexes and boundless enthusiasm. What would he possibly wield against that? The seasoned heroes, witnessing the rise of new stars, inevitably reminisced about their once indomitable selves. Lin Yi observed Jean Yi wielding a pistol, with his teammates having perished leaving him alone. Jean Yi meticulously adjusted his aim. A sudden stop. One headshot. Two headshots. In an instant, he dispatched both foes, leaving Lin Yi astounded. How could he be so precise? He was aware that Jean Yi's older sister forbade him from excessive exposure to electronic devices. Even now, as a middle schooler, neither of the brothers possessed phones. The ones Lin Yi had purchased for them had been confiscated until their graduation. They hadn't even touched a phone, let alone a computer. How had Jean Yi become so proficient? Lin Yi knew his nephew was dubbed a gaming prodigy by his sister. After school, Jean Yi often stayed at friends' houses to play on their computers and phones. In what seemed like an unwinnable situation, Lin Yi and his 3 teammates had managed no kills, while Jean Yi faced 5 opponents alone. A 1v5 scenario. Lin Yi could hardly fathom the potential humiliation. Yet, Jean Yi swiftly eliminated 2 adversaries, while the remaining 3 searched for him. Lin Yi watched in astonishment as they revealed themselves, only to be swiftly dispatched by Jean Yi. Wait, you took them out just like that? Little Yi, you're on fire. Lin Yi exclaimed. Such remarkable skills were typically reserved for professional players or those utilizing cheats. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. He just took out 5 with a pistol. Is this real? The viewer count surged dramatically as spectators flocked to witness this extraordinary feat amidst Lin Yi's astonishment. Johnny waved. Uncle, I promise I didn't cheat. This computer is brand new. Everything was downloaded just now. Lin Yi calmed himself, acknowledging that this indeed was a new machine, with no second-hand parts. If he had cheated, he would have known. This left only one possibility. His nephew was a natural-born gaming prodigy, or perhaps an innate FPS savant. Realizing this, Lin Yi felt a rush of excitement. Jean Yi, why not pursue a career in professional gaming? Your talent is extraordinary. At his words, Jean Yi's eyes sparkled with fervor. Lin Yi recognized that this was not merely the reflection of a screen. His nephew's eyes were truly alight with ambition. Professional gaming, standing on the stage of esports, with all cheering for him, that sensation seemed delightful. With this thought, Jean Yi's adrenaline surged. In Lin Yi's mind, the system's notification chimed. Character bound. Jean Yi has set a goal. Jean Yi possesses innate shooting game talent. Host receives a reward. Choose one. Option 1. 1 million RMB. Option 2. Top-tier gaming talent. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, his precious nephew Jean Yi possessed remarkable shooting game talent. Faced with the system's choice, Lin Yi longed to declare that children make choices, but he desperately wished to have both rewards. It was clear he had to choose. Chapter 8. Dreaming of becoming the world's richest. Lin Yi chose the ultimate gaming talent. 10 million RMB is undeniably enticing for Lin Yi at this moment. However, he opted for the top-tier gaming ability, believing it may aid in competitive gaming. As he ages, climbing to the pinnacle of esports seems a fitting endeavor. Assisting his nephew would also be a source of pride. Selected the ultimate gaming talent. Under Tongzi's guidance, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming strength coursing through him. He could effortlessly dominate professionals with one hand, reminiscent of the peak reflexes he possessed at 18. At this moment, Jean Yi snapped back to reality. Uncle, can I really go pro? But my mom. He recalled his strict mother, who reprimanded him for playing at friends' houses for mere hours. If his dream were to become a professional, wouldn't that lead to severe consequences? Lin Yi understood Jean Yi's apprehensions. Parental control is often inescapable. They tend to believe that following their envisioned path is the only true future. Lin Yi also recognized that rewards had just been distributed. Jean Yi undoubtedly harbored aspirations of going pro. He was merely intimidated by his formidable mother. Lin Yi waved dismissively, assuring him, your mother? Uncle will handle that. If it comes to it, just run away and stay with me. If no one supports your lofty ambitions, Uncle will elevate you to the summit. Charge towards the exalted throne of esports. Inspired by Lin Yi's words, Jean Yi resolved to not disappoint his uncle's expectations. The game continued, and Jean Yi showcased remarkable skills. Lin Yi refrained from overshadowing him, opting instead to observe whether Jean Yi could maintain his composure. Indeed, Jean Yi was on fire. The viewer counts surged dramatically, Thanks to this prodigious young talent in CS GO, thousands, even tens of thousands, tuned in. In that moment, I felt like a witness to the birth of a natural shooting game prodigy. How extraordinary! This talent truly deserves a chance to go pro. The precision displayed was enviable. How could he achieve such accuracy? At that moment, Lin Yi inquired of Jean, It seems today is your first time playing CS GO, correct? Jean nodded, still engrossed in the game. Yes, it's my first time. I usually play CF at friends' houses, which is somewhat similar. Lin Yi was taken aback. His first attempt, and yet such extraordinary accuracy. Seeing the chat buzzing with inquiries, Lin Yi echoed their curiosity to Jean. How do you manage to be so precise? Jean scratched his head. Isn't it simple? In FPS games, you just aim the crosshair at the opponent's head and take a shot. His words left many seasoned CS GO players in the chat speechless. Indeed, the disparity in skill can be infuriating. Viewers express their frustration. I've had enough of this. I'm logging off. One incredibly gifted child. Streamer. ISNT, there another prodigy you can recommend? This is beyond exceptional. After some time playing together, Lin Yi recognized Jean Yi's extraordinary talent. He encouraged Jean Yi to continue streaming and ranking up while he prepared warm milk for the younger ones, urging them to sleep. After ensuring they were settled, Lin Yi observed the computer room, now a domain occupied by Jean Yi and his brother Jean Chong, along with Su Chun, while the other rooms, including Lin Yi's master bedroom, were filled with sleeping children. Jean Chong remained oblivious to Jean Yi's gaming or Su Chen's engrossed phone activity. He simply slept soundly. Lin Yi checked on Jean Chong, covering him with a blanket, then approached Su Chun, curious about what he was studying. What are you researching? Su Chun adjusted his glasses, replying, I'm figuring out how to make money. Lin Yi chuckled at Su Chen's obsession with wealth. Could he genuinely aspire to be the embodiment of financial success? Su Chun's fixation on money reminded Lin Yi of someone, a person who would stop at nothing for immortality. Su Chun even contemplated suing his own parents, indicative of a certain ruthlessness. Lin Yi felt a responsibility to guide him properly. If it reached a point of no return, how could he explain it to his sister? Her only child was cherished dearly. After all, a negotiation had led to a substantial sum being entrusted to Su Chun. Lin Yi approached Su Chun, patting him on the shoulder. Little Chun, at your age, you should be playing and enjoying life, not worrying about money. Su Chun looked at Lin Yi and said, Uncle, can you guess what my dream is? Lin Yi responded, given your interest in money, it must be something related to wealth. Are you aiming to earn your first substantial sum as an adult? Or perhaps to relieve your parents of financial burdens? Su Chun smiled slightly, yes and no. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Then what is your dream? Su Chun adjusted his glasses again. Uncle, my dream is quite grand. If I told you, you might be shocked. I aspire to become the richest person in China or even the world by the age of 24. Lin Yi furrowed his brow at Su Chen's ambitious declaration. Such dreams are exceedingly lofty. Many have harbored similar delusions, yet few even attain the status of local tycoon, living unremarkable lives. In Su Chen's eyes, however, Lin Yi saw a fierce ambition, a relentless drive forward. Chapter 9. It seems you have been enjoying life too much. Before Lin Yi could utter a word, the voice of Tongzi echoed. Ding! Character binding. Su Chun has set a goal. Su Chun possesses exceptional financial intelligence. The host receives a reward of 10 million RMB. Ding! Su Chun has completed the initial target. The host receives a reward of 5 million RMB. Caught off guard by the announcement, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. 2 rewards. One, the world is 15 million RMB. As he glanced at the text message confirming the deposit, he fell into deep contemplation. The first 10 million was the reward for determining the goal, while the subsequent 5 million was for achieving a minor target. Lin Yi found himself perplexed and decided to cease his pondering. The audience in the live stream erupted upon hearing Su Chen's words. Goodness gracious! This kid truly does not understand the proverb, the ambition exceeds the ability. I once harbored such dreams too, and now I can only afford a 13 yuan pig's trotter rice. After a few days of extravagant meals, reality will hit. A world that's richest? Do you think this is a movie? Young man, having dreams is commendable, but this allows me a moment of laughter. Lin Yi cast a glance at the barrage of sarcastic comments mocking Su Chen's aspirations. He said nothing, quietly shutting off the live stream. Su Chen looked at Lin Yi and said, "Uncle, I see all this. My heart is not fragile enough to be deterred by the mockery and ridicule of others. Even if I face the scorn of the masses, I shall not falter nor question whether I am in the wrong. What do the opinions, insults, and jeers of others have to do with me? As long as I desire to move forward, the path lies beneath my feet. I am destined not to live according to the views of others." Listening to Su Chen's words, Lin Yi couldn't shake the feeling that this little fellow might be the reincarnation of a great enlightened being, well-versed in the rules of this world and aware of what he truly needs. In this age, where everyone claims that money is omnipotent and lacking it renders one powerless, Lin Yi patted Su Chen's shoulder and encouraged, "Pursue your dreams. Should you need your uncle, do not hesitate to ask." Lin Yi understood that as long as he did not shatter Su Chen's only remaining familial bonds, the boy would not engage in excessive actions. If one day circumstances compelled him to intervene, or if Su Chen's parents obstructed his progress, Lin Yi pondered that Su Chen might not hesitate to sever those ties. However, as far as Lin Yi was concerned, as long as Su Chen's actions did not cross moral boundaries, he would support him wholeheartedly. The same principles he applied to his battles could equally be extended to Su Chen. No one would assist him in reaching his lofty aspirations. His uncle would aid him in reaching the summit. Lin Yi remembered the birth dates and times of his 16 nephews and nieces clearly. Su Chen said nothing further, retiring to bed while formulating a plan in his mind on how to transform the hundreds of thousands he possessed into millions or even tens of millions during this winter break. Lin Yi observed as Su Chen closed his eyes in slumber and turned to glance at the still gaming Jean Yi. "Little Yi, remember to sleep early." Jean Yi nodded in acknowledgement. After finishing his game, he obediently shut down his device and went to bed. Upon hearing Jean Yi's slumbering sounds, Lin Yi gently arose to ensure the younger ones were properly covered with their blankets. After checking on them, he peacefully settled back to sleep. A night passed. In the morning, Lin Yi's biological clock awakened him early. He noticed Su Chen was absent from the bed, leaving only the Jean brothers soundly asleep. "This kid woke up earlier than I did?" Lin Yi rose slowly, intending not to disturb the two brothers, especially knowing how much Jean Chong loved to sleep, often indulging in 12 hours of rest. Emerging from his study, Lin Yi found Su Chen seated on the sofa, engrossed in his tablet. "Uncle, you're awake." Lin Yi nodded. "You, young man, are awake so early? Aren't you tired? At your age, you should be sleeping more to support your growth." Su Chen shook his head. "Not really tired. This is my normal routine at school." Lin Yi chose not to press further and busied himself preparing breakfast for the younger ones: bread, eggs, and milk. While he was making breakfast, Su Chen approached him. "Uncle, I need your help with something I mentioned yesterday." Lin Yi paused his work. "Oh, what is it?" He recalled that Su Chen had not asked for assistance in purchasing anything the previous day. Su Chen produced his tablet, revealing the registration interface of a stock trading software. Lin Yi's pupils widened in astonishment. You want to trade stocks?" Lin Yi was taken aback. Su Chen was still underage, and he wished to engage in stock trading. Could it be that this boy was a reincarnated stock trader who had jumped off a building in his past life? A prodigy of stock trading? Amidst Lin Yi's astonishment, Su Chen maintained a calm demeanor. "Yes, based on my research into current news, the government is likely to commence measures to support the real estate and stock markets. A bull market cycle should be initiated, though whether it will be a major or minor bull market is another matter. Entering the market at this low point is an opportune time." Lin was left in a daze, struggling to comprehend the terminology. What cycles? What market rescue? What bull market? He found himself utterly lost. He only knew. He had heard a phrase online: "I see you have been enjoying life too much. Go trade stocks." Lin Yi indeed wished to unconditionally support Su Chen. "Are you certain?" he finally asked. Su Chen nodded affirmatively. "I am certain. You must not disclose this to my parents. I do not wish to hear their voices swaying my judgment. The money for trading will be my own. Uncle, you only need to assist me in opening an account." Lin Yi did not question further. "All right, let me finish preparing breakfast for the little ones, and then I will help you get everything set up." "Thank you, Uncle." After completing breakfast, Lin Yi roused the kids, instructing them to brush their teeth, wash their faces, and eat. He then took Su Chen's tablet, using his own identification to help him open the trading account. Lin Yi also activated his regular live stream. The family's old viewers had this as the only means to witness the antics of their adorable grandchildren. Who knows, one day, perhaps one of his nephews could become an online sensation, and then he could bask in their glory. Upon seeing Lin Yi successfully set up the account, Su Chen said, "Uncle, I need to use your computer." Lin Yi nodded, allowing him to proceed. He followed Su Chen into the study while keeping the live stream running. Inside the study, Lin Yi remained engrossed in his game, munching on breakfast while playing. Chapter 10. Minor Refund. Commence. At this juncture, the account had been successfully established. Su Chen requested Lin Yi's assistance to transfer funds into the account. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Yi responded, "Use my uncle's funds. You should keep yours." Lin Yi transferred 1 million. 1 million? Will this suffice for your tuition? Su Chen gazed at the 1 million in his account, a tangible sum indeed. He shifted his focus from the computer screen to Lin Yi, contemplating the depth of his uncle's concealed capabilities. A single million. Listening to Lin Yi discuss tuition fees, did this imply he was merely inviting losses? Although the possibility of losses was not a certainty. The audience in the live stream erupted in disbelief. What on earth? 1 million for a kid to pay tuition in the stock market? My goodness. Why not use this capital for something more sensible, like trading stocks? Have they lost their minds? What kind of family is this? Has this kid struck it rich? Su Chen pondered over yesterday's notion. Perhaps his uncle genuinely had struck gold. "Uncle, then I shall commence." Lin Yi smiled slightly. "Whatever you choose to do, your uncle will support you." After saying this, Lin Yi retrieved his phone. "Let us record a video for my uncle." According to his instructions, make sure to say it all in one go. Lin Yi had prepared an impressive script beforehand. Su Chen glanced at the text on the phone and felt a shiver of excitement. What a cheeky move. With seriousness, Su Chen settled himself and began to recite. "To the Securities Regulatory Commission, all buy transactions henceforth are conducted by me and are unrelated to my uncle. As a minor, I take full responsibility for my actions. I kindly request the approval of my application for a minor refund." Upon finishing, Lin Yi gestured an OK sign, saving the video. "Let us get started." Su Chen earnestly began selecting stocks. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was in a frenzy. The viewer count skyrocketed into the thousands. "A minor refund? You say? Securities Commission? Refund? Not a chance, thumbs down. You gotta be kidding me. Inheriting my credit debt? I can't hold it together." Seasoned investors can think of everything, except how to make money in stocks. Would you care to keep berating us? According to the regulations, fines are imminent. Lin Yi, not well-versed in the stock market intricacies, merely sought to engage in some light-hearted antics. He had no intentions of applying for any refunds. He merely wished to document Su Chen's foray into the stock market. From this moment, the gears of Su Chen's destiny might just begin to turn. Lin Yi regarded the million with indifference. If Su Chen lost, he could afford it. If he made a profit, it wouldn't inflate Su Chen's ego. Lin Yi adjusted the camera angle, ensuring the live stream audience could not see Su Chen's stock selections. Such a broadcast would constitute a violation of rules and could lead to a ban. After a period of deliberation, Su Chen opted for a stock that was on a downward trend. Lin Yi scrutinized the stock Su Chen had chosen, its chart painted in ominous green. Is this prudent? Choosing stocks in the red? Could it be this kid is a reincarnation of Wang Duoyu? Or he'll all miss out? Ignoring Lin Yi's remarks, Su Chen proceeded to invest over 800,000 when the stock had plummeted by more than 5 points. Lin Yi swallowed hard at the sight of such a hefty investment. Investing over 800,000. Does this kid genuinely treat this as a game? Su Chen, without a hint of hesitation, invested the substantial sum. Although Lin Yi was not well acquainted with the stock market, witnessing the continuous decline signaled losses. Su Chen watched the stock plummet further, displaying no emotional response whatsoever. In fact, a smirk danced upon his lips. Minutes later, the stock hit its limit-down threshold. The situation was dire. Su Chen's actions had resulted in a loss exceeding 4 points on his investment of over 800,000. Lin Yi, familiar with the concept of limit down, covered his face in despair. Once a stock hits its limit down, barring any surprises. It may continue to plummet for several consecutive sessions, leaving one unable to sell or escape. This exemplified the merciless and terrifying nature of the stock market, a true meat grinder of the financial world. The audience in the live stream could only witness the limit down chart and began to laugh uncontrollably. Ha ha, limit down. This is truly a disaster. If all goes as expected, our Uncle S investment of over $800,000 is destined to become tuition fees. Young ones, take note, earning money is not that simple. Let this kid prepare to apply for a minor refund. Does he still dare to dream of becoming the world's richest? Observing the barrage of comments, Lin Yi began to doubt whether Su Chun possessed any talent for the stock market. Perhaps pursuing business ventures in the real world was Su Chun's true calling. With a sigh, Lin Yi rationalized that spending over $800,000 for a lesson could be worthwhile. He nudged Su Chun's chair. That's enough, little Chun. The market is crashing. Don't ever trade stocks again. Lin Yi urged Su Chun to step away from the computer screen. Best to steer clear of this volatile market. The $800,000 served as a lesson for Su Chun. One must learn from their missteps. Su Chun demandang fast, believing that such a minor drop could not defeat him. Uncle, this is merely a shakeout by the market makers. I must average down. I shall leverage my position and go all in. It won't be long before it hits the limit up. Listening to Su Chun's series of professional terms, Lin Yi realized, goodness, this guy might have been a stock market mogul in his past life, back before he tasted the bitter brew of the underworld. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Ha ha, this is madness. Today, he's leveraging. Tomorrow, he might leap from a building. Little brother, I have been reborn. This time I shall reclaim all that belongs to me. Those who once stood on the rooftop have returned. Averaging down, leveraging, going all in. This is a thumbs up. Splendid. It's a minor expenditure, and I can apply for a full refund. To be merely in my teens and already grasp the concepts of averaging down, leveraging, and going all in. They have all returned. In this life, I shall recover all my losses with interest. Little brother, I have been reborn, returning to 2024. Now, through stock trading, I shall transform this family. Averaging down, all in. Those above, your primary task is to shut down the background of those trivial novels and mindless shore dramas. Chapter 11. The Innate Stock Trading Prodigy. A Windfall. Discovering the talents of my nephews. Lin Yi found himself utterly unable to restrain Su Chun. In a moment of resignation, he attempted to dissuade Su Chun from further investing. One must understand that a single stock hitting its limit down could lead to countless subsequent limit downs. It was entirely possible to lose over $800,000 without recovering a single penny. However, Su Chun had faith in his recent studies, convinced that this stock would undoubtedly reach its limit up. The sudden plummet, he believed, was merely a tactic employed by the market manipulators. Within mere minutes of Lin Yi's intervention, the stock surged dramatically, leaping from its lowest point to its peak, achieving its limit up. Lin Yi turned back to the screen, his expression frozen in disbelief. The legendary ground-to-sky limit. Lin Yi was uncertain of many things, but he knew that, at that moment, the back-end profits had already exceeded 15%, over $800,000 yielding such a return. Lin Yi was stunned. Could it be that Su Chun truly possessed the innate gift for stock trading? The audience in the live stream erupted when they witnessed Su Chun's stock hitting its limit up, their previous scorn evaporating into sheer astonishment. Just moments ago, they had dismissed Su Chun as a mere novice. Now they were utterly dumbfounded. The ground-to-sky limit. My heavens, this must be the reincarnation of a stock god. How did he foresee such a surge? This was the true innate stock trading prodigy, starting off with a limit up and more than a dozen points to boot. Kid, I may have spoken too loudly earlier, with so many people around. I now humbly kneel before you. Take me along on your stock trading journey. In a live stream, thousands of viewers underwent an instantaneous transformation in attitude. Those who had scoffed at Su Chun's recent misfortune now displayed expressions of awe. Lin Yi and Su Chun paid little heed to the barrage of comments. Lin Yi was consumed by self-reproach had he not attempted to hinder Su Chun's progress. The profits could have been far greater. Such remarkable financial talent. He had underestimated the abilities of his nephew. This young man's capacity to turn hundreds of thousands into profit was clear evidence of his financial acumen. This stock purchase further solidified Lin Yi's conviction this young man was indeed an innate stock trading savant, a financial genius, a dual prodigy, invincible, utterly invincible. At that moment, the voice of the market sage echoed in Lin Yi's mind once more. Su Chun has once again achieved his minor goal. The host receives a reward of 20 million RMB. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes brightened. His nephew had gained over a dozen points, and he stood to earn 20 million from the sage. At that moment, Su Chun bore no ill will toward Lin Yi. In his heart, he regarded his uncle as an ordinary individual. Concern over potential risks was natural. "Uncle, do you now believe in my ability to generate profit?" Lin Yi remained silent, resolutely extracting his bank card from his wallet. "This is my entire savings. I should still have 35 million left. Take it as your initial investment in stock trading." Su Chun was taken aback by Lin Yi's words and the sight of the bank card. 35 million. His uncle was a concealed millionaire. Hadn't he already achieved financial freedom? Why then did Lin Yi still indulge in humble meals like pig-s trotter rice? Su Chun was perplexed, yet he felt that his uncle had become increasingly enigmatic. "There's no need for such a large sum. A modest initial capital will suffice for me to generate continuous profit. In fact, substantial funds can complicate matters and attract unwanted attention." Su Chun understood that the stock market was a game of wits. Once significant capital was deployed, it would create a standoff. The ensuing contest would not be as straightforward as merely predicting the next move of a stock operator with smaller investments. He needed to proceed cautiously, step by step, gaining practical experience. Lin Yi recognized Su Chun se refusal. Although he didn't fully grasp its meaning, he understood that Su Chun exhibited a remarkable composure. There was no need to impede Su Chun's development. Perhaps, in the near future, he would become a financial giant renowned across the land. Some seasoned viewers in the live stream were left questioning. 35 million, and he just pulls it out like that. If it were me, I would do the same. This innate stock trading phenomenon is incredible. Wait, host, where did you acquire such wealth? Just yesterday, you were lamenting your financial woes. This kid must be a hidden, affluent individual, playing us for laughs with his previous complaints. After witnessing Su Chun's successful maneuver, Lin Yi no longer doubted him. He allowed Su Chun to explore independently, as he had no superior guidance to offer. Meanwhile, his second nephew, Lin Yi, remained engrossed in his game. Lin Yi chose not to interrupt his most promising eldest and second nephews. They were not in need of Lin Yi's assistance at this moment. Determined, Lin Yi set out to explore the potential of his other young relatives, seeking to ascertain whether they too possessed innate gifts. Identifying their talents would enable him to tailor his approach and guide their development. Other factors could be addressed gradually later. There was nothing that a substantial sum of money could not resolve. If it couldn't be managed, then simply procure more. With his phone for the live stream in hand, Lin Yi exited the computer room, introducing his beloved nephews to the audience. "Let me introduce you all to my cherished nephews, who were just in the computer room. My eldest nephew, Su Chun, and my second nephew, Lin Yi. Su Chun is the only child of my elder sister and is quite favored. My second nephew is the son of my second sister, who has 2 sons. The other is Zhan Chong, brothers from the Zhan family. And here, right now, is the tallest one in this living room." Lin Yi wrapped an arm around Zhan Chong as he presented him to the audience. He had resolved to conduct the live stream as a form of distraction. Even if it didn't take off, he could utilize the funds to buy traffic. Becoming an internet celebrity would provide a reasonable explanation for his savings. Lin Yi continued to introduce each of his nephews, as the viewer count rose from a few thousand to a stabilized 10,000. The gifts were modest at that moment. His 6th and 7th nephews, Chen Yu Zhe and Chen Yu Xiao, approached Lin Yi. Uncle, we mentioned performing a show for you yesterday. We've already prepared it. Would you like to see it now?" The brothers, one with a violin and the other with a guitar, were eager to entertain Lin Yi. Naturally, he was thrilled to witness a performance from his nephews. Who knows, perhaps one was an innate violin virtuoso and the other an innate guitar prodigy. Chapter 12. The celestial master remained silent, solely engaged in broadcasting TikTok #1. Under Lin Yi's response, Chen Yuza snapped his fingers, prompting the other little ones to swiftly clear the living room, creating a makeshift stage for the two brothers. At that moment, the youngest nephew, Yi Lail, set down his Wangzai milk and ambled toward the piano, proclaiming, "Uncle, I can play too." The other children, not causing any disruption, helped draw the curtains and dim the lights, plunging the room into a deeper darkness. Meanwhile, the twin sisters, Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, approached Lin Yi. "Uncle, let me tell you, this performance will surely make you an internet sensation." With those words, the sisters moved to the back. Lin Yi, intrigued, wondered what these little ones were about to present. At that moment, Chen Yuza announced, "Now we will perform for Uncle, a collaborative rendition of Years." Lin Yi was taken aback. "Years? These kids are familiar with that song." He addressed the live stream audience. "Now, we bring you a collaborative performance of Years by my nephews. Everyone, show your support in the comments." Upon hearing the song title, the viewers erupted in excitement. What? Years? A Great Love, Celestial Master's anthem. I don't understand this Great Love, Celestial Master. I only know Hua Qiangu. Hua Qiangu is also a curse. Another name being Hua Qiangu. Oh my goodness. Everything is a curse. As the melody of Years resonated, the number of viewers in the live stream surged, drawn in by the song's allure. Following Lin Yi's announcement, Chen Yuza added, "In the desolate valley, the cold wind blows. The youth returns in the spring and autumn." His words ignited the live stream once more, attracting numerous viewers. At that moment, the piano began to play. Lin Yi glanced at his youngest nephew, Yi Lail, noting the harmony in the notes. The rhythm was unmistakably that of Years. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Lail is truly a prodigy at the piano. He had merely mentioned it in passing yesterday. Could it be? As the piano continued, Chen Yuza's accompanying vocals and guitar chimed in simultaneously. Circles traced the fingerprints imprinted upon my lips, memories of bitter kisses. Lin Yi stood stunned, recognizing the flawless rhythm. Meanwhile, the twin sisters, Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, had somehow procured glowing wings, fluttering like butterflies behind Chen Yuza and Chen Yuxiao on stage. Lin Yi was left speechless. The live stream audience, captivated by the performance, erupted in excitement. Celestial Dance. Wow, your nephews are all fans of the Great Love, Celestial Master. Surely, these little ones must have discovered the Master's hidden treasures. That piano-playing child doesn't seem like a beginner. He plays as if he had never forgotten. A prodigy at the piano has emerged. One is a born financial guru, another a stock trading savant, and yet another a gaming expert. Goodness, this fellow's nephews are extraordinary. Host, do you have any other children to recommend who aren't so talented? Indeed, this fellow has a total of 16 nephews. Yi Lail's piano playing kept pace with Chen Yuza and Chen Yuxiao's ensemble, astonishing Lin Yi. He moved closer to observe Yi Lail's technique. Those tender hands danced elegantly across the piano keys. Lin Yi trembled, overwhelmed by the sheer brilliance of his nephews. The number of viewers in the live stream surged, climbing from over 10,000 to 30,000. At this moment, the wealth celestial Gu seemed to manifest before Lin Yi, ready to be refined. Many fans who adored Years flooded the live stream with gifts, some ardent followers of the Great Love, Celestial Master, others fans of Hua Qiangu. At that moment, Lin Yi's top spot was overtaken by a devoted fan of the Great Love, Celestial Master. The audience was in a frenzy. Enough. I'm going to cry. The Celestial Master remained silent, solely engaged in broadcasting TikTok #1. His singing lacks technique, true, but he is an exceptional guitarist. A prodigy at the guitar, and that one beside him must surely be a prodigy at the violin. How come this uncle's nephews are all so extraordinary? I can already envision tomorrow's headlines. Did you hear? The Lin family has married off 7 daughters, giving birth to 16 divine children. As their performance concluded, Lin Yi sincerely applauded his nephews. The other little ones joined in fervent applause. His youngest nephew, Yi Lail, along with the 6th and 7th nephews, Chen Yuza and Chen Yuxiao, beamed with joy from Lin Yi's praise. They merely wish to see their uncle smile. The guest performers, sisters Gu Shu Shu and Gu Yaya, removed their glowing wings. Just as Gu Shu Shu had declared at the start, Uncle, this will surely make you famous. Chapter 13. Were you the one who saved the galaxy in your past life? So many exceedingly talented nephews. It seems that Gu Shu Shu's words have come true. Lin Yi's live stream has surpassed 50,000 viewers, with a plethora of gifts pouring in. Lin Yi is uncertain whether this surge in popularity is fleeting or enduring. At this moment, the voice of Tongzi Gu resonates in his mind. Ding! Nephew number 16, Yi Lai Lai, has completed her debut performance. Talent: possesses a gift for piano. Nephew number 6, Chun Yuza, has completed his debut performance. Talent: possesses a gift for guitar with basic emotional singing skills. Nephew number 7, Chun Yuxiao, has completed his debut performance. Talent: possesses a gift for violin. This round of rewards offers 3 options. Option 1, 100 million RMB. Option 2, max level piano skills. Option 3, max level singing skills. Listening to Tongzi Gu, Lin Yi realizes that 3 of his nephew's talents have been identified. To his surprise, Chun Yuza possesses a dual talent. If he continues to develop his singing and playing, his future prospects are boundless. As he considers the rewards, a question arises in his mind. Tongzi Gu, will the unselected rewards reappear in the future? Lin Yi finds himself in a quandary. He desperately desires 100 million, which he needs urgently. He does not wish for his nephews to feel cramped in this 130 square meter apartment, where even bathing requires queuing. He yearns for the means to acquire a villa, granting these precious nephews their own space and privacy. While he longs for those max-level skills, they are not his immediate priority. At that moment, Tongzi Gu responds, assuring him that any unselected talents will indeed reappear in the reward pool. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi decisively chooses the 100 million RMB. He envisions a grand villa for his nephews, allowing them to frolic freely within its walls. They are all deserving of it. Lin Yi affectionately ruffles Chun Yu's hair, pats Chun Yuxiao, and embraces Yi Lai Lai. They are all remarkable. Their performances were splendid. Uncle gives you a perfect score, but remember, do not become complacent. Keep striving. The 3 little ones exchange gleeful glances. At this moment, the twin sisters, Gu Shu Shu and Gu Yaya, rush over. Uncle is biased, only hugging Lai Lai. Uncle, I want a hug too. We all do. Under the playful insistence of Gu Shu Shu and Gu Yaya, they push Lin Yi onto the sofa, each vying for an affectionate embrace. Lin Yi finds himself overwhelmed by the combined effort of the little ones. Although they are young, the 3rd child, Zhan Chong, is also present, and his strength surpasses that of his uncle. All right, one at a time. Let's hug. You are all Uncle's wonderful children. Lin Yi is elated, wishing for all the time in the world to accompany these little ones as they grow. Work? What a trivial concern. The audience in the live stream gazes enviously at this heartwarming scene. Ah, they're all so adorable. I wish I had so many nephews. In the future, I want to fear having no one to carry my coffin. They are envious of the host. Was this host a savior of the galaxy in a past life? To have so many wonderful nephews and such a close bond with them. My own nephews don't even know what to call me during the new year. How pitiful. This fellow is truly fortunate. In the live stream, some viewers delve deeper into Lin Yi's past, searching for recordings of his broadcasts. They discover Lin Yi's nephews all seem to possess innate, extraordinary abilities. One is a prodigy in financial management and stock trading. Another is a gaming genius. Now, 3 more have emerged. A prodigy in piano, a 2.5-year-old with a sweet voice, a guitar prodigy, and a violin prodigy. In just 2 short days, netizens have identified 5 exceptionally talented nephews among Lin Yi's 16. The others also appear to be remarkable in their own right. The twin sisters are not only charming, but also strikingly beautiful, enough to make one envision their future suitors. It is evident that these twins are anything but ordinary. Meanwhile, Lin Yi finds himself nearly suffocated by the affection of the little ones. All right, let us get up. Uncle can't breathe. At his words, they quickly scramble to their feet. Ah, they're all Uncle's precious darlings. Of course, they all want a hug. One by one, they line up, and at Lin Yi's invitation, they embrace him in order of age. Lin Yi feels immense joy, knowing that his affection for these little ones is reciprocated. All right, let's hold a family meeting. Xiao Chong, please ask your older brother and Chungu to stop what they're doing. Zhan Chong nods earnestly and rushes to the study to summon Zhan Yi and Su Chun for the meeting. The little ones quietly take their seats on small stools. They may be rebellious at home, but they still heed Uncle's words. Lin Yi observes that all 16 little ones are settled and nod seriously. Now, there is something I would like to ask your opinions on. Please speak one at a time. Upon hearing this, they remain silent, nodding in earnest. Do you feel that Uncle's house is small, narrow, and uncomfortable? As Lin Yi finishes speaking, they exchange glances. Su Chun furrows his brow. Uncle, are you thinking of moving? I could use my savings to help you. Upon hearing Su Chun's suggestion, Lin Yi quickly waves his hand. No need for that. Uncle appreciates your kindness. He turns to Xiao Yi. What are your thoughts? Zhan Yi shakes his head in silence. Narrow? Uncomfortable? He does not perceive it that way. Every holiday spent at Uncle's house is the happiest time of his year, a chance to play freely without parental restrictions. How could he feel anything but comfort? In contrast, at home, in their 100-square-meter apartment, it is just him and his brother, while their parents often make him feel constrained. Seeing Zhan Yi remain quiet, Lin Yi looks to Zhan Chong. He too shakes his head. I think it's great. The younger ones follow suit, expressing no desire for change. For them, Uncle's home is warm and inviting. They do not grasp the concept of crowding. Would you like to live in a grand villa with your own rooms? Lin Yi invites. The little ones exchange glances. A large house, but that requires a lot of money. The youngest nephew, Yi Lai, remains silent, rummaging through his pocket to produce a red envelope. This is from Grandma when we left home. Yi Lai approaches Lin Yi. Uncle, this is for you. He does not comprehend the notion of a villa. He only knows that Uncle might need money. Perhaps Uncle is short on funds. He offers everything he has. Lin Yi gazes at Yi Lai's envelope, momentarily speechless. The other little ones gather their allowances as well. Lin Yi is taken aback. I'm not asking you for money. Uncle is financially secure. Just tell me what you think. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, they cease their actions. The older ones lead the way, shaking their heads in unison, indicating they do not wish for Uncle to spend excessively or go into debt. Lin Yi merely smiles gently, choosing to hold off on revealing a surprise for them later. Chapter 14. The innate sacred body strolling everywhere, a dual supreme. Lin Yi chose not to engage further with the younger ones after dissolving the family meeting, allowing them to entertain themselves. He approached Yi Lai, who was sipping on AD calcium, and lifted her up. Little Lai, could you play a couple more notes for your uncle? Lin Yi asked, his curiosity piqued. Was Yi Lai truly, as the online chatter suggested, drinking a diluted version of Mengpa soup? It seemed she hadn't just learned. Rather, she appeared to retain her skills quite well. After all, the piano had only arrived the night before, and Lin Yi had yet to witness her formal practice. Yet, here she was, playing with remarkable proficiency. Despite being distracted by Chun Yu's emotionally charged performance devoid of technique, Lin Yi couldn't help but notice the piano's rhythm remained impeccable. Yi Lai was seated at the piano, her fingers dancing across the keys with a captivating cadence. Lin Yi yached in astonishment. The audience in the live stream chat erupted in excitement. Look at that. This hardly resembles a novice's effort. The quality of Mengpa soup has deteriorated in recent years. Lai is simply exceptional. Does the host have any other child prodigies to recommend? Indeed. Lin Yi mused, he must be the most formidable uncle on the planet. With 16 nephews and nieces, each one seemingly extraordinary, the rest of the little ones must possess remarkable talents as well. At that moment, Gu Shushu approached Lin Yi with a sulky expression, her lips pouting. Uncle, you can't deny it. You are biased. You always hold her. Gu Shushu had noticed Lin Yi's preference for Yi Lai. Listening to her words, Lin Yi responded, Shushu, you're 10 years old now. Don't speak nonsense. Each of you is my precious gem. Lai is still small and easy to hold. I used to carry you and Yaya when you were younger. Recalling those fond memories, Gu Shushu ran off playfully, ceasing her complaints. Lin Yi observed Yi Lai engrossed in her piano playing while he began searching online for a real estate agent. Contemplating the purchase of a spacious villa in the bustling metropolis. He recalled that even the least expensive villas started at around 50 to 60 million. He intended to delegate the process to an agent, as he scarcely had the time to manage the paperwork himself. With so many children at home, and his eldest, Su-chun, still a minor, he was reluctant to leave them unattended for long stretches. Lin Yi planned to acquire several vehicles and seek a reliable security company, ideally one that could provide a driver to facilitate outings with the little ones. He was currently scouring the internet for options while watching Eli play. Approaching Gu Shu and Gu Yaya, Lin Yi contemplated the extraordinary talents of his 16 nephews and nieces. He had a clearer understanding of Su-chun, Zhan Yi, Chun Yuza, Chun Yuxiao, and Yi Lai, but Shu and Yaya remained enigmatic. He noted the trend of Zhan Chong and the fourth niece, Gu Ying, who had recently purchased boxing gloves together, an indication of their interest in boxing. Three sisters, who had married into the Gu family, had 4 daughters, the eldest Gu Ying and the second, Gu Qingshu. Gu Qingshu ranked 5th among Lin Yi's nephews, and after her, the twins Gu Shu and Gu Yaya followed in 8th and 9th place. Chun Yuza and Chun Yuxiao were born to 4th sister, making them older than Shu and Yaya. Lin Yi felt increasingly assured about the paths of Zhan Chong and Gu Ying, while he chose not to disturb Gu Qingshu, who was diligently reading. Instead, he focused on the 2 playful girls, Shu and Yaya, who had selected a variety of small toys without a clear indication of their interests. Shu, Yaya, what are you playing? He inquired. The 2 girls turned to him in unison. We're playing Ludo, Uncle. Want to join? Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. Uncle doesn't fancy that game. May I ask you something? Of course, they replied. You see, your older cousins and younger brother all have their unique hobbies. Do you have any special interests of your own? At Lin Yi's question, Shu and Yaya exchanged glances before responding in unison, yes. But our favorite things are at the arcade. Lin Yi furonet, perpliet. What hobbies could possibly be found in an arcade? It's the claw machine and those coin pusher games. My sister can always grab whatever I want. And with the coin pusher, she hits the jackpot every time. It's so much fun. But the arcade near our home won't let us in anymore, Gu Shu explained, causing Lin Yi to furrow his brow in contemplation. What kind of talent was this? He pondered deeply, unable to fathom the nature of their abilities. An innate talent for arcade games? That seemed implausible. As Gu Shu and Gu Yaya resumed their game of Ludo, Shu noticed her sister consistently rolling 6s. I'm done playing. This isn't fun at all. You roll 6s every time, while I only get 1s. Shu complained from the sofa, while Yaya simply smiled serenely. Lin Yi listened to Shu's lament, raising an eyebrow as he examined Yaya's die, noting it exhibited numbers 1 through 6. How could it be that she rolled only 6s? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his pupils widened in realization. Chapter 15. None capable of combat. It seems you are the challengers. Could it be a natural-born koi saint body? Is this truly a form of innate talent? Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Luck. How does one ascend to greatness? If the twin Gu Yaya possesses such fortuitous luck as a koi, then sister Gu Shu must be even more extraordinary. From Gu Shu's words, Lin Yi still could not deduce what unique talent sister Gu Shu possessed. Lin Yi hesitated to ponder further and refrained from inquiring. He decided to temporarily set aside the exploration of the twins' talents. Certain information might attract the attention of the more observant individuals in the live stream. He would research it privately when time permitted. Lin Yi affectionately ruffled the hair of Gu Shu and Gu Yaya. All right, you may continue your play. Uncle shall not disturb you. Just then, the doorbell rang. Lin Yi peered through the peephole and was surprised to find a real estate agent had arrived. The speed was rather impressive. Lin Yi invited the agent in for a discussion. The agent, upon seeing the multitude of children in Lin Yi's home, remarked, Mr. Lin, I'm a real estate agent. I heard you were in search of a villa, and I specifically came to inquire about your intentions. These are? The agent gazed at the array of adorable children. Lin Yi replied, these are all my nephews. The agent was taken aback. All nephews? Not a single one of your own? Mr. Lin is truly fortunate. So many nephews. Lin Yi simply smiled and shook his head. Fortunate indeed. However, these little rascals can be quite mischievous in their youth. When returning to my hometown for the new year, stuffing firecrackers in my pockets was no exaggeration. With a snap, it happened rather quickly. Fortunately, the firecrackers were rather harmless. Otherwise, he would have had to keep an eye on each of them, ensuring their safety. Lin even discussed his requirements with the agent. I find it inconvenient to leave home. As you can see, with so many children at home, it's not easy for me to step out. There are certain formalities that I would need your company to assist with. As for the villa, I prefer one that is spacious, ideally with an independent estate. The more rooms, the better, and within a budget of 80 million. Lin Yi resolved to reserve 20 million for hiring bodyguards and purchasing a vehicle for easier transportation. The bodyguards would ensure the safety of these little ones. He alone could not keep watch over them all. The agent nodded in response to Lin Yi's needs. By tonight, at the latest, I will provide you with a reply on WeChat. This is a significant deal, and we can earn quite a commission. For Lin Yi, the commission was of little concern. He merely wished for things to be handled efficiently. Also, I require your company to help me find a reliable top-tier security firm. The agent hesitated for a moment. Although it was outside their usual business scope, finding a reputable security company was still a straightforward task. All right. After concluding the discussion with Lin Yi, the agent departed. At that moment, Lin Yi's third nephew, Zhan Chong, along with his fourth niece, Gu Ying, expressed their desire to go out and play. Uncle, we wish to venture outside for a bit. Lin Yi regarded Zhan Chong and Gu Ying, both of whom were now in middle school and no longer children. Very well, but do not stray too far. Just play around the community. Ying, bring your phone. If anything comes up, call Uncle immediately. Lin Yi considered that having the two of them leave together would provide some oversight. Zhan Chong was robust and strong. It would be unlikely for anyone to challenge him. Gu Ying also possessed a certain fierceness. The Gu family increasingly viewed her as the son they had always wished for, hoping to raise her as such. Gu Ying was quite different from her sister, Gu Qingshu. Gu Qingshu exuded an aura of a dedicated scholar, while Gu Ying embodied the spirit of a brave young man. With Lin Yi's approval, Zhan Chong and Gu Ying discreetly exited. They knew that the younger ones would likely create a ruckus upon their departure, so they chose to slip out quietly. As they made their way outside, Lin Yi reasoned that as long as Gu Ying had her phone, everything would be fine. He began to leisurely prepare lunch. Meanwhile, Zhan Chong and Gu Ying had not ventured far, opting instead to jog in the nearby park. Both shared an interest in boxing. Gu Ying, being a girl, possessed a boyish spirit, driven by her desire to protect her three younger sisters. Throughout her life, their parents, grandparents, and uncle had urged her to look after Gu Qingshu, Gu Shushu, and Gu Yiya. Zhan Chong, on the other hand, had no other ambition than to become stronger, so that when his uncle grew old, he could be there to protect him. He cared not for anything else. Anyone who dared to bully his uncle would face his full might. In the grassy area, Zhan Chong and Gu Ying observed a group wrestling, curiosity drawing them closer while maintaining a respectful distance. Zhan Chong scoffed at their antics, recognizing that they were part of the local clique in the community. Upon noticing the unfamiliar faces of Zhan Chong and Gu Ying, the group ceased their activities. Among them was a small tyrant, the most formidable middle schooler in the area, revered by the younger children as the local leader. Hey, which community are you from? We haven't seen you around before. Zhan Chong pointed to the community where his uncle resided, replying, that one. Upon realizing they were from the same community, the group assumed they had just moved in. Noticing Zhan Chong's robust build, one of them felt compelled to challenge him, seeking to assert dominance. How old are you? Me? 14, Zhan Chong responded. The self-proclaimed leader was momentarily taken aback to learn they were the same age. Shall we have a match? If you win, you become the leader of our community. If you lose, you must call me leader for life. Zhan Chong surveyed the group, dismissing them with a thought. In his eyes, none possessed any real combat capability. The one claiming leadership would be easily subdued with a single punch on any ordinary day. Gu Ying remained silent, simply shaking her head and smiling at the absurdity of challenging her brother. To think of going against him? How foolish! After a moment's contemplation, Zhan Chong queried, are you sure? Why not have all 5 of you come at me together? I would not want you to accuse me of bullying you. To Zhan Chong, these individuals were merely small fry. It appears you are the true challengers. Chapter 16. What is wrong with my uncle? It is not that Zhang Chong looks down upon them. With their frail physiques, he could easily incapacitate them with a single punch. Gu Yingying, listening quietly from the side, remained silent. Zhang Chong was born with an extraordinary physique, possessing strength unmatched by his peers. His grandparents often praised him, likening him to an ox, a testament to their highest regard for him. In the eyes of the older generation, being strong and able to eat heartily was a mark of approval. Zhang Chong arrogantly proclaimed he could take on 5 of them, inciting a fair amount of anger among the small group. Who does he think he is? He dares to challenge all 5 of us. The leader of the small group, however, did not waste words and approached Zhang Chong with a fierce demeanor. Zhang Chong remained rooted in place as a punch was thrown at his chest. Yet, he did not flinch, absorbing the full force of the leader's strike. With a contemptuous gaze, he looked down at his opponent, thinking, is this all they got? He almost laughed at the thought of such weakness being a leader. With a swift motion, he pushed the opponent away with a slap, sending him sprawling onto the grass. Zhang Chong had no intention of genuinely engaging in a fight. He merely taunted them to come at him together. His words undeniably enraged the small group. In their neighborhood, they had always considered themselves the little tyrants. How could they allow a newcomer to bully them? Clenching their fists, they charged at Zhang Chong. The leader of the small group rallied his companions to join in the fray. Gu Yingying shook her head helplessly from the sidelines, while Zhang Chong, facing the onslaught of a dozen or so opponents, felt exhilarated. He met each of them with a slap or a kick, as if possessed by the spirit of a warrior. A few of the challengers could not withstand Zhang Chong's might and fell to the grass, crying out in pain. Some punches landed on Zhang Chong, but he bore them stoically, countering with his own strikes. One unfortunate soul faced Zhang Chong's fist directly, resulting in a spray of blood from his nose. The younger children had never witnessed such brutality. Bloodshed was a shocking sight for them. It's over for you. They all retreated in fear. Zhang Chong was bewildered. How could they be so foolish as to take his punch with their faces? Nearby parents, hearing the commotion, rushed to the scene, only to find their children sprawled on the ground, one bleeding from a nose. They indiscriminately blamed Zhang Chong. Which child is yours? What's going on? Why are you hitting people? We'll call the police to have you arrested. Where did this wild child come from? Little did they know, their children had instigated a fight they could not handle. Zhang Chong was facing more than a dozen opponents, enduring punches that fell like rain. Although they were mere pinpricks to him, they were still real blows. Surely, he would just stand there and take it. That was out of the question. He recalled the lessons taught by his uncle. He could not bully others nor allow himself to be bullied. Gu Yingying, witnessing the parents berating Zhang Chong, saw one furious parent of the bleeding child try to grab Zhang Chong for compensation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly called Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi was live streaming while preparing lunch when he received a voice message from Gu Yingying. Uncle, hurry! Zhang Chong is in trouble. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yi hastily removed his apron. What happened? Where are you? Gu Yingying informed him that they were at the park near the neighborhood. All right, I'm on my way. Lin Yi rushed to the computer room, looking at Su Chun and Zhang Yi. Come to the living room and check on the younger ones. There has been an incident with Xiao Chong outside. Don't open the door for anyone who doesn't hear my voice. Su Chun frowned but nodded. Okay, uncle, you go ahead. Lin Yi dashed out, urgency propelling him forward, leaving the live stream running and the camera focused. The viewers noticed the sudden shift in atmosphere. Lin Yi had gone from cheerfully cooking to a state of tension. What's going on? Zhang Chong is in trouble? Is it the nephew who just left? He couldn't have been abducted, could he? Surely not. His anxious demeanor revealed the depth of his affection for his nephews. As Lin Yi exited the elevator, he sprinted towards the park adjacent to the neighborhood. Meanwhile, the parents had summoned the property management staff and security, demanding a resolution. Not only had their children been hurt, but one was also bleeding profusely from the nose. They insisted on accountability. Zhang Chong remained silent, allowing the parents to hurl insults at him. They were the ones who could not handle the fight. They challenged him collectively. He was merely defending himself against their relentless attacks. Lin Yi arrived, panting, and stepped in front of Zhang Chong to shield him from the onslaught of accusations. Wait, I'm a child guardian. Could you please explain what transpired? I'm here to address this. Seeing the crying children, some with swollen eyes and one still bleeding, Lin Yi's heart sank. Zhan Chong, upon seeing his uncle, stood obediently behind him, saying nothing. If they couldn't handle the game, they shouldn't play at all. However, upon noticing Lin Yi, the parents began to berate him, seeking compensation for their grievances. What kind of parent are you? Your child has harmed mine. If we hadn't arrived in time, he could have been seriously injured. Exactly. My child is still bleeding. He might have a broken nose. We demand compensation. You clearly can't even raise your child properly. You must be worthless. Some parents demanded compensation, while others simply vented their frustrations on Lin Yi. He frowned at the accusations. Zhan Chong, fighting back against so many, he could hardly believe it. Surely there was more to the story. The parents only spoke of Zhan Chong's actions without clarifying the context. Standing behind Lin Yi, Zhan Chong listened to the one-sided accusations. Gu Yingying stepped forward. Uncle, they're lying. They all ganged up to attack Xiao Chong, and he only fought back after they struck him multiple times. With Gu Yingying's words, Lin Yi looked at Zhan Chong. At that moment, Zhan Chong's fists were clenched, his gaze fixed on the aggressive parents before him. He was tired of their insults. He no longer wished to intervene in this matter. If they continued to insult his uncle, he would not hesitate to retaliate against these adults. He felt no fear in the face of their anger and had no qualms about any principles regarding not striking women. If there were principles to uphold, his uncle was his only principle. Insulting his uncle, right or wrong, he no longer wished to explain. What is wrong with my uncle? Zhan Chong's finger pointed at the aggressive old woman who had insulted his uncle. Chapter 17. With a flick of the finger, the rap begins. Zhan Chong exuded an imposing aura, unleashing a palpable sense of menace. Insults directed at him, such as calling him a wild child, rolled off his back. But a derogatory remark about his uncle would not go unchallenged. Gu Yingying, witnessing the scene, was taken aback. Lin Yi too felt the simmering anger radiating from Zhan Chong. The audience in the live stream, having witnessed the entire episode, erupted in excitement at Zhan Chong's fierce demeanor. How dare you say anything about my mother? One viewer exclaimed. They're all palpable. He is practically a legendary warrior, taking on a dozen foes without sustaining a scratch. Incredible, truly remarkable. The audience was astonished by Zhan Chong's raw combat prowess as he single-handedly brought a dozen adversaries to tears. They didn't need to comprehend the reasons behind the brawl or the events leading up to it. All they knew was that Zhan Chong had vanquished numerous opponents. A quick review revealed that Lin Yi's 16 nephews were all exceptionally formidable. At that moment, Lin Yi's mind echoed with the voice of Tong Zige. Ding! Nephew number 3. Zhan Chong has achieved victory against multiple opponents. Talent. Possesses innate boxing ability. Reward. Choose one. Option 1. 50 million renminbi. Option 2. Maximum level martial arts. Without hesitation, Lin Yi opted for the maximum level martial arts. At present, financial resources were not a pressing concern. What he needed was skill. Perhaps it would aid Zhan Chong on his boxing journey. Lin Yi pulled Zhan Chong aside, wishing to prevent him from continuing the fight. In truth, Zhan Chong had done nothing wrong. The fault lay with the others. Yingying, Xiao Chong, you both return home. Allow your uncle to handle this matter. Lin Yi regarded the situation as trivial, not wanting Zhan Chong to be subjected to further insults. Zhan Chong, hearing Lin Yi's words, was reluctantly led away by Gu Yingying, who understood that if Lin Yi remained silent, Zhan Chong would inevitably retaliate fiercely. Once Zhan Chong departed, Lin Yi, hands in his pockets, contemplated the absurdity of the situation. He possessed wealth aplenty and was undeniably formidable in his own right. He had merely sought to shield Zhan Chong from witnessing his more ruthless side. To his nephews, he had always maintained a demeanor of gentility. Yet now, he was prepared to unleash his wrath. With a mere flick of his finger, he began his tirade. How dare you insult my mother? Let me see how thick your family tree is to challenge me with your petty complaints. Children engaging in play fights were inescapable. And when they sought to provoke his nephew, did they truly believe Zhan Chong would be defeated? Had they not considered that if his strong build had been compromised, they would be the ones facing dire consequences? Lin Yi's fury began to boil over. If my nephew had been injured, those whining little brats would find themselves in a world of trouble, should they wish to seek reimbursement for medical expenses. Let them know I will gladly burn a few notes for them when the time comes. Lin Yi's indignation surged forth. Had Zhan Chong not been resilient, the outcome could have been dire. Upon hearing the details, he had already been suppressing his rage. With Zhan Chong and Gu Yingyin gone, he saw no reason to continue feigning restraint. In terms of decorum, he had always maintained civility before family. Yet outside, he was a force to be reckoned with, unrelenting in his verbal assaults. After all, they had ignited this conflict first. The audience in the live stream was left speechless. Wow, he has unleashed his wrath. The rap has commenced. Laughter erupted. Exactly. This is how you deal with such uncouth individuals. As the live stream audience swelled, Lin Yi received multiple warnings. But he remained undeterred, treating the warnings as mere punctuation. The parents of the children stood in stunned silence, realizing they had underestimated him. Lin Yi had grown weary of these unruly individuals. If he were to apologize, it would only embolden them further. The optimal solution was to counter their antics with his own. Money? He had more than enough. Why should he pay them? Lin Yi had no intention of seeking compensation for the children who had confronted his nephew. After all, Zhan Chong had delivered a genuine lesson in practical combat. His words left the parents at a loss, their faces flushed with embarrassment. The property management and security personnel were caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, Lin Yi had been mild-mannered. Now, he had unleashed his full fury. From their perspective, Zhan Chong had done nothing wrong. Facing numerous opponents and emerging victorious was commendable. What if he had lost? Lin Yi, after delivering his scathing remarks, left with his hands in his pockets. If there are any issues, feel free to contact the authorities. If your child has sustained a minor injury, they should be thankful that my nephew showed restraint. Should I discover any serious injuries, you will be held accountable. For Lin Yi, there was no question of Zhan Chong bearing the brunt of the blame. It was a matter of principle. The reality was that a dozen had sought to bully one, only to face retaliation. As Lin Yi departed, the parents reflected on the situation. Noticing that their children were not gravely injured, they resolved to avoid further conflict. They chose instead to leave in a huff, chastising their children for their misbehavior. The child who had sustained a nosebleed was the most affected, bewildered as he watched the other parents relent. What was he to do now? Eventually, he returned home to let his father handle matter. Lin Yi observed them disperse, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this method of resolution proved far more effective than monetary compensation. It relieved Zhan Chong of undue pressure while allowing Lin Yi to vent his frustrations. Truly a win-win situation. Chapter 18. Challenge? Recognize who the true challenger is. Should they wish to continue seeking an explanation, Lin Yi would not mind squandering a little time with them. However, if they were to gain even a slight advantage, he would consider himself a failure. Lin Yi was eager to return home to check on Zhan Chong's condition. Although it appeared that Zhan Chong had effortlessly taken down a dozen opponents, Lin Yi was aware that during a fight, adrenaline can greatly diminish one's pain threshold. Hastening home, he found his nephews awaiting his return. Suchin approached him, asking, "Uncle, how are you?" Suchin had just been with Gu Yingyin and Zhan Chong, learning the full story, and felt that a monetary compensation would suffice to resolve the matter. Lin Yi smiled reassuringly. "Everything is settled. No need to worry." Zhan Chong, "Come here. Let me see if you were hurt," Lin Yi said. Zhan Chong stepped forward, spinning around to show he was unharmed. "I'm fine, uncle." Their punches felt like cotton. How could they possibly hurt me? For Zhan Chong, their strikes were no more than a tickle. Lin Yi surveyed him and, satisfied, let out a sigh of relief. Zhan Chong inquired, "Uncle, how did you resolve it? Did they give you a hard time? If they insulted you?" Awad V stormed over to their place and knocked on their door. He could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of his uncle. Lin Yi chuckled lightly. "No, it was all settled with just a couple of words. They didn't insult me." Lin Yi refrained from revealing the truth, that it had been a one-sided barrage of insults from them, as their parents were clearly in the wrong and dared not retort. Zhan Chong, satisfied, declared, "All right then, you all go play. Uncle needs to get back to cooking." With that, Lin Yi returned to preparing dinner, contemplating how to help Zhan Chong grow even stronger. After all, he had mastered his skills and could impart some knowledge to Zhan Chong. As for the other little ones, Lin Yi was not overly anxious about their talent development. In his eyes, each of these youngsters possessed extraordinary potential that required careful guidance and nurturing. After finishing the meal, he called for them to wash their hands and sit down to eat. Once they finished, some of the children were sleepy and ready for a nap. Lin Yi, the aspiring esports warrior, was relentless, dedicating nearly all his time to gaming, except for meals and bathroom breaks. Lin Yi was contemplating the swift purchase of a villa. A spacious villa would provide ample room for them to exercise and unwind. Just then, the doorbell rang. It was the father of the little tyrant who had been bloodied, who had acquired Lin Yi's apartment number for the property management to confront him directly. Upon opening the door, Lin Yi was greeted by a burly man whose biceps were larger than his nephew's head. Lin Yi regarded him and asked, "Who are you? Let's talk outside." The man replied, not elaborating further. Lin Yi glanced back at his nephews and quietly closed the door behind him. "You are the parent of that robust little brat? Today, my child was struck and left with a bloody nose. While I believe it was merely playful mischief, I won't pursue the matter further," the man stated. Lin Yi, bemused, smirked. It was quite amusing. "So what is it you want?" The man, with a cold smile, responded, "Children play their games, and adults have theirs. Let's settle this matter in an adult manner. I own a boxing gym across the street. I hope you will come and spar with me. If you lose, I will double your medical expenses. I assume you're not one to merely talk big?" Having overheard his wife's grievances, he had come to confront Lin Yi. While playful scuffles among children were one thing, this had escalated to an adult game. With a dismissive glance, he assessed Lin Yi, convinced that Lin Yi would be bettered in after just one round. Without waiting for Lin Yi's response, he turned and left, having achieved his goal. If Lin Yi refused, he would be deemed a coward, a mere talker. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, merely smiled, unaffected by anger. How intriguing. Did he wish to challenge him? Lin Yi would ensure the man understood who the true challenger was. The moment he attained mastery of his skills, he had anticipated a confrontation. He was ready to deliver a decisive blow. Little did he expect an invitation to engage in a fair match on a ring. With mastery in his grasp, Lin Yi knew that what was produced by his own efforts would undoubtedly be exceptional. The audience in the live stream erupted in chatter. "Wait, I know this guy. He asked the boxing champion from Magic City. We can't provoke him. Host, you'll be in grave danger if you challenge him. This isn't a joking matter. You could end up in a wheelchair for life." Indeed, upon researching the man's background, it was clear he was a formidable boxer. Just by looking at his bulging biceps, one could tell he was not to be trifled with. Lin Yi noticed the comments in the live chat. He asked Toast. He smiled faintly, dismissing the viewers' concerns. Upon returning home, he did not disclose what had transpired earlier. Instead, he quietly awaited dinner time, deciding to step out to buy groceries first. "You all behave while I'm gone," he instructed. They nodded in agreement. Zhang Chang approached, asking, "Should I go with you to get something?" Lin Yi affectionately ruffled Zhang Chang's hair. "No need. Uncle will manage this time. Just keep an eye on the little ones." Lin Yi planned to take advantage of his grocery run to settle this matter. Chapter 19. With his hands tucked into his pockets, the uncle appeared somewhat lost after the incident with his nephew was resolved. It was now his turn to take action. The nephews, each more formidable than the last, left him no room for complacency. As he observed Lin Yi stepping out, he thought little of it. Lin Yi, casually dressed in slippers with his hands in his pockets, strolled leisurely towards the exit of the community. The audience in the live stream had already surmised Lin Yi's intentions. "Hockey, Yi, are you truly going to confront them with the strength of an ordinary person? You could easily refuse to engage in this duel. Yet you choose to go and deliver yourself instead. Hockey, do not attempt to play the hero single-handedly." The opponent, stripping off his shirt to reveal a muscular physique, left the audience imagining the unfortunate fate awaiting the streamer. The spectators reminisced. That year, the uncle, hands in pockets, tried to show off and ended up utterly defeated. The viewers in the live stream possessed a clear understanding of Lin Yi's combat capabilities. After all, his adversary was the boxing champion of the city. There's no need to ponder the validity of this title. Merely analyzing the physique gave insight into Lin Yi's probability of victory, 0. At that moment, Lin Yi glanced at the barrage of comments on his phone, observing the audience's calculations regarding his chances of winning. He merely smiled, unfazed. "Forgive me. My trump card can elevate my winning odds to 100%. His physique may resemble that of an ordinary man, but unbeknownst to anyone, his combat skills were at an extraordinary level. Lin Yi soon reached a boxing gym across from the community. Noticing the absence of other gyms in the vicinity, he presumed this to be the one. With his hands still in his pockets, he boldly proceeded inside. The receptionist, upon seeing Lin Yi, greeted him courteously, "Good day, sir. Do you require boxing lessons? The city champion will personally instruct you." In response, Lin Yi politely declined, "Thank you, but I do not need that. Please summon your boss, the city champion. He invited me to challenge him." The receptionist paused, momentarily taken aback. Challenge? Why was he being so polite? The receptionist scrutinized the man before her. He was undeniably handsome, exuding a carefree aura. However, in her opinion, his combat prowess could withstand at most 5 punches from her boss. The livestream audience was equally perplexed. Such politeness? Haki, you could have barged in directly. This courtesy may not serve you well when he inevitably strikes you. Do not beg for mercy later. Go forth, streamer. We believe in you. You are undoubtedly the strongest. Some viewers offered encouragement, fully aware of Lin Yi's impending defeat. The receptionist wasted no time and called for the boss. "Please, step inside and wait for a moment." The gym's members soon learned of Lin Yi's challenge and cast curious glances his way, nearly stifling laughter. He appeared utterly ordinary, unremarkable, and even wore slippers. How could someone so plain dare to challenge anyone? He must be out of his depth. At most, he would fall after 2 punches. They expected a champion from another city, not this. Lin Yi paid no heed to the gazes or murmurs around him. He found a spot to sit, crossing one leg over the other. Indeed, he was an ordinary man, a simple uncle with 16 nephews. Meanwhile, the city's boxing champion, at home with his wife and child, received a receptionist call about Lin Yi's audacity to challenge him. This revelation piqued his interest unexpectedly. Who would dare to court disaster? He had initially intended to humiliate Lin Yi with a few words, hoping to make him feel uncomfortable for a while. However, Lin Yi's courage to engage in a boxing match surprised him. Was he truly seeking his own demise? Without hesitation, he hurried out, fearing Lin Yi might flee in fear. Before long, the gym's owner arrived, spotting Lin Yi engrossed in his phone. "You really dare to come?" He smirked, excitement evident in his expression as he imagined delivering a satisfying blow to Lin Yi. "Come, ensure he is fitted with gloves and protective gear. I fear he might not even know how to put them on." The owner worried that, without proper gear, this common man might suffer severe injury. After all, his title as boxing champion was earned through legitimate victories, not merely handed out. The staff approached Lin Yi, assisting him in donning the protective gear and gloves. Lin Yi remained silent, neither resisting their assistance nor rebuffing their words. He understood when to speak and when to let his fists do the talking. Engaging in verbal disputes was futile. Magic must be countered by magic, and now was the time for fists. The one with the stronger punch would ultimately stand victorious. The most piercing ridicule of all, as the staff began to fit him with headgear and body protection, Lin Yi waved them off. "I do not require that." His refusal left the staff momentarily stunned. No protective gear for a match against his boss? Are you certain? My boss needs no introduction, right? The boxing champion of the city, as you well know. Lin Yi's response only served to confuse the staff further. He seemed clever enough. Why then? Would he forego protective gear? Lin Yi chose not to elaborate, wishing to avoid unnecessary chatter and conserve time. His beloved nephews awaited him at home for dinner. The livestream audience watched in disbelief. No protective gear? Haki, are you truly courting disaster? Are you attempting to profit from his fortune? Has the world gone mad? At least wear a head guard. One punch could lead to a concussion. Lin Yi requested the staff to move the livestream camera to a nearby chair, enabling the audience to witness the unfolding spectacle. "Is it alright if I record this live? I fear that if you lose, you may come seeking medical expenses." His words prompted a collective gasp from the members and staff present. Lin Yi's audacity was astonishing. The boxing champion, now warmed up in the ring, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Yi's remarks. "Such arrogance. You believe you will lose? I can last 3 rounds against champions from other cities without a guarantee of defeat. Against an ordinary fellow like you, I could finish within a single round. Rest assured, if you lose, I will reimburse you double for any medical expenses. If I lose, you won't be liable for a penny. Should I lose, I would have no face left to show in this community. Unless I leave you carried out, I'll shut this place down and return home to tend cattle," the owner declared, making a downward thumb gesture. Chapter 20. A single punch to victory? What is there to discuss? As for Lin Yi's decision to livestream, it matters little to him. It is merely an opportunity to showcase his prowess as a formidable fighter. After the boss concluded his thoughts, he donned his boxing gloves in the ring, opting not to take advantage of Lin Yi's position. Protective gear was unnecessary for him. Was it necessary to take this lightly? Lin Yi, listening to his words, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, feeling reassured. He ascended the platform. Meanwhile, the venue staff assumed the role of referees, ensuring that even this informal exchange bore semblance to a proper match. The referee informed Lin Yi of the rules. Strikes to vital areas and debilitating blows were strictly prohibited. Lin Yi listened attentively. At that moment, the boss removed his shirt, revealing his sculpted physique, warming up with energetic jumps. The audience in the live stream could sense the sheer strength he possessed. Such formidable energy. With a single punch, the host would be done for. He wasn't even wearing protective gear. TSK. If the host were to be carried out, would the medics be able to revive him? Those watching were astonished, their thoughts racing. This was indeed quite a spectacle. The audience in the live stream busied themselves with playful banter, indifferent to the outcome of Lin Yi's match. They were mere spectators, and the result held little significance. The boxing champion's physique seemed capable of lifting Lin Yi as if he were a mere chick. Having comprehended the rules, Lin Yi warmed up, striving to ensure that he could unleash his strongest punch. Even with his mastery in martial arts, he had no desire to compete for trivial titles. A new era was about to dawn for his nephews. He was content to take on the role of an observer. Such opportunities for combat were rare for Lin Yi. As the referee initiated the countdown, Lin Yi and his opponent exchanged fist bumps and retreated 2 steps. The sparring commenced. Lin Yi remained poised, constantly seeking an opportunity to strike. He had no time to waste. His 16 nephews awaited his return to prepare dinner. Observing Lin Yi's caution, the boss advanced, launching a powerful punch. Lin Yi deftly evaded, eliciting surprise from his opponent. Lin Yi held back his own punches, noting that the boss still had one hand in defense, recognizing it was not the ideal moment to strike. The boss unleashed a furious onslaught, targeting Lin Yi's abdomen. Aware of the boss's status as a boxing champion, Lin Yi continued to evade. The boss, now enraged, attacked with both fists, swinging left and right. In a moment of clarity, Lin Yi found his opportunity. He pivoted, channeling power through his legs and waist, his fist coiled with energy, striking swiftly towards the boss's chin. The boxing venue owner felt the full force of Lin Yi's punch and, bewildered, staggered backward, a dazed expression crossing his face as blood spilled from his mouth. Lin Yi stood tall, reassured by the fact that his opponent was still breathing. Surely, he would only require a short hospital stay. How could he possibly lose? Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. This could hardly be the pinnacle of the boxing scene in the city. It seemed his nephew, Zhan Chong, had a future far brighter than this. Filled with confidence regarding Zhan Chong's potential, Lin Yi observed the stunned audience, including venue staff, as the boss remained down, unable to rise. Witnessing Lin Yi remove his gloves, they struggled to believe what had transpired. Was this truly the end? Their boss, the boxing champion of the city, had been knocked out so swiftly? And it hadn't even taken a minute. They rushed to the ring to assess the boss's condition, unconscious, with a severe injury to his jaw. Indeed, it was a single punch that had done him in. Lin Yi paid no mind as he exited the ring, slipping on his sandals. I don't need to call for an ambulance, do I? Can I leave now? The children at home are waiting for me to prepare dinner. At his words, the crowd fell silent, stunned into disbelief. They had anticipated Lin Yi being bested and perhaps even humiliated by their boss, yet the outcome was entirely unexpected. This man, simply clad in sandals, had decisively triumphed over their champion with a single, unadorned punch. How could they not be astonished? The livestream audience was bombarded with questions. What just happened? A single punch? Is the host perhaps a relic of the old boxing era? His credentials seem so unremarkable. He can't possibly be a champion. No wonder his nephew can perform miraculous feats with a single strike. I recorded the video. I will analyze it frame by frame. He must be cheating. The viewers were incredulous that Lin Yi could achieve victory in such a manner. They had envisioned him enduring a few blows, only to be toyed with by the boxing champion. Lin Yi gathered his belongings, noticing the crowd around him. Each person rendered speechless, as if their voices had been stolen. He paid them no mind, as he had other matters to attend to. Their silence spoke volumes. Weren't they all laughing just moments ago? Had his punch truly rendered them voiceless? The crowd murmured, 666, he didn't even put on a show. He knocked out the boxing champion with a single punch. They were at a loss for words, unable to fathom their boss's incompetence. Lin Yi, having concluded the live stream, was no mere braggart. He was the uncle of 16 nephews. Tell my mother, I'm no coward. Lin Yi felt the power bestowed upon him by his brother, realizing this mastery contained many hidden facets yet to be explored. Without further ado, he headed to the supermarket to procure ingredients, eager to return home and prepare a meal for his nephews. Upon his arrival, they rushed to greet him, eyes wide with excitement. Uncle, did you bring anything delicious? Indeed, I have crabs and lobsters, he replied. Zhan Chong, curious, inquired, Uncle, why were you gone for so long? Lin Yi pondered for a moment before responding. I encountered a heavy bag and spent some time with it. Zhan Chong's eyes lit up. Is it one of those training bags? Uncle, I want one too. Let's keep it at home. His enthusiasm for boxing was palpable, as if all his energy was meant to be channeled into the sport. Lin Yi similит gente. All right, when we move into our new house, I will set up a gym for you with a large training bag to practice on. He envisioned Zhan Chong diligently honing his skills, perhaps even aspiring to compete in boxing matches in the future. Chapter 21. A once-in-a-century genius? This year, 6 innate sacred body children have emerged from his family. As Zhan Chong listened to Lin Yi's words, he could hardly contain his excitement and raised his fist triumphantly. His uncle was even considering setting up a gym for him to practice boxing. How could he possibly let down his uncle's expectations? Since childhood, his uncle had always believed in him the most and showered him with affection. Thank you, uncle. I will certainly strive to become the strongest boxer in our city. Magic capital Lin Yi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Well done. No wonder you are my beloved nephew. However, before Lin Yi could offer his enthusiastic praise, Zhan Chong continued, No, being the strongest in magic capital is not enough. I aspire to be the strongest in the world, the king of fighters. Lin Yi was taken aback. A world-class ambition? To reach such heights would require immense dedication and the ability to withstand countless powerful blows from formidable opponents. He recalled Tongzi Ji's task of cultivating his 16 nephews to the pinnacle of various fields. The challenge was monumental. Zhan Chong's goal in boxing was indeed world-class, a feat not merely achievable through hardship, but requiring exceptional talent and strength to advance further. As Lin Yi pondered this, he heard Tongzi Ji's voice in his mind. Ding. Binding character. Zhan Chong has set a goal. Zhan Chong possesses boxing talent. Host receives a reward of 50 million RMB. Upon hearing Tongzi Ji's reward, Lin Yi affectionately ruffled Zhan Chong's hair. All right, becoming world-class is no easy feat. You must train harder than others to grow stronger. Your uncle knows you possess strength like an ox. Yet, in the boxing ring, brute strength alone is insufficient. Patience is paramount. Lin Yi reflected, after all, sheer strength could win battles, but mastery required finesse. He had achieved mastery in martial arts. Thus, training Zhan Chong to become a formidable fighter would be a straightforward task. If a boxer trained under him, possessing mastery in martial arts, were to falter, it would be a testament to his shortcomings as an uncle. I believe in you. One day you will stand atop the mountain of boxing, the strongest of them all. Zhan Chong appeared contemplative after hearing this. Having set his goal, he resolved to double his efforts. Nodding, he extended his fist. Uncle, I will work hard. Lin Yi responded by bumping fists with Zhan Chong. There was no need for anything else, even without Tongzi Ji's presence. He was determined to support Zhan Chong on his boxing journey, providing him with all the financial assistance he needed. Now that he had Tongzi Ge, what was there that he could not accomplish? Later, After dinner, the television in the living room buzzed with news coverage about Lin Yi's nephews. The sisters Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya were watching intently, noticing their uncle and themselves on the screen. "Uncle, come quickly. Brother Chun and we are trending." Curious, Lin Yi joined them in the living room, where everyone gathered excitedly. Innate stock trading sacred body. The stock trading child brother hit a ceiling. Profits soaring by several points. Innate shooting sacred body shocked the CES Go community in a single day. Innate singing and playing sacred body. Innate violin sacred body. The two brothers sang years, filled with emotion rather than technique. Innate piano sacred body, without a word, effortlessly plays the piano. Netizens comment, at an age where one cannot even control their bladder, they master the piano's rhythm, as if they had never forgotten it. Innate boxing sacred body. In the community park, a teenager takes on 10 peers at once, just a little dirty at the hem. This uncle is on fire with 16 nephews visiting during winter break. Even bathing requires a cue. A once-in-a-century genius. This year's 6 have emerged from this uncle's family. A double supreme lineage? No, 6 supremes. Each news item bore the mark of their family. Lin Yi, after glancing at the news, opened Douyin, observing that his nephews were trending prominently. His Douyin account buzzed incessantly with new followers. Many, drawn by the news, flocked to his account. Lin Yi smirked. This was undeniably a sensation. He glanced at the twin sisters, Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, pondering how they had become so popular without investing a dime in promotions. It had hardly been long, and they had already garnered hundreds of thousands of followers. Lin Yi frowned slightly. Among the twins, Gu Yaya, the younger sister, seemed to possess extraordinary luck. Even when rolling dice, she would land 6s. Could it be that her sister was even more fortunate? A thought crossed his mind, sending shivers down his spine. The Gu family lacked male heirs, but these twin sisters were fearfully talented. While Lin Yi contemplated the intricacies of life, the entire living room erupted in celebration. His nephews cheered for their newfound fame. Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang with a video call. Someone in the family group had initiated a video chat. Upon opening his phone, he saw who it was, his father, the grand patriarch of the family. Lin Yi did not decline the call. Soon, 7 sisters joined the video chat. Lin Yi's father, upon seeing him, could hardly contain his irritation. "Xiao Yi, you rascal. Are you letting my grandsons feast on duck legs at your place?" Lin Yi's father gestured with a thumbs down, expressing his discontent. Lin Yi chuckled slightly, bewildered by his father's antics, learned from Douyin. "Dad, that's not true. Those are just staged for the show. I would never let those little ancestors go hungry. Look, they seem perfectly fine." Turning the camera around, he called out, "All right, my darlings, greet your grandfather." The little ones in the living room turned towards Lin Yi's phone. "Good evening, Grandpa. We miss you." Seeing this scene, Lin Yi's father, who had initially appeared fierce and ready to scold, suddenly softened and became amiable. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel speechless at how quickly his father's demeanor changed. Faster than the transformations in a Sichuan opera. He warmly replied to his grandchildren, all right, good evening, children." Seeing the joy radiating from his nephews, he was reassured that Lin Yi had not let them go hungry. Their grandmother, on the other end of the video, was beaming with happiness. Chapter 22. Can playing games bring glory to the nation? What if, at this moment, the 2 elders confirmed that the 16 little ones were enjoying themselves under Lin Yi's care? They left a message. "Make sure to stream regularly. It's our only way to see our grandsons from home." Under their words, Lin Yi nodded in agreement. After all, streaming everyday entertainment was a way to alleviate monotony. Then, Lin Yi's sisters commenced a new round of discussions. First, the eldest sister launched an onslaught. "Xiao Yi, have you lost your mind? Su Chun is so young, and you let him trade stocks?" Hearing his sister's voice, Lin Yi lowered the volume and entered a room, locking the door behind him. He understood that today, with his nephews trending online, a confrontation with his sisters was inevitable. He supported the activities his nephews were engaged in, but they were not to the sister's liking. Eldest sister. Su Chen's talent cannot be measured or constrained by conventional standards. Imposing limitations on him would only hinder his potential. Upon hearing Lin Yi's retort, the eldest sister responded, "Oh, Xiao Yi, what are you implying? That I would harm him?" Lin Yi knew that his sister would never intentionally harm her beloved son. However, from his perspective, her restrictions on Su-chan would indeed be detrimental. As parents, they would not directly harm their children, but their actions could inadvertently cap their children's potential at the level of an ordinary person. Years ago, there was a widely circulated story about a child prodigy who offered his family the chance to relocate to Kyoto, yet his parents did not seize the opportunity. What a shame it was to let such a chance slip away. Lin Yi was determined to clear all obstacles for Su-chan, including his parents' interference. All right, sister. You have seen the story of that prodigy online. Let Su-chan give it a try during this winter break. The money he uses for trading stocks is all from me. Consider it his tuition fee. As for the source of the funds, you need not worry. Just think, what if Su-chan is a once-in-a-century genius? If this endeavor enables him to surpass the renowned Buffett and other top tycoons in the future? Lin Yi's words rendered his sister speechless. Try it out. It seems it won't lead to any major issues. She was not inclined to intervene further, fearing that Su-chan might lose interest in his studies and veer off course. The thought of the prodigy made her anxious about her limited perspective potentially impacting Su-chan's future. After all, Su-chan's demonstrated aptitude for finance had amazed them repeatedly. His sensitivity and obsession with money were not traits typical of a middle school student. He was capable of saving and generating wealth. Let's just consider it an experiment. After all, it's merely a winter break of mischief. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's parents, watching the video, remained silent. They frequently scrolled through videos and played on Douyin, aware that times were changing beyond their control. Seeing Lin Yi gain popularity online brought them delight. If Lin Yi succeeded in the online realm, it would be a boon. In this era, gaining fame online equated to substantial financial rewards. As the eldest sister paused, the second sister launched into a new round of questioning. Come on, Xiao. Let's discuss this. I won't mention Su-chan anymore. You claim he can profit from stock trading, and I accept that. But why are you allowing Zhan Yi to indulge in gaming? And Zhan Chang is even fighting with others. It's infuriating. The second sister despised seeing Zhan Yi play games and Zhan Chang engage in fights. Today, upon seeing Lin Yi's videos on Douyin, she felt as if the world was collapsing around her. Comments in the video section claimed that Zhan Yi was a warrior who played games for a staggering 16 hours straight, and Lin Yi helped him evade the anti-addiction system. It nearly drove her to madness. Lin Yi quickly interjected, "Sister, please don't be agitated. Zhan Yi's gaming is an exception. He is genuinely passionate about it, and his gaming talent is exceptional. Pursuing a career in gaming can indeed offer him a bright future." Upon hearing this, the second sister wished she could teleport to Lin Yi and slap him. A career in gaming? What future could that possibly hold? Are you suggesting it could bring glory to the nation? Don't be absurd. I asked you to keep an eye on them during the winter break, and this is how you interpret it? Lin Yi reflected on her words. Bringing glory to the nation? What if Zhan Yi could actually achieve that? Sister, trust me. Allow him to indulge this winter break. If he still has the same passion after the break, then it proves his love for gaming. If he loses interest, then with such intensity, he likely won't want to play anymore. I assure you he'll feel nauseated at the thought of games. As for Zhan Chang, fighting was not his intention. Those individuals provoked him, and he acted in self-defense. Rest assured, after Lin Yi's reassurances, his parents chimed in to support him. All right, dear second daughter, enough of this. It's winter break. Shouldn't the children be allowed to enjoy themselves? What era are we in? Even I, an old-timer, understand that we shouldn't restrict children too much. Nowadays, children are quite fragile. I've seen reports of kids unable to cope with academic pressure and resorting to drastic measures. Are you not concerned that restricting Xiaoyi and Xiaoqiang could lead them down a similar path? The second sister fell into contemplation, then added, playing is fine, but it must be done in moderation. Xiaoyi, ein su design maintains a proper routine. Lin Yi nodded, I will. The second sister said no more. At this moment, the fourth sister interjected, Xiao Yi, well done. I watched the video of Yuzhe and Yu Xiao singing together. If they put in the effort, who knows? They might one day grace a grand stage. Lin Yi smiled at her words. Indeed, among various talents, it seemed that only artistic skills shone brightly in the eyes of parents. Activities like stock trading, gaming, and boxing were often dismissed as mere time wasters by many. These paths, where only 2 out of 10 succeed, fostered numerous biases and prejudices among parents. Lin Yi contemplated the difficulties his beloved nephews faced, realizing they not only had to navigate a challenging path, but also contend with their parents' misunderstandings. However, with him as their uncle, he would shield them from adversity and encourage them to forge ahead without looking back. "Yes, I will motivate you, Zay, and you shall," Lin Yi assured her before hanging up the call. At this moment, Lin Yi understood that the journey to success for his nephews would be long and fraught with challenges. Not to mention the younger ones still uncertain about their talents and dreams. Just the two brothers Jean Yi and Jean Chang alone would be enough to keep him busy. One was into boxing and the other into esports, both of which were things the second sister detested. Convincing her would require considerable effort. Chapter 23. Uncle is unbelievably fortunate. Since it is their own dream they have chosen, this uncle will naturally help them overcome all difficulties. The next day, the agent quickly assisted Lin Yi in finding his desired villa and a security company. Lin Yi swiftly signed a contract with them. Each bodyguard's salary started at 20,000, a mere trifle compared to the safety of his nephews. He also requested the agent to procure several business vehicles. This way, even when venturing out from the villa, the bodyguards could provide transportation. After finalizing the purchase agreement with the agent, he entrusted them with the other formalities. Lin Yi remained in his living room, observing his nephews. "Little ones, we are moving." Upon hearing Lin Yi's announcement, the nephews turned to him. "Moving? To where? Isn't this place quite nice?" They chimed in unison. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were already aware that Lin Yi had purchased a luxurious manor villa. "I told you, Doey nurtures talent. It took just one day for him to move into a villa," exclaimed one viewer. "Is it truly possible to convert so quickly? This leap in social class is astonishing. I'm utterly envious." Thanks to the trending topics from the previous night, Lin Yi's livestream boasted a stable audience of over 100,000, with his follower count exceeding 1 million, an astounding surge of thousands overnight. Lin Yi naturally noticed the comments, but as for the notion of quick monetization, he dismissed it as impossible. His earnings from gifts yesterday barely exceeded several 100,000. Furthermore, he hadn't even withdrawn any funds yet. Ignoring the comments, Lin Yi arranged for a moving company to assist in relocating some of the items to the villa. This current residence was the first home his sisters had helped him purchase. He was too concerned about selling it for a profit. Walking into the study, he observed Su Chun and Jean Yi engaged in their respective pursuits, one engrossed in stock trading, the other in competitive gaming. "All right, let us pause for now. We are moving today." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, they promptly wrapped up their activities and shut down their computers. Lin Yi didn't dwell on whether Su Chun was making or losing money today. The priority was the move. The moving company was responsible for transporting the items, while the security company had arranged personnel to escort Lin Yi and his nephews to their new home. As they arrived at the villa's expansive grounds, Su Chun took in the spacious gardens, swimming pool, sports facilities, and the grand standalone villa, furrowing his brow. Based on his online research, even with the current plummet in housing prices in the Magic City, he quickly calculated that this entire manor villa was worth no less than 50 million. His uncle had purchased it in a single day. Just yesterday, he had merely mentioned wanting to buy a house. Su Chun was astonished. Lin Yi had acquired a grand manor villa. 50 million. Did his uncle truly have that much cash on hand? If it wasn't cash, Su Chun found it hard to believe that Lin Yi could finalize such a transaction within a day. If it was cash, that only suggested his uncle had even more wealth. After observing Lin Yi's talent in stock trading yesterday, Su Chun contemplated whether he should invest several million to allow him to experiment. Could it be that his uncle was a hidden billionaire in the Magic City? Yet, Su Chun's thoughts felt flawed. If he had such wealth, then the meal Lin Yi left behind at the dining table when they picked them up, wasn't it just a humble pig trotter rice? Confounded, they finally reached their destination. Lin Yi disembarked, and the other bodyguards followed suit, opening the doors of each vehicle. "Young master, please step out." The professional security team ensured that Lin Yi's nephews experienced a sense of emotional value, which justified their $2,000 starting fee. As the nephews exited the vehicle, they gazed in awe at the opulence of the manor villa, causing them to break into joyous laughter and run around. "This place is enormous. It resembles a castle. Uncle, I absolutely adore it. ISNT, this a residence only the wealthy can afford? Uncle must have won the lottery. Amidst their exuberant chatter, Lin Yi smiled faintly. As long as the children were happy, that was enough. Meanwhile, Gu Shushu gazed at the grand manor, exclaiming, winning the lottery? Uncle is truly extraordinary. Lin Yi felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. Indeed, he was quite extraordinary. But the core of this fortune lay with his 16 nephews. If Gu Shushu could truly manifest her words, then she was worth 15 of anyone else. Compared to her sister Gu Ye, with her enviable luck, Gu Shushu slightly outshone her. Yet it seemed she hadn't yet realized her own extraordinary potential. Lin Yi pondered how to encourage the young lady to be more mindful of her words. Otherwise, if one day she whimsically declared, "The world shall end, let us hurry," wouldn't that be catastrophic? Gazing at the villa, Lin Yi urged, "All right, let us head inside and choose your rooms." Upon his words, the nephews, save for Su Chun and Zhang Yi, dashed into the villa. Lin Yi shook his head in mild disbelief, reminding them to take it slow. There were plenty of rooms for everyone. Su Chun and Zhang Yi, however, were indifferent. They merely needed a quiet space, one for gaming and the other for contemplating wealth-making strategies. Standing beside Lin Yi, Su Chun surveyed the surroundings of the manor, observing the new luxury vehicles and the trained bodyguards patrolling the entrance. This was indeed a significant expense. Su Chun found himself perplexed. His uncle was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream continued to be astounded by the grandeur of the manor villa. Was it truly possible for someone to become a viral sensation overnight and purchase such a grand estate? How much had the streamer even earned in gifts yesterday? Surely, there must be a team that preemptively funded him. I think so too. Otherwise, how could one possibly afford a vast manor in the pricey Magic City? Another viewer commented, "This guy skipped straight past the fragments for a Ferrari and went straight to living in a manor. You truly are something else, streamer." Lin Yi then led Su Chun and Zhang Yi inside to select their rooms, while the bodyguards parked the vehicles in the lot, ensuring their security measures were in place and checking the surveillance systems to guarantee the safety of the estate. Entering the villa, Lin Yi marveled at the spacious living room, ample enough for a game of badminton. He felt satisfied with the vast lawns and playground. Surely there would be enough space for these little ones to frolic. Otherwise, cramming them into a modest 100 square meter apartment throughout winter break would be unbearable. Here, they could freely express their youthful exuberance unhindered. Chapter 24. Which word is invincible? Rampant. The nephews had all chosen their rooms on the second floor, voluntarily opting out of the master bedroom. They surveyed the smaller rooms, claiming them as their own little havens. Lin Yi, along with Su Chun and Zhang Yi, began to explore the premises. They discovered a gym, a computer room, and an array of amenities, including a magnificent swimming pool. The moving company promptly delivered their belongings, and Lin Yi instructed them to set up Su Chun and Zhang Yi's computers in the computer room. For Lin Yi, these two young men represented different realms of talent. One was a master of gaming, while the other had the potential to earn substantial profits in a matter of moments. He believed in their capabilities. Zhang Yi's gaming talent required no guidance from his uncle, as he could gradually master the game on his own. As for Su Chun, he was already a step ahead of all his cousins, being the eldest and most responsible among them. Su Chun's decision not to accept the several million he had intended to invest showcased his ability to control risk. There was no need for concern. Once the computer room was set up, Su Chun and Zhang Yi closed the door, focusing intently on their screens. Lin Yi advised the other children to engage in their own activities and not disturb them, to which they all nodded in understanding. Zhang Chong immersed himself in the gym, driven by a relentless ambition to grow stronger. He had overheard a video chat between his uncle and his mother the previous day, where Lin Yi had defended him against his mother's stern admonitions. How could he let his uncle down? He aspired to step into the boxing ring and become the strongest champion in the world, proving to Lin Yi that he was no coward and that he had not disappointed his beloved uncle. Lin Yi observed Zhang Chong's determination without interruption, watching as the moving company brought in their belongings. He pondered what facilities might still be lacking. The little ones were well-behaved, engrossed in their own activities. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream became curious about Lin Yi's 16 nephews. He took the opportunity to introduce them one by one, showcasing their home to the viewers through the camera. He slowly entered the computer room, allowing the audience to witness the focused efforts of Su-chun and Johnny, who were now deeply engrossed in their tasks. They would not be distracted unless called upon. After filming, Lin Yi exited the computer room and continued his introductions to the viewers. The one engaged in stock trading is my eldest nephew, Su-chun, who has just graduated from middle school and is now a high school student. He is the only son of my eldest sister. I have 7 sisters in total. The one playing CS is my second nephew, Johnny, and the one in the gym hitting the punching bag is my third nephew, Zhan Chong. The 2 brothers are the children of my second sister. As the audience listened to Lin Yi's introductions, the number of viewers surged into the tens of thousands, and the chat exploded with excitement. Wow, your family is incredible, producing 7 daughters. Those little girls are so beautiful. How could their mother be anything less than extraordinary? How is it possible that they possess such talent for stock trading at such a young age? A once-in-a-century genius, and they have produced 16 of them? Lin Yi chuckled at the comments, particularly when they remarked on his twin nieces. He knew better. They were exceptionally gifted. He had no intention of responding to the chat's banter, for he had a solid understanding of his nephew's talents. In the living room, he found Gu Yingying watching a women's boxing match on television, while her sister, Gu Qingshu, read nearby. Gu Yingying and Gu Qingshu were the daughters of his third sister. The twins, Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, were also present, watching their brother play the piano. Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya were the youngest of the 4 sisters born to his third sister. Lin Yi often found amusement in how families could differ so greatly. Some yearned for sons, only to be blessed with daughters, while his own family had 7 sisters before he emerged as the lone male. This led the Gu family to refrain from having more children, fearing further surprises. As Lin Yi continued his introductions, the livestream audience erupted with laughter and shared anecdotes. Resonating with his experiences, he proceeded to detail the talents of his nephews and nieces in order. The eldest, Su-chun, the second, Zhan Yi, the third, Zhan Chong, the 4th and 5th, Gu Yingying and Gu Qingshu, the 8th and 9th, Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, and the 6th and 7th, Chen Yuza and Chen Yuxiao, who are currently playing guitar and violin. The youngest nephew, Yi Lao, was playing the piano, and he had 2 older brothers, Yi Shengzheng and Yi Wudi. The latter was playing table tennis with his brother, Yi Shengzheng, who was the 11th nephew. Lin Yi felt a swell of pride as he spoke Yi Wudi's name, a name he had personally chosen, which he deemed far more appealing than those given by his 5th sister-in-law. As he mentioned Yi Wudi, the audience buzzed with excitement. Incredible. Yi Wudi. What a bold name. Ha ha ha. And his brother Yi Lao, does he resemble a scorpion? How can one be so exceptional while the other seems so ordinary? Who dares claim invincibility against Yi Wudi? I'm curious to see if he truly lives up to his name. Lin Yi chose not to indulge in the playful banter of the chat. Yi Wudi. Yi Wudi. Perhaps, in some domain of this era, he truly is invincible. With other nephews exhibiting such extraordinary talents, it was only reasonable to believe that Yi Wudi would not fall short. Lin Yi's concern did not lie with Yi Wudi, but rather with his brother, Yi Shengzheng, who seemed to fade into the background amid the brilliance of his cousins. Chapter 25. The Emergence of the Innate Simp Saint. The sky has fallen for my uncle. On that day, Yi Shengzheng merely ventured out to select some snacks. It appeared that he harbored no particular hobbies. Playing table tennis was solely for the purpose of accompanying Yi Wudi. After Lin Yi introduced the 3rd son of the Yi family, he proceeded to introduce the 2 brothers from the 6 sisters' household. Lin Yi surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of anyone in the villa, while the sound of a basketball game echoed from outside. He took the camera and stepped out of the villa, directing the audience in the live stream towards the players. The one playing basketball was named Li Jinxing, while the one kicking a soccer ball on a lawn was Li Danqi, both of whom were the 12th and 13th nephews respectively. Lin Yi refrained from providing extensive introductions. In truth, it was quite easy to discern their talents based on their interests. He then mentioned his 14th and 15th nephews. The lively one in the living room was the 14th. Tang Lulu. Lin Yi observed Tang, Luo, shouting abstractly, Hakim, and felt a sense of speechlessness, promptly shifting the camera away. The 15th nephew was Tang Chun, the child of his 7th sister. Where could he be? Lin Yi looked around, but could not find Tang Chun. However, he thought little of it, considering that the children had been cooped up in the neighborhood for days. He assumed they were now frolicking in the estate. Next, he focused on his 16th nephew, Yi Lai, who was playing the piano. She was from the 5th sister's family. That was everyone accounted for. He needed to search for the little rascal, Tang Chun. Although there were bodyguards surrounding the estate, Lin Yi did not wish to overly rely on them. He needed to ensure the safety of the little ones. He couldn't let them out of his sight for too long. The audience in the live stream perked up after Lin Yi introduced all 16 nephews. 16 nephews. Don't tell me each one of them is as extraordinary as the previous few. One capable of defeating several opponents. Another who can make money through stock trading at such a young age. You must be joking. Several of them seem quite remarkable. The fact that this uncle can distinguish the order of his 16 nephews is a testament to his competence as an uncle. What kind of genes does this family possess? They're all such handsome boys and beautiful girls. Yi Lai is so adorable, like a little angel. The viewers in the live stream began to focus on the 16 nephews, some coming specifically to see their favorite little one among them. The most radiant presence was Yi Lai. Appearing frequently in front of the camera, she was the youngest and undeniably the cutest. For many of the Annie fans, her charm was utterly irresistible. Lin Yi, with the camera in hand, searched for Tang Chun around the estate. Tang Chen, he called out. At that moment, a bodyguard approached Lin Yi. Boss, just now a young master left the villa. He should have gone to the neighboring estate to visit. We have someone following him. The bodyguard, unaware of all the young master's names, reported to Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded in response. The only young master outside, besides Tang Chun, was no one else. He found a bicycle and rode it out, as the estate was vast and walking would surely tire him out. Riding the bicycle, Lin Yi spotted Tang Chun at the entrance of the neighboring estate, where a bodyguard stood at a distance, ensuring not to disturb Tang Chun's playtime. Lin Yi dismounted the bicycle and observed from a distance. At that moment, Tang Chun encountered a little girl from the neighboring estate, younger and quite adorable. Surrounded by cousins at his uncle's house, he was not fond of them teasing him. However, this little girl intrigued him. Tang Chun, noticing her cuteness, approached her with a smile. Hello, you are so cute. Can you give your brother a slap? The little girl, taken aback by his request, raised her tiny hand and gently slapped Tang Chen's face. This brother is so strange. Asking her to slap him? She had never heard such a peculiar request in her life. Tang Chun, upon receiving the slap, lit up with joy, happier than if he had won the lottery. He turned to Lin Yi, who stood at a distance, and proudly exclaimed, Uncle, she touched my little face. Did you see? Lin Yi, witnessing this scene unfold, felt as though the sky had collapsed. It was a catastrophe. His 15th nephew was a simp. Lin Yi covered his face in disbelief. It was no wonder that on the day of selection, Tang Chun had only wanted to choose those cute, pastel-colored items. Lin Yi had thought it was merely a child's innocent preference, but it turned out he was preparing to please a girl. Fortunately, the bodyguard beside Lin Yi had been professionally trained to maintain a straight face in any situation. He remained composed, suppressing any laughter. A saint has emerged in the realm of simps. A natural-born simp saint. The livestream audience erupted in excitement. Oh my goodness, the innate simp saint has appeared. Finally, the son of the simp world has come forth. Uncle, the sky has fallen, hasn't it? This must be announced to the world. The simp saint. An innate physique like this is a once-in-a-century occurrence. And this uncle has 16 nephews. I knew this uncle's nephews couldn't be ordinary people. The innate simp saint. I truly did not see this coming. At that moment, Lin Yi felt utterly defeated. What bright future could a simp possibly have? How could he ever ascend to greatness? He feared that his reputation as an esteemed uncle would be tarnished by this little rascal, Tang Chun. Lin Yi stepped forward to take Tang Chun away, but the little rascal stubbornly insisted on receiving another slap from the little girl. The obliging little sister complied, giving Tang Chun another slap, leaving him thoroughly satisfied as he left with Lin Yi. Did you see, uncle? She touched my face twice, Tang Chen declared, resolutely deciding that he would have every beautiful girl in the world touch his little face. Lin Yi's expression darkened considerably. Tang Chen's inclinations left him in a state of perplexity. He could only hope that this little rascal possessed other talents. However, what he feared most was indeed manifesting. The voice of Tongzi echoed in his mind. Ding! Character binding. Tang Chun has set a goal. Tang Chun possesses the ultimate simp talent. Host receives a choice of rewards. Option 1, max level simp skills. Option 2, 1 million RMB. Lin Yi, upon hearing Tongzi's voice, showed no hesitation. 22,222. I choose option 2. Hurry up and choose, you dead Tongzi. The amount of money doesn't matter. Being a simp? Wood tea that ruin everything. Chapter 26. The most affectionate in the magical city, offering a home to every girl. Until the phone chimed with a notification of incoming funds. Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon began to worry about Tang Chen beside him. Why was his uncle feeling down? Was he reminiscing about something sorrowful? At the mention of Tang Chen, Lin Yi snapped back to reality and quivered his lips. He had pondered over life's misfortunes, yet none felt as disheartening as the present. Among his nephews, how could there be one with an innate disposition of a devoted admirer? The audience in the live stream was thoroughly amused. Ha ha, this is hilarious. One astute viewer had predicted that this uncle's nephew was no ordinary child, and he was right. Wouldn't this little fellow be treated like a pet by the charming girls at school? Fei Yangyang woke up to find himself plummeting down the rankings. Lin Yi glanced at the barrage of comments. He shared the same concern. Tang Chun might indeed be treated like a pet at school. As an uncle, the thought made his heart bleed. Yet, now even the brother Tongzi stated that Tang Chen's intentions were clear. Lin Yi decided to impart some wisdom to Tang Chun. Little Chun, do you know what it means to be a devoted admirer? At Lin Yi's question, Tang Chun shook his head in confusion. Lin Yi understood. Do you perhaps have a strong affection for that little girl from earlier? Do you wish to do everything for her? Upon hearing this, Tang Chun nodded decisively. Yes, I would even let her ride on my back, he said with innocent enthusiasm. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, broke into a sweat. An innate devoted admirer, indeed, was quite terrifying. It was impossible to ask him to refrain from engaging with the little girl. After all, that would mean limiting his interactions with peers. Lin Yi pondered further. Would little Chun heed his uncle's advice? When Tang Chun heard Lin Yi's words, he cheerfully responded, of course. Mom said that when we visit Uncle's house, we must listen to him. Uncle is the best. He buys me lovely dolls. I want to take one home for Lily next door once the holidays end. Lin Yi was left speechless. Indeed, it was hard to argue against that. Always thinking of gifts for the little girl. All right then, listen to your uncle. Don't just be kind to one little girl. You should be kind to all little girls, understood? Lin Yi contemplated. Since he was already a devoted admirer, why not let him be a valiant warrior as well? To pander to one girl is to be a devoted admirer. To pander to 100, now that would be akin to a warrior. When he grows older, he would teach him to choose selectively based on his feelings. At Lin Yi's words, Tang Chun appeared to ponder deeply. He thought of little Li from next door and the beautiful girl who resembled a princess from Castle. Shouldn't I be kind to all little girls? Tang Chen's mind raced, trying to grasp what was said, yet it felt both clear and unclear simultaneously. He silently committed Lin Yi's words to memory, offering no verbal response. Lin Yi noted Tang Chen's silence, understanding that these words would take time to digest. He too felt a sense of relief. No matter what, he would embrace the role of the most affectionate in the magical city. The audience in the live stream comprehended Lin Yi's intentions. Goodness, what a revelation. If I pander to one, you call me a devoted admirer. If I pander to 100, what shall you call me then? In the future, as Tang Chen matures, he might proclaim, I am not a scoundrel. I merely wish to provide a home for every girl in the world. And let us not forget, this young lad, with his current charm, will undoubtedly grow into a handsome young man. Now, with yet another innate devoted admirer emerging, let us tally. One innate stock trading prodigy, one innate gaming savant, one innate boxing champion, one innate guitar virtuoso, one innate violin maestro, one innate piano prodigy, and now yet another innate devoted admirer. What a rare assembly of 7 prodigies. Lin Yi returned home with Tang Chun, attending to various household matters, enhancing the estate's amenities. He also set about hiring a cook and a housekeeper for shopping. After all, with 16 nephews, nutritious meals were a daily necessity. The tasks of shopping and cooking alone would keep him busy all day. Delegating these responsibilities to professionals would afford him ample time to spend with his nephews. Sometimes, these little ones needed guidance from their uncle, especially with a child like Tang Chun. If not guided properly, he might find himself catering to the whims of girls at school. Yet, if guided well, he could selectively admire the charming ones. At the very least, he would learn that wealth cannot buy genuine affection. That would be a true advancement. Lin Yi assigned a bodyguard to recruit reliable housekeepers. Managing dietary needs and daily activities was truly beyond his capacity alone. The bodyguard assisted in locating a reputable housekeeping agency. With a professional team, clear standards of reward and punishment, they would certainly be attentive in their duties. 5 housekeepers arrived, greeting Lin Yi warmly. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Greetings to the young masters and princesses. They were all youthful and beautiful, aware that in today's competitive landscape, emotional value was essential for earning a living. Lin Yi observed that they resembled recent graduates. He waved his hand dismissively. "Do you possess experience in cooking, shopping, and managing the numerous trivialities associated with young children? I do not require mere youthful charm or superficial emotional value. Even if older, as long as the tasks are executed well, I am willing to pay any price." One of the housekeepers replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, with the high salary you provide, we have undergone professional training in all aspects of our work. Should any errors occur, you may inform our company, and following their review, if valid, a significant portion of our wages can be deducted and replacements will be arranged. Cooking, shopping, bedmaking, laundry, we 5 will rotate duties without requiring your concern." They understood the gravity of their employment, and Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. "You may begin your tasks now. I have yet to tidy up the rooms for my 16 nephews. They need beds made and essential items supplied. Please estimate the costs for any items and ingredients needed. I can provide an advance if necessary. No need for you to front the expenses." Upon hearing this, they set about compiling a list of necessary items and busied themselves. Lin Yi eagerly anticipated observing their efficiency. He approached the entertainment room, where 2 brothers, Yi Shengsheng and Yi Wudi, were engaged in a game of table tennis, piquing Lin Yi's curiosity as he leaned in to watch. Chapter 27. The Innate Ping-Pong Saint Body. His name is Yi Wudi. 5th sister married into the Yi family and gave birth to 3 brothers, Yi Shengzheng, Yi Wudi, and Yi Lai. Presently, Yi Shengzheng is engaged in a match against his brother, Yi Wudi, in a game of ping-pong. Yi Shengzheng, with an expression of indifference, faces the rapid-fire attacks from Yi Wudi. No matter how many balls are sent his way, he effortlessly returns them. In stark contrast to his serious demeanor, Yi Wudi exudes a cheerful spirit, as if he were born for the game of ping-pong. Lin Yi has observed this discrepancy. He understands that Yi Shengzheng has always been dispassionate about many things, remaining quiet and composed throughout his life, akin to a miniature adult. Lacking the exuberance and joy typical of his peers has caused concern for both Lin Yi and 5th sister. Medical examinations have indicated there is no cause for alarm. Yet Lin Yi feels compelled to observe Yi Shengzheng more closely, striving to comprehend him better. Although he possesses a general understanding of his nephews, it is insufficient to claim deep familiarity. The audience in the live stream watches with rapt attention as Yi Shengzheng and Yi Wudi engage in a seamless exchange. Despite Yi Shengzheng's defensive approach, he successfully counters all of Yi Wudi's moves. The viewers are no strangers to the game of ping-pong, and they find the spectacle delightful. What a brilliant fast attack! Is he truly Yi Wudi? I'm enamored. He is so handsome. Yi Wudi. His technique is astounding. I doubt I could ever match him. Could it be the emergence of the innate ping-pong saint body? Some viewers have grown fond of Yi Wudi, captivated by his impressive swings, perceiving him as a rising star in the world of ping-pong. Meanwhile, the commotion from Yi Shengzheng and Yi Wudi's match has attracted other children, who eagerly gather around to cheer them on. "Go, brother Wudi! Come on, Shengzheng!" Amidst their cheers, Lin Yi attentively observes the match. It appears to be a close contest. though Yi Shengzheng seems devoid of any desire to attack, resembling a silent wall, impervious to the tempest around him. With a triumphant slam, Yi Wudi secures victory, catching Yi Shengzheng off guard. Yi Shengzheng displays no change in expression, remaining rather wooden. Lin Yi notices that his gaze does not shift towards the victorious Yi Wudi. Brimming with joy, turns to Lin Yi and exclaims, "Uncle, I won. Am I not impressive?" Upon hearing Yi Wudi's voice, Lin Yi turns to congratulate him on his victory. Yet, it becomes evident to Lin Yi that Yi Shengzheng harbors significant issues. His demeanor is not typical for someone of his age. As Lin Yi celebrates Yi Wudi's success, the latter senses a hint of indifference from his uncle, as Lin Yi had been focused on his brother. It seems that among the three brothers, Yi Shengzheng consistently garners the most attention, while the youngest, Yi Lai, is adored by all the elders. Yi Wudi feels the sting of neglect, having never received the same affection or favoritism. He had once believed that his uncle would shower him with love. But as time passed, and with the birth of his younger brother, he found himself gradually overlooked. Despite feeling a wave of sadness, Yi Wudi does not outwardly express his discontent. He understands that his uncle has 15 nephews to attend to, making it impossible to cater to everyone's needs. Holding back tears, he conceals his emotions. Lin Yi, sensing the shift in Yi Wudi's mood, refrains from immediate comfort. After Yi Wudi sets down his ping-pong paddle, Yi Shengzheng follows suit. Wandering through the villa, observing his cousin's gaming skills or watching financial news, lacking interest in either. As dinner time approaches, the table is laden with an array of dishes. Lin Yi watches them eat, ensuring his beloved nephews do not go hungry. The meals prepared by the housekeeper appear appetizing, affirming Lin Yi's approval of her salary. Gu Shu, holding a bowl filled with food, heads to the living room to find a show to enjoy while dining. Meanwhile, Yi Shengzheng feels disinclined to join the dinner table. He senses his brother Yi Wudi's disappointment and ponders whether he had inadvertently revealed his lack of effort in their ping-pong match. Taking a seat beside Gu Shu, Yi Shengzheng observes her as she selects a program. Lin Yi suddenly suggests, Shu, find a program that Shengzheng enjoys. Gu Shu pauses, pondering what Yi Shengzheng might like. Unsure, she opts for a lesser-known surgical documentary, feeling an inexplicable reluctance to change it. As Yi Shengzheng becomes engrossed in the documentary, watching the surgical procedures unfold, his eyes sparkle with fascination, as if he has discovered a new realm. Gu Shu, noticing his engrossed expression, rolls her eyes in distaste and returns to the dining table, disinterested in the content, fearing it might ruin her appetite. Meanwhile, Yi Shengzheng, captivated, devours his food with enthusiasm, exclaiming to himself how enthralling the documentary is. He finds himself yearning to explore such subjects further, his imagination igniting with visions of performing intricate surgeries. At the dining table, Lin Yi observes Gu Shu's disapproving demeanor. The live stream audience, catching sight of Gu Shu's expression, bursts into laughter. That disdainful face is adorable. Host, how much for a pinch of those twin sisters' cheeks? I'll pay 1,000. What's making her so displeased? If something's stuck in her teeth, she should see a dentist. Host, check on what Yi Shengzheng is watching. It must be quite captivating. Chapter 28. The Innate Forensic Medical Saint Body? Mastery in Medical Arts. Under the curiosity of the live stream audience, Lin Yi was equally intrigued. He noticed a glimmer of excitement in Yi Shengzheng's eyes, a rare occurrence indeed. Lin Yi approached Yi Sheng, observing him engrossed in a surgical documentary on television. The sight left Lin Yi momentarily speechless. What peculiar interest was this? A fascination with surgery? Could it be that Yi Shengzheng harbored a passion for the forensic profession? This thought crossed Lin Yi's mind as the voice of his companion, Tongzi, echoed in his head. Beep! The character Yi Shengzheng has set a goal. Yi Shengzheng possesses supreme forensic talent. Host receives a choice of rewards. First option, mastery in medical arts, encompassing ancient and modern medical practices. Second option, 100 million RMB. Lin Yi's eyes widened in surprise at Tongzi's revelation. Yi Shengzheng had a talent for forensics? How wonderful! Being a doctor is quite enviable in this era. A sigh of relief escaped Lin Yi as he felt reassured that Yi Shengsheng had finally found his direction. The flicker of excitement in Yi Shengqing's eyes was a welcome change from his usual stoic demeanor. Listening to Tongzi's options, Lin Yi chose the first. Money was of little concern at the moment. Skill superseded all. Mastery in medical arts was indeed captivating. The viewers in the live stream, captivated by the surgical scenes on television, turned to gaze at Yi Shengsheng, who was watching with rapt attention, seemingly enjoying the experience. Some audience members fell into deep contemplation. What kind of quirk was this? How could one find surgical procedures appetizing? This was quite baffling. One could only wonder if he was an innate surgical prodigy. Lin Yi, sharing the audience's disbelief, pondered how anyone could find watching a surgical documentary conducive to appetite. What was going on with this boy? Perhaps he had developed an unusual fixation, akin to a modern Hannibal in China. Lin Yi resolved to observe Yi Shengqing's psychological state more closely, hoping he wouldn't become overly fixated on this peculiar interest. Not wishing to disturb Yi Shengqing's viewing, Lin Yi turned his attention to the other children, ensuring they were eating well. After dinner, Lin Yi suggested a trip to the supermarket to procure some beloved snacks, while also planning to buy some forensic-related items for Yi Shengqing, such as an anatomical model for study. As they prepared to leave, the children erupted with joy at the prospect of going out. Gu Shushu eagerly declared her desire for lollipops, while the others expressed their excitement. During the post-meal downtime, Su Chan and Zhan Yi retreated to the computer room, showing little interest in the outing, while Zhan Chang felt it his duty to accompany his uncle, thinking he could assist with carrying the purchases. The majority of Lin Yi's 14 nephews accompanied him to the supermarket. With a nanny present, only one bodyguard remained at home. The rest drove Lin Yi and the children to the mall. Upon entering the supermarket, the children were surprisingly calm, methodically pushing their carts and selecting items. Lin Yi allowed them the freedom to choose. Next to him, Yi Shengsheng remained engrossed in the memories of the documentary. Passing through the meat section, he was irresistibly drawn to the fresh cuts, particularly fascinated by the various organs on display. Without hesitation, he reached out to examine a fresh pig's heart. Captivated by its allure, Lin Yi, noticing Yi Shengqing's fascination, felt a pang of concern as he approached his side. The boy's eyes sparkled with curiosity, as if he were already contemplating how to dissect it. Perceiving the bewildered gaze of the supermarket staff, Lin Yi felt compelled to intervene. "Excuse me, could you assist in packaging this pig's heart?" he asked, taking it from Yi Shengqing's hands. As Yi Shengqing snapped back to reality, he looked up at Lin Yi. "Uncle." Lin Yi reassured him, "It's all right. You can study it at home. Just let me know if you need anything else. I'll be happy to get it for you." Yi Shengqing's eyes lit up with gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle. I also want pig intestines liver." His enthusiasm was palpable as he pointed to various meat parts in the display. Lin Yi chuckled at the situation. Life truly had a way of presenting unexpected twists. Despite his reservations, he allowed the staff to package the requested items, recalling a time when he had last procured such parts for a culinary endeavor. Meanwhile, the live stream audience erupted with disbelief. This child, could he genuinely have a penchant for these organs? Now he sweetly calls his uncle. Let us hope he doesn't stray too far down this path of dissection. The other nephews remained quiet, understanding that their uncle preferred a calm atmosphere. Ye Wudi, as Yi Shengqing's brother, observed in silence, noting that it was the first time he had seen his brother so passionately interested in something. Reflecting on his uncle's attentiveness towards Shengqing and Lai Lai, Yi Wudi wondered if it was due to their good behavior. He thought of Lai Lai playing the piano, which brought joy to their uncle. Perhaps if he excelled at ping pong and won a championship, his uncle would also take pride in him. With this thought, Yi Wudi found newfound motivation. At that moment, Lin Yi heard Tongzi's voice resonate in his mind once more. "Beat. The character Yi Wudi has set a goal. Yi Wudi possesses supreme ping pong talent. Host receives a choice of rewards. First option, mastery in ping pong skills. Second option, 100 million RMB. Chapter 29. I'll become the world's greatest boxing champion. Talent will not be bestowed upon you, Lin." He heard the voice of Tongzi and did not rush to make a choice. Instead, he turned his gaze to his nephew. Ye Wudi, what was happening? Why had he suddenly resolved to set a goal here? Lin Yi felt somewhat perplexed, yet he refrained from speaking and made his decision. He treated all his nephews equally, and with his maxed-out table tennis skills, he knew he could assist Yi Wudi. Thus, he naturally chose the ultimate table tennis technique. Lin Yi was unaware of why Yi Wudi had suddenly determined his ambition. However, he understood that this was a choice made in accordance with his own heart. After assisting Yi Shengsheng with his purchases, Yi Shengsheng selected some materials in the mall. Lin Yi also located a human anatomy model and bought it for Yi Shengsheng. Upon receiving the model, Yi Shengsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Thank you, uncle." He held it tightly. Clearly enamored with the gift Lin Yi felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed his nephews setting their own goals. This had become a source of daily joy for him. After completing their shopping, Lin Yi took the little ones back home. Once home, Yi Shengsheng began to study the human anatomy model. Lin Yi chose not to disturb him. Zhan Chong also headed to the gym to continue his training. Lin Yi followed him to the gym and observed Zhan Chong striking the punching bag with a lack of rhythm. Lin Yi approached him. "Zhan Chong, do you have a passion for boxing?" Zhan Chong turned back upon hearing Lin Yi's question. "Yes, uncle. I love boxing." Lin Yi felt a wave of relief at Zhan Chong's earnest response. His unwavering conviction destined him to traverse far along the path of boxing. The pinnacle you seek to reach cannot merely be attained through talent. "Would you like me to be your coach?" Lin Yi proposed. Zhan Chong paused at the suggestion. "Uncle? As his coach?" "Ha, uncle. During the new year at home, you couldn't even hold down a pig. Are you really capable of coaching me?" It wasn't that Zhan Chong doubted Lin Yi's abilities, but rather that, during their time at their grandfather's house, Lin Yi had been tasked with holding down a pig during slaughter, only to be kicked away by the animal. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at Zhan Chong's words. "Ha ha ha, he couldn't even hold down a pig," adding this to the streamer's blackmail material. "He'll be remembered for this forever." Zhan Chong thought to himself, "What a good nephew," expertly dismantling his uncle's facade. That aside, I believe the streamer possesses real strength. He knocked out a city champion with a single punch. Indeed, that day, he had taken down that opponent with one blow. Perhaps Zhan Chong was unaware of his uncle's prowess. Hearing Zhan Chong's remarks, Lin Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips. That was ages ago. He was no longer the same person. He was now determined to be the ultimate uncle. How could he possibly lack the ability to box? Ignoring the mocking comments in the chat, he positioned his phone to record. "You see, doubting your uncle is your own fault. Today, I shall demonstrate my skills." Zhan Chong felt indifferent at the prospect of Lin Yi showcasing his abilities. He did not wish to spar with his uncle, who was his most revered elder. His fists would only strike against the strong, or rather, against those he considered rivals. "You think you can take a hit, huh? Embrace this punching bag and experience it." At Lin Yi's words, Zhan Chong awkwardly hugged the bag and braced himself. Lin Yi, with a slight smile, stepped back to stabilize his stance, preparing to unleash a short-range strike, the essence of the inch punch derived from Wing Chun. Concentrating power into a single point, he would reach the pinnacle. This was the very technique Lin Yi had employed to secure his earlier victory. He preferred to avoid flamboyance. If a single punch could suffice, why complicate matters? Lin Yi unleashed a powerful punch. Zhan Chong, clutching the punching bag, was sent tumbling backward along with it. As he fell to the ground, he distinctly felt the explosive force of Lin Yi's strike. His pupils widened in astonishment. The doubts he had harbored about his uncle vanished in an instant. Incredibly strong. The explosive power of his uncle's punch was exactly what he yearned for. He exerted himself, yet could not replicate such an effect. Rising abruptly from the ground, Zhan Chong exclaimed, "Uncle, will you be my coach? I aspire to become the world's greatest boxing champion." Zhan Chong did not seek to understand why his uncle was so formidable. He simply wished to grow stronger. If his uncle had offered to coach him, there must be invaluable knowledge to impart. Why should he question it? Zhan Chong regretted not recognizing sooner. He truly wanted to give himself a slap for doubting the one who loved him most, his uncle. The live stream audience erupted in excitement at the unfolding scene. "Wait, bro, you really have skills. You actually know how to box? Weren't you just the uncle who can't even hold down a pig? How do you execute an inch punch?" This guy, could he possibly be the reincarnation of a martial arts master? This was undoubtedly the inch punch, an explosive display of power. Some viewers recognized Lin Yi's inch punch technique. While it was well known, few could genuinely achieve such a peak of explosiveness. Many practiced their entire lives without grasping even the basics. Observers gazed at the seemingly simple inch punch, but mastering it was nearly impossible. This is why the audience recognized it instantly. Lin Yi retrieved his phone, noting the viewers' astonished reactions and Zhang Chang's request for him to be his coach. A faint smile graced his lips. "Oh dear, I'm merely an ordinary person who can't even hold down a pig. I can't possibly be your coach." Lin Yi teased Zhang Chang, hearing Lin Yi's words. Zhang Chang rushed forward to embrace his arm. "Come on, uncle. You are the best. Just be my coach." Lin Yi, upon hearing Zhang Chang's plea, ceased his teasing. All right. But are you prepared to endure my rigorous training? To become the world's #1, you must withstand pains beyond the capacity of ordinary men." Lin Yi spoke earnestly. Zhang Chang's expression grew serious. Listening to his uncle, he understood that the path to greatness required not only extraordinary talent, but also unwavering dedication and rigorous training. "Uncle, trust me, I can do it. I will become the strongest boxing champion in the world." Lin Yi recognized the fierce determination in Zhang Chang's eyes. "Then let us begin right now. Don't wait for tomorrow. Start now, exhaust your physical limits in the gym, and only then can you return to rest." With that, Lin Yi departed the gym without looking back. He understood well the saying, "Talent will not grant you chiseled muscles." There could be no waiting for tomorrow. If one must strive, it must begin at this very moment. Willpower and determination rely solely on self-awareness. Take responsibility for oneself and fight for one's dreams. Lin Yi would not supervise Zhang Chang. This was merely an appetizer for self-training. If Zhang Chang could not even manage that, he should abandon any thoughts of becoming the so-called world champion. In the future, stepping out may merely serve as a stepping stone for those who share the same dreams. Today's lackluster training will lead to a future spent languishing on stage, losing consciousness while the seconds tick away. The audience in the live broadcast room is now abuzz with excitement. "So, you're just an ordinary fellow, are you? Pray tell, which ordinary person resides in a mansion? Versailles, perhaps? Brothers, teach him a lesson. Talent will not gift you muscles chiseled like marble. However, steroids can. Talent will not present you with an opportunity to rise, but money can. The strong possess two characteristics. The first is a poor memory, and the second, Uve forgotten. Haki Chong, do you aspire to become the world's champion? How intriguing. I shall closely observe your development. The fire ignites. Charge forth. Battle strong, and challenge the throne of the world's #1. Chapter 30. Learning to be a person. As Lin Yi departed, Zhang Chang gazed at his figure, the echoes of Lin Yi's words resonating in his mind. The path to becoming the world's best is long and arduous. In his room, Zhang Chang trained fervently, determined to transform his flesh into perfect muscle. He aspired to step onto the boxing arena, instilling fear in his adversaries. He would not disappoint his uncle's expectations. He was resolute in his quest for strength. Zhang Chang ran tirelessly on the treadmill, unleashing powerful punches on the heavy bag. After leaving the gym, Lin Yi lingered outside, listening intently to Zhang Chang's exertions before finally departing. Upon reaching the second floor, he was approached by the housekeeper. "Mr. Lin, there's a problem," she said. "What is it?" Lin Yi frowned, concerned that something might have happened to one of the children. I'm not quite sure how to explain it. Perhaps you should come and see for yourself." "All right, where?" Lin Yi invited. "In the kitchen," she replied, leading him there. Meanwhile, Yi Shangcheng was in the kitchen, engrossed in his own creation. He had laid out intestines, pig hearts, and livers across the floor, an overpowering stench permeating the air. Yet, Yi Shangcheng showed no sign of aversion as he meticulously arranged the intestines to replicate the internal anatomy of a pig. The other housekeepers, donning masks, dared not speak or intervene, well aware of Yi Shangcheng's status as Lin Yi's nephew. They understood the significance of this position in Lin Yi's heart and recognized how much he cherished these nephews. The housekeepers knew better than to provoke the young master, and though the activity was somewhat unsanitary, it posed no real danger. Yi Shengcheng was undeterred by the mess. They saw no reason to interfere. Upon entering the kitchen, Lin Yi was greeted by the pungent aroma, eliciting a grimace. He stood aghast as he observed Yi Shengcheng handling the pig's entrails. Completely unmasked and unfazed by the filth and odor, Lin Yi remained silent, recalling the piercing screams of his fifth sister. Wouldn't she skin Yi Shengcheng alive for doing this at home? Enduring the foul smell, Lin Yi patiently awaited the completion of Yi Shengcheng's endeavors. Only after Yi Shengcheng had finished did he notice the housekeepers and his uncle standing nearby. With a glance at his creation, Yi Shengcheng felt a touch of embarrassment, sensing Lin Yi's displeasure reflected in his expression. Did this mean his uncle was troubled by something? However, Lin Yi refrained from reprimanding him. He did not wish to extinguish Yi Shengcheng's passion. As an elder, he embraced the notion of tolerance towards the interests of a younger generation. Regardless of how peculiar they may seem, he would not stifle Yi Shengcheng's unique curiosities. "What are you working on?" Lin Yi asked calmly. The housekeepers remained silent, contemplating how they would clean up afterward, and were also struck by Lin Yi's remarkable composure. They had encountered many affluent households, where parents would often scold their children for engaging in such activities, erupting in anger at the slightest provocation. Lin Yi's demeanor, so serene and communicative with the child, was indeed rare. The audience in a live stream was equally astonished by Yi Shengcheng's actions. "Wow, the kitchen has transformed into an operating room. Look at that reconstruction," a housekeeper exclaimed. Listening to Lin Yi's inquiry, Yi Shengcheng eagerly explained, "I am studying the structure of the small and large intestines. An adult's small intestine ranges from 4 to 6 meters, while the large intestine measures 1 to 2 meters. The gastrointestinal structure of humans is quite similar to that of pigs. It's fascinating." Yi Shengcheng gestured toward the intestines laid out on the floor, speaking with enthusiasm. Seemingly unaffected by the odor, Lin Yi, taken aback, marveled at the knowledge being conveyed. Had he not possessed advanced medical skills, he would have remained oblivious to such intricacies. Yi Shengcheng continued, cutting a segment of the pig's small intestine and locating a transparent tube. "Uncle, could you help me hold this?" Lin Yi complied, crouching down to observe what Yi Shengcheng intended to do. He watched as Yi Shengcheng methodically inverted the small intestine and fitted it over the tube. "Look, uncle, there are numerous blood vessels here." Lin Yi nodded and acknowledged. "Indeed," Yi Shengcheng continued, "you can touch it, uncle." Lin Yi, not wanting to dampen Yi Shengcheng's enthusiasm, reached out to feel it. "Isn't it sticky?" "It truly is," Lin Yi confirmed. "It contains a lot of bile and pancreatic juices. This mucilage is known as digestive fluid, and it has numerous functions." Yi Shengcheng earnestly conveyed his findings. While Lin Yi listened attentively, he was always supportive of his nephews, whether they aspired to be boxers, table tennis players, or stock market experts. He cherished every opportunity to cheer for his beloved nephews. "You are remarkable," Lin Yi exclaimed, giving Yi Shengcheng a thumbs up. The depth of knowledge he displayed, having just recently explored these concepts, was astounding. Yi Shengcheng's potential in forensic medicine was nothing short of extraordinary. The housekeepers exchanged glances, bewildered by the conversation. They had little understanding of the technicalities Yi Shengcheng discussed, but they were impressed nonetheless. This was the kind of child their parents often spoke of: brilliant, handsome, and gifted. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. "Wait, he just figured this out?" The host has only recently acquired these specialized books, and he is already grasping the concepts. Incredible. This kid is destined for greatness in medicine. A prodigy. Is this uncle a hero from a past life, saving the galaxy? 16 nephews, each more remarkable than the last. Seeing these budding talents in our nation brings me solace as an aging flower. Let's send him to study forensic medicine. Yi Shengcheng's eyes sparkled with the desire to dissect. The live stream audience celebrated the emergence of a medical prodigy, some even recording the moment to share with their teachers. How young Yi Shengcheng was, yet he displayed immense potential in the field of medicine. Some netizens have voiced their frustrations. Is it possible that this generation of children has been excessively influenced by Mangpo's soup? Just look at Lin Yi's 16 nephews, each one more outrageous than the last. Which of them resembles someone who's just begun to learn? They all seem to have forgotten nothing at all. Yi Shengzheng continues to explain to Lin Yi. Pig liver, pig heart. His explanations are thorough and articulate. The viewers in a live broadcast can hardly contain themselves. Is this truly not a reincarnation of some medical genius? This is not a medical prodigy. This is the embodiment of Hannibal. Mastery in the hospital leads to becoming Dr. House, while mastery outside the hospital leads to becoming Hannibal. Who is Hannibal? A remarkable chef and an exceptionally skilled individual. This child must be submitted to the state. Whether you do it yourself or the public assists you, it must be done. Good heavens, Meng Po's soup has truly influenced him. After Lin Yi listened to Yi Shengzheng's commentary, he asked, "Is that all? Little Shengzheng, may I propose something to you?" Yi Shengzheng nodded, indicating his willingness. "Tomorrow, I will arrange a dedicated research room for you in the estate. Please refrain from scattering your materials on the ground like that in the future, all right? Just like forensic experts, you must wear masks and gloves when handling these organs, as there are unsanitary elements involved. I will provide you with proper equipment. Do you understand what I mean?" Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Yi Shengzheng nodded in agreement. "All right, I will listen to my uncle." Yi Shengzheng is not fond of table tennis. He prefers the pure study of human anatomy. Yi Shengzheng washes his hands, while the housekeeper swiftly tidies up the kitchen. Lin Yi also arranges for the housekeeper to find someone to construct a temporary small room outside. This will give Yi Shengzheng a dedicated research space. Su Chun and John Yi each have their own offices, so naturally, Yi Shengzheng deserves one too. This uncle is truly devoted to the well-being of his nephews. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live broadcast are engaged in discussions about Lin Yi's 16 nephews, praising them. It seems that each of these 16 nephews is as if the heavens themselves are tirelessly feeding them. Chapter 31. Surprises, disturbing dreams, and annoying uncles. All 16 nephews are quite obedient to their Uncle Lin Yi. The online community can hardly fathom how these little ones will grow up to achieve their own greatness, bringing immense joy to their uncle. The young ones have all bathed and prepared for bed. Yet Lin, he does not indulge them in their playful whims. "Hurry back to your rooms and sleep," he commands, and they dutifully tidy up their belongings. Lin Yi continues, "Tomorrow morning, your uncle has a grand surprise for you all." Their excitement is palpable, filled with eager anticipation. Little do they know that the joy of today may lead to despair tomorrow. Jean Chan, exhausted, crawled back to his room without even bathing. Aside from Jean Yi and Su Chun, who are busy in the computer studio, the others have already retreated to their beds. Lin Yi encourages the two of them to sleep as well, and they obediently return to their rooms. After a moment of reflection in the living room, Lin Yi considers Yi Wudi. Has he perhaps overlooked this little one today? His attention has been primarily on Yi Lai Lai and Yi Shengzheng. The second brother, Yi Wudi, feeling somewhat neglected, is not entirely pleased. Lin Yi strolls leisurely to Yi Wudi's room, quietly entering. Upon hearing the door creak open, Yi Wudi sits up immediately. "Uncle?" Lin Yi gestures for silence. "Shh. Don't wake the others." Yi Wudi, understanding, lowers his voice. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Lin Yi smiles lightly. "What? As your uncle, am I not allowed to check on my nephew's sleep? You kicked off your blankets while sleeping. Here, there are no parents to cover you," he teases. "I've grown up. I wouldn't kick off my blankets." Lin Yi sits beside Yi Wudi's bed. "Oh, really? Have you noticed anything different about your brother today?" Yi Wudi ponders this. Observing his brother, he realizes that today he seems somewhat unusual. The usual stern expression has softened, his eyes gleaming with light, and he even smiles. Yi Wudi has never seen Shengzheng this way. Unusual? Is it not today that he was acting strange, playing around, and reading that medical book with such yearning? Yi Wudi recalls his brother's fastidious nature, always washing his hands before playing table tennis. Yet today, he is content despite the odor clinging to him. Is this not odd? Lin Yi snaps his fingers. "Exactly. Your brother has found his life's goal. He used to be disinterested in everything, but now, are you happy for him?" Yi Wudi falls silent, murmuring, "No wonder uncle is paying so much attention to him today." Lin Yi perceives the underlying sentiment in Yi Wudi's words. He understands that the lack of praise has made Yi Wudi feel overshadowed by Yi Shengzheng. With a gentle smile, Lin Yi shakes his head. "Little Wudi, you are mistaken. I cared deeply for each of you. Your brother's previous disinterest warranted my attention to help him find his purpose. If you ever face challenges in table tennis, I would dedicate my time to assist you as well. My love for all 16 of you is not about fairness. In my heart, you are all equally important, cherished nephews and beloved children. After saying this, Lin Yi affectionately ruffles Yi Wudi's hair. I may have overlooked you today, and for that, I apologize. I want you to know that your spin shots are fantastic. He gives a thumbs up. Children yearn for the approval of their elders, and Yi Wudi, whose name was given by Lin Yi, feels cherished. Seeing his uncle's gesture, Yi Wudi's earlier disappointment dissipates. Emotions come swiftly but vanish just as quickly. He feigns a smile and raises his thumb in return. Lin Yi departs from Yi Wudi's room, leaving him to snuggle under the covers, ready for a restful sleep. He aspires to be the best child, the best nephew in his uncle's heart. His uncle praised his spin shots, and he is determined to reach the pinnacle of table tennis, wanting his name to resonate throughout the sport. Once outside, Lin Yi breathes a sigh of relief. Calming these little ones is no small feat. All 16 have slipped into the realm of dreams, pondering the surprises their uncle has in store for them. Su Chen's mind is consumed with thoughts of money, already devising a plan to double his investment in stocks. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi is preoccupied with strategies for swiftly eliminating opponents in high-stakes ES. Go matches, his index finger twitching as if still pressing the trigger, even in slumber. Zhang Chong, suffering from aches and cramps, drifts into a deep sleep, dreaming of his uncle's formidable punch. Could his uncle be a secret martial arts master? At this moment, Gu Yingying reflects on the fierce female boxer she saw in a documentary, admiring her fearless demeanor. She dreams of becoming a boxer herself. Meanwhile, Gu Qingshu, having spent the day poring over various subjects, falls into a peaceful slumber, her mind clearing as she prepares to seek wisdom from the stars. Chen Yuze contemplates the affections of a girl who seems indifferent to him at school, wishing she would simply speak to him. Confounded by her behavior, he sheds a tear, his heart aching. Chen Xiaoxiao is lost in thoughts of violin melodies. Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya share a room, with Shushu clinging to her sister. Her sleeping position quite unseemly, drooling as she dreams of sumptuous feasts. Yaya, accustomed to her sister's antics, sleeps soundly. In contrast, Yi Shengzheng remains awake, hiding under the covers, engrossed in the knowledge within his books, while Yi Wudi, having received Lin Yi's comfort, succumbs to deep slumber. The other little ones, after a day full of mischief, are also lost in dreams of various wonders. Long after they have slept, Lin Yi checks each room to ensure they have not kicked off their blankets and are resting well. Upon seeing Yi Shengzheng still reading, he shakes his head in exasperation. What dedication! He coughs lightly at the door, prompting Yi Shengzheng to immediately set aside his book and prepare for sleep. As dawn breaks at 7:30 the next morning, Lin Yi awakens early, noting that the children have had ample rest. He retrieves the whistle he had prepared and begins to open each room. The urgent sound of a whistle pierced the air, awakening the 16 individuals from their sweet slumber. They heard their uncle calling, "Rise and shine." The sun is already high. Groggily, Gu Shushu, drooling, stirred awake with a frown, exclaiming, "How annoying. I no longer like uncle. I was just dreaming of savoring delicious lobsters." Her reverie was shattered by Lin Yi's interruption. Pouting in displeasure, Gu Shushu climbed down from her bed, followed by Gu Yaya, as they made their way downstairs, each moving at a leisurely pace to the living room. Lin Yi, with an air of seriousness, began to whistle, instructing them to line up in order of age. At his command, Su Chun took the lead, followed by the brothers Zhang Yi and Zhang Chong. Next were Gu Yingying and Gu Qingshu, succeeded by the Chun brothers, Chen Yuze and Chen Yuxiao. The twin sisters, Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, followed. Then came the Yi brothers, Yi Shengzheng and Yi Wudi, and finally the Li brothers, Li Jingxing and Li Danqi. At the end of the line were Tang Luoluo, Tang Chun, with the youngest, Yi Lai Lai, trailing behind. "Stand at attention," Lin Yi commanded, and they all fell silent, standing straight. The previous murmurs ceased abruptly. Lin Yi similet, pidasit, while they were allowed to play and have fun during the winter break. Morning exercises were non-negotiable. in their residential neighborhood, there was a concern about them scattering. However, now, in the grand estate, they had a running track larger than that of their school. Run freely. Lin Yi adhered to the belief that health is the foundation of all endeavors, wishing to instill in them the habit of morning exercise, early to bed and early to rise, with 3 balanced meals a day, were essential for a healthy lifestyle. A robust constitution was vital for all 16 of them, whether it be for Su Chun, who may one day become a billionaire, or for Zhan Chong, who might step into the boxing ring. A sound body was imperative for their futures. Chapter 32. Attaining the pinnacle of culinary skills. A matchless duo in the boxing realm. A robust physique is indeed their greatest asset. The delightful surprise promised yesterday has arrived today. Are you elated, astonished, or utterly taken aback? Under Lin Yi's remarks, they dared not utter a word. Very well, their uncle intends to maintain a balanced approach. In the forthcoming days, they shall begin rigorous training for their little brother, Lin Yi. Each of you must also engage in a morning run daily. The distance of the run shall depend entirely on your own initiative. At the very least, you should exert yourselves enough to catch your breath. Only then will it be deemed satisfactory. After the morning run, whether you indulge in video games or watch films, your uncle will impose no restrictions. However, you must consider your futures. For instance, Su Chun and Zhan Yi, your aspirations involve careers devoid of physical labor. A single day without appropriate exercise will lead to a decline in bodily functions, which may become irreversible. Lin Yi continued speaking, not solely addressing Zhan Yi and Su Chun. As for Zhan Chong, it goes without saying that in the realm of boxing, one relies entirely on their physicality. Gu Yingying, Gu Qing Shu, Gu Shu Shu, and Gu Yaya. Dear sisters, your uncle is uncertain about your trajectories. And to Yi Wudi and Yi Shengzheng, you little rascals, I shall refrain from elaborating further. A true man must possess a certain vigor, you know. I have promised your mother to ensure that you all enjoy a healthy and joyful winter break under my care. In truth, even if the 7 sisters had not issued such directives, he would have acted similarly. Lin Yi genuinely wished for them to grow up free from disaster or illness, thriving in health and happiness. Under Lin Yi's words, they remained silent. Their uncle truly had their best interests at heart. The resentment from being abruptly awakened dissipated instantly. The audience in the live stream comprehended the surprise Lin Yi had mentioned. There was no room for criticism. The host was indeed a remarkable uncle. How delightful! I too wish for such an uncle, one who is affluent. A boy must embody a certain masculinity, possessing a sense of righteousness even when walking alone at night. As the eldest brother, Su Chun naturally took on the responsibility of leading the charge. Follow me, prepare. Do not exert yourselves too suddenly. Run as long as you can, and stop when you feel fatigued. With that, Su Chun dashed ahead, and they followed closely behind. The youngest, Yi Lai, also scampered along eagerly. Lin Yi felt a wave of satisfaction at this scene. He too joined in, jogging behind, recognizing the necessity of physical exercise. Good habits must be cultivated alongside the little ones. It would be remiss for him, as their uncle, to instruct them while he lay idle. Lin Yi did not focus on the others, but instead ran beside Zhan Chong, who was somewhat plump. The prior night's exertion coupled with today's morning run made Zhan Chong acutely aware of every cell in his body resisting the vigorous activity. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Lin Yi kept pace for quite some time. The other youngsters eventually collapsed onto the grass, exhausted. Su Chun and Zhan Yi, being more cerebral, naturally exhibited weaker stamina. Now, only Zhan Chong remained steadfast, along with the Li brothers, Li Jingxing and Li Danqi, as well as the determined Gu Yingying, who was panting yet resolute. Lin Yi observed Li Jingxing, Li Danqi, and Gu Yingying with unexpected admiration. He knew the Li brothers possessed considerable athletic prowess. Since childhood, the younger sibling, Li Danqi, had a penchant for soccer, while the elder, Li Jingxing, favored basketball. Lin Yi had heard from his sick sister that these two had been taken for morning runs and exercises by their father every day. Running posed no challenge for them. At this moment, Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying were already breathless. For a girl to keep pace with them was indeed commendable. Once Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying could no longer continue, Li Jingxing and Li Danqi persisted for a while longer. Lin Yi patted Zhang Chong's shoulder, aware that this was not Zhang Chong's limit. After all, the high-intensity training from the previous day had just nudged his body out of its comfort zone. Transitioning abruptly to extreme exertion was somewhat unaccustomed. Following the morning run, they all engaged in their own activities, as Lin Yi prepared to initiate Zhang Chong's rigorous training. However, Gu Yingying, standing by, expressed her desire to partake in the devilish training her uncle had mentioned. "Uncle, I wish to train alongside brother Zhang Chong." Gu Yingying's request caught Lin Yi off guard. "Do you also have an affinity for boxing?" Upon hearing Lin Yi's inquiry, Gu Yingying nodded resolutely. "Yes, I adore it. I aspire to become an exceptional female boxer." Gu Yingying did not set her expectations too high. The elders in her family had always hoped she would protect her younger sisters. She yearned to grow stronger to safeguard them. Is merely being exceptional her only ambition? Does she not wish to ascend to the pinnacle of women's boxing? Gu Yingying shook her head. That might prove to be rather challenging. She had witnessed the fierce exchanges in women's boxing matches, where competitors exuded youthful vigor. She believed she might not reach such heights. Being a standard female boxer would suffice for her. At that moment, Lin Yi's mind resonated with the system's voice. Ding! Character bound. Gu Yingying has set her goal. Gu Yingying possesses a basic boxing talent. Host receives a choice of rewards. Option 1, Master Chef Skills. Option 2, 50 million RMB. Listening to the system's voice, Lin Yi pondered. Basic. Gu Yingying merely possesses a basic boxing talent. Lin Yi did not rush to select a reward, but furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that having talent was sufficient, coupled with his future mastery as an uncle. With his guidance, even a basic boxing talent could be honed to perfection. Lin Yi chose the reward, prioritizing skills. Very well, you shall train alongside Zhang Chong. However, I must inform you that I will calibrate the training intensity for both of you to an equivalent level. Should you find it overwhelming, do not hesitate to voice your concerns. Understanding her uncle's implication, Gu Yingying recognized that he wished for her, as a girl, to retreat from the challenge. But how could she ascertain her capabilities without attempting? All right. The audience in the live stream observed their morning training session, witnessing Gu Yingying, a girl, persist with determination. They began to voice their reactions in the stream. Wow. If I'm not mistaken, she must be the eldest among the nieces, right? The Gu sisters. She's the firstborn. Gu Yingying, that name, truly does not evoke even a hint of a tomboyish vibe. Ha ha ha. Instead, she seems quite adorable. Could it be a contrast? The cuter the name, the fiercer the punches? Who knows? If she turns out to be another innate boxing prodigy, that would be terrifying. Indeed, if Zhang Chong among the nephews is already a boxing prodigy, one can only imagine how formidable he will become. He may even become a boxing champion. If this girl possesses boxing talent as well, they would be an unparalleled duo, monopolizing both male and female boxing championships. To the one upstairs, hurry and pen a novel. I wish to read it. Lin Yi paid no heed to the discussions in the live stream. He continued his regular broadcast, as the viewer count had surged daily. It would be remiss not to stream. At this moment, Lin Yi heard Gu Yingying's affirmative response. Training has also commenced for Zhang Chong and Gu Yingying. All right, Uncle will first test your reaction speed. Zhang Chong, please go upstairs and bring down 3 pairs of boxing gloves along with the protective gear. Chapter 33. The Novice Protection Period? Is this the innate body of a stock trading sage? Zhang Chong also managed to bring it down. Lin Yi instructed Zhang Chong to wear gloves and protective gear. Come on, I will throw punches and you will block them. Zhang Chong and Gu Yingying understood and focused on Lin Yi's punches. Lin Yi struck with a rhythm, left, right. Zhang Chong and Gu Yingying perfectly blocked each blow. Lin Yi nodded in approval. Not bad. Next, we won't use blocks. You must rely on your reflexes to evade. My punches will be faster. With a quick succession of strikes, Zhang Chong and Gu Yingying managed to dodge successfully. Lin Yi smiled slightly, preparing to increase the intensity. All right, let's continue. I will go even faster. Zhang Chong's demeanor turned serious. Lin Yi unleashed a punch left, right? He struck in rapid succession. The first punch landed on the left, while the second went contrary to what he had said. Zhang Chong instinctively followed Lin Yi's words and dodged to the right. only to be met by Lin Yi's right jab. Unable to evade, Zhan Chong took the punch to the face and staggered backward in pain. Ah, uncle, didn't you say left punch? Why did you throw a right jab? Zhan Chong complained, clutching his face. Lin Yi similit kunojin. I mentioned training. You should not rely solely on your habitual thinking. Only you will suffer the consequences. Do you take my every word literally? Every statement I make indicates an escalation in difficulty. The first phase is speed. The second is strategy. Besides, once you step into the ring, your opponent won't merely follow your left-right rhythm. You may face punches that come at you like raindrops. How many can you withstand? Through his teaching methods, Lin Yi guided Zhan Chong to grow stronger, aiming to impart a vital lesson. In the ring, the adversary is not a loving uncle, but a competitor determined to defeat him. The battles among men in the ring are no trifling matter. One must either leave the ring victorious or be carried out, though it could also end in exhaustion after 3 grueling rounds or an overtime finish. Every boxer in the ring gives their all. This is the nature of the struggle in the world of boxing. Lin Yi desired Zhan Chong to endure more rigorous training under his tutelage. As his uncle, he would not push Zhan Chong to the brink of collapse, but he needed Zhan Chong to experience some discomfort. Without such experiences, when he encounters a ruthless opponent in the future, he would lack the necessary skills, becoming a mere lamb in others' eyes. That would be a dereliction of duty on the part of his uncle and coach. With Lin Yi's words, Zhan Chong recognized his naivety. He understood. His uncle's affection was genuine, yet this is training. Gu Yingying, observing from the side, absorbed her uncle's every word of guidance. Both understood that in the 1v1 boxing match, victory and defeat are at stake. It is not child's play. The viewers in the live stream, being adults, comprehended Lin Yi's intentions. There was no doubt this uncle was an excellent teacher. Indeed, it is better to endure some hardship under the uncle's guidance than to be knocked out by an opponent in the ring, where life could be at stake. It was evident that the uncle was holding back. Otherwise, a single punch could draw blood from Zhan Chong's nose. Haki E, you truly know how to teach. To be trained by such an uncle and enter the novice boxing arena, would that not lead to an unstoppable path? This uncle is no ordinary figure. The viewers in the live stream pondered Lin Yi and his 16 nephews, realizing that Lin Yi seemed extraordinary. In just one day, he could bring 16 nephews into the trending spotlight. His account gained 1 million followers overnight. Within a few days, he settled into a luxurious villa and could even knock out the city's boxing champion with a single punch. It was a terrifying thought. Lin Yi liked to claim he was an ordinary person. The netizens found that hard to believe. What ordinary person lives in a villa and casually pulls out millions? A single punch to knock out the city boxing champion. Lin Yi continued his punching drills. Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying had honed their skills. No longer swayed by his words, they relied solely on their reflexes. Lin Yi was quite pleased. Both showed ample talent in reflexes. Training required considerable time, encompassing not just reflexes but also endurance and physical fitness, all of which need to be developed gradually. Lin Yi was determined to ensure that Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying, trained under his guidance, could dominate the future boxing arena. At this age, Lin Yi understood the arduous path to success, fraught with uncertainties. He aimed to clear as many obstacles as possible for them, but for those he could not, it would be up to their own fate. External factors, such as public opinion and their parents, he could navigate for them. Yet, once in the ring, it is about whose fists are stronger and whose punches are harder. In a 1v1 match, he could not assist them. It depended solely on their efforts and the results of their training. During these few days, Lin Yi repeatedly engaged Gu Yingying and Zhan Chong in intensive training. Dieps, C-dupes, various drills. Initially, Gu Yingying struggled to keep up, as Lin Yi tailored the intensity to Zhan Chong's strength. As a girl, it was indeed challenging for her to match the pace. However, fortunately, Gu Yingying's perseverance exceeded Lin Yi's expectations. She gritted her teeth and kept up with Zhan Chong's training intensity. During lunchtime, both Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying's appetite surged. Small bowls could no longer satisfy their hunger, so they resorted to larger bowls. The other 14 nephews watched in awe as Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying showcased their hearty appetites, swallowing hard. Too intimidated to approach, fearing they might end up with their food snatched away. Lin Yi did not impose strict dietary restrictions on them. Given the high intensity of their training, their appetites were barely enough to sustain their daily energy expenditure. Lin Yi did not further regulate their meals, but continued to push them through rigorous training. He allowed Zhan Chang and Gu Yingying to proceed with their previous training routines. As there were still 14 other youngsters, he could not devote all his attention to just 2 of them. Lin Yi made his way to the computer room, eager to see how Su Chun and Zhan Yi, the intellectual duo, were progressing. Approaching Su Chun, Lin Yi jested, "So, little Chun, has the 1 million I gave you for stock trading been completely lost as tuition fees?" Su Chun smiled calmly at Lin Yi's remark. He remained silent, then opened his stock account on the computer. Lin Yi leaned in for a closer look. The balance displayed was hundreds of thousands. 2 million. How could it be? 2 million. He had given Su Chun 1 million, and now, after just a few trading days, excluding the previous weekend, Su Chun had doubled it to 2 million. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he was not concerned about the money, Su Chun's ability to double 1 million in the stock market left him in awe. If he had invested 50 million, it would have been a staggering 100 million. In the ruthless arena of the stock market, Su Chun astonishingly managed to thrive and secure profits, a feat unattainable by many. Moreover, this accomplishment unfolded within a mere few days. Lin Yi pondered that Su Chun had evidently been reaping substantial returns during this time. Otherwise, such rapid doubling of profits would be inconceivable. He couldn't help but slap his thigh, reflecting on how, had Su Chun been allowed to invest those tens of millions back then, the current profits would have been extraordinary. The audience in the live stream stared in astonishment at the displayed 2 million and the entirely crimson profits from stocks. The excitement erupted. What? It doubled in just a few days? Unbelievable, returned swiftly. This was undoubtedly the novice protection period, a safeguard for beginners in the stock market. Upstairs, don't deceive yourself. When you mentioned the novice protection period, did you chuckle? Who in their right mind experiences a doubling of profits during the novice protection phase? Such an occurrence was utterly implausible. This was evidently a prodigious talent in stock trading. The prowess of this host's nephew was nothing short of extraordinary. The viewers in the live stream began to realize that Su Chun was indeed a natural-born prodigy in stock trading, not simply benefiting from a supposed novice protection period. The discrepancy was staggering. While they, as adults, faced daily losses in the stock market, only managing to savor minute portions of gains, the rest of the trading days were marred by dismal declines. Witnessing the meteoric rise of Su Chun, this innate stock trading genius, how could they not feel exhilarated? Chapter 34. Achieving maximum investment level. Zhan Yi, have not cheated. Some seasoned investors are even eager to seek guidance from Su Chun. At this moment, the system's voice resonated. Ding! Character binding. Su Chun has completed the initial phase goal. Su Chun possesses top-tier financial intelligence. Host receives a choice of rewards. Option 1. Maximum investment skill. Option 2. 100 million RMB. Lin Yi was taken aback upon hearing the system's announcement. To complete a mere phase of capital doubling and receive a reward. What about the little ones who take a step forward? They receive rewards as well. Could it be that the system intends to cultivate him into a supreme being? Lin Yi considered the choice of rewards. 100 million. In the face of maximum investment, it pales in comparison. Perhaps this skill, even if he were to squander everything, could transform 50 yuan into 35 million. Without hesitation, Lin Yi chose the first option. Host acquired. Maximum investment skill. A wealth of knowledge flooded Lin Yi's mind. Observing Su Chun, it seemed he no longer required any guidance. You are remarkable. Lin Yi gave a thumbs up. He was generous in praising his nephew. Moreover, Su Chun was the eldest and most sensible among his nephews, currently making the swiftest progress. The others were still at the starting line. Su Chun smiled slightly at the thumbs up. Having just acquired the maximum investment skill, Lin Yi wished to illuminate a clearer path for Su Chun. Little Chun, let Uncle see what you've been trading lately. Su Chun willingly shared, I'm currently focusing on sectors that are just beginning to surge in a bull market. Internet finance and securities. The logic is straightforward. Once they initiate, these sectors are pivotal in every round of bull markets. He had been monitoring several stocks that had been hitting their limits in recent days. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Having attained the maximum investment skill, he recognized the correctness of Su Chen's reasoning. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement upon hearing Su Chen's words. My goodness, this guy is not just some innate stock trading genius. He must be one of those who returned from the brink in a past life. He doesn't sound like a novice. Rather, he seems to have retained all his prior knowledge. Are you telling me that a middle school graduate possesses such investment insight? Setting aside everything else, his logic is sound. Incredible. Su Chen's followers began to plead for guidance from Master. Lin Yi then offered his insights. Nephew, I believe you should gradually diversify into technology and AI sectors. Also, your favorite little yellow fish, namely gold, is likely to experience a significant surge before the year concludes. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Chen's pupils widened. His usually calm demeanor transformed into one of astonishment. The direction Lin Yi suggested perfectly aligned with his future stock holdings. Technology, AI, gold. All of these were bound to witness a substantial rise. How did Uncle know this? Didn't he claim? Wasn't he adept at trading stocks? Su Chen felt his uncle growing increasingly enigmatic. Lin Yi continued, if you ask about Uncle's logic. Ha, I'm just an ordinary person, unable to articulate the intricacies of my reasoning. It's merely a bit of whimsical talk. You may disregard it. Lin Yi did not elaborate fully, allowing Su Chen to grasp the meaning on his own. Even if Su Chen struggled to comprehend why technology and AI would experience a significant shift, he should be able to understand the logic behind gold. Meanwhile, the live stream audience, after hearing Lin Yi and Su Chen's discussion, began to laugh heartily. Ha, are you really advising a future stock trading deity? Have you had a few too many drinks? Your nephew has just doubled his investments in days, and what is your standing? A professional trader. Gold has already skyrocketed. Why are you suggesting your nephew dive in to lose money? What about AI? Let prove its worth before claiming it will surge. The live stream audience criticized Lin Yi. From many perspectives, he ought not to advise Su Chen, nor should he mention gold. Lin Yi glanced at the barrage of comments, filled with criticisms, and smiled indifferently. He had initiated the live stream to offer a glimpse to the audience. Their disagreement was of no consequence. Lin Yi casually selected a comment to retort. I just mentioned it casually. I know you're anxious, but please hold your horses. What is my standing? I am indeed not remarkable, just an ordinary individual. You need to concern yourselves with that. Just know he is my eldest nephew. Regardless of his future achievements, when we meet during the new year, he must bow and call me uncle. Isn't that right, Xiao Chun? Su Chen nodded in agreement. Uncle is correct. He had previously told his uncle not to worry about the live stream comments. Even if his uncle treats the stream as a career, he advised against paying attention to those remarks. The comments can be overwhelming. Regardless of what any elder says, he wouldn't absorb every word, whether it be his uncle or his parents. He didn't know whether what his uncle said was right or wrong. No matter how old he grew, every new year, he would respectfully bow to Lin Yi and call him uncle. This was his etiquette toward his elder. Lin Yi's words left the live stream audience in silence. Indeed, Lin Yi's words held merit. Moreover, he had merely hinted at things and did not impose any demands on Su Chen. The statement that regardless of their future prospects, he must bow and call him uncle silenced the audience. After all, there's a saying, when a father passes, bury him casually. When a mother passes, wait for the uncle. There is wisdom in the adage. Mother is dear, uncle is great. One must understand why in Black Cat Detective, a character would travel far to seek out an uncle after a setback. Many uncles have played a significant role in securing thrones throughout history. After Lin Yi retorted to the live stream, some detractors began to harbor grievances. Lin Yi glanced at Zhang Yi, who was engrossed in a game. He directed the camera and the live stream towards Zhang Yi's gameplay, showcasing his skills. In ranked matches, Zhang Yi executed consecutive headshots with remarkable precision, leaving the audience in awe. The screen was filled with the number 666. Lin Yi then advised Zhang Yi, you can stream for a bit. Just occasionally check the comments. Lin Yi wanted the audience to become more acquainted with his precious second nephew, Zhang Yi. After all, this young man was destined for the world of electronic sports and needed to enhance his visibility on the international esports stage. Lin Yi put down his phone and headed downstairs for a shower. After all, he had expended considerable energy today and felt sticky. Meanwhile, during Lin Yi's shower, Zhang Yi was live streaming CS GO, executing nearly instantaneous headshots with the AK. In recent days, Zhang Yi had elevated his rank significantly, leaving no room for any slack. The audience was left dumbfounded by Zhang Yi's gameplay. The precision of Zhang Yi's headshots reached an astonishing level. The moment an opponent dared to reveal their head, they were met with a swift demise at the hands of Zhang Yi. The audience in the live stream erupted in disbelief. What? This is utterly outrageous. It's as if exposing one's head guarantees instant elimination. 666. This person must be cheating. 666. There's no pretense left. It's undoubtedly a hack. If not, I'll gladly eat my words. After only a few days of playing CS GO, has one really reached such a skill level? If it's not a hack, then what is it? The chat was flooded with the number 666, and some viewers vehemently accused Zhang Yi of cheating. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi continued to play while asserting, I am not cheating. I shall reiterate, I, Zhang Yi, am not using hacks. Chapter 35, The Weeping Warrior. Is strength also a mistake? The audience in the live broadcast room continued to be relentless. Let me tell you a joke. I swear I'm not cheating. Upon hearing this, I stood up in disbelief. Just for laughs, even if I were cheating, I couldn't achieve such astounding results. My headshot rate is terrifyingly high. This is not the kind of performance one could attain without assistance. I refuse to believe it in the realm of FPP shooting games in Huaxia. If one is indeed cheating, so be it, little one. It's not as if one would be imprisoned for it. Ha ha ha. I detest those who cheat yet feign innocence. What are they trying to portray? A young prodigy enlightened overnight? If one is that exceptional, why not pursue a professional career and bring home a golden trophy for Huaxia? In the live room, some viewers were overwhelmed, finding an outlet for their frustrations by hurling verbal assaults at Zhang Yi. A torrent of slander and insults ensued, with no repetition in their derogatory remarks towards him. It was an agonizing sight for Zhang Yi. As a naive middle school student, he felt utterly powerless. He pondered why, despite dedicating all his time to this game, he was being accused of cheating after achieving such skill. Zhang Yi halted the game, scratching his head and gazing towards the door of the computer room, longing to see his uncle. In the next moment, he could no longer hold back and began to sob. Su Chun, seated beside the computer, heard the commotion and turned to see Zhang Yi suddenly in tears. What is wrong, little Yi? Zhang Yi remained silent, struggling to contain his tears, but they continued to flow uncontrollably. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Chun rushed to call for his uncle. Coincidentally, Lin Yi had just finished showering and was pulled into the computer room by Su Chun. Su Chun did not enter. He merely urged his uncle to address the situation and retreated to the living room. Lin Yi, upon entering the room and seeing Zhang Yi in tears, understood that something was amiss. He dismissed the notion of the audience's aggressive behavior, but couldn't fathom the reason for Zhang Yi's tears. Apronchink, Zhang Yi. He gently embraced him. What is the matter, little Yi? Zhang Yi turned away from the live camera. Lin Yi, sensing the situation, encouraged Zhang Yi to take Su Chen's seat. Did the viewers in the live room insult you? Under Lin Yi's questioning, Zhang Yi remained silent. Lin Yi pointed towards the camera and declared, Let us see who dared to make my nephew cry. Who has provoked this? The audience, comprising many well-meaning viewers, quickly clarified the situation through the barrage of comments. Lin Yi understood that the comments accused Zhang Yi of cheating. How could the tender heart of a child withstand such vitriol from battle-hardened adults? Lin Yi recognized the mindset of those who insulted Zhang Yi and wasted no time in retaliating. To those who claim my nephew is cheating, if you're still in a live room, take a seat. If you're bad at the game, just accept it. Why come to my stream to insult my nephew after being schooled by skilled players? If you can't take the heat, don't play the game. As he spoke, he made a classic gesture, raising both hands defiantly. I know whether my nephew cheats or not. My heart is as clear as crystal. After finishing his tirade, Lin Yi turned to comfort Zhang Yi. All right, little Yi, stop crying. A real man does not shed tears over trivial matters. Do you wish to prove yourself? Do you wish to tell the world that Jean Yi does not cheat? Hearing the seriousness in Lin Yi's voice, Jean Yi ceased his weeping, looking to his uncle for affirmation. He truly wanted to prove he was not cheating. I want to, with Jean Yi's response. Lin Yi resolved to guide him onto the path of professionalism. Those foolish netizens are mocking you? Then let us drape you in a national flag and let you represent our country. Let us see what they have to say then. Now, aside from maintaining a proper routine of eating, exercising, and resting, I want you to practice this game tirelessly. I'll help you connect with professional training, Lin Yi declared, picking up his phone to turn off the live stream, contemplating the next broadcast. He could no longer allow the child to stream alone. Jean Yi composed himself and resumed playing. He was determined to grow stronger. He aspired to surpass even the most proficient cheaters. Cheating? He would become the very embodiment of skill. He aimed to demonstrate to his uncle that he was not weak. Lin Yi exited the computer room, only to find Su Chan waiting for him. How little Yi? He asked. It's nothing, just some aggressive comments from viewers, Lin Yi replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. It was indeed the case. The last time he made a minor mistake, some viewers had ridiculed him mercilessly. Thankfully, he had never been bothered by such remarks. Insults from others wouldn't take a toll on him. Returning to the computer room, Su Chan began to peruse his stock market materials. He observed Jean Yi had re-entered the battlefield, seemingly more formidable than before. Although Su Chan was not well-versed in gaming, he could sense Jean Yi was evolving. Psychological growth often accompanies progressive improvement. Perhaps this moment of weeping would fortify Jean Yi's resolve on his journey in esports. Every day, as he sat beside Jean Yi, he had heard him speak of his dreams, a professional career. Yet, Jean Yi feared that his parents would not support him. Meanwhile, Lin Yi returned to his room and initiated a video call with his second sister. Sister, I want to send Jean Yi to pursue a professional career. Upon hearing this, his sister's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you crazy? A career in gaming? What future could that possibly hold? You'd ruin Little Yi. To her, the allure of gaming competition and its monetary rewards were irrelevant. Regardless of the game, only a handful reach the pinnacle and lift the trophy. In team games, there might be 5 or more, but in individual competitions, only one can emerge victorious. Given such fierce competition, how could one carve out a future? Her concerns were not rooted in Jean Yi's interests or talents, but rather in his potential to support himself in the future, a common sentiment among many parents in Huaxia. Lin Yi understood his sister's perspective. She was a relic of an outdated mindset. He knew how to persuade her. Trust me, Jean Yi's talent in gaming is extraordinary. His sister scoffed at this notion. He is barely out of middle school. Who would even consider him for a professional role? Not to mention, if he neglects his studies, how can he pursue a career later? Wouldn't that render him useless? What about his future? Without hesitation, Lin Yi retrieved his phone, opened his banking app, and revealed a balance exceeding 100 million. Is this enough to pave a bright future for Jean Yi? Let him try. Even if he fails, I will support him for life. Is this house sufficient? Lin Yi remarked, directing the camera towards the spacious villa. He could indeed allocate his resources entirely to his 16 nephews. After all, he had no intention of marrying. As a staunch advocate of remaining single, he pondered who else to dote upon but his blood-related nephews. On the other end of the video call, his second sister observed Lin Yi's balance, which amounted to staggering figures: 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. Where did you acquire such wealth? She inquired, but then quickly recalled Lin Yi's recent rise to fame on Douyin, which undoubtedly brought in considerable profits. The grandeur of the villa showcased by Lin Yi also stirred her emotions, yet she hesitated to suggest that Jean Yi give it a try. After all, Lin Yi's assets belonged solely to him. Regardless of Lin Yi's proclamations about his commitment to remaining single during the New Year celebrations, one cannot deny that everyone eventually yearns to be a husband or a father. His sister dismissed Lin Yi's previous claims as mere excuses rooted in a desire not to disappoint a young woman due to his lack of qualifications. Now that he possessed those qualifications, the prospects of finding someone to be with him seemed promising, perhaps even in France. Lin Yi noticed the indecision in his sister's expression. Sister, allow Jean Yi to give it a try. In this day and age, consider this. After all those years of studying, what good are those prestigious diplomas? They are nothing but empty words. I nearly found myself reduced to delivering takeout. Talent can emerge from any field. Let Jean Yi undergo some training during this winter break. If he lacks the aptitude, I assure you, he will be promptly shown the door. Only through such experiences will he understand the value of education. With Lin Yi's persuasive words, his sister finally relented. All right, let's give it a shot. If he cannot pursue a professional career, ensure he returns to his studies. Understood? Lin Yi's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Excellent, sister. Consider it done. By the way, sister, Zhang Chong truly possesses a remarkable talent for boxing. Shouldn't we let him try? His sister nearly lost her composure on the other end of the call. Boxing? Aren't you worried he might end up causing you endless trouble? Not at all. He is my nephew. If he causes me grief, I welcome it. There exists a rare commodity that wealth cannot procure, and I am more than willing to embrace it. Chapter 36. The Half-Sweet Boy. While others may doubt you the most, you turn out to be the most entertaining. Lin Yi finished his call and hung up, leaving no room for his second sister to argue. At this moment, Lin Yi felt a sigh of relief. Both his elder and second sisters had relented. Su Chun, along with Zhang Yi and Zhang Chong, had all secured opportunities to witness the truth through practice. Meanwhile, the Gu family's four sisters had their own developments. With Gu Ying now training in boxing alongside Zhang Chong, Lin Yi was at a loss on how to broach the subject with his third sister. The thought of girls boxing made him shake his head with a faint smile. One step at a time. Gu Qingshu, with her academic prowess, had consistently ranked first among Lin Yi's 16 nephews and nieces throughout her schooling. Lin Yi couldn't shake the impression that she possessed the essence of a teacher, akin to someone with teaching qualifications. This thought prompted him to wonder if she could be a prodigy in teaching. If that were the case, her parents would likely support her chosen path. Reflecting on the twin sisters, Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, Lin Yi found it hard to believe such exceptional individuals existed. How would the future unfold for them? Then there were the Chun brothers, Chun Yuza and Chun Yuxiao, who had previously been welcomed by Lin Yi's fourth sister with open arms, encouraging them to express themselves through their talents like guitar and violin, which could prove advantageous in future romantic pursuits. As for the three brothers of the Yi family, Yi Shengsheng, Yi Wudi, and Yi Lai Lai, they too seemed promising, potentially destined to become doctors, professional table tennis players, or elegant pianists, provided they stayed on the right path. The two brothers of the Li family, Li Jingxing and Li Danqi, had the full support of Lin Yi's sixth sister and her husband, who encouraged their pursuits in basketball and football. Finally, Lin Yi considered the Tang brothers, Tang Luoluo and Tang Chun. He was unsure about Tang Luoluo, who often exhibited a humorous and slightly abstract demeanor, while Tang Chun seemed to embody the essence of a devoted admirer. The future of Tang Chun would require some recalibration on his part, which left Lin Yi feeling a bit exasperated. As time passed, Lin Yi urged them to take a break, instructing the housekeeper to prepare a warm glass of milk for each of them to enjoy before settling down for a quiet night's sleep. He returned to his room to rest, and the next day, as usual, he called them for their morning run. They had grown accustomed to this routine, running without complaint, and afterward could indulge in playful activities. After completing the run, Tang Chun quietly slipped away to the neighboring villa to find a little girl. Lin Yi noticed his departure, but said nothing, merely shaking his head in resignation. If this continued, the ranking of devoted admirers would see him leapfrog over even the most fervent competitors. In the past few days, Lin Yi refrained from streaming due to the backlash against Zhang Yi, a situation he fully acknowledged given the online audience often exceeded 100,000. Within that crowd were genuine fans alongside detractors and trolls. He couldn't help but wonder if among those viewers were some graduates from Zhuan University or even postgraduates in honor of kings. These individuals seemed preoccupied with protecting their online legacies, often launching personal attacks that could infuriate even the most composed individuals. Thus, Lin Yi decided to approach his next stream with caution. He would feature his 16 nephews and nieces, but ensure they remained shielded from the overwhelming barrage of comments. His eldest nephew, Su Chun, had once caught a glimpse of the cruel comments, yet fortunately, he possessed a maturity beyond his years. Perhaps a reflection of the wisdom he gleaned from his teachings with the AI, Shinzuan. Lin Yi worried that if Su-chan were pushed too far, he might become extreme in his views, potentially clashing with certain interests. Hence, he resolved to provide a safety net for his eldest nephew in the future. Observing the children as they played and developed their skills, Lin Yi opened Douyin, bombarded with messages urging him to resume streaming. After a few days of silence, many devoted fans grew anxious, pleading for him to return to the screen to see their beloved little angels. Lin Yi noted that most of these fans were not drawn to him, but rather to his cherished 16 nephews and nieces, each possessing their own strengths and weaknesses. The messages from family members in the family WeChat group echoed the same sentiment, urging him to stream so they could catch a glimpse of their beloved grandchildren. After some deliberation, Lin Yi decided to go live in the living room, showcasing his proud nephews and nieces, allowing his family to witness the joy they brought him. As soon as he began streaming, viewers flooded in, many of whom had been waiting patiently. Lin Yi chose to ignore the chat comments, opting for a more subdued interaction. At that moment, Tang Luoluo approached him, eager to see just how many viewers he had. "Uncle, let me check how many people are watching your stream." Tang Luoluo snatched Lin Yi's phone and gasped. "Over 100,000. Uncle, you're a super internet celebrity. Uncle, let me perform a spontaneous dance to celebrate," she declared, setting the phone aside and commencing an abstract dance in the living room, shaking her hips and exclaiming, "Who is the real darling? I am the real darling." As her impromptu performance unfolded, the room fell silent, and Lin Yi stood by with his hands on his hips, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and discomfort. The Tang family truly had their fair share of unique characters. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. As the live stream unfolded, the audience erupted in laughter, bombarding the chat with comments about Tang Luoluo's antics, revealing that perhaps the half-sweet boy was a refreshing addition to the mix. When others harbor the least faith in you, it is precisely then that you shine the brightest with laughter. Keep pushing forward, Tang Luoluo. The candy has run out, and Huazai bears full responsibility. When he eventually ties the knot, a grand screen should loop the memories. There is simply no room for criticism here. He is a naturally abstract, sacred body. Ancestor, our abstract sect, has also produced a congenital sacred body. The good news: we have a new abstract sacred body. The bad news: it's a half-sweet lad. Isn't that entirely bad news? At this moment, Lin Yi gazed at the barrage of comments on his phone, then glanced at the sprawled Tang Luoluo on the ground, his lips twitching in response. Seventh sister. It truly isn't that he has failed to properly guide the two young men of the Tang family. The crux of the matter is, he simply cannot manage them. Observing the comments assessing Tang Luoluo's attributes, Lin Yi felt an even greater tension. Now, among his 16 nephews, the netizens have effortlessly identified who lags behind. It is neither the sweet-voiced little nephew Yi Lai Lai, nor the slightly masculine Gu Ying. It's certainly isn't the tearful Zhan Yi, who was berated in the comments. And it is most definitely not his brother Tang Chun, the quintessential devoted admirer. While his brother may be infatuated, at least he has the opportunity to interact with numerous girls. As for someone like Tang Luoluo, who is so abstract in nature, while it may be manageable at a younger age, as he matures, if he remains this abstract, he risks forfeiting his chance at romantic pursuits during the pivotal 3 years of middle school. If he enters high school and university unchanged, remaining so abstract, he will no longer be a congenital abstract sacred body, but rather a congenital solitary sacred body. Upon witnessing the barrage of opinions, Lin Yi understood that the nephew least favored by the netizens had, indeed, made his appearance. Chapter 37. The Intricacies of a Hidden Nephew. Lin Yi pondered. If seventh sister were to witness this, she would undoubtedly be furious. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Binding character, Tang Luoluo. Complete an abstract performance. Tang Luoluo. Composition extremely complex, unable to determine. Reward, choose one. Reward 1, max level magic. Reward 2, 50 million RMB. Listening to the voice of the system, Lin Yi furrowed his brows. What on earth is this? Complex composition, unable to determine. Good heavens! This abstract little fellow is truly a hidden gem. Lin Yi glanced skeptically at the abstract figure of Tang Luluo, who appeared almost too difficult to behold. Is this truly a hidden gem, or is it merely an overdose of sweetness, so much so that the system has grown weary of making a judgment? With a resigned sigh, Lin Yi noted the generous rewards. In comparison to the max-level magic, 50 million RMB seemed rather lackluster. He opted for the magic skill. Host has acquired max-level magic. Lin Yi cast another glance at Tang Luoluo, merely sighing once more. He hoped that Tang Luoluo would undergo some transformation as he matured. Being young, indulging in the abstract, and having a bit of a questionable past is quite normal. Who doesn't have a few skeletons in their closet from childhood? Those aren't skeletons. They're merely the paths we have traversed. Among his 16 nephews, it is particularly the two brothers of seventh sister who are the most abstract. Lin Yi found it perplexing. Could this be considered a dual supremacy of sorts? The audience in the live stream was in stitches, thoroughly entertained by Tang Luoluo's antics. I'm dying of laughter. He is adorably ridiculous. He is Tang Luoluo, right? Then, the innate, dogged admirer Tang Chun must be his brother? Yes, indeed, the two brothers. I can't believe it, a dual supremacy. The Tang family is truly something. Lin Yi refrained from commenting on Tang Luoluo. Luoluo. Lin Yi gently patted Tang Luoluo on the shoulder, swallowing the words he had intended to say. Abstract is abstract. However, this seems not to be wrong in any way. To suggest he should be more serious? Lin Yi found himself unable to do so. He did not wish to be the stern elder in the eyes of his nephews. Perhaps it would be best to let Tang Luoluo develop freely. After all, he might improve with age, since the system cannot assess him. It indicates he possesses other potentials. Seeing Lin Yi hesitate, Tang Luoluo took the initiative to speak. Uncle, can I borrow your phone for a while? Lin Yi did not refuse, retrieving a spare phone. Go ahead, but be mindful not to play for too long. It'll strain your eyes. Upon receiving the phone, Tang Luoluo eagerly opened a game, exclaiming, Great! Let us turn the tide. As if on cue, the living room resonated with the echoes of Tang Luoluo's enthusiasm. Gu Shushu turned around and shouted, Let us turn the tide. Meanwhile, Gu Yaya mimicked her sister's shout, and the little Yi Lao joined in with a soft voice. Let us turn. The entire villa's living room echoed with the repetitive phrase, Let us turn the tide. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. This is truly amusing. Tang Luoluo is beyond help. The live stream audience, hearing the chant, erupted in laughter. Let us turn the tide. Ha ha! This is too abstract. Truly worthy of being the innate abstract body. Let us hope he doesn't drag his twin sisters and angelic Yi Lao into this abstract madness as well. I can't say for certain, but is he shouting for me? Streamer, your abstract nephew is too extraordinary. Do you not have a simpler, more dominant nephew? Yes. I have brothers, and there are 16 children exceeding this one in outrageousness. In the kitchen, the nanny, hearing the catchy phrase, couldn't help but join in. Let us turn the tide. After saying it, she widened her eyes in surprise. How strange. Why did she feel compelled to shout as well? Watching Tang Luoluo play Honor of Kings while downloading Genshin Impact, Lin Yi finally grasped why the system deemed him complex. He is overflowing with vitality and entertainment value. He doesn't even need his uncle to orchestrate the fun. Tang Luoluo himself is a walking spectacle. At this moment, Wang Yambing finally understood the difference between a master of entertainment and a mere trend follower. Lin Yi shook his head in resignation, then affectionately ruffled Tang Luoluo's hair. All right. Let us embrace the abstraction. After all, he's my beloved nephew. What else can I do? Lin Yi looked towards Yi Lao, picking her up without glancing back at Tang Luoluo. Little Lao, would you like some AD calcium? Yi Lao nodded obediently. Lin Yi grinned. Then how about you play a tune for your uncle first? Lin Yi was eager to hear Yi Lao play. With a sweet voice, Yi Lao replied, Okay. Just then, Chen Yuza and Chen Yuxiao approached with a violin and guitar, respectively. Chen Yuza asked Lin Yi what he would like to hear. We'll perform for you. Among the trio of talented nephews, Chen Yuza was the eldest, leading the rhythm and singing. There was an innate synergy among them. as if they were destined to be a collective. Aren't you all practicing frequently these days? Just let loose. Lale should be able to follow your rhythm, right? Lin Yi recalled hearing them practicing songs while teaching Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying boxing a few days prior. The audience in the live stream found Chun Yu's voice reminiscent of a pineapple snowflake. Some even dubbed him the innate pineapple snowflake body. Chun Yu gave an okay sign and began his performance. I blow not snow, but blood, the blood on my sword. Next, he announced, now for the puppet show. Yi Lale sat at the piano, ready, while Chun Yu stood by, prepared to accompany. Lin Yi settled into a spot to relax and listen. Gu Shu and the others quieted down, helping Chun Yu select music and play the accompaniment. The television paused. The nannies in the kitchen, hearing the young masters prepare to perform, were filled with excitement, peeking out from the kitchen door to watch from a distance. This is worth it, to witness the young master's performance. The grandparents of the children watching the live stream couldn't help but smile broadly. Fourth and fifth sisters paused their busyness, turning on the live stream to earnestly watch the upcoming performance. The audience in the live stream was equally thrilled. Here it comes, the performance of the Nephew troupe. My favorite segment. Their singing and playing are truly delightful. The puppet show? I love it. Lin Yi's smile was as broad as a crescent moon. Just now, Tang Luluo from Half Sugar made the host feel quite uncomfortable. I wonder if they're feeling better now? If it weren't for the internet, I wouldn't be able to witness the performances of the young masters. Truly, they embody the innate pineapple snow saint body. How astonishingly enchanting is their pineapple snow voice. As the accompaniment of the song began to play, the piano melody, led by Yi Lai, resonated through the air. Yi Lai diligete. Fair fingers danced gracefully across the piano keys, producing an extraordinarily captivating and melodious sound that filled the villa. Chapter 38, The Nephew Ensemble. A stylish performance by Old Deng. Chun Yu boldly took the microphone, mocking those who flaunt their beauty. Without heart, how can one find a match? The harmonious melodies of guitar, violin, and piano resonated throughout the villa. Although Yi Lai was young and naive, he possessed an elegance that was undeniable. He lacked the aloof charm of his cousin Su Chun, the indomitable spirit of cousin Zhan Chong, the scholarly air of cousin Gu Qing, the sentimental demeanor of cousin Chun Yu, and the abstraction of cousin Tang Luoluo. Instead, he exuded a unique grace all his own. Among Lin Yi's 16 nephews, he was the most extraordinary presence. The sound of his piano touched the souls of listeners, sweeping away the fatigue of their busy day, leaving them rejuvenated. This is why netizens affectionately refer to him as Little Angel Yi Lai. Many believe that Yi Lai's future will shine brightly in the realm of piano. Destined to become a world-class piano master, Lin Yi reclined comfortably on the sofa, savoring the enchanting performance of Yi Lai, the melodious singing of Chun Yu, and the soft strains of Chun Yu's violin. It had been a long time since he felt such relaxation. The abstract visuals brought by Tang Luoluo were instantly forgotten. The overwhelming sense of powerlessness that had gripped him was, at this moment, redeemed by his nephew's musical talent. The audience, captivated by the Nephew Ensemble, showered them with praises. Such talent. I adore the delightful Angel Lai. I wish I could bring him home. Isn't the country encouraging child-rearing? I want Lai. Unlike others, I would nurture all three of them. This uncle is truly blessed to have such outstanding nephews. Oh, to be the uncle of these 16 nephews, driving luxury cars and living in a villa, how delightful it would be. The attention on Yi Lai was overwhelming. The comments in the chat revealed a sea of devoted fans. At this moment, among the 16 nephews, Yi Lai's popularity soared to its peak. If voting were to commence for the most outstanding nephew, Yi Lai would undoubtedly reign supreme. Even the lead singer, Chun Yu, was overshadowed by the charm emanating from Yi Lai's mere silhouette. The mesmerizing aura he radiated drew the admiration of many mothers in the live stream, leading to an avalanche of gifs and rapid-fire comments. Meanwhile, the grandparents of the little ones watched the ensemble, their smiles wide and joyful. Entrusting their grandchildren to Lin Yi seemed like an excellent decision, as he gradually nurtured their musical talents. Yi Lai's mother, witnessing her son's elegant figure in the live stream, could hardly contain her pride. This was her little treasure. As the comments expressed a desire to adopt Yi Lai, fifth sister grew anxious. Where can I find some nourishment for him? As a biological mother, she felt a rush of urgency upon seeing those comments. Chen Yuza, too, possessed a distinct charm of his own. Netizens referred to him as the embodiment of innate romanticism, the natural singer-songwriter and the pineapple-flavored prodigy. His voice was laden with emotion, devoid of technical embellishments. It was as if one could only convey such feelings after experiencing heartbreak. Why must we misunderstand each other? Who in this world is more perfect? As the climax of the performance unfolded, the audience was left in awe, showering the screen with gifts. The pineapple flavor prodigy, stunned, could hardly comprehend that someone could replicate his unique voice. Not a single clan member followed me that day. The celestial being remained silent, merely selling charms for donations. This is the sound of heaven. Only the worthless dwell in the past. Remember, little brother, do not touch the middle row of the 26 keys. They say that magic and spirit orbs are natural enemies, but you and I are destined to be together. As the song concluded, Yi Lai and Chen Yuza shone brilliantly, while Chen Yuxiao appeared somewhat overshadowed, merely accompanying his brother and cousin on the violin. Upon the song's end, everyone in the villa erupted into thunderous applause. Even the housekeeper at the kitchen door joined in, praising, "Young Master Yuza, your singing is so heartfelt. Young Master Lai, your rhythm is incredible." The bodyguards at the door also applauded. This impromptu concert came and went swiftly. Lin Yi, alongside his nephews, offered them the highest accolades. What remarkable synergy. One might mistake you for siblings. Fantastic. Yi Lai remained silent, simply sipping on his AD calcium drink as he approached Lin Yi. He seemed indifferent to the applause and praise, for he did not comprehend their significance. There was no trace of arrogance in his demeanor. Ligne affectionnate le rouflet, Yi Lai's have. Well done, little Lai. Just then, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon Tang Luluo, who was engrossed in a game on her phone. Picking her nose, a mask of despair washed over Lin Yi. That phone. It's a lost cause, isn't it? Is there any hope for Tang Luluo? Lin Yi's mind raced with thoughts of the increasingly complex situation. How could he save her? He could only take it one step at a time. As for Tang Luluo's brother, Tang Chun, he seemed somewhat better off. After all, who would willingly be a sycophant unless they truly cared? Perhaps, as he grew older, he too could be redeemed. Among the 16 nephews, netizens held the least hope for Tang Luoluo and Tang Chun. The unassuming Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya had no particular talents, yet their outstanding looks were enough to overshadow Tang Luoluo and Tang Chun. After a busy day, Lin Yi joined a family video chat initiated by Old Deng in the living room. 7 sisters also joined the call. Old Deng, smiling widely, lit up the screen. Lin Yi recognized that Old Deng had surely tuned into the day's live broadcast. This nephew, whose talent had blossomed, would surely bring joy even in his dreams. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Old Deng's mood shifted. How is it you still haven't found a partner? Hurry up. I want to see my daughter-in-law before next year. I want to be called grandfather. I'm already a grandparent to 16 children, yet no one calls me grandfather. Lin Yi, accustomed to Old Deng's marriage pressure, responded nonchalantly. From today forward, I shall call you grandfather. The words left Old Deng fuming. You, just wait. When you return for the new year, if I don't break your legs, you can call yourself lucky. On the other side of the video, Old Deng gave a thumbs up, proclaiming, "If you let me go, I am even more so." He then made a gesture with his thumb, pointing downward. Lin Yi could not help but chuckle at this. How trendy and amusing, employing internet memes. Was he not akin to a grandfather? In that case, I shall have my nephews shield me. You 1T strike me. This is your stance. Lin Yi retorted with a downward thumb of his own. Old Deng incensed, flushed with indignation. His embarrassment overshadowed all else. Old Deng had not anticipated that Lin Yi would employ his nephews as human shields. Among the 7 sisters who witnessed the entire exchange, the eldest sister was the first to speak. Xiao Yi, do not provoke your father. Previously, he shunned relationships, always citing financial constraints. No money, no car, no house. Now that his circumstances have improved, he should hasten to find a partner. The eldest sister believed that with Lin Yi's ability to purchase a villa, and having heard from the second sister that his savings were astonishingly ample, surely those who wished to court him, especially internet celebrities, would flock to him from the bustling metropolis to the serene islands. Lin Yi listened to the eldest sister's words without annoyance or urgency to retort. His aversion to marriage was not due to a lack of suitable conditions, but rather a simple disinterest in pursuing a relationship. Chapter 39. The harshness of education. A normal person can find a good partner, and life would naturally be perfect. But who can truly ascertain if their other half is indeed normal? The hidden betrayal could befall one at any moment, and where could one seek justice? Moreover, one must cherish their 16 nephews. For Lin Yi, the priority lies in providing resources for his nephews. However, what of his partner? Once they have their own children, will they not attempt to sever the bond between him and his nephews? He can fulfill the role of a good uncle, but can his partner genuinely embrace the responsibilities of an aunt? Of course, his wealth is boundless, and financial concerns are insignificant for his partner. Yet, a relationship founded on such a premise feels as fragile as paper, easily punctured. Lin Yi has grown accustomed to retorting against his family, not only his parents, but also his 7 caring sisters. Every year, during family gatherings, Lin Yi finds himself embroiled in spirited debates at the dining table. Enough, sister. With conditions like these, I have no desire to seek a partner, he quips. If I encounter someone manipulative, who knows what slow poison they might add to my daily meals? What if I perish and they inherit my family fortune? I'd rather embrace solitude and, upon my demise, divide my wealth among my 16 nephews. What could be better? Such is Lin Yi's perspective. There are some things he willingly gives, yet he despises having to extend his hand for assistance. Even when it comes to funds for his sister's children, he remains indifferent as long as it pleases him. Hearing Lin Yi's remarks, his eldest sister rolls her eyes. Lin Yi, are you itching for trouble? When your circumstances were dire, you claimed you didn't want to burden a partner. Now that your situation has improved, you fear being murdered? You've truly become insatiable. His eldest sister, who had often disciplined him in childhood, was unyielding. As the only son, his parents were reluctant to punish him severely, while she showed no mercy. Most of the beatings Lin Yi received in life were at her hands. Noticing her agitation, he quickly seeks to calm her. Hey, sister, don't be so worked up. I never said I wouldn't seek a partner. I simply believe in fate. When the right moment arrives, I shall naturally find one. Lin Yi's words elicit exasperation from his eldest sister. Once again, he uses fate as a shield, a feeble excuse employed by many a single man. She refrains from further comment, and, at this moment, the 4th sister shifts the conversation. All right, let's change the subject. Lin Yi, do you think you Xiao and Xiao Lai have a future as a band? The 4th sister expresses her delight upon witnessing their ensemble performance. Chen Yu and Chen Yu Xiao are her biological children, and she hoped for their success in the music industry. Lin Yi, eager to respond, assures her, absolutely, sister. I mapped out their future plans. As long as the 5th sister gives her consent for Xiao Lai to join them, I will ensure they resurrect the glory of a legendary band. The 4th sister's anticipation grows, while the family patriarch listens intently, eyes wide with excitement. Could it be that within his grandchildren lies a potential superstar? The thought fills him with immense joy. The 4th sister hastily calls the 5th sister via video, exclaiming, "Quick, talk." Lai's piano talent is extraordinary. The live stream was flooded with praise for him. Yuze struggled to outshine his mere silhouette. Lin Yi acknowledges the 4th sister's enthusiasm. Among his 16 nephews, Lai possesses a truly unique aura. The other children, however, leave much to be desired. Take Su Chun, for instance. His overwhelming charm is almost suffocating. Lin Yi fears he may end up with a knife in his back due to Su Chen's antics. As for the brothers Zhang Yi and Zhang Chong, they lack any distinctive qualities. The only one who stands out is Tang Luo, whose abstract nature captivates all. Everyone who sees Lai believes he possesses the makings of a piano master. 5th sister among all 16. The one who garners the most affection is undoubtedly Xiao Lai. He has a substantial fan base, Lin Yi asserts. The fifth sister smiles slightly at Lin Yi's words, contemplating the possibility. Why not give it a try? It won't hurt. By the way, what's going on with Shang Chung? Unbeatable called me, saying Shang Chung has been emitting a foul odor daily. Upon hearing the mention of Yi Sheng Chung, Lin Yi realizes that Yi Wu Di's little one must have shared this with the fifth sister. This revelation brings a tinge of embarrassment to Lin Yi. Yi Sheng Chung has become obsessed, spending all his time in the laboratory, engrossed in his research. Lin Yi decides that this cannot continue. He must teach Yi Sheng Chung the fundamentals of social conduct. Otherwise, if his psychological state deteriorates, Lin Yi, as his uncle, would be unable to guide him, and Sheng Chung would struggle in society. Don't worry, fifth sister, I'll ensure he maintains proper hygiene, Lin Yi assures her, and she nods in agreement. At this moment, the seventh sister interjects, Lin Yi, what about Luo and Xiao Chun? Is there any hope for them? Lin Yi scratches his head, recalling how the seventh sister has always been his greatest ally among his siblings. She had often shielded him from the eldest sister's wrath when he misbehaved. The thought of the abstract Tang Luo and the infatuated Tang Chun fills him with dread. If he returns home after a carefree winter break and they continue their eccentric ways, how can he explain this to the seventh sister and her husband? Determined to rectify their behavior, Lin Yi resolves to guide them. Tang Luo may play the fool, but he cannot afford to let him become abstract. And Tang Chun, while he can be a rogue, must not turn into a simpering fool. Don't worry, sister. Xiao Chun is fine. He just enjoys playing with girls. I can teach him a few things soon. However, Luo's situation is more serious and will require time. He wants to behave like this before we return. Relieved, the seventh sister responds, all right, if they don't heed your advice, you have my permission to discipline them. Lin Yi shakes his head. Disciplining today's children with harshness? What if one day they find themselves in a hospital bed, removing oxygen tubes? Today's children are far too aware of such concepts. The third and sixth sisters merely inquire about the other children. Upon hearing Lin Yi's assurance that all is well, they refrain from further discussion. It's a rare occasion for the sisters to leave their children in Lin Yi's care during the winter break, allowing them to enjoy time with their husbands or travel. As long as nothing goes awry, they remain unconcerned. Lin Yi ended the video call and turned his gaze towards the seemingly underachieving Tang Luo and Tang Chun. The abstract scenes of Tang Luo flashed through his mind, alongside the images of Tang Chun as a sycophant. The thought of Tang Luo continuing down such an abstract path filled Lin Yi with dread. The mere idea of Tang Chun returning to school after the winter break, playing the role of a sycophant and allowing Xiao Mei to lead him around like a pet, evoked a suffocating sensation within him. Shaking his head, Lin Yi attempted to dispel these troubling images. He urged them to cease their playful antics and return to their rooms for rest. All right, it's time for bed. Off to your rooms now. With Lin Yi's words, they halted their frolicking and each retreated to their respective quarters. After waiting a moment to ensure they were settled, Lin Yi checked on them to confirm they were asleep. The following morning dawned with the usual morning run. Lin Yi joined them in their routine. At that moment, Yi Shengcheng approached him. Uncle, could you accompany me to the laboratory? Lin Yi was taken aback by Yi Shengcheng's unexpected request to join him in the lab. It was noteworthy that this young lad, after finishing his morning exercise, typically dashed into his small laboratory without so much as a glance back, neglecting to greet his esteemed uncle. Chapter 40. Are you sweating profusely? A 5-star citizen, Lin Yi followed Yi Shengzheng into his small laboratory. Upon entering, Lin Yi was met with a scene of utter chaos. The disarray was overwhelming, with pig entrails strewn across the tables. Lin Yi felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. The viewers in the live stream were curious about what the often briefly appearing Yi Shengzheng was up to. Upon witnessing the state of the laboratory, the audience erupted in astonishment. Wasn't Yi Shengzheng supposed to be a prodigy in medicine? In such an environment, it was no surprise that it reeked. Even through the screen, the stench was palpable. What kind of medical genius was this? It was more like a congenital killer's lair. Lin Yi inquired of Yi Shengzheng, questioning why his uncle was here. Yi Shengzheng, undeterred, pulled out a marker. Uncle, Please sit down and take off your shirt. At Yi Shengjing's words, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Did he really need to remove his clothing? After a moment's hesitation and deciding it was probably harmless to do so in a live stream, Lin Yi complied. Once he had shed his shirt, Yi Shengjing instructed him to stand still and began drawing on Lin Yi's body with the marker, explaining as he went along. Here is the heart, the liver, the lungs, the kidneys, the spine. Each vital organ of Lin Yi was meticulously marked with precision, including the spine on his back and even the major arteries. At that moment, Lin Yi was drenched in sweat. This boy, if truly twisted in nature, might be beyond redemption. His demeanor was even more alarming than that of Tang Luoluo, while Tang Luoluo's eccentricity was merely amusing. Yi Shengjing's potential transformation into a twisted personality could be the makings of a serial killer. Lin Yi realized he had paid insufficient attention to Yi Shengjing in recent days, allowing him to become somewhat obsessed with his self-study. The viewers in the live stream were left speechless. How long had he been studying to identify all essential parts so swiftly? My heavens, no wonder he is regarded as a medical genius. No, something was definitely amiss. This was not a prodigious medical talent, but rather a clear manifestation of a congenital Hannibal. If he stayed on the right path, he was a medical prodigy. If he strayed, he could become a Hannibal. Lin Yi, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Little Shengjing, what are you doing with those drawings?" Yi Shengjing scratched his head and replied earnestly, "Uncle, I'm trying to simulate a technique I saw in a documentary, where a medical student stabbed her boyfriend over 30 times, each time avoiding vital areas. I'm curious about how she managed such precision." Yi Shengjing gazed intently at Lin Yi's torso, pondering how one could avoid critical spots while wielding a knife. Lin Yi's hair stood on end upon hearing Yi Shengjing's words. What? He hastily grabbed his shirt, disregarding the circles marked by the marker. He was truly sweating profusely now. Lin Yi donned his shirt with a speed that rivaled that of the Flash, fearing that if he delayed, Yi Shengjing might attempt to stab him for practice. The audience in the live stream was equally shocked, their pupils dilating in disbelief. Did he just say he wanted to study how to stab 30 times while avoiding vital areas? Goodness gracious, this child really has gone astray. Lin Yi, now clothed, noticed Yi Shengjing staring in astonishment. "Uncle, you're still not clean?" Lin Yi disregarded this concern, intent on teaching Yi Shengjing the fundamentals of being a decent human being. If he failed to teach him now, who knew what he might do in the future? Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. He declared that they would halt the experiment for the day, and instead, he would provide Yi Shengjing with a special lesson. Yi Shengjing, taken aback, agreed. It was clear that his uncle had something significant to impart. The audience sensed Lin Yi's urgency. What kind of lesson was forthcoming was all too evident. They implored Lin Yi to teach diligently. The lessons on law and ethics were crucial, for they were genuinely fearful of encountering Yi Shengjing on the streets if he strayed further. Lin Yi quickly gathered all his rambunctious nephews, regardless of age. All 16 were summoned to the living room for a lesson on ethics and law. Whether they understood or not was secondary. Attendance was mandatory. Su Chun and Zhan Yi were also curious about the sudden meeting. Lin Yi cleared his throat, urging silence. "Today, I will teach you a lesson on ethics and law." Lin Yi shared a wealth of information, primarily directed at Yi Shengjing. After all, causing intentional harm or committing murder could lead to imprisonment. He needed to instill a sense of caution in Yi Shengjing, lest he find himself in a situation from which no one could rescue him. Lin Yi's teachings were well known among the older children, including Su Chun, Zhan Chong, Zhan Yi, Gu Yingying, and Gu Qingshu. They understood that this lesson was not aimed at them. After delivering a lengthy discourse, Lin Yi turned to Yi Shengjing, seeking confirmation. "Shengjing, do you understand? If you truly break the law, your parents and I will be powerless to help. Losing your freedom for life is no joking matter." Yi Shengjing nodded, comprehending his uncle's good intentions. "Don't worry, uncle. I will strive to be a law-abiding citizen from now on." Lin Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Yi Shengjing's words. At that moment, Tang Luoluo stood up and declared, "Uncle, I will also be a 5-star citizen of Magic City from now on." Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this lesson in vain? A 5-star citizen? What kind of person could that possibly be? The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Goodness, what a spectacle this congenital abstract prodigy is. He dares to make such claims. Lin Yi smiled at Tang Luoluo, but his expression sent chills down her spine. This was not the visage of someone offering rewards. She bolted, realizing something was amiss. Lin Yi shook his head in exasperation, hoping they would remember this lesson and contemplate their future actions carefully. He approached Yi Shangzheng once more to share additional thoughts. Uncle does not oppose your aspirations to pursue a career in forensic science. In fact, I will wholeheartedly support you. I believe your parents would not oppose you. However, you must promise your uncle to refrain from crossing the boundaries of the law. At that time, it would not only be your uncle who would feel sorrow, but also your grandparents, mother, and father. Do you understand? Yi Shangzheng nodded in response. What purpose would it serve for him to take a life? That will be devoid of meaning. Lin Yi was also uncertain about what Yi Shangzheng truly contemplated. All he could do was to serve as a guiding influence. Lin Yi accompanied Yi Shangzheng in conducting experiments, observing some of the trials that Yi Shangzheng had undertaken. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement as he recognized the exceptional forensic talent of Yi Shangzheng. There was no doubt that nurturing him into a top-tier forensic expert would pose no challenge. At that moment, Yi Shangzheng had also caught the attention of several esteemed forensic specialists. In the live streaming room, they privately messaged Lin Yi, expressing their desire to take Yi Shangzheng as their apprentice. Chapter 41. Brother Zhan Chong encounters obstacles in boxing. Brother Zhan Yi joins youth training. Lin Yi chose to turn a blind eye, accepting disciples, teaching Yi Shangzheng. He possesses valuable knowledge, so why allow others to teach? Lin Yi encouraged Yi Shangzheng to continue his own research. With Yi Shangzheng's issue resolved, Lin Yi ended the live stream to take a shower. The marks left by Yi Shangzheng's playful scribbles on his body still lingered. As he showered, Lin Yi pondered the paths of Zhan Chong and Zhan Yi Suqin. Currently, he was not needed for anything. Zhan Chong and Zhan Yi were different. Both needed to embark on the path of competition. One in the ring, the other in esports. Lin Yi reflected that CS, go-ahead youth training, and after a while, he could allow Zhan Yi to improve his rank. Age was not a concern. As for Zhan Chong, he needed to find some local competitions for Zhan Chong to test his skills. Assessing Zhan Chong's combat capability, Lin Yi concluded that as long as he did not face exceptionally formidable opponents, Zhan Chong could achieve impressive results against his peers. Gu Yingying could also give it a try. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi soon discovered the youth boxing preliminary competition in the Magic City. The following morning, after their training, Lin Yi took Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying out. You two stay at home obediently. I'll take them out for a bit. We'll be back soon. Lin Yi considered that if they did not participate in the preliminary round, they would have no opportunity to compete later. During this time, Lin Yi had only focused on enhancing Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying's reaction times and punching power. He believed this was sufficient to dominate their peers for the time being. The audience in the live stream was curious why Lin Yi only brought Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying out this time. What is going on? Usually, you take everyone along, right? Why just these two? Where are you headed? Streamer, I want to see Tang Luoluo. I adore Tang Luoluo. What about Yi Shangzheng? I want to take him as my disciple. Lin Yi glanced at the barrage. You'll find out soon. Shortly after, the bodyguard drove them to the boxing gym designated by Lin Yi. Many parents had brought their children there. Lin Yi looked at the sign. Magic City Youth Boxing Preliminary Competition Registration Site. Age limit, 16 and under, including those not yet 17. Upon seeing this, Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying realized that their uncle was allowing them to participate in a boxing match. Zhan Chong's eyes sparkled with excitement. After training for so many days, he could finally throw punches at an opponent. With this thought, Zhan Chong felt an inexplicable thrill. Gu Yingying, however, was somewhat anxious. Could she truly compete against her opponents? The audience in the live stream began to understand Lin Yi's intentions. After just a few days of practice, they're being sent to a boxing competition? Yes, some of those boxing youths have been training since childhood. Can they really manage? Street fights are entirely different from competitions. Be careful, Xiaoqiang. Don't get hurt. Practice for another couple of years. Some viewers felt Lin Yi was sending Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying out too soon. After all, their actual training time was less than 10 days. And Lin Yi was rushing them to compete. They speculated that Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying might not even know the rules of boxing matches yet. Without hesitation, Lin Yi asked, "Are you afraid? If you are, you can still back out now." He looked at Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhan Chong's face radiated fierce determination. Backing out? Absolutely not. I am destined to become a world-class boxing champion. Lin Yi smiled slightly at Zhan Chong's response. Excellent. That is my nephew. Gu Yingying, however, remained silent, and Lin Yi assumed her silence was agreement. With his hands in his pockets, Lin Yi strode forward, with Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying following closely behind. Observing their uncle's imposing demeanor, Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying felt his aura. So powerful, coupled with the training he provided, they perceived Lin Yi as unfathomable. At that moment, Lin Yi seemed like an insurmountable mountain to them. In the future, if they became distinguished figures in boxing, would they be able to compete against their uncle? Upon entering the gym, Lin Yi queued to register them. Since the competition was divided by gender, he allowed Zhan Chong to queue separately while he helped Gu Yingying register first. There were very few participants in the women's boxing category. Name: Gu Yingying. Age: 13. The sign indicated that weight categories were used for grouping, not age. It was possible she could face opponents who were nearly 17. Was that acceptable? A staff member kindly reminded them that in this youth boxing competition, while some opponents might be older, they could be paired by weight class against younger competitors, resulting in a significant disparity in experience. After the staff member's reminder, they glanced at Lin Yi. He appeared to be an ordinary person, lacking the typical demeanor of coach. Here are some precautions for you to review. The staff member showed Lin Yi the guidelines. Upon reading them, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Participants must have at least 1 year of systematic training. Coaches must have a minimum of 3 years of coaching experience. Lin Yi felt overwhelmed. None of these requirements were met. Consequently, he took Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying and left. At that moment, Lin Yi finally understood that without starting training at a young age, it was nearly impossible to gain recognition in this field. He looked at Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying. Thankfully, they were still young. With another year of systematic training, they could find a coach to help them sign up for competitions with relative ease. Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying had also seen the guidelines. "Uncle, it's all right. We'll train with you for another year." Zhan Chong was not eager for fame. He wanted to become stronger and achieve true invincibility among his peers. Gu Yingying, who had been somewhat timid, felt relieved that she hadn't yet been called to compete. Lin Yi merely patted Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying on the shoulders. "Train for another year. I want to see the results of your training in a year. Do you have confidence in winning a small championship?" Zhan Chong responded emphatically, "Absolutely. 1 year. Give me another year of training. And when it's time to compete, my name will make others tremble." Gu Yingying remained silent. Lin Yi was also contemplating obtaining a coaching certificate or hiring a certified coach to assist with the necessary procedures for their future competitions. Currently, it was impossible for them to participate, given that Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying had yet to complete a year of systematic training. Lin Yi's trip had been in vain, but thankfully, it wasn't too far. In this unfamiliar territory, there were many details he needed to understand as an uncle. Upon returning home, Lin Yi quickly immersed himself in acquiring knowledge about various fields. Su Chan's financial domain, Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying's boxing realm, Zhan Yi's gaming expertise, and the music industry concerning his 3 nephew groups. He needed to gather some knowledge about being a manager. Su Chan's field was manageable, but in Zhan Yi's gaming domain, if Lin Yi did not invest in a club, Zhan Yi would have to rely solely on his skills to break through the youth training barrier for a meaningful debut on the esports stage. Days passed. Lin Yi also supervised Zhan Yi in achieving his rank, qualifying him for the youth training program. Moreover, Lin Yi established contact with the CS:GO club in the bustling metropolis. He successfully secured a spot for Zhan Yi in the youth training trials. The club invited Lin Yi to bring Zhan Yi for a visit, allowing them to assess whether Zhan Yi genuinely possesses the talent or if he is merely a youth ensnared by the allure of gaming. Many individuals, consumed by their gaming addiction, often believe they excel. However, when faced with true experts, they are swiftly brought back to reality. Once they recognize the truth, the aspiration of pursuing a gaming career dissipates. Chapter 42. Is Zhang Yi addicted to gaming? Who is the genius? The trials for the esports club. Unlike the numerous obstacles encountered on the boxing path taken by Zhang Chong and Gu Yingying, the entry requirements here are far less stringent. Merely a year of systematic training and a coach with over 3 years of certification can hinder many aspiring players. Esports, however, is different. Talent is the essential prerequisite that transcends all barriers. Of course, parental support is also crucial. Minors require guardians' authorization to participate in trials. Lin Yi had already persuaded his second sister and secured an opportunity for Zhang Yi to try out. Whether he proves himself or embarks on a career in esports entirely depends on his own efforts. The day after morning practice, Lin Yi took Zhang Yi out, and Su Chen expressed a desire to join them. It was the weekend, a non-trading day, granting him the time to accompany them. The other little ones, upon seeing Su Chen's enthusiasm, clamored to follow suit. Gu Shushu led the charge. "Take us along, uncle. You're the best. Surely, you wouldn't want your precious niece waiting at home." Gu Shushu feigned a pitiful demeanor, tugging at Lin Yi's sleeve, fearful that her charm might not be compelling enough. With her other hand, she pulled her younger sister Gu Yaya to join in her act of cuteness. She longed to escape, to experience the world beyond their grand yet confining villa, likening it to a castle imprisoning a princess. She aspired to be a runaway princess. As the two sisters played their roles, it was not merely Gu Shushu's antics that won over Lin Yi, but also the typically graceful Gu Yaya's irresistible charm. Lin Yi found it impossible to resist. Indeed, how could a good uncle allow his nephews and nieces to remain at home like neglected children? He glanced at the little ones and declared, "Very well, let us all go." He then called over the bodyguards, requesting them to bring the car. For with 16 children in tow, it was essential to have proper transportation. The family had prepared vehicles precisely for such unforeseen circumstances, ensuring that none of the children would be left behind, lest they accuse him of favoritism and break their hearts. Upon receiving his consent, Gu Shushu joyfully leaped, high-fiving Gu Yaya. Indeed, the two sisters were quite the team. However, the reality was otherwise. The primary damage dealer was none other than Gu Yaya. Gu Shushu's feigned innocence was painfully transparent. Had Lin Yi initially declined, her expression would have shifted in an instant, likely leaving even the quick-witted Zhang Yi momentarily taken aback. Lin Yi led the group of 16 children towards a renowned CS club located in the bustling metropolis. Unfortunately, in the competitive landscape of CS in China, many clubs had abandoned the pursuit of CS, Go as a viable avenue. In the global esports arena, the game had become a niche, with many talented players gravitating towards other titles. The scarce influx of fresh talent had led to a prolonged period of underperformance for Chinese professional teams, while European squads began their reign over the game. During the journey, Lin Yi inquired of Zhang Yi, "Are you certain you wish to pursue a career in this game? With your talent, excelling in PUBG or CF will be quite effortless." Zhang Yi listened attentively, having researched CS Go during this time. The reality was that entering the professional sphere in CS Go was indeed challenging, and at his age, few clubs would invest in his development until he reached 18. The cost was simply too high, spanning for long years. In China, esports regulations stipulated that players must be at least 18, while in other regions, some could debut as early as 16. Moreover, only those achieving remarkable results were permitted to join main teams at 17, beginning their competitive journey upon turning 18. Zhang Yi remained silent, not responding to Lin Yi. He felt indifferent, thinking, "Let us just give it a try. There is plenty of time ahead." Soon, Lin Yi and his entourage arrived at the entrance of the Tianshun Team S Club in the metropolis. Lin Yi cautioned, "Please don't run around or disturb others." Understood? He felt it necessary to remind them, as this was not their home where they could act freely. The younger ones nodded obediently, curiously surveying their surroundings. Su Chen, standing beside Zhang Yi, asked, "Do you feel confident about passing the trials?" Zhang Yi shrugged. He was uncertain about what the trials would entail. He only knew that in the brief time he had been playing, he had yet to encounter any opponents that posed a significant challenge, even maintaining a positive win record. Zhang Chong worried for his brother, having heard from their uncle that should Jean Yi fail the trials, he would have to abandon his professional aspirations and focus on academics. A nightmare scenario for Jean Chong. He would rather exhaust himself in training than dedicate himself to studying. A sentiment shared by both brothers who were not fond of academics. Today was merely an opportunity to see if Jean Yi could seize his chance. His trial would take place a year later. Gu Yingying was oblivious to the boys' gaming world, while her younger sister Gu Qingshu remained engrossed in her books. Even while walking, Chen Yuza and Chen Yuxiao were simply curious about the impressive club. At this moment, Lin Yi contacted the club staff. "Hello, this is Lin Yi. I brought the children, and we're at the entrance." "All right, please wait at the door." The security guard at the entrance gaped at the sight of Lin Yi surrounded by 16 children. "My goodness, are all these children here for trials?" The guard inquired. Lin Yi felt a bit embarrassed, clarifying, "No, just one is here for trials. The rest are just accompanying." The guard nodded in understanding. "As long as someone inside calls for them, I'll let them in." At that moment, Supervisor Qin approached the entrance. Startled by the sight of 16 children beside Lin Yi, Lin Yi quickly explained, "I apologize, I have a lot of kids. They all insisted on coming along for the adventure. Is that all right? Rest assured, they won't run around or touch anything." Lin Yi assured the supervisor. He was confident that these little ones had manners and wouldn't misbehave in public settings. The supervisor glanced at the group and replied, "All right, no problem. Please come in." The supervisor held a favorable impression of Lin Yi, especially since his online popularity brought attention to the club, making his talented nephew's presence a boon for them. The supervisor instructed the security guard to grant access, allowing Lin Yi and his 16 nephews and nieces to enter. Lin Yi reiterated his reminders once more. Su Chun and Zhan Chong. Make sure to keep an eye on them and refrain from disturbing others' belongings once you enter. Su Chun and Zhan Chong nodded in agreement, aware of their responsibilities as the elder brothers among their peers. The supervisor led Lin Yi and 16 of his younger cousins into the youth training division of the club. Most of the participants here were minors, under the age of 18, showcasing their talents in hopes of waiting for the moment they turn 18 to take the stage. It can be said that they're all prodigies in this game, achieving remarkable results that have garnered attention from many. As Lin Yi and his companions stepped inside, all the youth training players turned their gazes towards the entrance. More skilled individuals have come to the training center. Zhan Yi also surveyed the surroundings. The supervisor proceeded to introduce Lin Yi and Zhan Yi to the facility. This space serves as a training ground for the youth players. The veteran players are located across the way. "Mr. Lin, due to the trial training regulations here, we first allow the trial participants to face off against our youth players who are about to graduate. This serves as a test of their abilities. Additionally, it allows your cousins to discern whether they genuinely possess a passion for pursuing a professional career or if they are merely indulging in an internet addiction." Each year, during the winter and summer breaks, many parents reach out to us, seeking to determine if their children possess the talent and capability. In our club, we refer to this as the Internet Addiction Rehabilitation Package for Children. Chapter 43, Belief from Uncle, were they treated as bots? Only those truly formidable, capable of engaging in a back and forth with the seasoned young talents, can remain. The supervisor confidently spoke to Lin Yi. Parents invest money to have their children come. If their child becomes withdrawn after being defeated, it is seen as a boon by the parents. If there is genuine talent, what harm is there in pursuing a professional career? However, if one lacks talent, it is merely suppression, and they should return to their studies. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. What he sought was intensity. Without it, he would not have sent Zhan Yi here. Upon hearing this, Zhan Yi slightly furrowed his brow. Uncle had told him that if he failed the trial training, he would have to go back to study diligently, waiting to inherit his uncle's fortune in the future. Zhan Yi was unwilling to accept such a fate. He wanted to carve his own path in the realm of esports. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, upon hearing the club supervisor's words, began to stir with excitement. Quitting gaming addiction? Isn't that akin to electroshock therapy? My own attempts at quitting addiction were met with electric shocks. Haha, is the esteemed teacher Yang Yongxin? Times have changed. Now it is shattering darkness with thunder. Without a doubt, the young talents in the training camp are truly facing a dimensional blow, and quitting addiction is indeed real. Yet, Zhan Yi seems genuinely strong. As discussions ensued in the live stream, the supervisor inquired about John Yi. I've heard from your uncle and online commentators that you play exceptionally well. How long have you been playing? John Yi calculated the time since he had been introduced to the game. About 15 days, he replied. The supervisor was momentarily taken aback. Only 15 days? You mean to tell me that you sent your nephew here to undermine their confidence? What can a child achieve in just 15 days of play? To the supervisor, members of the training camp were no different from mere bots. At that moment, the training camp members burst into laughter upon hearing Zhang Yi's response. Ha ha, he dares to come for a trial after just 15 days. He probably hasn't even broken D rank yet. How laughable. It was not that they lacked decorum. They simply could not contain themselves. How could someone with only 15 days of experience be compared to a child who has just learned to walk being allowed to drive an electric vehicle? What difference was there between having just reached level 2 and challenging a boss with an excessively thick health bar? If someone truly came for a trial after just 15 days, they would be a genuine prodigy in esports. As laughter filled the air, the supervisor did not instruct them to quiet down, but instead cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Yi. He had expected Lin Yi, the internet celebrity, to bring them a surprise. Instead, it seemed he was merely providing them with amusement. Lin Yi remained silent. He hoped Zhang Yi could hear the mockery. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. Did they truly perceive him as weak after just 15 days of play? What was that? He only recalled that Lin Yi had registered a new account for him, and in just over 10 days, he had achieved S. Other relatives also overheard the training camp members mocking Zhang Yi. They fell silent. Zhang Chong clenched his fists in silence. Uncle, can I throw a punch? Zhang Chong was feeling a bit furious. What was there to laugh about? He wanted to punch the screen. Lin Yi waved his hand. Let your brother handle his own affairs. After calming Zhang Chong's restless emotions, he patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder. Look at all the training camp members. Do you remember those who laughed at you just now? They are not significantly better than you. They mock your abilities. Show them your true strength. Lin Yi smiled slightly at Supervisor Qin. Today, let my nephew challenge all the training camp members here. How about this? I want to let your club suffer. Each of them will face my nephew once. In a duel, if my nephew has fewer kills than your training camp members, even if the score is 150, I will count it as 49 kills for you. Each additional kill will be calculated at 1,000 yuan. As Lin Yi's words fell, Zhang Yi's eyes widened. Glancing at his uncle, 50 kills would amount to 50,000 yuan. He knew his parents earned only 7 or 8,000 a month, barely over 10,000 combined. If he were to lose dramatically, his uncle would be throwing away a substantial sum. Zhang, he felt a twinge of worry. These so-called geniuses might genuinely be able to easily defeat him. Su Chun, listening nearby, was also taken aback. Could his uncle truly be a hidden tycoon in the city, spending money so freely? 1,000 per kill, faster than anything else. Viewers in the live stream erupted upon hearing Lin Yi's words. What? 1,000 per kill? Let me in. I don't mind using a little cheat, right? A small cheat, ISNTA cheat, just like a small mother ISNTA mother. What extravagance. He truly has confidence in his nephew. If he takes out several 100,000, will he be unhappy? Some viewers were drawn in by the allure of money. It was too tempting. In China, some daily wages amounted to just 150 or 200. Winning a single kill would be worth 1,000. 10 kills would be 10,000. Wasn't he that quicker than robbing a bank? Upon hearing Lin Yi's offer, the training camp members stood up eagerly. Really? He's giving away money. Come on, let me get a big score first. 1,000 per kill, and we're still playing a casual match? Can we keep this going until tomorrow? Some training camp members, fearing that Lin Yi, this no-password ATM, would run away with just a few clicks of the keyboard and mouse, were eager to start immediately. A duel? They practiced daily, firing countless bullets. To them, dueling was merely about defeating these novices. After the monotonous training, they had emerged as top players in CS:GO. If a newcomer with only 15 days of experience could achieve double-digit kills, they would consider it a flood of good fortune. The supervisor, upon hearing Lin Yi, raised his hand to quiet the training camp members. Don't be so noisy. The training camp members, wary of provoking the supervisor, closed their mouths. Lin Yi, witnessing this scene, smiled indifferently. When those individuals had laughed at his nephew, why hadn't they silenced themselves then? The supervisor turned to Lin Yi. What if we lose kills? No tricks? Surely it's not some foreign currency, right? Lin Yi, hands in his pockets, smiled calmly. If you lose, you won't have to do anything. There is no trickery involved. Don't worry about the money. I believe your club won't take a single cent home. If you think I'm at a disadvantage, out of pity for me, for each kill you lose, give me 100 yuan. Lin Yi's confident words left everyone astonished. Not a single cent will be taken home. A slightly older member of the training camp stood up. Arrogant. A bit of money for you to endure. Come, let me show you what it means to be haunted by nightmares. After today's match, I expect you to throw away even your undergarments. Among the youth training team, there are certainly a few hot-headed individuals. Yet upon hearing this, Lin Yi remained unperturbed. He was not one to indulge in empty bravado. If he triumphed in the match, he would certainly pay up. He's a man of his word. Zhang Yi observed his confident uncle, hands tucked into his pockets, unsure of why his uncle had such unwavering faith in him. All Zhang Yi knew was that he could not disappoint his uncle's expectations. In order to face off against his mother, he had secured an opportunity to give it a try. He was determined to prove himself. Meanwhile, within the group of nephews, Tang Luoluo could not contain himself. Glancing at the opposing youth training team, who were each throwing out taunts, his uncle had instructed them to refrain from causing a ruckus. Surely, a little retort towards the opposition wouldn't hurt too much, right? What are you capable of, if not incarceration? Keep calling out. Soon, my cousin Zhang Yi will be your target practice. Tang Luoluo made an abstract gesture towards the opposing team, mimicking a dance. Although he was not well-versed in CS:GO, he played Peace Elite and was aware of what a sharpshooter was. He had witnessed his cousin Zhang Yi's prowess in CS:GO, scoring headshots with every shot, as if he were cheating, showing no mercy whatsoever. Chapter 44. The Genius with Maximum Buffs, ready to dismantle the feast. Tang Luoluo's provocative remarks, accompanied by the exceedingly disparaging antics of a primary school student, went unchallenged by Lin Yi. After all, he had his own repertoire of verbal sparring. Naturally, if it came to physical confrontation, he had two capable allies, more than sufficient to outmatch these youth players who seldom engage in rigorous exercise. The youth team, upon hearing Tang Luoluo's words, found themselves likened to mere target dummies, and their laughter grew increasingly boisterous. Ha ha! The sound echoed throughout the entire club. Meanwhile, the professional members of the main team, engaged in training, frowned upon hearing the laughter from the youth section. What was so amusing that warranted such raucous laughter? For the youth players, being compared to mere dummies was no small matter. Even the professionals could scarcely guarantee a complete victory over them, managing perhaps only a ratio of 1-2. Supervisor Qin scoffed disdainfully at Lin Yi's audacity, astonished by his confidence in claiming that not a single cent would be taken from them. Was he genuinely that assured in his nephew's capabilities? Indeed, Lin Yi's obstinate refusal to part with any money meant that they truly could not claim a single penny. However, as a social media influencer, it was hard to believe he would stoop to such petty tactics. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "By golly, I wouldn't dare to claim a guaranteed win against the youth prodigies." The reactions of these prodigies were akin to those of novices, not to be taken lightly. Show off. Let us see how far you can go. If they were to be treated like mere dummies and defeated so thoroughly, they would undoubtedly leave in droves. I believe in Zhang Yi. He could do it. I have faith in him. Among the fans, there were die-hard admirers of the 16 nephews, with the most fervent support directed towards Eli. Yet, nearly every nephew garnered a fan base of their own. Tang Luoluo had her abstract followers. Yi Shengsheng attracted medical enthusiasts. Yi Wudi had fans from table tennis, and Su Qindru in stock trading aficionados. Naturally, Zhang Yi had his own following in the gaming realm. Those who had witnessed Zhang Yi play CS:GO knew well the caliber of his skills. Just recently, he had only begun streaming, yet he had already attracted a plethora of detractors accusing him of cheating. Could it be that being criticized for cheating indicated a lack of skill? Supervisor Qin possessed a profound understanding of his club's youth team. They were, without a doubt, the CRME de la CRME of CS:GO talent in China. ranking among the very best. To defeat them with a crushing margin required not only seasoned professionals, but also European prodigies. Zhang Yi, a mere novice who had only been playing for a little over 10 days, what grounds did he have to win? Perhaps a new generation of prodigies existed in CS. Go. But here, they were the elite chosen from among the elite. Let us begin, then. After all, my youth team consists of the top talents in Chinese CS. Go. To be fair, I'll 1T take advantage. I'll offer 1,000 for each head. Whether you win or not depends on your nephew. Supervisor Qin declared, ready to fund this challenge from his own pocket. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Wait, is someone really offering money? He had considered giving 100 for each head, but he had not anticipated that fairness would be a factor. Lin Yi had witnessed Zhang Yi's shooting skills firsthand and was aware of his innate gaming talent bestowed by his elder brother. He understood precisely where Zhang Yi stood in terms of skill. If Zhang Yi were to lose, he would part with the 1,000 per head without a moment's hesitation or regret. A smirk crept onto Lin Yi's lips, more difficult to suppress than an AK-47's recoil. Supervisor Qin then turned to the youth team members. If you win, the bounty will be distributed among you. Form a line and come one by one. Teach him a lesson. He did not mention the consequences of losing. Let the games begin. Supervisor Qin looked at Lin Yi, who in turn gazed at Zhang Yi, who stood stunned at the sidelines. Little Yi, your uncle believes in you. Go ahead and choose any computer. Zhang Yi, buoyed by his uncle's warm smile, resolved to give his all to secure victory. No matter the prowess of the youth prodigies, he was determined. Su Chun and Zhang Chong approached Zhang Yi, offering words of encouragement. You can do it. We all believe in you, brother. The other youngsters also rallied behind Zhang Yi. Go, second cousin. You must treat them like dummies. Gu Shushu raised her thumb toward Zhang Yi, affirming, second cousin, you'll definitely win. Lin Yi observed this scene. A cascade of buffs, a genius, bolstered by the encouragement of cousins, along with Gu Shushu's sacred blessing. How could he possibly lose? Zhang Yi's expression hardened with determination. He nodded, resolute in his refusal to accept defeat. After selecting a computer, he began adjusting the mouse sensitivity. Meanwhile, the youth team members were clamoring to be the first to play, eager to secure their initial prize. After all, if they could eliminate Zhang Yi quickly, they could render him so demoralized that he wouldn't want to continue. They had a keen awareness of their own strengths. Supervisor Qin instructed them to line up in order. Little Ling, you're up first. Understood. Little Ling grinned broadly, as though he could already see the money beckoning to him. Little did he know, the exuberance of the moment would soon give way to despair. With both Zhang Yi and Little Ling ready, they prepared for a 1v1 shootout. The rules stipulated 10 headshots with a pistol, 28 with a rifle, and 13 with a sniper rifle. Upon reaching the requisite number of kills, they would transition to the next weapon. Let the match commence. After both parties calibrated their mice, the duel began. Spectators filled the space behind both competitors. Behind Zhang Yi stood his uncle, Su Chun, and his cousins, while the opposing youth players awaited their turn. News of this contest spread throughout the club. The upper management, upon hearing of the event, assumed someone was handing out free money and chose not to intervene. Meanwhile, the main team was engrossed in their training, uninterested in the unfolding spectacle. A newly promoted substitute from the youth team, tasked with fetching water, stealthily approached the youth section to witness the unfolding drama. As the pistol round commenced, both Zhang Yi and Little Ling selected the silenced USP. The match began with the announcement. The duel had commenced. The onlookers fell silent, anxious not to disrupt the competitor's concentration. Zhang Yi summoned all his skill, refusing to slacken his focus. After all, the strength of his opponent was an unknown variable. Zhang Yi, as was customary, carefully aimed, predicting from which crate his adversary would emerge. Little Ling, cautious as well, made a fatal error, and in the blink of an eye, his head was eliminated. The screen flashed red, round lost. Little Ling frowned slightly, while the other youth players remained silent. The speed of that shot had left them all stunned. Supervisor Qin, however, deemed a single shot insufficient to gauge the outcome. Meanwhile, Tang Luoluo, positioned behind Zhang Yi, could not resist taunting. Still laughing? You were exposed the moment you showed yourself. Was the pressure becoming unbearable? Lin Yi did not intervene against Tang Luoluo's jibes. The opposing team remained silent, their demeanor subdued. The second round of pistols began. Little Ling, now even more cautious, aimed carefully. He seized upon a moment of vulnerability in Zhang Yi's stance. Headshot. The young trainees behind Xiao Ling also shouted back at Tang Luoluo, "Drop it. Are you still calling?" The first kill marks your end. The substitutes of the main team observed from the periphery, as if witnessing a turn-based battlefield. Where there were kills, there were also howls of discontent. They shook their heads in disbelief. After several rounds, both sides were evenly matched, with the score tied at 4-4. As Zhang Yi acclimated to the intensity, he unleashed a true massacre. Supervisor Qin began to perceive something unusual. The score was so closely contested. There must be some substance behind it. In the ninth round, Zhang Yi displayed his prowess, eliminating opponents with swift precision, with consecutive headshots. The score with the pistol fixed at 6-4. Zhang Yi emerged victorious. The young trainees on the opposing side frowned, taken aback by Zhang Yi's remarkably high headshot rate. Tang Luoluo initiated his assault. "Shout. You love to shout. Do you possess that level of skill? Sweating profusely, are you not?" Xiao Ling felt the mounting pressure from Zhang Yi, sensing that his aim was becoming increasingly accurate. Supervisor Qin signaled to Xiao Ling, reassuring him not to be anxious, as there were still rifles and snipers to come. Lin Yi, standing behind Zhang Yi, simulate calmly. He could easily discern that Zhang Yi was merely adjusting to the mouse, keyboard, and visual setup here. He was accustomed to his home computer, which differed greatly from this one. If Zhang Yi were to play with his own equipment, the disparity in kills would be even more pronounced. Only after he adapted would Zhang Yi truly become an unstoppable force, eliminating foes with mere glimpses. Chapter 45. The Flow State in Esports. The Evolution of Combat. At this moment, as the rifle round commenced, both Zhang Yi and the opposing trainee player, Xiao Ling, opted for the AK. With precision, the AK can serve as a sniper rifle. Xiao Ling prided himself on his rifle skills, ranking third among the trainees with his AK. At this moment, Zhang Yi entered a state of focus. He remained silent, solely concentrating on landing headshots. From the very start of the rifle round, Xiao Ling's team began to crumble. In his perspective, he was repeatedly struck in the head, leading to a swift defeat. Sometimes, before he could even react, Zhang Yi's bullets would find their mark. Xiao Ling's expression was complex. Supervisor Qin, witnessing the staggering score difference, was left dumbfounded. The other trainees watched as Xiao Ling was continually outmatched, with only one or two counterattacks. They were left speechless. It was too swift, too rapid. Xiao Ling experienced firsthand the meaning of a catastrophic defeat. His hands began to tremble. Meanwhile, Lin Yi observed Zhang Yi's state, his brow slightly furrowed. Flow state. The pinnacle of esports performance, the flow state. Lin Yi recognized it. Zhang Yi's calm demeanor and exceptional aim clearly indicated that he had entered the flow state. Around him, Tang Luoluo boldly spoke up, while Zhang Chong and other cousins showered him with praise and applause. None of it affected Zhang Yi. He remained expressionless. It was as if all external sounds had been actively muted. He became one with his weapon. Truly, a mere peek would result in an instant kill. His focus was maximized, truly maximized. Until the rifle round concluded, Zhang Yi had achieved 26 kills, while Xiao Ling managed only 2. Including the previous rifle scores, the tally reached 32-6. At the end of the round, the score disparity was enormous. A staggering deficit of 32 kills. And this was before the final sniper duel had even begun. Xiao Ling's trembling hands departed from the keyboard. His pupils quivered. Was this intensity truly from a player who had only been playing for 15 days? The confidence Xiao Ling had built since starting this game was shattered in an instant by Zhang Yi's precise shots. Supervisor Qin's brow remained furrowed. The other trainees murmured among themselves. Isn't this cheating? How can his headshot rate be so absurd? Almost all instant kills. I refuse to believe he isn't cheating. Amidst the chatter of the trainees, the professional substitutes had also watched the entire match. It was unbelievably fast. Such pre-aiming might not even be seen among European players. Xiao Ling stood up. The upcoming sniper duel had yet to begin. Impossible. You must be cheating. I demand to check the computer. Xiao Ling stood up, accusing Zhang Yi of cheating. Zhang Yi was momentarily disrupted from his flow state by the commotion. He looked at his hands gripping the mouse and touching the keyboard. Just moments ago, it felt as if he had transcended reality. What was that state? Zhang Yi was puzzled and furrowed his brow. After playing for so many days, he had never experienced anything like this. Zhang Yi found it hard to believe, observing the overwhelming score and Xiao Ling's accusations. Zhang Yi remained silent until Tang Luoluo snapped back at the opposing team. Can't win, so you accuse him of cheating? Weren't you just laughing a moment ago? Why the silence now? Tang Luoluo, with an unknown gesture, raised both hands towards Xiao Ling and the other trainees. If you're not good enough, practice more. If you can't handle losing, don't play. Lin Yi watched on, unable to suppress a smile. Not bad. Where did this little rascal learn such tactics? The other cousins also retaliated, accusing Zhang Yi of cheating. Do they think they are a disorganized mob? They intended to show these trainees what it meant to be the nephews of their uncle. Together, they were like a constellation and scattered. They would shine as a single beam of light. All 14 of them, aside from Zhang Yi, synchronized with Tang Luoluo, echoing if you're not good enough. Practice more. If you can't handle losing, don't play. Even Yi Lai mimicked in a soft voice. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. Excellent. Such unity, truly the hallmark of his nephews. United against any attack, the distinction between right and wrong became irrelevant. This scene of mockery left the opposing trainees and Supervisor Qin with grim expressions. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, this comeback is too satisfying. Love the feeling of this triumph. Just like that, they're being demolished. They love to shout, and when truly faced with a loss, they claim cheating. Isn't it the case that the computers belong to their club? How could they not know whether cheating is happening? Classic excuse. If you can't win, it's cheating. What a brilliant retort. Practice more, and if you can't handle losing, don't play. Lin Yi stood up, urging his nephews to be quiet. That's enough. Responding to their taunts is fine, but don't overdo it. Lin Yi spoke. Have you all considered whether cheating is even possible? The computers are yours. Feel free to check. Supervisor Qin, I trust you won't resort to dishonesty, will you? Lin Yi emphasized fairness and justice. If others respect him, he will reciprocate tenfold. The trainee's mockery went unchecked by him as he allowed his nephews to fully express their mockery. Lin Yi held absolute confidence in Zhang Yi. The fact that Zhang Yi had just unlocked the flow state spoke volumes. Let these budding trainees serve as stepping stones for his nephew. Enjoying the laughter? Lin Yi then prompted Supervisor Qin to inspect Zhang Yi's computer. There were no USB drives or downloads present. Everything was monitored. Lin Yi wouldn't be foolish enough to allow Zhang Yi to cheat. If there was any cheating, it was indeed Zhang Yi's own skill. The flow state. How many professional players yearned to enter such a state during competition? Zhang Yi deeply cherished that feeling. After Supervisor Qin completed his check, Lin Yi spoke. Would you like to switch to a computer of your choosing? Shall we continue? Whether cheating occurred is readily apparent. Just keep an eye on things from behind. Lin Yi instructed Supervisor Qin to observe Zhang Yi closely. Witness what true talent looks like. Supervisor Qin nodded, calling forth the most skilled trainee, Xiao Yu, to compete. Xiao Yu, you will face him. Win, and I will double your reward for every kill. Supervisor Qin had just suffered a loss of 32 kills. In terms of RMB, that equated to 32,000. He was all in. Xiao Yu nodded seriously and returned to his position. The game was about to restart. The previous sniper duel between Zhang Yi and Xiao Ling had been interrupted. Lin Yi didn't pursue the matter further. After all, he was here to provide Zhang Yi with a chance to showcase his talents, to let everyone understand what true genius looks like. These so-called young talents in Huaxiao's training program were merely stepping stones for his nephew. Their role in Zhang Yi's ascent to the throne of esports would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. And the game continued. Once more, the familiar pistol round commenced. After achieving 2 kills, Zhang Yi swiftly re-entered the euphoric state of flow he had experienced earlier. Lin Yi sensed Zhang Yi's steady breathing. His heartbeat began to exhibit a peculiar rhythm. Was it flow state again? Lin Yi was somewhat astonished. his nephew. Astonishingly, possessed an extraordinary gift. Could it be that Jean Yi could enter this state at will? The thought caused Lin Yi to frown. If that were the case, it would be beyond extraordinary. At that moment, the voice of the system chimed in. Ding! Binding character. Jean Yi, adept at entering the esports flow state. Jean Yi, talent upgraded. Maximum level gaming talent. Choose one reward. Reward 1, maximum level driving skills. Reward 2, 100 million RMB. Lin Yi listened in awe at the system's announcement. Jean Yi had evolved. His top-tier shooting talent had ascended to maximum level gaming talent. Talent could actually be upgraded and expanded. Could Tang Luoluo and Tang Chun, the abstract little ones, also evolve? Lin Yi made his choice. Reward 1. Acquired reward. Maximum level driving skills. These skills might prove beneficial to his nephews. Lin Yi felt that the abstract Tang Luoluo could potentially undergo some evolution as well. Meanwhile, Jean Yi continued to dominate his opponents effortlessly. Supervisor Qin stood behind Jean Yi, utterly dumbfounded. It was astonishing. The player who had recently transitioned from the training squad to the main team was drenched in sweat. Truly drenched. Watching Jean Yi's gameplay felt like bearing the weight of immense pressure from the opposition. Not a single misstep could be afforded. Any slip would result in a headshot, more precise than a lock-on shot. He rushed to the training facility of the main team. Guys, a kid has joined from the training squad. His shooting is like a well-oiled machine. Chapter 46. He is not a demon king. He is Jean Yi, the unparalleled master of the game. A single remark from the substitute caused the main players, who were currently in training, to pause momentarily. They glanced at the out-of-breath individual, some astonished, pondering what kind of prodigy could ascend to the professional team as a substitute and be deemed a game-changer. Others, however, dismissed the notion, viewing it merely as an entry threshold for them. After all, they were the genuine professionals, having endured countless matches. What great storms had they not weathered? What geniuses had they not encountered? In the true competitive arena, how many had faltered under pressure? Calm down. If he could perform like that, he'd still need to put in the effort here, they thought. Once the substitute caught his breath, he slowly spoke up. I know, but his marksmanship is truly exceptional. His aim and positioning are of the highest caliber. His composure is remarkable. Despite the commotion surrounding him, he remained unaffected, displaying a singular focus. Headshots. He challenged the promising trainees, achieving 10 kills, with 9 being acknowledged by nods. Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the room. The head coach, eavesdropping from the back, felt a jolt of realization. Calm operation? Filtering out all distractions? Could it be? He has entered a flow state. The coach sprang to his feet. Take me to him. Quickly. The coach was suddenly struck by a potential scenario. If that were indeed the case, a new star would rise in the CS. Go Chinese League. The coach rushed out frantically, leaving the main players exchanging bewildered glances. Why had the coach become so agitated? Some followed in his footsteps toward the training camp. At that moment, the match exhibited a crushing dominance. It was not a mere 1v1 duel. It was a one-sided massacre orchestrated by Jean Yi. Lin Yi watched the match, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Suchin remained silent, not mocking. He simply operated the club's calculator, tallying the scores. Every time Jean Yi secured a kill, Su Chun unhesitatingly pressed 1,000. The calculator's amplified sound grated on Manager Qin's nerves. It was painfully sharp. 1,000 for each kill. How could Manager Qin not feel the sting? The series of promising trainees sent onto the field were utterly overwhelmed. Jean Yi resembled a relentless killing machine. Exposing himself meant instant elimination. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. My heavens, this is even more terrifying than a cheat. Not even a wheel battle could diminish his state. The Demon King of the CS. Go Chinese League. He is not merely a king of the region. He is Jean Yi, the supreme master of the game. The name Jean Yi would resonate throughout the esports community. The calculator's sound remained piercing. Ha ha! Su Chun truly knows how to play with people's minds. He appears so refined, yet he has quite the cunning streak. The livestream audience marveled at Jean Yi's astonishing state while also discussing Su Chen's psychological tactics. Just the act of pressing the calculator was enough to irk Manager Qin. Surely, by nightfall, he would hear 1,000 echoing in his dreams, and the images of Zhang Yi's relentless headshots would haunt him. The viewers laughed heartily, enjoying Lin Yi's amusing entourage. Their antics provided endless entertainment. Meanwhile, Tang Luoluo continued to hurl taunts. Manager Qin's face grew increasingly flushed, rivaling the color of a monkey's backside. The older man's embarrassment surpassed any confession of love. Those engaged in battle against Zhang Yi were drenched in sweat, their hands slick on the mouse. Yet, they typically did not sweat at all. This was a testament to the immense pressure Zhang Yi exerted, far outweighing any mountain. For those on the field, Zhang Yi's strength was not terrifying. What was truly frightening was that with every death, Manager Qin's wallet suffered a $1,000 loss. Zhang Yi's matches invariably resulted in overwhelming victories. Each player entering the arena faced a baseline of 30 kills. If they were later confronted by Manager Qin over their lack of training, they risked being forced out. The trainees, having no opportunity to compete, could face premature retirement. At that moment, leaving the scene would mean no education and no means to explain to their parents. Could the pressure be any greater? For Zhang Yi, however, who had entered a state of flow, there was no pressure. He merely needed to eliminate the opposition. Initially, he thought the trainees were insurmountable mountains. Yet now he realized it felt akin to battling against bots. There was no pressure whatsoever. Observing the opposing team change players repeatedly, Tang Luoluo wiped the sweat from his brow. Is this all? I told you, my second cousin is the best in the world. Killing you is as simple as defeating a machine. At a loss for words, Tang Luoluo noted the silence of the opposing team. Not even a single retort or celebration followed their demise. He began to ponder whether his vocabulary was insufficient. The lack of anger from the opponents left him contemplating his need to enhance his repertoire with more refined insults devoid of profanity. Approaching his laughing uncle, Tang Luoluo asked, "Uncle, teach me a few clever insults. They need not contain any foul language." Lin Yi smiled gently, patting Tang Luoluo's shoulder. "It's best to know when to stop, Luoluo. If the others have ceased their taunts, you should too. Your uncle values decorum and would not stoop to insults. We ought to be mindful of our conduct, right?" Listening to Lin Yi's gentle persuasion, Tang Luoluo nodded, refraining from further confrontations. Indeed, his uncle had always been kind. He had never scolded him throughout his life. Lin Yi's words had a profound effect on Tang Luoluo, and the live stream audience erupted with laughter. "Wait a moment. Did you just say your uncle possesses high moral standards?" "Ha ha. That's the funniest thing I've heard. I remember the last time you were at the C language. Pointing fingers, starting with your mother." The audience had some familiarity with Lin Yi. While he often appeared gentle when provoked, he could unleash a flurry of insults that would leave the opposition's lineage in shambles. He was, after all, a graduate of the University of Zwan. Lin Yi glanced at the barrage of derogatory comments and slander in the chat, opting to ignore it. He truly did not engage in insults unless provoked. His 16 nephews were an exception. Insulting him was tolerable, but disparaging his beloved nephews was absolutely unacceptable. Meanwhile, Manager Qin watched in despair as his trainees fell one by one to Zhang Yi's onslaught. None dared to step onto the battlefield again. Lin Yi gently patted Zhang Yi's shoulder, urging him to exit the flow state. Such a state was better reserved for future competitions. Lin Yi pondered whether this was a unique talent of Zhang Yi's, an ability to switch on and off at will. If so, that would indeed be an extraordinary and unparalleled gift. Zhang Yi's prowess is astonishing, and what of his brother Zhang Chang? Is there anyone brave enough to step onto the battlefield? Lin Yi addressed Supervisor Qin from across the way. They had suffered 4 consecutive defeats, each more humiliating than the last. Supervisor Qin's expression was more grotesque than one who had consumed something vile. At this moment, Su Chan seized the opportunity to add to his victory tally. A total of 140 kills, translating to a staggering sum of 14,000 RMB. Was it still cash through WeChat? Su Chan held no reservations when it came to money. Since it was his hard-earned fortune, he wielded it with confidence, especially as it was meant to assist his cousin. Supervisor Qin remained silent, merely retrieving his WeChat. Su Chun promptly presented his QR code, ensuring that Zhang Yi received his payment without delay. Meanwhile, the head coach and the main players arrived. Upon hearing that Supervisor Qin had just transferred 14,000, Su Chen Sichachant, WeChat payment received 14,000. The head coach observed the young talents of the training camp standing behind Supervisor Qin. Their heads hung low, too ashamed to lift their gazes. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle at this sight. At the beginning, they had boasted about stripping him of his very last garment, radiating arrogance. Where was that bravado now? Did they no longer find joy and laughter? Chapter 47. The Unveiling of the Cheat. No pretense anymore. Before the head coach could utter a word, Lin Yi already sensed the arrival of the coach and the main players. Having dealt with the minor issues, the major ones had now emerged. All right, little ones. It's time for us to head home for dinner. Lin Yi resolved it. He would not allow Zhang Yi to continue his training here. He intended to wait until Zhang Yi was of age, at which point he could financially support a team centered around him. He was unwilling to see Zhang Yi subjected to this environment for his training, regardless of the training regulations. He wished to see Zhang Yi enjoy his fleeting youth before adulthood. He wanted him to indulge in play and food as he pleased. The days before reaching adulthood are precious. After that, these young ones may have to pursue their dreams, ideals, and goals. Until then, Lin Yi hoped they could all relish a joyful time together. The purpose of their presence here was for Zhang Yi to demonstrate his capabilities, not as the so-called cheat that netizens claimed, but as a true genius, a genuine esports prodigy. Lin Yi was uncertain whether the online community comprehended the value of Zhang Yi's recent performance. He had witnessed it himself, and it was unnecessary for them to understand. Zhang Yi's flow state was a testament that he would carve out a unique domain in the realm of esports in this era. As Lin Yi contemplated leaving, Supervisor Qin remained silent. Given Lin Yi's actions today, he too wished for Zhang Yi to depart. He was filled with resentment. 140,000, money that would take him ages to earn, gone in an instant. Even if Lin Yi begged him to let Zhang Yi stay, he would refuse. Lin Yi anticipated this and decided it was best not to make a fool of himself. Establishing a team posed no significant problem for Lin Yi financially. Supervisor Qin gritted his teeth, turning to glare at the so-called training prodigies. He was furious. These so-called top 100 ladder geniuses had been utterly defeated by someone who had only played for 15 days. Even if Zhang Yi refrained from eating and drinking, in a span of 15 days, he had barely accumulated 300 hours, barely enough to be considered a beginner in CS. Go. Geniuses? Who do you think you are? Laughing and mocking someone who has played for merely 15 days. If you possess the ability, defeat him. How dare you look down upon someone who has only played for 15 days, yet was able to annihilate you all in succession? Do you even know how to play? You worthless bunch. Get back to practice. If you fail to meet the standard, pack your things and leave the club. Supervisor Qin erupted in anger, unleashing a tirade upon the prodigies. The prodigies understood that after Zhang Yi's recent trial, few would likely remain. The coach was left dumbfounded. Just 15 days of play, and he had obliterated these training prodigies. The coach's eyes widened in disbelief. The viewers in the live stream, hearing Supervisor Qin's furious outburst, began to revel in the spectacle. Ha ha, this is fantastic. Let them laugh at Zhang Yi. They deserve it. Tomorrow's headlines are already set. Shock. A certain esports training camp in CS Go was decimated by a genius who has only played for 15 days. Those upstairs prepare for a shock at work tomorrow. What a delight. Zhang Yi has truly made us proud. I declare that Zhang Yi is the most commendable nephew. I believe Su Chun is the most commendable. No, it's Yi Lai Lai. My little angel Lai Lai is both adorable and charming. My heart has melted. The viewers in the live chat, having witnessed the excitement from start to finish, felt exhilarated. Some older fans felt rejuvenated. Others began to shift the conversation towards the 16 nephews, debating who was the most commendable. The consensus leaned towards Su Chun, who had made some financial achievements, or the youngest nephew, Yi Lai Lai. Meanwhile, the coach was observing Lin Yi as he prepared to leave. Please hold on a moment. Are you the child's guardian? Lin Yi turned back, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, I apologize, but my children are hungry. I must take them home for dinner. We can discuss matters later. Lin Yi adhered to the principle of ensuring his beloved nephews had their meals on time. No one could deprive them of a meal for even a minute. Lin Yi had no interest in the professional players and did not wish for Jean Yi to continue playing. Dinner time was meant for eating. The head coach attempted to persuade Lin Yi, wanting to observe the prodigy's actual performance and determine if it truly was as extraordinary as it seemed. If possible, let your children dine at the club. We have a cafeteria. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. A cafeteria? Can it compare to home-cooked meals? No. My nephews prefer home-cooked food. With Lin Yi's refusal, Supervisor Chin, furious, remarked, "Take care, I want to see you off." Hearing Supervisor Chin's words, Lin Yi felt an urge to laugh, knowing he dared not express his thoughts aloud. He departed with his 16 nephews. The head coach furrowed his brow as he looked at Supervisor Chin. He wished to retain them to witness the child's true skills. It wouldn't have cost much for just a meal. Now, however, Lin Yi had taken the children away, and it was uncertain if they would return. Jean Yi followed Lin Yi, not questioning why his uncle did not leave him in the training camp. He believed wholeheartedly that his uncle must have his reasons. He continued to reflect on the extraordinary states he had experienced. It felt peculiar, almost miraculous. His reflexes had heightened tremendously. What delight! Su Chun, sitting nearby, inquired if Jean Yi wanted to leave his money with him for investment. Su Chun preferred not to use the several million given by his uncle, as it was too much for him to manage at this stage. He thought Jean Yi's modest sum could be utilized effectively to help him build a foundation. After all, he was his cousin. Jean Yi was not particularly concerned about money. If you want to use it, feel free. Once Jean Yi consented, Su Chun did not press further. The bodyguard arrived to escort Lin Yi and the others. Jean Yi settled beside Lin Yi, discussing his previous state. "Uncle, I think I just activated it." Upon hearing this, Jean Chong, Jean Yi's younger brother, suddenly exclaimed, "What? Brother, you just activated it." Jean Chong was aware that his brother had previously been mocked online for supposedly cheating, causing him to cry. Jean Chong's excitement prompted Su Chun to frown. "Activated?" Su Chun was puzzled. Wasn't he Jean Yi averse to being called a cheater? The live chat erupted due to Jean Yi's words. Did Jean Yi really activate it? "No way. No way. No way. If it's real, you're finished. Supervisor Chin must be buying black fans online to attack you now. Ruined. Truly ruined. 666. You really activated it. No pretense anymore." Jean Yi's sudden revelation ignited the chat frenzy. He couldn't help but smirk. "Jean Chong, let your brother finish." Jean Yi continued, "It's not that kind of cheat. It's a very strange feeling. In an ephemeral moment, I felt a remarkable surge in my focus and reflexes, entering a state of perfect synergy with my weapon. The voices around me faded into silence, and the sensation was utterly exhilarating." "Uncle, do you think it's akin to a cheat?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded in affirmation. Indeed, a fleeting glance confirmed the presence of a flow state. Within his fully mastered gaming skills lies the ability to unlock this state. It is astonishing that Jean Yi could discern and comprehend it on his own. Truly, the elevation of talent is no trivial matter. The innate gaming prowess he possesses is well deserved of its reputation. Yes, it can be considered a form of advantage inherent to oneself. This state is referred to as the flow state within the realm of esports. Congratulations on achieving enlightenment. However, it is advisable to engage this state sparingly, as Uncle understands. It can take a toll on one's mental fortitude. Are you aware of mental fatigue? Human resilience is finite. At Lin Yi's words, Jean Yi was momentarily taken aback. "A flow state, you say?" Jean Yi gazed at his uncle with profound admiration. Uncle possesses such vast knowledge. He is aware of even this. Jean Chong and Su Chun, who were in the same vehicle, were equally astonished. Such an advantage exists. Chapter 48, Uncle, will you be proud of me? The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement after hearing this. Is the state of flow truly a reality? I thought it was merely the boast of those prodigies. As for me, I once experienced it while playing Peace Elite. Even when my parents knocked on my door, it did not disrupt my display of skills. To the one upstairs, you must still be wearing those agility pants in Peace Elite, right? Jean, it's not that I haven't turned it on. I have, but I am my own cheat code. 666. Truly a cheat. No wonder he is the innate gaming saint, utterly extraordinary. At this point, some may argue that the innate gaming saint still relies heavily on skill. The viewers in the live stream began to understand what Lin Yi meant by activating cheats. For an ordinary person, it indeed feels like cheating. However, Lin Yi activated it and did not get banned. Soon, the car returned to the villa. The nephews and nieces disembarked, and Lin Yi stood at the door, counting them one by one. If one was missing or one too many, it would be a horror movie moment. They lined up in order of age to be counted by Lin Yi. Suchen, Zanyi, Zan Vyang, Guyingying, Guvingshu, Chen Yuze, Chen Yukiao, Gushushu, Guyeya, Ye Sheng, Ye Wudi, Li Vining, Li Danji, Tang Luoluo, Tan Chen, Ye Laide. Okay, everyone is here. At the dining table. Lin Yi Pide Zanyi. Today, your cousin Jean, Su Chen's cousin, performed excellently and deserves commendation. Jean, he also took a step closer to his goal, proving his capabilities. Uncle sincerely hopes that each of you can have your own hobbies and dreams. Now, let's all applaud and cheer for Lin Yi. Lin Yi said, clapping his hands. The little ones also put down their chopsticks and clapped vigorously. The applause resonated like thunder. They enjoyed vying for their uncle's affection. Yet they also shared a loving bond with their cousins. Zanyi similit hapidi. The feeling of being recognized by his uncle was extraordinary. His eyes brimmed with tears. Throughout his childhood, it seemed his parents only cared about his academic performance, never considering whether he was happy, joyful, or what he desired. Only his uncle. Whenever he expressed a wish to go somewhere, his uncle would always take him. When he wanted a new phone, his uncle promptly bought him the latest model, which his parents confiscated at the time. Yet, Lin Yi still felt the unconditional love from his uncle. In his childhood, he was often hoisted high by his uncle, sitting on his shoulders, witnessing sights only adults could see. He never understood why his uncle showered him with such affection, nor why he was so generous to his other cousins. He only knew that in the future, when his uncle grew old without marrying or having children, he would be responsible for taking care of him. And this sentiment of wanting to care for Lin Yi was shared by more than just Lin Yi. They all thought, it's all right, when uncle grows old, they too would hold his hand like he did when they were young, taking him out to explore the places he wished to visit. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this warm atmosphere, couldn't help but praise. I adore the ambience of this streamer's family. This uncle is so wonderful. I wish he could be my uncle. Is the one upstairs still asleep? Shall I give you a nudge? This uncle deserves a perfect score. Regardless of his wealth, his overflowing love for his nephews and nieces is truly commendable. No wonder these little ones listen so well to their uncle. If I had such an uncle, I would listen too. Seeing Lin Yi's tearful expression, Lin Yi immediately pointed at him. Hey, you little rascal. Show a bit of masculinity and don't shed tears so easily, understood? Lin Yi wiped his tears and broke into a smile. Uncle is the best in the world. At that moment, Tang Luoluo had a sudden thought. Lin Yi, my second cousin, received praise for his gaming skills. Cousins Chen Yuza and Chen Yuxiao, and brother Yileo also received compliments for their talents. With this in mind, Tang Luoluo had a brilliant idea. Uncle, let me perform a talent for you. And you'll praise me too, right? Lin Yi glanced at Tang Luoluo, twitching his lips. It's not that he viewed Tang Luoluo through a filter. The key is Tang Luoluo truly is abstract to the extreme. A talent? An abstract talent, I suppose. Lin Yi sighed helplessly. Of course. You are all good children of your uncle. Even without performing talents, you are all splendid. Hearing this, Tang Luoluo put down her utensils and said, all right, uncle, cousins, I am full. You all enjoy your meal. After saying this, Tang Luoluo dashed upstairs with a notebook to write songs and choreograph dances. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, wondering what abstract concept she was up to now. He shook his head helplessly. The viewers in the live stream were also in an uproar. Could it be that Tang Luoluo is preparing some abstract performance again? You know what? It's true. Oh dear, sugar's finished. There's a half-sugar child in the house. Ha! I absolutely adore the innate abstract saint. It's too hilarious. His single word, open, turned the tide. Douyin is flooded with this meme. I can't take it anymore. Just admit it. The tide has indeed turned. It's absolutely chaotic, truly chaotic. Meanwhile, Yi, after finishing his meal, pondered for a moment before turning to Lin Yi and asking, Uncle, if one day I don a national flag and fight for our country, would you be proud of me? Lin Yi nodded seriously in response to Yi, affirming that he would. If one day you step onto the field, regardless of where you compete, your uncle will spare no effort to be present at your matches, cheering for you, rallying support. I will never miss any of your competitions. Upon hearing his uncle's promise, Yi rushed to Lin Yi's side. Let's make a pact. A blood oath. 100 years without change. Seal it. Lin Yi and Yi reached an agreement. Regardless of whether they performed the ritualistic action of making a pact, Lin Yi would fulfill this promise. The viewers in the live stream watched this heartwarming scene and couldn't help but sigh. Why isn't he my uncle? Streamer, I'll take a loss. Let me call you uncle, and you can treat me as your nephew. Truly, this uncle is remarkable. He has given all his love to his nephews and nieces. No wonder the streamer is single. It turns out he doesn't wish to divide his love from his nephews for a woman. If it were up to me, give me such an uncle. I would be willing to live in a villa and drive a Rolls Royce. At that moment, other little ones also rushed over to line up and join the fun, making pacts with Lin Yi. Regardless of the contract, they first made a pact, and whatever else they wanted from uncle could be discussed later. P.S. Urge for updates, comments, 5-star ratings. Gifts and nuclear-powered author. Vows to keep updating. Chapter 49. Is Uncle biased and stingy? Never mind. May Uncle live a long life. Lin Yi has also stamped his approval on them. After all, who else would he dote on if not his precious nephews and nieces? The audience in the live stream, including the more mature Su Chun, Zhan Yi, Zhan Chong, Gu Yingying, and Gu Qing, are well aware that Lin Yi has bestowed all his affection upon them. Late to the scene, Yi, innocent and oblivious, simply reached out to Lin Yi, unaware of why her older cousins were queuing. Lin Yi gazed at the adorable and naive Yi, his face filled with tenderness as he lifted her into his arms. Oh, little Lael, do you also wish to make a promise with Uncle? Have you thought about what you want Uncle to do for you? Do you wish for Uncle to be your most loyal audience at your concert? Yi did not comprehend what a concert entailed. She merely mimicked Lin Yi's gestures, making a promise. For 100 years, no changes allowed. Lin Yi's words prompted Yi to echo in her sweet, childish voice. Zhan Chong, eating his meal, watched as Uncle showered affection upon Yi, reminiscent of his own childhood. He sensed that, as he grew up, the one who received Uncle's affection had seemingly shifted to the youngest, Yi. Meanwhile, Su Chun, the eldest, observed the growth of his younger cousins from a vantage point, acutely aware of Uncle's love for each of them. It was not as Zhan Chong presumed, that one was favored above all. Rather, Uncle's love for each of them during their childhood was equally profound. The one who had once been most cherished was simply the chubby little Zhan Chong, who had clung to Uncle's side, following him everywhere, even asleep in Uncle's room. As more cousins appeared, Lin Yi's love became fragmented into many portions. One wanted a hug, while the others clamored for their share. Yet, there was only one uncle, their unique and cherished uncle. Gu Shushu watched Yi basking in Uncle's affection, feeling an inexplicable twinge of jealousy. Uncle, you've changed. You used to be the first to hug me and my sister. Now hug us immediately, or I shall be quite upset. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi was taken aback, realizing that Gu Shushu had grown up and was now vying for attention with little Lael. He clicked his tongue and remarked, "Oh dear, what are you saying? Uncle hasn't changed. It is you two sisters who have grown up. Uncle can no longer hold one in each arm as before. Indeed, when they were little, he could easily embrace both sisters at once. Now that they've matured, how could he continue to do so? Girls grow up, and there exists a saying that daughters should avoid their fathers, let alone he is merely their uncle." Gu Shushu remained displeased. Regardless, Uncle is biased. Uncle is a stingy old man. After her pouting, she looked at her gentle uncle and sighed. Never mind. May Uncle live a long life. Lin Yi felt a strange sensation in his body. At that moment, the king of hell was reconciling accounts, discovering discrepancies that could not be resolved. Meanwhile, Tang Luoluo was unconcerned with the happenings in the living room below. She was merely in search of inspiration, preparing to surprise Uncle with something grand. At this time, in the CS Go Heavenly Club, the head coach learned of the entire incident from the young talents in training. He reviewed the surveillance footage of what had just transpired, including the 1v1 replay between Lin Yi and the other trainees. The young talents habitually saved recordings of their matches for analysis, so the entire match was documented. The head coach, along with the main players, began to analyze the footage. At that moment, Supervisor Chin stood arrogantly to the side. What was there to pay attention to concerning such a person? Even if he were a genius, he could not achieve anything in this field. Supervisor Chin harbored disdain for Lin Yi, and even more so for the genius Lin Yi. He offered no respect, even after losing 14,000 to him. Had Lin Yi conceded, stating it was all just for fun and not for money, perhaps he would have considered nurturing Lin Yi into a top-tier professional player. Supervisor Chin's haughty remarks caused the head coach to frown. You had better pray that he is merely a strong talent. If he is a true top genius, you should prepare to explain yourself to the boss. The head coach was acutely aware of who the boss was. A person with an extreme passion for the game of CS Go. He could accept investing heavily in nurturing a genius from the age of 13 or 14. But he could not tolerate a genius leaving this realm. The boss desired to witness a genius emerge from Huaxia, someone whose name could resonate throughout all CS Go regions. This sense of achievement cannot be bought with mere money. Faced with the currently dominant European and American regions, Huaxia had become a trailing presence, often eliminated in preliminary rounds. This was not the level of achievement that Huaxia should possess. Were the talents of Huaxia in FPS shooting games truly lacking? He knew that was not the case. Hearing the head coach's words, Supervisor Chin's expression darkened. He did not deny Lin Yi's extraordinary abilities. He simply could not bring himself to acknowledge Lin Yi. Or Lin Yi for that matter. From the very beginning, Lin Yi had extended a ladder for him to climb. It seemed he did not take Lin Yi's words seriously. Lin Yi had offered $1,000 for every kill, promising them that even if they lost, they would not need to pay a dime. A gesture of goodwill, perhaps they could contribute 100 for each kill just to show some spirit. Yet, he insisted on confidently offering 1,000. Lin Yi's initial intent was simply for Lin Yi to prove himself, to win and silence the mocking geniuses. But his insistence on paying 1,000 was his own folly. Lin Yi could not be blamed. At this moment, the head coach was watching the footage of Lin Yi's performance and the perspective of the young talent during the gunfight. He could palpably feel Lin Yi's speed and precision. Even while watching the video, the oppressive aura of Lin Yi was unmistakable. The young trainees remained silent, as Lin Yi's prowess shattered their previous understanding. It cast a shadow over them. They had never felt such pressure against professional players. In the heat of battle, Lin Yi generated an unprecedented sense of urgency, akin to competing in a high-stakes tournament. No room for error. Now with their eyes closed, they could only hear the sound of gunfire echoing in their minds. Truly, Lin Yi would not shoot unless he was aiming for a headshot. Whenever Lin Yi's weapon discharged, all they heard was the sound of bullets striking their targets. The probability of empty shots was absurdly low. It felt as if he was using a cheat, akin to a hard lock. Yet Lin Yi was not cheating at all. They all knew this. As they swapped devices, Lin Yi remained equally terrifying. The head coach, watching the footage and recordings, found his brow furrowing deeper. His movements were meticulous, devoid of any excited expressions. He simply delivered headshots, winning against the young talents without an ounce of joy or the jubilance typical of ordinary individuals. His reflexes and skills were maximized. The professional players beside him gasped in disbelief. If they only viewed the perspective of the beaten young talents, they would have immediately accused him of cheating. But upon witnessing Lin Yi's serious gameplay on the monitor, they began to sweat. He was even more formidable than the European and American geniuses. This unique pressure led them to question whether Lin Yi was truly from Huaxia. As the head coach concluded his review, he finally understood what was happening. In the realm of competitive gaming, the initial operations were fraught with mistakes. Yet once the player, Lin Yi, fully engaged in a state of flow, he demonstrated an extraordinary mastery of his craft. After several consecutive immersions into this flow state, It appeared as though this extraordinary ability was uniquely his. While many esports athletes, when confronted with the high-pressure environment of major tournaments, could only summon a fleeting moment of flow during critical matches, Lin Yi consistently maintained this state. However, upon securing victory, the flow would dissipate, returning him to a more ordinary state where errors still occurred. The head coach, rising to his feet in a fervor, exclaimed, "Indeed, is the flow state a true genius, a talent that emerges once in a century." Following this, he cast an indignant glare at Supervisor Qin. "You ought to comprehend the essence of the flow state. This prodigy, whom you so disdainfully overlook, possesses the remarkable ability to autonomously enter this flow state. I need not elaborate further. You should recognize the significance of this." Chapter 50, A Fortuitous Windfall, Exceeding All Limits. Just moments ago, Supervisor Qin had actually taken his leave without seeing anyone off. The head coach was well aware that the child's parents were not inclined to allow their offspring to join the club's youth training program. "You better prepare your explanation for the boss." Without a moment's hesitation, the head coach rose and departed. He was determined to find a way to recruit Lin Yi into the club, even if it meant offering a salary typically reserved for seasoned professionals, even if it required waiting until Lin Yi reached adulthood. This was a once-in-a-century prodigy. With him as the core, contending with the European and American leagues would pose no problem. The head coach took the main roster with him. Upon hearing the coach's words, Supervisor Qin's face darkened. The flow state. As someone involved in the esports industry, how could he not comprehend the magnitude of such extraordinary talent? He had not considered earlier. Lin Yi's strength stemmed from his flow state. This was the genuine article. If their boss were to discover he had let slip a once-in-a-century genius, it was unthinkable. The boss, a person who cherished talent above all, would not hesitate to dismiss him within 2 days. His lucrative position, his savings of 140,000. Supervisor Qin slumped into his chair, losing 140,000 and potentially his job. The pain was unbearable. As expected, within the hour, Supervisor Qin was notified to pack his belongings. The boss had also instructed the head coach to find a way to recruit Lin Yi into the team, offering the highest possible remuneration. Meanwhile, netizens keenly observing the movements of the Heavenly God Club were abuzz with comments. "Why provoke that uncle?" Videos of Lin Yi soloing the Heavenly God Club's youth training prodigies circulated widely in the CS::GO community. A genius of a new era of Huaxia, soloing the Heavenly God Club's youth training prodigies. Shocking. The flow state. Esports truly experiences the flow state. Today, a young child arrived at the Heavenly God Club. His aim is precise, as if he had unlocked a secret. The CS::GO community erupted. "Have you heard? That uncle with 16 nephews. His second nephew is an esports prodigy, a once-in-a-century talent, and he has a total of 16. It's terrifying. I knew he was cheating. The flow state is like an innate cheat. Lin Yi. Can he even be considered fair? This is utterly outrageous. Knowing he is cheating yet unable to report him. This season's young player is simply beyond measure." Now, it seemed that nearly everyone online was aware. That uncle with 16 nephews, each one exceeding all limits. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, at home, was obliviously crafting lyrics in his room. He lost track of time until he felt the lyrics flowed seamlessly, and the dance was nearly perfected. Having memorized the words, he eagerly dashed downstairs. At that moment, Lin Yi was live-streaming a game of Do Diju with Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya. Lin Yi glanced at his hand. 3 kings. A sure win. Such a hand could secure him millions from bank loan. Unfortunately, the game with his nieces was not for money, merely for entertainment. Viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement upon seeing his hand. "What the heck? Isn't that a sure win? If I had that hand, I'd de-sell my niece to go all in. But what if the sisters have 3 aces? Wouldn't you be in trouble?" Those who had played Do Diju knew that aside from 3 aces, there was another rule. 2, 3, and 5 could beat a bomb. Lin Yi, having pushed all his chips in, was playing for fun. He called out, "Lai, bring your chips to uncle. I'll double your winnings. All in." As Lin Yi pushed all of Yi Lai's chips, he decided how much he wanted to lose. Across the table, Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya exchanged glances. It seemed Uncle had a powerful hand. They were also eager to see their cards. Gu Shushu revealed 3 pairs, while Gu Yaya pondered over her 3 aces. I'll go all in 2. Gu Shushu declared, I have 3 stinky eggs. Seeing Gu Shushu's hand, Lin Yi smiled broadly and laid down his 3 kings. I'm sorry, Uncle has 3 kings. Ha ha ha. Gu Yaya, witnessing her uncle's joyful expression, hesitated to reveal her 3 aces. Gu Shushu quickly understood Gu Yaya's demeanor. She knew Gu Yaya's hand must surpass hers, as she had played cards with her for many years. A pattern had emerged. Whenever Gu Yaya had a king, she would reveal a bomb. Gu Yaya gently laid down her 3 aces. Lin Yi paused, staring at the cards in disbelief. Something was amiss. This was extraordinarily unusual. 3 stinky eggs, 3 kings, and 3 aces on the table. Such a trifecta could be accepted among rivals, but for all 3 players to have such an outrageous hand, it was too unusual for even a setup. Lin Yi flipped his cards, confirming there was nothing wrong. I'm done playing. You all take your turn. Indeed. Gu Yaya was a force to be reckoned with. Lin Yi had previously underestimated her abilities. After this game of Dodiju, he concluded, she was truly exceptional. This was outrageous. Who dares to gamble on luck with her? Whatever the stakes, it's bound to be a loss. Viewers in a live stream, witnessing the cards revealed, were left dumbfounded. No way. You can lose with that hand? How is it possible to draw such cards after just 1 game? This is unbelievable. 3 stinky eggs against 3 kings and 3 aces. What luck Gu Yaya possesses. Is she the chosen one of fate? The audience speculated about Gu Yaya's fortune. The usually quiet and reserved Gu Yaya had displayed remarkable prowess. Lin Yi refrained from testing her luck further, knowing all too well that luck is a finite resource. He cherished his nieces and nephews, never wishing to engage in anything that could harm them. At that moment, Tang Luoluo descended the stairs. Uncle, I prepared a talent show for you. Would you like to see? Lin Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, this kid is not abstract. He is showcasing a talent now. Lin Yi's expression softened with approval. All right, come on. Perform for the uncles and aunts in the live stream, as well as your parents, aunties, uncles, and cousins. Wait a moment. For your debut performance, it is imperative that everyone attends. Go, go, go. Tang Chun, summon your elder and second cousins downstairs. Lin Yi said, contemplating the meticulous preparation that Tang Luoluo had devoted to her talent showcase for an entire afternoon. Finally, she has moved beyond abstraction. There is indeed progress. There is hope. No wonder Brother Tongzi was unable to discern Tang Luoluo's true essence. It seems there is something concealed beneath the surface. Lin Yi was genuinely taken aback. This little one truly possesses hidden depths. How promising. Such potential. While others may have underestimated you, it is precisely you who, at this moment, Tang Chun dashed upstairs to the computer room. Elder cousin, second cousin, my brother is set to perform. Uncle requests your presence to witness. Upon hearing Tang Chen's words, Su Chun and Zhan Yi exchanged incredulous glances. Luoluo, with a talent, both were somewhat astonished. Wasn't she merely skilled in electric dance and vocalizing? No. Behind bars, what prowess do you possess? Now, she's about to showcase her talent, and as elder cousins, they naturally felt compelled to attend. Meanwhile, Lin Yi enthusiastically tagged Lao Deng and his mother in the WeChat group, along with his 7 sisters and their husbands. Family, little Luoluo has a talent too. Hurry to the live stream, it's about to begin. Chapter 51. A game that keeps you feeling younger? The innate abstract Saint Body, who claims that his nephew Tang Luoluo is the least promising, the most abstract. He vehemently disagrees. Under Lin Yi's notification, the family group chat on WeChat buzzed with astonished emojis from his sisters and parents. Here it comes. They all entered Lin Yi's live stream, eager to witness what talents Tang Luoluo could showcase. Among the younger generation, the most vivacious is undoubtedly Tang Luoluo. Full of clever ideas, he is also the most mischievous one. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream, upon hearing that Tang Luoluo would perform, was equally taken aback. It is well known that Tang Luoluo's abstractness is acknowledged by netizens. Has he truly improved to the extent of possessing talents? Oh my goodness. Could it be that the talent pool of this nephew is about to expand? Perhaps. This uncle's nephew is astonishingly exceptional. The once half-hearted boy is now showing promise, striving to prove everyone wrong. Go for it, Tang Luoluo. You will surely amaze the world. Lin Yi confirmed that his family had arrived in the live stream. He promptly opened Douyin and recharged, ensuring the live stream would attract viewers. He spared no expense to buy an audience for Tang Luoluo, wanting netizens to witness his inaugural talent performance. Lin Yi felt no remorse in spending money on Douyin, as it was for Tang Luoluo to gain some recognition. Once he set up Douyin, he noticed all his nephews were seated, providing Tang Luoluo with a stage. He then gazed at Tang Luoluo, asking if he needed anything else. Tang Luoluo took Lin Yi's spare device, found a rhythmic DJ track, and was ready. Lin Yi encouraged, "Come on, showcase your talent." Tang Luoluo became serious. Ahem. Now, I present to my uncle my original song, Feeling Younger with Every Game. For narrative purposes, any infringement can be addressed for rectification. Upon hearing Tang Luoluo's opening line, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, an original piece. After pondering for an entire afternoon, he managed to create this. Quite impressive. Tang Luoluo then began his performance. The background music kicked in. Thunder rolls in my belly. Thunder rolls for the little ones. Thunder for the belly. Tang Luoluo's singing and dancing commenced, with absurd lyrics paired with his abstract dance moves. Lin Yi felt a sense of unease, his lips twitching involuntarily. The song Feeling Younger with Every Game is about the mobile game Peacekeeper Elite. Here, no one calls you a criminal, for they all refer to you as a primary schooler. Lin Yi grimaced, his expression contorting. What kind of abstract lyrics are these? Are these truly lyrics constructed in Chinese? Meanwhile, the other nephews swayed to Tang Luoluo's rhythm. It was utterly captivating. The audience in a live stream was in stitches watching Tang Luoluo perform, laughing uncontrollably. Haha, I declare, I want to join this more prestigious circle of Peacekeeper Elite. This is fantastic. I want to sing too. This is pure joy, the essence of true music. So catchy, thunder rolls in my belly. Such talent, oh my heavens. Abstract as it is indeed impressive. The half-hearted boy has transformed into a fully fledged talent. I can't even criticize. It's all sugar-coated now. No saving it. Little brother, you better create another account. And Tang Luoluo continued his performance. Came to the matchmaking house in the dead of night. My throat is on fire. Oh my girl. Baby just felt the thunder roll again. Can you order me some takeout? The upstairs folks are doing nucleic acid tests. Ding dong chicken. Ding dong chicken. Lin Yi yuchit, facepalming. This is becoming increasingly abstract. As netizens have said, a true innate abstract saint body. This is no ordinary abstraction. Can a human even conceive these words? Lin Yi thought to himself that he must prevent the game Peacekeeper Elite from appearing on his phone again. At that moment, Tang Luoluo's grandparents, parents, aunts, and uncles were all watching. His grandparents thought it was nothing special, jumping around and singing. To them, it was simply splendid, truly splendid. Meanwhile, the aunts and uncles were in fits of laughter. Who would have thought that the eldest son of the seventh sister and brother-in-law would be so talented? However, Tang Luoluo's parents, Lin Yi's seventh sister, were far from amused. Is this really considered talent? Why does it sound so unserious? It's utterly absurd. By the time Tang Luoluo finished his performance, the audience in a live stream was unable to contain themselves, flooding the screen with laughter emojis. Please flood the public screen with laughing emojis. Players of Peacekeeper Elite, at this moment, feel utterly defeated. I declare this the national anthem of Peacekeeper Elite. This is truly. Playing Peacekeeper Elite now comes with a backstory. You can't get through it without a couple of bottles of insulin. Travelers, pioneers, rope makers, and captains laugh together. Villagers, line up to laugh. Players of Naruto have finally encountered a group even more abstract than themselves, bending over for a lifetime, now finally standing tall. Netizens were too exhausted to criticize. Having awaited this moment, Tang Luoluo served them a massive dose of absurdity. Lin Yi, unsure of how to comment, pondered. If one were to say that Tang Luoluo has no talent, He crafted a song in an afternoon, although it is somewhat abstract and sugary with absurdities. At least, Tang Luoluo managed to both sing and dance. If one were to claim he has talent, he certainly made a significant impact. The difficulty of salvaging this little flower of the motherland is exceedingly high. Others may not believe in you, but you remain the most abstract. After Tang Luoluo finished singing and dancing, he eagerly awaited his uncle's praise. Seeing Tang Luoluo's expression, Lin Yi did not wish to discourage him. After all, he had put in half a day's effort. He even neglected to play games, instead crafting this song. It is indeed worthy of commendation. Did you truly create this in half a day? Tang Lulu notet ausesti li. Lin Yi acknowledged this feat. To produce something in half a day is a mark of genius among geniuses. However, it is just a bit too abstract. He has a great talent, yet it has all veered towards the abstract. You are this. A perfect score. Lin Yi gave Tang Luoluo a thumbs up, avoiding the abstract. If Tang Luoluo had spent half a day crafting the script, it would be deserving of his uncle's praise. At this moment, a notification chimed from Tongzi. Ding! Character bound. Tang Luoluo has completed a performance. Chapter 52, Uncle firmly believes that your name will surely resonate throughout the land. Tang Luoluo. The composition is extremely complex, making it impossible to determine. Reward. Choose one. Reward 1. Max level piano. Reward 2. 100 million renminbi. Lin Yi listened to the voice of Brother Tongzi. Is this considered a genuine performance? After some contemplation, he acknowledged that Tang Luoluo had indeed put in great effort. Although abstract, it remained indeterminate. His uncle had truly fretted over this. Faced with the choice of rewards, he considered the skills that could be taught to little Lai. As for the money, selecting it now wouldn't hold much significance. His current funds were sufficient. Thus, Lin Yi chose the skill. Ding! Host has acquired max-level piano. A wealth of knowledge regarding the piano flooded his mind, allowing him to impart some knowledge to little Lai. As for Tang Luoluo, Lin Yi pondered whether he should have Tang Luoluo accompany him daily. Who knows? One day he might discover his unique talent. He could also utilize those max-level skills to teach him various things. After receiving Lin Yi's praise, Tang Luoluo was filled with joy, bouncing around happily. The effort of the past half-day had finally borne fruit. The audience in the live stream was doubled over with laughter, having finally caught their breath. Who among you, my handsome friends, spent money to vote on dough, compelling me to endure this? After much anticipation, this Tang Luoluo has served us a grand feast. The innate abstract saint body is truly commendable. Thumbs up. Not to mention, I adore his abstraction and humor, which have become my daily source of amusement. Haha. The seventh sister of the streamer's household surely doesn't need to turn on the television. For with this delightful character, purchasing a TV would be utterly unnecessary. The entertainment value is unparalleled. Many viewers in the live stream had joined due to Lin Yi's substantial spending on dough to buy traffic. Some cursed as they left the live stream, while others were captivated, entranced by Tang Luoluo's enchanting music, which had effectively bewitched them. At that moment, in the villa's living room, Tang Chun, Yi Wudi, Li Jingxing, and Li Danqi were all imitating the dance Tang Luoluo had just performed. The atmosphere in the room started to become abstract. Lin Yi observed this scene and felt a sense of foreboding. Alas, everyone was being led astray by this peculiar fellow, Tang Luoluo. Lin Yi covered his face, feeling a mix of despair and amusement. He could only watch helplessly as they danced wildly in the living room. The phrase "game" becomes increasingly youthful echoed in his mind, haunting him with its catchy tune. At that moment, the housekeeper peeked out from the kitchen, unable to suppress her laughter at the unfolding spectacle. The atmosphere in the home was overwhelmingly joyous. The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained. This is too amusing, haha. The entire room has become abstract. The innate abstract saint body is terrifyingly magnificent. Our abstract school is on the rise. Who would have thought it could invigorate the rhythm of the gaming and artistic realms? Uncle, why don't you smile? Are you inherently incapable of joy? This group of little treasures is simply delightful. Uncle remained silent, lost in contemplation. I declare, peace elite. is entirely responsible. Meanwhile, Tang Luo's parents were in the live stream, struggling to pinpoint the source of the issue after much deliberation. Their personalities were far from this level of abstraction. Ultimately, they shrugged their shoulders and handed the problem over to Lin Yi. If Lin Yi was unable to manage during the winter break, they would simply leave the child in Shanghai for him to handle. Lin Yi had no means of stopping them. He could only wait until they became exhausted. He never found their rambunctiousness bothersome. He would never ask them to cease their antics. After a while, Tang Luoluo grew tired, and so did the others. They drifted off to engage in their own activities. Tang Luoluo lay down on the couch beside Lin Yi, his face beaming with joy. Lin Yi gazed at the panting Tang Luoluo and gently ruffled his hair. "Little Luoluo, Uncle wishes to have a word with you." Upon noticing her uncle's serious demeanor, Tang Luoluo sat up straight, intent on listening attentively. While he may often be abstract, he always heeded his uncle's words with utmost seriousness. Lin Yi looked earnestly at Tang Luoluo. "Little Luoluo, I am uncertain whether you enjoy being abstract or if it is intentional. Yet, such matters are inconsequential. As long as you grow up happily and in accordance with your own desires, Uncle will be thoroughly content. Many perceive your antics as peculiar. However, I firmly believe that you will one day shine brightly like your cousins. I am convinced that your name will undoubtedly echo across the land. At that time, your parents, Uncle, and the entire Tang family will take pride in you." Lin Yi held not a shred of disdain for Tang Luoluo's abstract nature. He would never discourage him from being abstract, nor request that he take things more seriously. If he were to do so, he would cease to be Lin Yi, the beloved uncle of the children. Each of his nephews and nieces possessed their own unique character and style. For instance, his eldest nephew Su Chun was merciless and resolute in the realm of finance, while his youngest niece Yi Lai exhibited grace at a tender age in the domain of piano. As for Tang Luoluo, his abstraction was simply a facet of his character and style. Lin Yi would not force a change upon him. Tang Luoluo listened to his uncle's words, momentarily taken aback. Uncle had such high expectations for him, but could he truly achieve such brilliance as his cousins? Cousin Gu Qingshu had collected awards that were the envy of a lifetime, receiving accolades from the entire family. Meanwhile, Su Chun, his eldest cousin, possessed astonishing wealth. Could he amass such riches by the time he reached Su Chen's age? Cousin Zhan Yi, though rarely leaving the computer room, had set remarkable records in gaming. Whose achievements were those if not a lifetime's worth? Could he genuinely become a source of pride for his uncle, parents, and the entire Tang clan? Tang Luoluo lowered his head, feeling the weight of this expectation. It seemed so daunting. Lin Yi remained silent, gently stroking Tang Luoluo's head. He firmly believed that his nephews and nieces would each have their own defining moments, reaching the pinnacle of their respective fields. The viewers in the live stream, listening to Lin Yi and Tang Luoluo, erupted with emotion. Tears welled up. "Damn it, Haki Yi, you truly shower your love upon your nephews. You are truly a wonderful uncle. I wish I had such a remarkable uncle. Uncle firmly believes that your name will undoubtedly resonate throughout the land." This one statement brought tears to my eyes. With such a relative, I feel a tinge of shame for not achieving anything noteworthy on my own. Brothers, we must strive to excel. Everyone sees you as abstract and humorous, yet only Uncle unconditionally believes in your potential. At this moment, the audience in the live stream held an even greater affection for Lin Yi. Lin Yi often claimed he was an ordinary person, but the viewers understood this to be mere humility in this vast world. He is truly a remarkable individual. That night, Tang Luoluo found an unusual tranquility. His uncle, who had always indulged him, permitted his mischief throughout his childhood. He recalled the times he had caused chaos at his grandparents' home, chasing after dogs, using fireworks to startle chicks, resulting in tears from his parents' reprimands. Yet, it was only his uncle who ever consoled him. As night descended, Lin Yi and his nephews drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, on social media, Tang Luoluo's performance of Younger with Every Strike began to gain immense popularity on Douyin. The trending comments included enthusiastic endorsements of the song, with one user exclaiming, "This tune is so catchy. I love playing it while driving." Another remarked on his innate understanding of the internet, declaring, "Is he a naturally gifted being? No, he embodies the spirit of the internet." Chapter 53. Unexpectedly. The most promising is the innate abstract Saint Body. This abstract song has begun to circulate wildly online. Some bloggers even stayed up all night to sing and dance to it. The comment section is flooded with true fans of Tang Luoluo. While others may not believe in you, you are the one who shines the brightest. Trending at number 1. Indeed, he is not merely the innate abstract Saint Body, but the innate internet Saint Body. He possesses an unparalleled understanding of the online realm. He truly knows how to create a spectacle. If this little fellow were in my household, I would scoff at the idea of buying a television or subscription services. How is it that this nephew of mine is so extraordinary? I once thought Tang Luoluo was just a source of amusement, yet he has suddenly risen to fame, even starting to accumulate fragments of a Rolls Royce at such a young age. There is no room for criticism here. His nephews are all remarkable in their own right. Among his 16 nephews, Tang Luoluo's popularity has reached unprecedented heights during the night. A ranking chart has emerged online, ranking the 16 nephews based on their popularity. Tang Luoluo, already known for his abstract talent, was naturally placed high on the list. With each battle, he became younger and more legendary. His popularity surged to the top position. The day before, Lin Yi, who had just gained fame for his remarkable performance at the Tianshan Club's youth training program, was pushed to second place. The ranking didn't even last a day. Current ranking: first, 14th nephew, Tang Luoluo. Second nephew, Lin Yi. Third, 16th nephew, Yilai. Fourth dash. In the early morning, Lin Yi awakens. Without brushing his teeth or washing his face, he opens his phone. Upon seeing the trending topics, he instantly becomes alert. What? Innate internet Saint Body. Seeing Tang Luoluo rise to first place among his nephews, Lin Yi twitches the corner of his mouth. Is this even possible? Lin Yi genuinely did not expect Tang Luoluo to gain fame online in such a manner. He simply sets his phone aside, brushes his teeth, washes his face, and prepares to go live. As usual, he calls the little ones to wake up, brush their teeth, wash their faces, and go for a morning run. After the morning run concludes, Lin Yi lets them finish breakfast. He also takes Tang Luoluo outside, intending to teach him some skills. Abstract or not, it's essential to possess a prominent talent. Uncle, why did you call me out? Lin Yi goes straight to the point. Uncle intends to teach you something. With that thought, Lin Yi also instructs Tongzi to assess all of his skills. Ding! Current skills possessed by the host: max level gaming, max level martial arts, max level medicine, max level table tennis, max level cooking, max level investment, max level magic, max level driving, max level piano playing. Uncle will teach you to become a gaming expert like your second cousin. Lin Yi, do you want to learn? After hearing this, Tang Luoluo contemplates. Gaming? He enjoys playing games, but to him, they are merely a form of entertainment and relaxation. Just a bit of gaming is sufficient. Becoming an expert seems pointless. So he declines to learn. Upon hearing Tang Luoluo's response, Lin Yi remains calm and continues to inquire. Perhaps, among his max-level skills, there is something Tang Luoluo would enjoy? Then how about I teach you the profound martial arts heritage of Huaxia, making you invincible across the globe? How's that sound? As Lin Yi spoke, he threw a punch towards Tang Luoluo's face. The force of Lin Yi's punch caused Tang Luoluo to stagger back. The audience in the live stream was filled with excitement at Lin Yi's proposal to teach Tang Luoluo. TSK. Hold on, you streamer. Teaching gaming is one thing, but to boast about Huaxia's thousands of years of martial arts? Just keep dreaming. I acknowledge your prowess, but don't exaggerate. Are you trying to fool children into buying martial arts manuals? Invincible across the globe? The streamer doesn't even draft his claims, haha. Some newcomers believed Lin Yi was boasting. With such knowledge, wouldn't Lin Yi be a max-level human? Meanwhile, Tang Luoluo, after listening, pondered. Martial arts? His third cousin, Zhan Chong, and fourth cousin, Gu Yingying, train daily, whether throwing punches or doing push-ups, engaging in various strength training. Just the thought of it makes Tang Luoluo feel overwhelmed. Not learning. Learning martial arts requires a foundation, and he does not engage in fights, Learning seems pointless. Lin Yi twitched his lips. Such extraordinary huaxia martial arts, and he refuses to learn. Then how about I teach you to become a renowned doctor, saving lives and healing the world? Upon hearing this, Tang Luoluo thought again. Being a doctor and saving lives? He does not possess such noble aspirations. Renowned doctor? Forget it. Living happily is more important than saving others. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter as they listened to Lin Yi's propositions. Wait, aren't you a max-level human? You can do everything? Huh. Can you really teach someone to become a renowned doctor? Tang Luoluo, indeed, seems unwilling to learn anything. The innate abstract saint body is like this. Lin Yi, upon hearing Tang Luo's refusal once more, could only cover his face in despair. Not learning this. Not learning that. Lin Yi thought for a moment and decided to let it go. Forget it. Just tell uncle what you wish to learn. Tang Luoluo nodded in agreement. He truly has no interest in becoming a master of medicine, a martial arts grandmaster, or a gaming expert. He prefers to indulge in more whimsical endeavors. Lin Yi took Tang Luoluo to the computer room on the second floor. Cool, mate. I'll take you to see your eldest cousin, Su Chun. Perhaps you can learn something from him. Lin Yi believed that some things cannot be rushed. He would allow Tang Luoluo to discover his interest gradually. After finishing their morning run and breakfast, with the stock market yet to open, Su Chun was merely reviewing stocks and digesting financial information at the computer. Lin Yi brought Tang Luoluo to the computer room. Su Chun, teach your cousin Tang Luoluo a few things and see if he has any interest in the stock market. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Chun looked at Tang Luoluo. Oh, the stock market is simple. Just pick the right ones to buy. Tang Luoluo stood by, listening as Su Chun spoke extensively about charts and sector concepts. Tang Luoluo merely blinked his big, bright eyes. If I choose stocks that are hitting the limit down, can I earn more? His perspective was quite unique. Su Chun was left speechless. Did he just grasp the concept of the limit down trading strategy? Lin Yi, overhearing Tang Luoluo's words, wiped the sweat from his forehead. This kid is truly extraordinary. He can abstract concepts in any field. Well, you can earn a lot, but you could also lose everything. Su Chun understood well that stocks hitting the limit down often face significant issues, even delisting. Buying such stocks is akin to throwing money into a fire. Of course, miracles can happen. However, the odds are slim, akin to gambling. After contemplating, Lin Yi decided to let Su Chun remain unique, carving his own path in the stock market. Uncle will give you the phone. You should go play some Peacekeeper Elite on your own. Tang Luoluo took Lin Yi's phone and dashed downstairs to the sofa, diving into the thrilling game of Peacekeeper Elite. Lin Yi sat beside Su Chun. So, how have you been doing lately? Profiting or losing? Su Chun smiled calmly. Losing? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary. It's all about profit. Uncle, the field of AI and technology is beginning to flourish. And there are significant investments in gold, with external consortiums also accumulating assets. According to my analysis of the three sectors you previously mentioned, within a maximum of 2 months, we shall witness a substantial surge reaching its peak. My initial investments have multiplied 2 or 3 times. Upon hearing Su Chun's words, Lin Yi smiled faintly. Indeed, the promising Su Chun always remains ahead of the curve, even displaying exceptional comprehension skills, dedicating time to research, even in the absence of innate financial talent. Su Chun is destined to soar. The audience in the live stream erupted at Su Chun's remarks. Oh dear, I didn't take my uncle's previous words seriously. Goodness, the price of gold has soared to such heights. It's terrifying. There has been sensational news regarding AI, naturally leading to the surge. How did my uncle know in advance? Could it be that he possesses insider information? The viewers were filled with regret, recalling how Lin Yi had subtly hinted at this during the live stream, which they had overlooked. Lin Yi smiled slightly upon hearing this. So, do you require assistance from your uncle's substantial funds? He had no intention of managing the investments himself, preferring to remain a humble angel investor, supporting his nephews from behind the scenes. Su Chun shook his head at Lin Yi's suggestion. Uncle, I still prefer not to engage with substantial capital. I wish to hone my skills further. The current momentum is too vigorous and fluctuations are inevitable, it cannot continuously rise. I will not chase after the surge. For Su Chun, chasing a rise could lead to precarious outcomes, as no one can predict whether the next moment will find them hanging at the summit. When the masses begin to frantically invest, it signifies that risks are imminent. Lin Yi nodded approvingly at Su Chen's prudent approach. He would feel secure even if he entrusted all his investments to him. However, Su Chen has been perplexed lately by how much his uncle knows. The explosive news regarding AI and technology tends to emerge shortly after his uncle's predictions. Tentatively, Su Chen inquired, "Uncle, how did you foresee that these sectors would lead the next wave of growth?" Chapter 54. Is Little Lili for sale? What is the price per pound? Do you have insider information? Or, as Su Chen spoke, Lin Yi could sense that this young lad was not easily deceived. Though still young, he was quite astute. Among his 16 nephews, Su Chen undoubtedly held the highest intellect. Even Gu Qing-shu, the most academically gifted, could not surpass Su Chen's sharpness. Su Chen possessed an unwavering dedication to his objectives, a trait amplified by his precocious maturity. He was well aware of his desires. Lin Yi realized that failing to provide a rational explanation would only deepen Su Chen's suspicions. After all, his uncle had always claimed to be an ordinary person, devoid of any insider knowledge. In truth, Lin Yi himself was not entirely versed in the intricacies of the matter. He merely speculated that the current era was on the brink of a cyclical change. Consider the technological advancements that have transformed daily life. People of yore could hardly have imagined a world where floor cleaning is done by robots. The logic of AI can be unraveled in a similar manner. There are precedents, the only variable being the timing of evolution. Lin Yi's musings left Su Chen momentarily stunned. The logic was indeed sound, yet he struggled to comprehend how his uncle could deduce such insights from mere information. Could it be that his uncle was a concealed magnate in a financial consortium, possessing clear foresight into these domains? Noticing Su Chen lost in thought, Lin Yi gently patted his shoulder, interrupting his contemplation. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream began to buzz with excitement upon hearing Lin Yi's words. "Ah, so you're just an ordinary person, are you? Were we then? Living in villas, driving luxury cars, and you claim to be just average? In this vast world, you must possess something extraordinary." Lin Yi departed from the computer room and glanced at the barrage of comments, all speculating about his hidden treasures. He simply smiled in response. Speculation, after all, is often unfounded. In a light-hearted manner, Lin Yi turned to his live stream audience, inquiring which little one they wished to see today. He was curious to know which of his nephews the viewers were eager to watch. The comments erupted in enthusiasm. "I want to see the adorable angel Lili. How much is little Lili for sale? I wish to buy Tang Luo Luo. I have no television at home and need him. Can I purchase the twin sisters?" Observing the flood of bidding comments, Lin Yi chuckled. Hey, this is a live stream, not a marketplace for human trafficking." Such comments would have warranted severe consequences in the past. Lin Yi was utterly exasperated with this generation of netizens. He decided against heeding their suggestions. Recalling the popularity rankings of his nephews from that morning, he retrieved a spare device to check the list. He aimed to feature those at the lower end of the rankings more prominently, thereby enhancing their visibility, a beneficial endeavor for them. At that moment, the popularity rankings stood as follows. 1. 14th nephew, Tang Luo Luo. 2. Second nephew, Zhan Yi. Uchunju Siktent Nepik Ye Lai Lai. 4. Third nephew, Zhan Chong. 5. Eldest nephew, Su Qin. 6. Twin sisters, 8th and 9th nieces, Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya. 7. 10th nephew, Yi Shangsheng. 8. 6th nephew, Chen Yuza. 9. 7th nephew, Chen Yuxiao. 10. 11th Nipik Ye Vudi. 11. 15th nephew, Dang Jian. 12. 4th niece, Gu Yingying. 13. 5th niece, Gu Qingshu. 14. 12th nephew, Li Jingxing. 15. 13th nephew, Li Danqi. Spotting the two brothers, Li Jingxing and Li Danqi, languishing at the bottom of the rankings, Lin Yi reflected on the insufficient attention they had received. They were rarely featured on camera, which stirred feelings of guilt within him. The audience, observing Lin Yi peruse the popularity rankings, understood his intention. Is the host planning to stream according to the popularity list? I want to see my little Lai Lai. Let him shine and rise to the top. I want to see Tang Luo Luo. He is so lively. Host, if you stream him, I'll provide snacks. This host simply disregards our pleas. I wish to see Jean Yi, the strongest Jean Yi. Ignoring the viewer's preferences, Lin Yi proceeded downstairs. He glanced at the little ones playing in the living room, noting the absence of the two Li brothers. He surmised they were likely outside playing ball. The elder brother, Li Jinxing, enjoyed basketball, while the younger favored soccer. As Lin Yi ambled outside, he contemplated the potential challenges if both brothers pursued basketball and soccer, two of the most competitive sports in China. They had chosen to engage in basketball and soccer, notoriously difficult paths in a nation where few have reached the pinnacle of success in these arenas. The NBA, a realm revered as the highest temple of basketball excellence, where the world's elite athletes compete. The notion of achieving success in such a fiercely competitive environment was daunting, particularly in soccer, which has faced years of disdain under a corrupt federation. Even elementary school students know of the national team's dismal reputation. Is it truly that there are no skilled players among the 14 billion people in China? No, that is not the case. Yet, many assert that whether one is Messi, Ronaldo, or Neymar, if born in China, their fate would align with that of a delivery person. In the current football ecosystem of China, success hinges not on skill, but rather on familial connections and wealth. This reality accounts for the scarcity of football prodigies in the country. Genuine second-generation talents rarely maintain an unwavering passion for the sport. Thus, aspiring to attain fame in the realms of basketball and soccer in China is akin to navigating a nightmarish labyrinth. As Lin Yi pondered these complexities, he felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. His two little nephews required his support to clear the myriad obstacles in their path, a weighty burden for an uncle to bear. P.S. This summary was provided by two book friends serving as class representatives. Thank you immensely. The diligent author is striving to update regularly, with 3 updates daily, 2 substantial chapters, and 1 smaller one. If you wish for more content, a little nourishment and support would be greatly appreciated. Otherwise, the effort may yield little reward. Chapter 55. A dream not to be ridiculed is not a good dream. Lin Yi arrived at the lawn and spotted Li Danqi, the second son of the Li family, practicing with a soccer ball. He chose not to interrupt the boy, instead sitting down on the grass. Lin Yi was aware that he had been somewhat neglectful towards the 2 brothers of the Li family. With so many nephews, it was indeed a source of concern. The older ones, such as Su Chun, Zhang Yi, Zhang Chong, and Gu Yingying, required little oversight, as they were quite self-sufficient. However, for the younger ones, Yi Lai Lai, Yi Shangzheng, Yi Wudi, Tang Luoluo, Tang Chun, Li Jinxing, and Li Danqi, who were still children, he felt compelled to invest more thought and care. Lin Yi decided to focus his attention on the younger nephews for the time being. Upon noticing his uncle watching him from a distance, Li Danqi ceased his practice and hurried over. Uncle. His face lit up with joy upon seeing Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled warmly at him. Danqi, I've been busy with your cousins lately and may have overlooked you a bit. You don't hold that against me, do you? Li Danqi shook his head vigorously. No, Uncle, you're the best. How could I be upset with you? Li Danqi understood that even though his uncle had not paid much attention to him and his brother since their arrival, Lin Yi had not forgotten them. He recalled the warm glasses of milk at night, and how Lin Yi would check on them to ensure they were covered with blankets while they slept. He recognized that with so many cousins around, it was unreasonable to be upset over Lin Yi's occasional lack of attention. The kindness Lin Yi showed him was not something he could easily forget. When they first arrived, he had wanted a pair of running shoes, while his brother desired soccer shoes. Initially, he simply wished to run and fulfill his father's morning exercise requirements. However, Lin Yi, knowing of his passion for soccer, helped him select a pair of cleats. His brother, Li Jinxing, also received a pair of running shoes. They understood that Lin Yi's apparent indifference was not due to a lack of love for them, but rather a lack of familiarity with their interests. Lin Yi had never played basketball or soccer himself. Lin Yi felt a pang of guilt, realizing how perceptive the child was. Let's take a break and chat for a bit, he suggested. Li Danqi obediently settled beside him. Lin Yi gently ruffled the boy's hair. I've noticed your enthusiasm for soccer. Is it merely a pastime, or is it a true passion? Since arriving at the villa, Li Danqi and his brother have been practicing soccer almost every day, except when it rained. Lin Yi sought to gauge whether Li Danqi had aspirations beyond mere enjoyment, or if their parents had imposed this interest upon them. Most children his age were engrossed in comics, mobile games, and other distractions, while Li Danqi and his brother had already dedicated themselves to sports. With a bright smile, Li Danqi replied, "Uncle, I absolutely love soccer. I don't want to deceive you. I have a gigantic dream." Lin Yi was taken aback. "Oh, a dream, you say? Share it with me. Perhaps I can assist you in achieving this grand aspiration." Li Danqi glanced around before continuing. "Uncle, you must promise not to laugh at me." Lin Yi chuckled softly, thinking it a wonderful thing that his nephew had dreams. Why would he ever ridicule them? Laugh? Why would I do such a thing? The viewers in a live stream began to buzz with excitement. A dream not to be ridiculed is not a good dream. Those hard to achieve, belittled aspirations are what dreams truly are. It seems every one of Uncle's nephews possesses lofty ambitions. Lin Yi assured him, "Rest assured, I would never mock your dreams. In fact, I may very well be able to help you." Li Danqi straightened up, seriousness etched on his face. "Uncle, my dream is to one day lead the national soccer team into the World Cup." Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. This dream was indeed ambitious. The national team was in a dismal state, and for Li Danqi to aspire to such heights seemed a daunting challenge. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Lin Yi's mind. Beep. Character bound. Li Danqi has set a goal. Li Danqi possesses a basic talent for soccer. Host receives a reward. Max level soccer, 30 million renminbi. Lin Yi was taken aback by the system's voice. Li Danqi possessed only a basic talent for soccer? The subsequent reward caused him to frown. It seemed he wouldn't even need to make a choice this time. He would receive both rewards. And 30 million renminbi. Lin Yi wiped his brow, realizing that if this continued, Su Chun, who had diligently pursued his dreams, might find himself surpassed by Lin Yi's completion of tasks. How would he explain to Su Chun that his beloved uncle had amassed wealth while he chased his dreams? Lin Yi had never intended to become excessively wealthy. His skills were merely a means to an end. He had hoped for rewards that would help supplement the family finances. But now, the system was simply showering him with money. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream reacted to Li Danqi's dream with a flurry of laughter and skepticism. Really? The national team is in shambles, and you're setting such lofty goals? This boy's dreams may be impossible to fulfill. They scoffed. Unlike Zhang Chong, who has the physical prowess for boxing, soccer relies not only on skill, but also on connections. This dream is bound to be ridiculed. The national team can't even secure a spot in the World Cup qualifiers. Li Danqi noticed that Lin Yi remained unfazed. "Uncle, why aren't you laughing? When I shared this dream with my coach and teammates, they all doubled over in laughter." Lin Yi frowned, gently patting Li Danqi's head. "Your uncle would never mock your dreams. I will do everything in my power to support you in realizing them." He would never belittle the aspirations of his nephews, nor would he allow them to abandon their goals simply because of difficulty. Li Danqi was taken aback by Lin Yi's words. His mother had laughed uncontrollably upon hearing his dream, while his father respected it, taking him out for training every day. Now, it seemed that not only his father respected his dreams, but his uncle would also wholeheartedly support him. "Uncle, I know you want to help me, but on the way here, I asked my mother if you could play soccer. She said you were utterly hopeless at sports and couldn't even hold a pig's foot." Lin Yi broke into a sweat. Oh no. That incident during college when he had tried to help with the family's pig slaughtering had become a lifelong joke. Nonsense. Your mother is tarnishing your uncle's noble image. Do not heed her wild claims. Lin Yi exclaimed, leaping to his feet. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Now, not only your nephews are aware of your inability to control the pig, but hundreds of thousands of netizens are in on the secret too. It turns out this uncle has a scandalous past. When he returns to the village, he'll be the subject of gossip for a lifetime. During the New Year's gathering, the village gossip will be, "Did you hear? That Lin family lad who can't handle the pig is back." I can hardly contain my laughter. This uncle is simply delightful, both amusing and humorous. As Li Danqi observed his uncle's reaction, he realized this was not a fabrication or an exaggeration spun by his mother. All right, uncle, I believe you. But can you truly play football? Li Danqi coaxed his uncle as one would child. Chapter 56 with his hands tucked into his pockets. Uncle Lin was known as Lin Invincible in that era. As Lin Yi listened to Li Danqi's tone, he couldn't help but sense a hint of irony. Uncle was indeed formidable. Now, armed with top-notch martial arts skills and elite soccer prowess, he could unleash impressive moves on the field. Cool, me. Let us head out and find a soccer field to play for a while, Lin Yi suggested, pulling Li Danqi along. Li Danqi picked up a soccer ball and hopped into Lin Yi's car. Shouldn't we call the older cousins? Li Danqi inquired. No need. We'll just have some fun for a bit. The soccer field is not far, Lin Yi reassured him, with numerous bodyguards and 2 exceptionally skilled fighters. Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying at home, he felt confident everything would be fine. Lin Yi brought Li Danqi to a nearby shopping mall and selected the most expensive pair of soccer cleats. Do you want a pair too, Lil Danqi? He asked. Glancing at him, Li Danqi shook his head, thinking of how many cousins Uncle had to support. He wanted to save Lin Yi some money. His current shoes were barely worn and certainly not in need of replacement. His mother had taught him the virtues of frugality, insisting that one should only buy new shoes when the old ones were nearly ruined. Uncle, do you like soccer too? Li Danqi asked. Noticing Lin Yi's choice of expensive cleats, curiosity piqued. Lin Yi paid for the shoes with a slight smile. Whatever you enjoy, Uncle enjoys too. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream began to mock Lin Yi, exclaiming, have you heard? The poor student has expensive stationery. What extravagance, picking the priciest items right away. I guarantee this uncle can't play soccer. Lin Yi glanced at the barrage of comments on his phone, most of which were about the poor student. He felt exasperated. Was he truly unable to escape that label? It seemed necessary for him to showcase his skills and restore his glorious image. Upon arriving at the soccer field, which was nearly deserted, Lin Yi laced up his cleats. Come on, show me what you've got. He encouraged Li Danqi. Li Danqi nodded eagerly, tossing the ball, and with an explosive burst of speed, he dribbled towards the goal. Lin Yi observed, frowning at the astonishing speed and precision of the young boy's movements. It was remarkable for an 8-year-old. In that moment, Lin Yi envisioned Li Danqi racing across the green field, a singular figure in a game of his own. Li Danqi, a lone rider on a 1,000-mile journey. With a swift kick, Li Danqi sent the ball into the net. Despite the absence of defenders, the skill demonstrated was undeniable. As a master of soccer himself, Lin Yi recognized the boy's innate talent. He began to question whether the system had misjudged Li Danqi's abilities. How could he possibly only possess beginner-level soccer skills? Yet, reflecting on Li Danqi's early exposure to the sport, Lin Yi acknowledged that he had already developed a strong foundation. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream, lacking soccer knowledge, remained indifferent, while those who understood the game recognized Li Danqi as a budding talent. That dribbling speed is impressive. He has potential. He could be trained in soccer. Li Danqi approached Lin Yi. How did I do, Uncle? Lin Yi smiled and gave a thumbs up. Not bad. You have a flair reminiscent of my younger days. He paused, reflecting on the oddity of his statement, as he had never actually played soccer. Confused, Li Danqi scratched his head. Did you really play soccer, Uncle? Mom said you never played basketball or soccer. Lin Yi chuckled lightly. Would you like me to teach you a few tricks? Li Danqi pondered. What can you teach me, Uncle? After a moment's thought, Lin Yi replied, I could do everything anyone else can, like the moon crescent blade or the backward scissor kick. Li Danqi smirked. Uncle, I think you're just boasting. With a grin, Lin Yi instructed Li Danqi to throw the ball. He expertly controlled it, beginning to juggle the soccer ball with ease. As the ball danced in the air, Li Danqi watched in awe, feeling that it might fall at any moment, especially since he could barely keep the ball up himself. How could his uncle, who had never played, manage this? Yet, the ball remained suspended, as Lin Yi, like an artist, showcased his juggling skills. The ball moved with fluidity, gliding from his foot to his arm to his head, as if tethered by an invisible string. Li Danqi's eyes widened, mouth agape, completely captivated by Lin Yi's display. In that instant, Lin Yi became aware of a transformation. He felt as if he were a child again, sharing the same height and agility as Li Danqi. The effortless movements did not require any adaptation to the top-tier soccer skills he possessed. It felt as though these skills were inherently his. Amidst the exhilaration, he heard a chorus of unfamiliar cheers. Lin Invincible. Lin Invincible. With a powerful kick, Lin Yi launched the ball high into the air, realizing something profound. Was he, in another parallel existence, truly known as Lin Invincible? As he watched the ball soar, a smile crept upon his lips. Li Danqi looked up at the descending ball, and Lin Yi anticipated its trajectory, aiming for the goal. With a magnificent volley, he struck the ball, sending it crashing into the net. Li Danqi marveled at his uncle's skill. What a spectacular shot. Such a beautiful arc. He could hardly believe that this incredible kick had come from his uncle. After executing the shot, Lin Yi lowered his foot and placed his hands back into his pockets, exuding an effortless charm. Uncle, you're so cool. P.S. Apologies for the delay in updating. Today's update will not be lacking. My little one started school today, and I spent the afternoon purchasing supplies for him. I believe the most painful aspect of being a student is not the mountain of homework, but the end of vacation and returning to school. Watching him reluctantly leave his phone behind for school brought back memories of my own childhood. By the way, have you all started school or work yet? Chapter 57. Would you like to learn? I shall teach you. In this new era, there exists no vessel to carry the uncle, with a series of deft maneuvers. Lin Yi leftli, danje utellimesmedizit. He found himself murmuring, "Uncle is so handsome" at that moment, as he gazed upon Lin Yi. The latter resembled a radiant giant, exuding an unparalleled charisma. In Li Danqi's heart, Lin Yi had eclipsed even his most adored foreign football stars. The image of his uncle was already magnificent in his eyes. And with these captivating skills, Li Danqi instantly became Lin Yi's ardent admirer. "Uncle, you are incredibly handsome and amazing." Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. The screen was filled with exclamations of awe. "Wow, you truly know how to play football. You execute spectacular volleys." The astonishing curvature of the ball had them all in rapture. "Is this really an ordinary person? Are you sure you are not a celestial being? You must be the true embodiment of football." Streamer: "Brother, I beg you. I was only teasing you earlier because of the crowd. Now I kneel before you. Teach me this skill. I desire to impress the ladies." Li Danqi imagined how impressive it would be to showcase such a skill before his goddess with a smile. Lin Yi turned to Li Danqi. "Would you like to learn? I shall teach you." Li Danqi's admiration for his uncle only deepened. "Yes, I wish to learn." Lin Yi, with his hands in his pockets, teased, "Uncle does not hold back. Are you a sports novice?" Beaming, Li Danqi approached Lin Yi. "Uncle is the most formidable and handsome. I want to say it again." He clung to Lin Yi's leg. Lin Yi, reveling in the moment, realized how delightful it was to showcase his skills in front of this little one. Reflecting on the past, Lin Yi pondered whether he had ever received such fervent cheers at a youthful age like Li Danqi's. Perhaps it was time for his 16 nephews to astonish the world. Let the cheers ring out. In this new era, his 16 nephews would rise to the pinnacle of every field under his guidance. Lin Wudi, quite a fitting moniker. Lin Yi mused, recalling his insistence on the name Wudi for Yi Wudi. Li Danqi, with a playful tone, exclaimed, "Uncle, I want to learn the crescent moon blade, the rainbow dribble, the elevator ball, the backward hook, and the peach blossom shadow flying sword." Li Danqi enthusiastically listed the dazzling goals he had witnessed. And Lin Yi was taken aback. Wow, this little rascal knows quite a bit. He has chosen the most stylish and impressive moves to learn. Lin Yi squatted down and patted Li Danqi's head. All right, Uncle will teach you the most remarkable skills. I believe in the potential of your cousins, and I am equally confident that you will achieve greatness. One day, you will utilize the skills I teach you to shine on the green field, making the world cheer your name." Li Danqi, captivated by Lin Yi's words, looked into his uncle's eyes, sparkling with ambition in his mind. He envisioned himself soaring on the field, basking in glory. Every goal would evoke a thunderous roar from the crowd. "Yes, Uncle. I will ensure that the next era remembers my name, Li Danqi." Li Danqi made a solemn promise, sealing it with a pinky swear to his beloved uncle, a promise that many might deem impossible, even laughable. Lin Yi similet serenity. With ambition, Uncle will help you reach the mountain's peak. Lin Yi began imparting numerous techniques to Li Danqi, honing his reflexes and speed on the football field. Li Danqi. Let us become the yellow lightning on the green pitch. A lone rider across the vast expanse. Under Lin Yi's training, the viewers online were left astonished. Wait, do you really understand football? Please train me. I would happily be your loyal disciple. With such an extraordinary uncle, it would be hard not to excel. Hold on. How come he can box and play football? I wish I had such an impressive uncle. As Li Danqi progressed rapidly under Lin Yi's tutelage, he mastered numerous techniques. He realized that the lessons from the coaches his father employed paled in comparison to what his uncle imparted effortlessly. Gazing in awe at Lin Yi, he asked, "Uncle, how do you know so much?" "Fool, I am your uncle. Of course I know more." Lin encouraged him to train diligently. They continued until fatigue set in, after which Lin Yi decided it was time to rest. All right, we should head back now. He considered Li Danqi's young age. Overexertion could impede his growth. Obediently, Li Danqi gathered the footballs and accompanied Lin Yi home. On their way back, Li Danqi's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Uncle, you are so incredible. Why don't you play football professionally for the country?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Yi contemplated. At his age, pursuing a football career would still be feasible. However, he found no value in such a pursuit. He preferred to dedicate his time to mentoring the younger generation. "Uncle is old. The new era lacks a vessel for me. You, however, and your cousins are different. You all are young, with boundless futures ahead. I hope to nurture you, so you can carve out your own fame in this new era." Li Danqi listened intently, realizing the weight of Lin Yi's expectations for all 16 of them. With such affection and kindness from his uncle, how could he not strive to achieve something in return? Li Danqi resolved to grow stronger. He aspired to become a football star of the new era. The audience in the live stream, captivated by the exchange between Lin Yi and Li Danqi, buzzed with excitement. This uncle truly adored his nephews. "I am in tears. He has given everything for them. Why can't he be my uncle? I would pay you, streamer. Please be my uncle. A vessel for the new era? Are you a remnant of the old times? Wow, how fitting. The style of the white beard is truly magnificent. Unbound by the ties of blood." Lin Yi returned home with Li Danqi, only to find Gu Shushu waiting at the door, hands on her hips, visibly displeased. Lin Yi immediately sensed trouble. Chapter 58. Is Uncle a hidden master? Abstract brothers. Li Danqi disregarded the fuming Gu Shushu and dashed to the basketball court to find his elder brother, Li Jinxing. Brother, Uncle is incredibly skilled at soccer." At this moment, as Li Jinxing was playing basketball, he paused, perplexed by Li Danqi's excited proclamation. "Huh? Didn't Mom say Uncle cannot play soccer or basketball? Confounded." Li Jinxing bundarat. "No, Uncle is a concealed soccer expert. Truly, he can execute the moon scimitar kick and many other astonishing moves." As Li Jinxing absorbed Li Danqi's fervent description, his confusion deepened. This shouldn't be the case. Meanwhile, Li Danqi was overjoyed. With the plethora of knowledge Uncle had imparted to him, once he fully grasped it, he would surely carve out a place for himself on the elementary school soccer team. At this juncture, Lin Yi found himself cornered by Gu Shushu. She glared at him, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "Uncle, you biased scoundrel. You took my cousin out to play without us. I am furious. You can't pacify me." Lin Yi, face-palming, lamented his predicament. With so many nephews and nieces, each demanding attention, it was indeed a challenge for him. All right, Shushu. Uncle sincerely apologizes to you, to your sister, and to everyone. I took Danqi out for an urgent matter, and didn't he inform you?" Lin Yi coaxed gently. Under his soothing words, Gu Shushu's resentful gaze softened somewhat. Lin Yi recognized that this little one was extending an olive branch. "Okay, Uncle will accompany you all to watch anime tonight. As the new year approaches, how about we go experience wild fishing and camping tomorrow?" Upon hearing Lin Yi's continuous suggestions, Gu Shushu's spirits lifted. "Camping? Does that mean delicious grilled fish?" Lin Yi nodded affirmatively. Gu Shushu joyously leaped up to embrace him. "You're the best, Uncle. The best in the whole world." After releasing him, she excitedly informed her cousins of the plan for a collective anime viewing that evening and the camping trip the following day. Lin Yi shook his head in resignation. Indeed, children's tempers flared quickly but subsided just as swiftly. As the new year approached, Lin Yi found himself reflecting on past celebrations, with the prospect of giving out numerous red envelopes, each containing at least 500 yuan, had been a source of dread. 16 envelopes totaling a substantial sum. The pain was palpable. For him, the new year had once been a frightful affair, fraught with pressure to marry and the need to manage his finances. However, this year, he was prepared to bestow upon each of them an extraordinarily generous red envelope. Meanwhile, Gu Shushu had conveyed the plans for anime and camping to her cousins. Suchin had little interest in the anime and preferred to catch up on outside news. As for Lin Yi, the gaming enthusiast, he preferred to indulge in more gaming sessions rather than watch anime. After a day of rigorous training, Zhan Chang and Gu Yingying spent their evenings in the living room entertaining their younger cousins. As Su Chun and Zhan Yi were nearly hermits, rarely emerging from their gaming rooms. Zhan Chang and Gu Yingying, being the older cousins, shouldered the responsibility of caring for their younger relatives since their uncle was often overwhelmed. Lin Yi had difficulty managing Tang Luoluo, who occasionally acted out, especially when Tang Chun was preoccupied with pursuing a girl from the neighboring estate. Whenever Tang Luoluo was unhappy, he would often run off to frighten that girl. Without supervision, he would chase after her in a frenzy. As for Gu Qingshu, who immersed herself in books, she felt that nothing could not be resolved with just 2 volumes. The other cousins silently wished for time to slow down, dreading the end of their winter break. In contrast, Gu Qingshu eagerly anticipated the start of school. While others were shopping for food and entertainment, she filled her cart with various books, prompting Lin Yi to worry she might become obsessed with reading. Chun Yuza and Chun Yuxiao, the 2 brothers, enjoyed rehearsing songs with Yi Lao, who, despite his youth, possessed a keen sensitivity to piano sounds, effortlessly matching the desired tones. In contrast, Gu Shushu's daily routine consisted of eating, sleeping, and playful antics, occasionally teasing Tang Chun and Little Lao. Gu Yaya was quite reserved. If not for her boisterous twin sister Gu Shushu, she could almost fade into the background. Yi Shangzheng had already delved into extensive experimentation in his lab, advancing his research significantly. Even Yi Wudi dared not approach the odorous confines of that laboratory. He yearned to invite his brother for a game of table tennis, but found it impossible. Meanwhile, Li Jingxing diligently worked towards his self-set shooting goals. While Li Danqi had expanded his training regimen after today, Tang Chun loathed his brother Tang Luo's antics towards the girl next door, glaring at him whenever they crossed paths. Yet, during the evening as the group gathered in the screening room for anime, Tang Chun continued to shoot daggers at Tang Luoluo. Observing this, Lin Yi frowned. "What is the matter, Xiao Chun? Why are you glaring at your brother like that?" Lin Yi understood that Tang Chun's frustration stemmed from his brother's antics, which had rendered the girl reluctant to leave her home. Tang Chun finally spoke, "Brother is bad. He scared my little princess." Lin Yi, upon hearing this, could only wipe his forehead in exasperation. There was no saving them. Truly no hope. 7th sister, you have one child engrossed in abstraction and another playing the fool. What a calamity. Lin Yi worried that Tang Luoluo's abstract tendencies might hinder his future relationships, while he feared Tang Chun would be relegated to the role of a plaything for girls. "Children, you truly are remarkable." Tang Luoluo remained silent, intently watching the anime. P.S. Thank you all for your gifts. Today, there are 4 updates in total, with this additional chapter being a promised gift for those returning to school. May you find joy in your studies and strive for excellence. For those busy with life, remember to prioritize your happiness and refrain from dwelling on the future or minor troubles. In life, there is nothing that cannot be resolved with a simple declaration. Let us turn the tide. Chapter 59. The competition of the heirs in the live broadcast room. The audience erupted into laughter as they listened to Tang Chen's description of the little princess. The absurdity of it all was undeniable. A little princess? Was he a knight? The host's sister seemed ready to gasp for air from laughter. This scenario of going to school, where the charming girl treated him like a pet, was simply too amusing. The clash between the innate lickspittle sacred body and the innate abstract sacred body was unfolding. An epic battle between the lickspittle sect and the abstract sect. At that moment, Lin Yi interjected. Xiao Chun, you must not behave like this. You two brothers should cherish one another. As Lin Yi spoke, Tang Chun retracted his glare. However, Tang Luoluo paid no heed to Tang Chun's words, too engrossed in the exquisite storyline of the anime to notice. In the living room, aside from Su Chun and Zhang Yi, everyone else was present. Gu Qingshu quietly sat in a corner, engrossed in a book. As Tang Chun's frustration grew, he slowly approached Tang Luoluo. Lin Yi frowned slightly, sensing the tension. Suddenly, Tang Chun launched a surprise attack from behind, delivering a swift strike to Tang Luoluo's back. The unexpected pain jolted Tang Luoluo from his immersion in the anime. Reacting instinctively, he retaliated with a powerful elbow strike aimed at his younger brother. Brother, I possess both strength and skill, he declared. Tang Luoluo was furious at Tang Chen's antics, feeling that his younger brother had brought disgrace upon the family. With a fierce elbow strike, he admonished Tang Chun, who fell to the ground, crying inconsolably. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. The speed of Tang Luoluo's counterattack was astonishing. Lin Yi sighed, realizing that he could not intervene in this sibling rivalry. Tang Luoluo glanced at Lin Yi, seemingly proud of his victory, and resumed watching the anime, confident that their uncle was not upset. You know, it was your brother who struck first, he thought to himself, feeling justified in his actions. The audience in the live stream was in stitches, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Brother, this is how the competition of heirs always goes, Tang Luoluo quipped, raising his hand not in apology, but as a challenge for his brother to improve. Only those who survive deserve to be a good nephew. As Tang Chun sat on the floor, tears streaming down his face, he wailed, Uncle, my brother hit me. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. You provoke him, and expect not to face the consequences? Lin Yi approached Tang Chun, checking for injuries. Tang Luoluo had not struck with malice, and Lin Yi was not favoring either side. He understood that Tang Luoluo would not initiate conflict unless provoked. The other children silently observed, recognizing this as a family matter they should not interfere with. Eventually, Tang Xin calmed down and returned to watching the anime. Lin Yi sighed, reflecting on how foolish it was for a child to fight over a girl he had only known for a short time. The bond between brothers was profound, and he hoped Tang Chun would learn from this experience. As the evening progressed, Lin Yi called everyone to bed, preparing for a camping trip the following day. He drafted a list for the nanny to gather supplies for their outdoor adventure, where he planned to fish and prepare a meal for the children. However, as the night wore on, Tang Chun awoke from a nightmare, still haunted by visions of his brother's fierce elbow strike. In tears, he made his way to Lin Yi's room, where he could no longer contain his sobs. Lin Yi, noticing the distressed boy, quickly embraced him, asking, What happened, Xiao Chun? Did you have a nightmare? Tang Chun nodded, tearfully explaining, My brother was going to kill me in my dream. Lin Yi could only chuckle at the absurdity of it. Your brother only wants you to learn a lesson. He doesn't wish you harm. After some comforting words, Tang Chun finally drifted back to sleep, and Lin Yi watched over him until he too succumbed to slumber. The other children soon followed, enveloped in their dreams. Tang Luoluo was not upset by the minor incident caused by her younger brother today. Instead, she reveled in her dreams, embodying her majestic Belial emperor. The authoritative aura she exuded was akin to a colossal wave sweeping across the world. In the early morning, Lin Yi rose with the dawn, busily preparing his belongings, without urging the little ones to awaken. Today, he decided to allow them a day of relaxation, free from the burdens of training, returning to the innocent joys of childhood. Lin Yi affixed the camera to himself, as was his custom, adjusting the live stream setup. The broadcast commenced. Today, he would share an outdoor adventure, taking the little ones on a camping and fishing expedition. Lin Yi's dreams had transformed into a chronicle of his nephew's growth, allowing his sister and brother-in-law to periodically check in on their children's well-being. Even Grandma and Old Deng could find solace in watching their 16 beloved grandchildren. Meanwhile, the little ones, still nestled in slumber, pondered why their uncle had not roused them from sleep today. Awakening slowly, Gu Shushu arose and noticed her uncle outside the villa, busily organizing various tools. Remembering her uncle's mention of outdoor fishing and camping yesterday, she joyfully dashed off to rouse her sister from her slumber. Chapter 60. Among the fortunes of the world, there are 10 portions, yet Gu Yaya alone possesses 12. The idea of fishing and camping is simply delightful. Gu Shushu rouses everyone from their slumber. Unlike her sister, she is not gentle and refined. Instead, she is quite boisterous. Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya. Both names contain the character Ya that belongs to Gu Yaya. Lin Yi observes that all 16 little ones have gathered. He instructs the bodyguards to drive them to the campsite. Throughout the journey, Gu Shushu is filled with excitement. Camping, camping. Uncle, it's my very first time camping. Upon reaching their destination, Lin Yi hears the system's voice echoing in his mind. Ding, task completed. Accompany the bound characters, Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, to experience something new through camping Gu Shushu. A small probability event occurs, and her words manifest. Gu Yaya, the girl of fortune, among the fortunes of the world. She possesses 12 portions. Host has received a reward. Max level basketball, 100 million RMB. Startled by the sudden reward, Lin Yi wonders, what on earth? Just taking Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya out to experience new things warrants a reward? The mechanism for obtaining rewards differs from that of other nephews. For others, they must complete designated objectives to receive rewards, but for Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, it operates under a new mechanism. Lin Yi finds himself puzzled as to why the sisters had never triggered this before. Now he understands listening to the sisters' unique talents. It is evident that his assumptions were correct. His younger sister possesses an extraordinary ability to manifest her words, even if it is a rare occurrence. Comparatively, her talents far exceed those of his other nephews. As for Gu Yaya, she is the epitome of exceptionalism, the declaration from the system, among the fortunes of the world. She possesses 12 portions, speaks volumes. Lin Yi feels a bead of sweat trickle down. These twins are his nieces, however. After a moment of contemplation, he dismisses the details. So what if she is the girl of fortune? So what if she is a prodigy? She remains his niece, and that is what matters. Once they disembark, the bodyguard opens the door, and the nephews step out, gazing at the expansive lawn. Some families have arrived early. Laying out blankets to bask in the enjoyment, Gu Shushu takes the lead, dashing toward the open field. Camping time. The other little ones follow suit, racing after Gu Shushu. Lin Yi watches their joyful antics, a faint smile creeping onto his face as he opens the trunk to unload supplies. The bodyguard assists in transporting the items to a spacious area of grass. Lin Yi finds a suitable spot and lays out several blankets. The bodyguards lend a hand in setting up a tent outside. The blankets are spread out. Once everything is ready, they lie down to soak in the sun's warmth. Lin Yi retrieves the prepared snacks from the box and lays them out for the children to enjoy at their leisure. This spot is one he has frequented with colleagues during his previous work, a prime location for fishing and camping. On clear days, it is usually bustling with visitors before noon. Of course, the earliest arrivals are not campers, but rather the most industrious anglers. Seeing the lively group of 16 children on the lawn, the fishermen are taken aback, such a large family with so many kids. Given that it is a holiday, the school's outdoor camping trip is unlikely to account for this gathering. Who wouldn't take a second glance at a family with 16 children? Lin Yi pulls out his fishing gear. Do not wander off and stay within the camping area. He intends to catch some fish for a delightful barbecue. The nephews nod in understanding. The bodyguards settle nearby, their task today being to keep a vigilant watch over Lin Yi's 16 nieces and nephews, ensuring they do not stray from the camping site. Lin Yi finds a fishing spot and sits down. Nearby, several anglers sit in silence, their expressions clearly stating, "Don't ask, we haven't caught anything." Meanwhile, Lin Yi quietly prepares to fish. The little ones, munching on snacks, are drawn to the other families arriving, igniting their playful spirits. Gu Qingshu reads inside the tent, indifferent to the outside world. Yi Lai Lai, held by Gu Qingshu, is compelled to study Tang. Chen observes a little girl among the arriving families, dressed and exuding an air reminiscent of a princess, and his old habits resurface. He sneaks away from his brother Tang, Luo's gaze to flirt. Su Chan takes in the scenery, seeking relaxation. Today is a trading day, and he has no desire to engage in trading. His uncle has not summoned them for morning exercises, intending to let them unwind for the day. He contemplates stocks on his phone, pondering how disappointed his uncle must feel. Jean lies back, closing his eyes to bask in the sun. Jean Chong, spotting the snacks, indulges himself once more. Normally, his uncle restricts his access to treats during training. Gu Ying while snacking, notices a girl from the city with dyed hair and ponders something before approaching Lin Yi, who is fishing. Tang Luoluo, seeing Gu Ying seek out their uncle, follows suit. Ardivink beside Lin Yi, Gu Ying si peaks, Jandidli. Uncle, what is it? I want to dye it pink. Gu Ying's unexpected request draws a twitch from Lin Yi's lips. The pinker the hair, the harder the punch, right? Typically, Gu Ying is easygoing. Yet this sudden whim leaves Lin Yi speechless. It's not that he is conservative. He believes in freedom of expression, including hair dyeing. He thinks these trends are harmless as long as the kids don't regret their choices. However, a dilemma arises. If Gu Ying dyes her hair and their third aunt and third uncle find out, he is certain she would face dire consequences. Hearing his cousin's desire for pink hair, Tang Luoluo chimes in, eager to join the fun. Uncle, I want mine to be yellow, like a scion. That would be so cool. Tang Luoluo's wish further complicates matters for Lin Yi. The audience in the live stream bursts into laughter at Gu Ying's statement. Ha ha ha, classic. I want to dye mine green. The pinker the hair, the harder the punches, right? Truly, child, you are unstoppable. The laughter continues as Tang Luoluo declares his intention to be a scion. Tang Luoluo, your brother should be the one to dye his hair yellow. Lin Yi feels exasperated. While he has no objection to hair dyeing, he wonders if they truly believe their parents would approve. If they do it and their parents find out, rather than scolding them, they will certainly come after him. While you're having fun, set aside those thoughts. As their uncle, it's quite a challenge. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Tang Luoluo and Gu Ying abandon their peculiar ideas. Tang Luoluo inspects the net where Lin Yi stores his catch. You've been fishing for a while, and you haven't caught a single fish? Lin Yi, hearing Tang Luoluo's comment, twitches his lips. What do you mean a while? I've only been fishing for a few minutes. Keep it up, and I'll toss you in the water to bait the fish. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Tang Luoluo felt her hair stand on end and immediately took off running, fearing that if she lagged behind, Lin Yi would abandon her to fish alone. Gu Ying, on the other hand, obediently returned to her seat to munch on snacks. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter, finding the scene utterly hilarious. This Uncle Machine is truly something, haha, they exclaimed. Tang Luoluo dares to speak her mind. Let us see if she'll call for help when she gets left behind. What a character. They joked about how the more one fishes, the more one catches. However, they questioned the host's fishing prowess, wondering aloud, could you possibly be a novice? It's been ages, and there's not a single nibble. Fishermen, after all, can catch anything but fish. Lin Yi glanced at the barrage of mockery in the live stream, and then turned to observe the angler beside him, who was busy changing bait yet still had no luck. A wave of relief washed over him. He thought to himself, please, don't catch anything. As he looked at his own fishing rod, he silently urged, come on, fish, take the bait. My nephews are eagerly waiting for the grilled fish feast. Chapter 61. Exceeding Limits. The angler's world is crumbling. Time has passed, yet Lin Yi's fishing rod remains still, mirroring the silence of the anglers beside him. The anglers do not speak. They merely change their bait. Lin Yi begins to question whether there are any fish here at all. Other anglers also find themselves in an existential crisis. After all, their colleagues had caught fish before. Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya approach Lin Yi. Gu Shushu squats beside him, asking, Uncle, why haven't we caught any fish yet? I'm craving fish. Lin Yi remains silent, thinking, if you want fish, go to Old Mo. Noticing Lin Yi's lack of response, Gu Shushu continues, is there really no fish here? There are. Go play over there. Wait a little longer, and your uncle will catch some fish, Lin Yi replies. This isn't a place for children to play. It's dangerous. Lin Yi worries that Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya might disturb the other anglers and accidentally scare the fish away. In response, Gu Shushu is even more eager to catch fish. She reaches her hand into the water, whispering, come on, big fish. Gu Yaya, seeing her sister playing in the water, also dips her hand in. Suddenly, with the combined luck of Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, various fish begin to swarm around Lin Yi's fishing spot. Lin Yi stares in astonishment at the multitude of fish, eyes wide open. Is this even possible? Is this a display of divine power? No pretense whatsoever. Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, thrilled by the sight of so many fish, cry out, "Uncle, hurry! So many fish! Let's catch them! Grilled fish, grilled fish!" Among them, a large fish leaps out of the water. Gu Shushu grabs it firmly, exclaiming, "We've caught a big fish! Ha, we're amazing!" Lin Yi, quick to react, grabs the landing net and begins to scoop up the fish. Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya step back to avoid splashes. After catching a few fish, they scatter quickly. Lin Yi gazes at the fish in the net, as well as the big fish held by Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, lost in thought. With such divine prowess, why is he using such rudimentary fishing gear? The nearby anglers, hearing the commotion, turn to look. Their faces, possibly flushed from the sun, glow. Lin Yi recalls the saying, "An uncle's blush surpasses all heartfelt confessions." He happily begins to gather the fish and pack up his gear. These fish are enough to satisfy. The antics of Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya could be described as having minimal lethality but substantial humiliation. They had risen early and arrived in the dark, only to leave empty-handed all morning. The viewers in the live stream explode with excitement at the scene unfolding before them. Wow, is this for real? What luck! The nearby anglers, now red-faced, are incredulous. The streamer hasn't caught anything all day, and now his nieces are catching fish like it's nothing. The anglers feel as though the sky is falling. Don't be upset. Children in the novice protection phase will eventually face the same fate. You can't be angry. Your voices are too shrill. Lin Yi, slightly embarrassed, returns with the fish alongside Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya to the camping area. Upon seeing the haul of fish, Tang Luo jumps up in excitement. "Oh my goodness, so many fish. Just imagine the delightful grilled fish." Lin Yi sets down the fish and quickly begins to prepare for grilling. Meanwhile, Gu Shushu wears an expression of pride, declaring, "My sister and I caught these." Aren't we impressive? Lin Yi, while preparing the fish, praises Gu Shushu. "Indeed, indeed. You two little rascals are quite extraordinary." The attention of the live stream audience shifts from the previously flustered anglers to Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya. Did a fish just leap into their mouths? This is beyond mere luck. It's as if the heavens are feeding them. These sisters seem to possess astonishing fortune. Initially thought to be ordinary twins, they now appear to be remarkably gifted. Is their luck not akin to that of an innate lucky charm? Lin Yi's nieces are exceeding all expectations. The seasoned viewers of the stream begin to feel increasingly uneasy. Initially, they considered Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya to be the least remarkable of Lin Yi's 16 nieces and nephews. After all, it is not uncommon for those whose skills are entirely devoted to appearance. Yet, upon reflection, they realize the sisters are astonishingly gifted. Fish leaping to their aid is beyond what mere luck can explain. Lin Yi, oblivious to the discussions in the live stream, simply wishes to grill fish for his nieces. His culinary skills are at a master level, making grilled fish a simple endeavor. With all the necessary tools and ingredients at hand, he attributes the remarkable luck of Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya to mere coincidence. If that fails, he must strive harder as their uncle. He fears that as they grow, Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya might attract attention, and he may not be able to protect them. Living a life as an ordinary person may no longer suffice. Thus, he sets his sights on becoming a fully developed human, since every reward from the system is a fully mastered skill. He is determined to believe he can attain the status of a fully developed human. As Lin Yi grills the fish, the aroma wafts through the campsite. Upon catching the delightful scent, Yi Lai and Gu Qingshu step out of their tent, abandoning their books. "It smells so good, uncle." Lin Yi, tending to the grilled fish, glances at Gu Qingshu and Yi Lai. Their eyes are fixed on the fish, devoid of any love for their uncle, only filled with desire for the grilled delicacy. The other little ones share the same sentiment. Being foodies, Zhan Chong had indulged in an abundance of snacks earlier, and now, enticed by the aroma of grilled fish, he stands beside Lin Yi, drooling at the sight of the delectable dish. The other little ones gather around, eagerly awaiting Lin Yi's command to feast. Witnessing the glimmer of yearning in their eyes, Lin Yi smiles gently. This master-level culinary skill certainly has its merits. Once the fish is ready, Lin Yi distributes it to them. Don't fight. Everyone gets one. After serving them, they eagerly take the grilled fish from Uncle Lin Yi's bowl, devouring it with great enthusiasm. Chew slowly and watch out for the bones. Lin Yi takes a portion for himself and carries Yi Lai aside, concerned about her safety with the fish bones. He uses chopsticks to carefully feed her the fish. Meanwhile, the aroma of grilled fish spreads throughout the campsite. Families camping nearby begin to gather, drawn by the enticing scent. Children from various families, enticed by the smell of grilled fish, approach Lin Yi's tent, watching with envy as his nieces and nephews savor their meal. They gulp down their saliva, their appetites awakened. Chapter 62. My name is Zhan Chong, a middle school student, fearful of school bullying. I scurried off to find my parents so we could enjoy grilled fish together. Meanwhile, Tang Chen caught a whiff of the delightful aroma and hurriedly departed from his princess to return to the campsite. Lin Yi had already prepared everything for him. Faced with the delectable, fragrant, and perfectly grilled fish, Tang Chen refrained from indulging himself. Instead, he decided to take it to his princess. Lin Yi, wie le feeding ye lai, shook his head at the sight. Tang Chen dashed out with the grilled fish, prompting Tang Luo to contemplate delivering a swift kick to reprimand him. However, upon meeting Lin Yi's gaze, Tang Luo realized such an action would not be permissible. Lin Yi had no desire for the two brothers to become adversaries. Just last night, Tang Chen had been left traumatized by Tang Luo's elbow jab. If this continued, it would lead to a rift between them. And how could Lin Yi explain this to his sister, Qi Jie? Currently, the most troublesome child was not the playful Tang Luo, but Tang Chen. Lin Yi was not disapproving of his affection for girls. Rather, he was concerned that if this continued, Tang Chen might end up being treated poorly by them. The mere thought of such a scenario filled Lin Yi with sorrow. If a normal pair of parents, having devoted their lives to raising their child, witnessed their beloved offspring being toyed with like a pet, who wouldn't he feel devastated? At this moment, Tang Luo's tough love approach was evidently ineffective. Tang Chen remained unchanged. Lin Yi resolved to adopt a different strategy. Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya were savoring the fish, thoroughly enjoying the flavors. Having been accustomed to Lin Yi's culinary skills, they naturally relished the grilled fish. As Gu Shushu enjoyed her meal, she approached Lin Yi to express her appreciation. "Uncle, this is the most delicious grilled fish in the world." Lin Yi merely smiled, encouraging her to eat more, as there was plenty of fish available. The recently caught fish were more than enough to satisfy these little ones. At this juncture, Zhan Chong remained silent, his focus solely on devouring the fish, practically crunching the bones. Lin Yi felt satisfied seeing their enjoyment. Indeed, those well-honed skills would eventually prove useful. The audience in the live stream, witnessing Lin Yi's nephews relish the food, grew curious. Is it really that delicious? The neighboring children were left drooling, observing Zhan Chong's delight. One could tell it was truly savory. If it's just grilled fish, I can grill it too. Tang Chen, however, was not present to partake in the meal. Instead, he had taken the grilled fish to the campsite of the princess he adored. Xian, here are some fish for you. It's super delicious grilled fish. As Tang Chen presented the fish, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Xian's parents to express surprise. They had no concerns regarding the fish's quality. Having already warmed to Tang Chen after seeing him play with Xian for a while. "Where did this come from, little Chen?" they inquired. "This is fish my uncle just caught and grilled. It's so tasty," Tang Chen responded, his eyes fixed on Xian. The fish was fragrant, but he wanted her to enjoy it. "You eat first, Xian. He was eager to watch her savor the dish. Xian's parents took the opportunity to let her sample it first. After a bite, they exchanged astonished glances. "This is incredibly delicious." Xian set aside her toy and began to eat the grilled fish, which far surpassed any grilled fish they had previously tasted, even those from upscale restaurants. Meanwhile, other parents camping nearby were besieged by their children, who were clamoring for the grilled fish that Lin Yi had prepared. "Dad, I want grilled fish. Mom, I want grilled fish." The parents, in exasperation, rushed to the fishing area to purchase fish from the local fishermen. However, upon inquiry, they discovered that there were none to be had. The parents felt utterly speechless. Even with money, they couldn't buy fish. For the fishermen, it was a blatant insult, as if each inquiry was a personal affront. "Family, who understands? We've been insulted again." Eventually, the parents, drawn by the captivating aroma of grilled fish, found their way to Lin Yi. They witnessed his nephews enjoying the delectable dish and curiously approached Lin Yi. "Excuse me, would you be willing to sell us a piece of fish?" Seeing someone take the initiative, other parents quickly followed suit. "I want one too." Lin Yi surveyed the scene and politely declined, saying, "I'm sorry, but I have many nephews, and there isn't enough fish for all of them." He firmly rejected their requests. He had no intention of selling the fish, regardless of the money or goodwill involved. With 17 mouths to feed, plus Zhang Chong, who could eat as much as 5 people, there was simply not enough fish to go around. He could endure hunger himself, but not let his beloved nephews go hungry. Upon hearing Lin Yi's refusal, the parents turned to leave. However, their children, witnessing Lin Yi's nephews savoring the grilled fish, could hardly contain their desire, their mouths watering at the aroma that seemed to exert an irresistible pull. The children rolled on the grass, insisting they must have grilled fish. Most of these children were accustomed to a life of privilege, being only children. In Shanghai, many were spoiled, getting whatever they wished from their parents. Now, having been hungry for half the day, combined with the tantalizing scent of Lin Yi's grilled fish, their appetites were stirred to life. Gu Shushu, observing her peers rolling on the grass, envied their access to her uncle's delicious grilled fish. She fetched a small stool, sitting down to enjoy her meal while watching the spectacle. Gu Shushu was unconcerned about appearances. This was her little domain, and she could sit however she pleased. The parents of the other children, overwhelmed by their offspring's insistence, looked at Gu Shushu, who was enjoying her meal, with growing frustration. Lin Yi continued to grill fish, while Gu Shushu shouted, "Uncle, I want more." "Yelai obediently tut beside Lin Yi, kalachin his kalotes." "Uncle, it's delicious, I love it. There's not enough. Not nearly enough. Hurry up and grill more." Motivated by her enthusiasm, Lin Yi transformed into a whirlwind of energy, grilling furiously. The aroma of grilled fish spread once more, drawing the children closer, their mouths watering. The viewers in the live stream could no longer bear to watch. Give those kids some food, they're practically begging. Those wide, eager eyes were filled with longing for the grilled fish. These privileged children had never endured such torment of seeing food they could not have. They were used to getting whatever they wanted, yet now they faced this cruel reality. It seemed that this grilled fish was truly irresistible. Some viewers understood that the children's desperate pleas for the grilled fish indicated it must be delicious. If they were present, they would have tasted anything, even the most unappetizing fare, just for a hint of flavor. Meanwhile, some children were scheming, plotting to snatch the fish once Lin Yi finished grilling. However, upon witnessing their fervent gazes, Zhang Chong rose to stand beside Lin Yi, clenching his fists and cracking his neck. The sound of his bones elicited a palpable sense of trepidation among them. Zhang Chong, already robust, had undergone the most rigorous training. Not only was he unmatched among his peers, but he also dared to confront even the most imposing adults. Moreover, these elementary school students appeared to him as mere pawns. It was no exaggeration. In the future, he would effortlessly dispatch them with a single blow. Presently, a swift kick, a technique taught by his uncle, could easily incapacitate a multitude. "My name is Zhang Chong, a middle school student, and I harbor a fear of school bullying." The moment he positioned himself, those little rascals were frightened away. Without resorting to violence, his sheer presence served as an absolute deterrent. All malevolent intentions were quelled in his wake, and Zhang Chong instilled an unwavering sense of security among the other children. Gu Shushu, seated nearby, found the scene rather dull as she observed Zhang Chong sending them fleeing. As the children scampered off, one shouted, "Old Deng, give me some grilled fish, or I swear I'll pull your oxygen tube." Chapter 63. Love for brothers or love for gold? I love Uncle. Gu Shushu nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this remark. Ha ha! The others joined in the mirth as well. Lin Yi was left speechless, truly a grand display of filial piety. At this moment, Tang Chun was propping himself up, joyfully watching Xin's family relish the fish that was meant for him. If Lin Yi had witnessed this, he would surely have been infuriated. Even Fei Yangyang would have to concede defeat. Once Xin's family finished their meal, her parents felt unsatisfied, still craving more. Yet, they hesitated to express their desire for additional food to Tang Chun, hoping Xin would speak up. After finishing her meal, Xin did indeed voice her wish. Tang Chun, I want to eat more. Encouraged by Xin's words, her parents shamelessly chimed in. Xin wants more, and so do we. Tang Chun's eyes brightened at this. There's more. I'll go get it for you, he exclaimed, leaping up to fetch more. When Tang Chun returned, Lin Yi had just finished grilling, and he observed that Tang Chun's lips bore no trace of grease. The boy, who usually required a caretaker to wipe his mouth, had managed to return without a speck of oil. Lin Yi, keenly observant, realized that this brat had not tasted a single bite of the fish he had just taken. Tang Chun immediately reached for 2 servings of grilled fish, but Lin Yi swiftly grasped his hand. Little Chun, how about letting your uncle feed you? However, Tang Chun was entirely focused on Xin. No need. Uncle, I'll take it outside to eat myself. At this point, Tang Luo had noticed Tang Chun's peculiar behavior. He turned Tang Chun's face to inspect his mouth, finding no remnants of fish or oil. Although young, he was not foolish. Their beloved uncle was busy grilling fish. With scarcely a moment to eat, Tang Chun was intent on taking the food away for others, which infuriated Tang Luo. So you're taking uncle's hard-earned fish to share with others, huh? What a sycophant. With an alluring demeanor, the girl had him kneeling. The king of Belial demanded he stand. As Tang Luo spoke, he prepared to deliver a mighty blow to snap Tang Chun out of it. Tang Chun was unable to break free. Lin Yi seized Tang Luo's hand, preventing him from striking Tang Chun. The circumstances leading to yesterday's events were irrelevant, since Tang Chun had initiated the conflict. He deserved his punishment. But today, as Tang Chun had not instigated anything, Lin Yi had no reason to allow Tang Luo to act out against him. Lin Yi frowned. Luo, go eat your fish. Leave your brother to your uncle. Seeing his uncle intervene, Tang Luo refrained from retaliating. The persona of the king of Belial he had embodied reseated the viewers in the live stream, found themselves increasingly fond of Tang Luo. Burned out. Damn it, Hikiro. Have you always been this handsome? The king of Belial, don't delete this segment. Recite it in full. So cool. Absolutely stunning. The king of Belial demands you stand. Today, the king of Belial was not a sycophant. Oh dear, Tang Luo is so charming. He may be a bit abstract, but he is no sycophant. Among the viewers, regarding the 2 brothers of the Tang family, 99 out of 100 fans adored Tang Luo. The remaining 1 was merely a spectator. While Tang Luo might be seen as somewhat abstract, it was undeniable that he brought joy and laughter to many moments, with countless happy memories stemming from him. Some fans, observing the disappointing Tang Chun, felt a mix of frustration and hope that his brother Tang Luo would rouse him from his stupor. Tang Luo's charm radiated effortlessly. Lin Yi understood, well, that Tang Chun could not be awakened in this manner. He was still young, and punishing him would only lead to more troubles. Little Chun, tell your uncle, is it that girl who asked you to fetch the grilled fish? Tang Chun shook his head. Xin didn't ask. I want to take it to them myself. Lin Yi was utterly speechless upon hearing this. Then could you bring her over? Your uncle wants her to eat here. Lin Yi believed that regardless of the situation, Xin could be considered a friend of Tang Chun's. Whether or not Tang Chun was being overly affectionate, he would treat all the children Tang Chun played with as friends. He would not restrict the children's social circles. Upon hearing his uncle's suggestion, Tang Chun immediately set down the grilled fish, eager to fetch Xin. Tang Luo watched as Tang Chun dashed out to bring the girl over, choosing to remain silent. If they were at home, he would have elbowed his younger brother until he cried for a day. Suchin observed, but said nothing. Uncle, aren't you going to eat? Zhan Chong, munching on his food, extended a piece of grilled fish to Lin Yi. Uncle, eat. Lin Yi nodded, taking a few bites. Yi Wudi beside him inquired, Uncle, why doesn't little Chin eat for himself but gives it to others? Yi Wudi was puzzled. What kind of girl could have such an effect on Tang Chen? Little did he know, for any girl, Tang Chen would be eager to offer his affection. Upon hearing Yi Wudi's question, Lin Yi chose not to respond, his silence reflecting his deep concern for Tang Chen. Tang Chen returned empty-handed to Xin Xin's camping spot. Xin, my uncle wants me to bring you over to eat. Come with me. There are plenty of grilled fish. Xin glanced at her parents. Mom and Dad, do you want to go? Although her parents were tempted, they understood that it was fine for the children to go alone. Yet, they felt it would be inappropriate for them to join. You all go. However, Xin was unwilling and wanted to take her parents along. She declined Tang Chen's invitation. Dejected, Tang Chen returned. As he resumed eating grilled fish, he still yearned to share it with Xin. Tang Luo glared at Tang Chen from the side. Tang Chen felt too intimidated to move. Lin Yi sighed. Tang Chen was still young, and he needed time to teach and guide him. As the children frolicked, night fell. Lin Yi hung up lights near the tent, savoring the evening breeze. He had an idea and led Tang Chen to a nearby grassy area, inviting him to lie down on the lawn. This was a moment for the uncle and nephew to have a heart-to-heart. Little Chen, what's wrong? What's the matter, uncle? Can you answer me a question? Do you love your brother or your little princess more? I love the princess. My brother is bad. I don't like him. Lin Yi had already anticipated this response. The viewers in the live stream, upon hearing the question, began to play along. Love for brothers or love for gold? Love for gold. Love for brothers or love for wives? Love for wives. This sycophant is truly hopeless. Streamer, you should give up. His willingness to defend a girl against his brother was proof enough of his irredeemable nature. The barrage of comments prompted Lin Yi to consider relinquishing hope. However, how could he ever abandon his precious nephew? Lin Yi was determined to guide Tang Chen away from this servile behavior. Little Chen, do you love your uncle or your princess more? Without hesitation, Tang Chen responded, I love my uncle. Uncle is the best in the universe. Just like my cousin Shushu said. Lin Yi gazed up at the sky, a warm smile of gratitude forming on his face. Behold, oh heavens! Despite Tang Chen's servile disposition, he remains unyielding in his beliefs. There is still hope for Tang Chen. At the very least, the affection he has received from Tang Chen has not been misplaced in the slightest. The audience in the live stream, upon hearing Tang Chen's resolute response, were left momentarily speechless. What? He answered with such conviction. Look, this uncle truly holds an indelible place in the hearts of his nephews. It brings tears to the eyes. He is indeed an extraordinarily wonderful uncle. Such emotions cannot be scripted, while superficial matters may be feigned. One cannot disguise the truth within one's heart. Many longtime viewers have known from the beginning of their journey that this uncle harbors an unwavering love for his nephews. Now, Tang Chen, whom everyone deemed hopelessly devoted, has astonished them with his reply. And then Lin Yi spoke once more. Little Chen, would you be willing to promise your uncle one thing? What is it? Chapter 64. When faced with uncertainty, one may inquire of the spring breeze, which remains silent. Therefore, I shall consult my uncle. Heeding my uncle's wisdom, one must first love oneself before loving another. My uncle understands that you may not yet fully grasp the meaning of this. Remember, no matter where you are or what you do, it is imperative to prioritize your own well-being. Tang Chen listened intently to Lin Yi's earnest words, internally repeating the phrase, love others, but first love oneself. To treat all young girls kindly. Tang Chen pondered for a moment. Uncle, was it wrong of me to bring grilled fish to Xin today? Lin Yi shook his head lightly, indicating that there was neither a right nor wrong answer. It is a matter of priority. Sharing with friends is not inherently wrong. However, the error lies in offering to others before ensuring one's own enjoyment. Sharing is commendable, but it should come after one has savored the experience, with thoughts of friends in mind. For Lin Yi, this is the essence of righteousness. After Lin Yi's explanation, Tang Chen seemed somewhat enlightened. Lin Yi sat up and gently ruffled Tang Chen's hair. Uncle hopes that when you grow up, you will become a strong and upright man. Do not falter in the presence of girls. Kneel only before heaven, your parents, and the elders you respect, such as your grandparents. However, do not kneel before a girl lightly, unless unless you're certain that you truly love her deeply. A single knee down, in my uncle's eyes, is acceptable. After Lin Yi spoke, Tang Chun was left contemplating. Do not falter in the presence of girls. Lin Yi knew that at this moment, Tang Chun might struggle to comprehend these notions. He held on to the hope that in due time, Tang Chun would internalize the wisdom within these words. What does it mean to love deeply? Lin Yi pondered for a moment. It is when you genuinely believe that she holds greater significance than your uncle, when you're sure she will stand by you through thick and thin, and when you're convinced that she loves you more than your uncle does. Tang Chun nodded, absorbing Lin Yi's words. But what if all the girls in the world do not love me as much as my dear uncle does? Tang Chun's unexpected statement left Lin Yi at a loss for whether to laugh or cry, and he could only smile gently as he patted Tang Chun's head. Such a scenario is unlikely to occur. Lin Yi sensed a shift in Tang Chun's mindset. The viewers in the live stream, upon hearing Tang Chun's words, began to stir with excitement. Look, this child still has hope. I suspect he may not heed his parents' words, but he will certainly listen to his uncle. Just look at his earnest and innocent questions. I feel his demeanor has transformed. If he is not a lovesick fool, he will undoubtedly grow into a handsome gentleman. Promise your sister that you will never become a scoundrel. Host, quickly make Tang Chun vow not to be a scoundrel who mistreats girls. Meanwhile, the livestream chat expressed concerns that Tang Chun might evolve from a lovesick fool into a scoundrel. Lin Yi glanced at the comments. With Tang Chun's charm, he could easily live off others. Yet Lin Yi still hoped for him to aspire to greater ambitions. Even if one must be selfish, it is better than being a lovesick fool. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! Character, Tang Chun has altered his life direction, discovering a girl who loves him even more than his uncle. Tang Chun, top-tier lovesick fool talent. Host has received rewards. Max-level singing voice, 50 million RMB. Upon hearing that Tang Chun had shifted his goals, Lin Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least some progress had been made. He hoped that Tang Chun would not display such servility again. Even a staunch self-interest would be preferable to being a lovesick fool. Now, nearly everyone was aware that lovesick fools do not fare well. As Lin Yi listened to the system announce the dual rewards, he felt a sense of astonishment. There was no need for him to make a choice regarding the rewards. It was exhilarating. A max-level singing voice was perfect as he contemplated enjoying the evening breeze while singing alongside his nephews. He could even use this skill to teach the two brothers, Chun Yuza and Chun Xiao. The system would always call out, "Let us turn the tide. Go, go. Let us go, Tang Chun. It's time to return," Lin Yi announced as they made their way back to the campsite. Little ones, how would you feel about your uncle singing a song for you? Would you like to hear your uncle sing? Upon hearing this, his nephews turned to him in unison, their expressions filled with curiosity. Chun Yuza asked, "Uncle, you can sing?" With a gentle smile, Lin Yi replied, "Your uncle is quite talented. Not to boast, but I am known as the Song King of Magic City." His response was met with disbelief from the children. The livestream viewers were equally baffled. Wait, you can actually sing? This is a camping site. Don't start howling and attract something sinister. The comments were filled with laughter and mockery. Come on, even if it's terrible, I want to hear it. The Song King of Magic City? If a sound engineer were to work with you, it would take them a year to fix it. Report. If we hear something unbearable, will you compensate us? Lin Yi glanced at the barrage of comments. What do you mean? As if they would pay for something that makes them weep. Chun Yuza patted Chun Xiao on the shoulder. Uncle, wait a moment. We're going to get the violin and guitar from the car to accompany you. Chun Yuza and Chun Xiao were eager to join in. If their uncle sang poorly, they would be there to support him. Little Yi Leo also stepped up, clapping her tiny hands in anticipation for her uncle's performance, her innocent excitement palpable. The other little ones also eagerly anticipated the performance, regardless of whether their uncle could sing well. The livestream audience watched the adorable Leo, their excitement echoing the children's enthusiasm. Little Leo is so cute. If only there were a piano here. It would be delightful to have her accompany her uncle's dreadful singing. I can already imagine how off-key the host will be. Look, even your beloved nephews, Chun Yuza and Chun Xiao, don't believe in your singing abilities and have gone to fetch instruments. That is so heartbreaking. Lin Yi, seeing the comments, could only chuckle lightly. No more pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. He had always claimed to be an ordinary person. Surely, no one actually took that seriously, right? When Chun Yuza and Chan Xiaoxiao returned with the instruments, they inquired about what song Lin Yi would sing. Lin Yi, preparing the accompaniment on his phone, paid little mind to whether they were familiar with the melody. Children, when faced with uncertainty, one may inquire of the spring breeze. If the spring breeze remains silent, what shall you do? Upon hearing this, Tang Luoluo leapt from her blanket and exclaimed, "If the spring breeze is silent, then I shall ask my uncle." Tang Luoluo's response elicited a chorus of laughter from the other children. Chapter 65. Singing Songs in the Evening Breeze. Uncle is the best. After their laughter subsided, they settled down in a circle, enclosing Uncle and Chun Yuza and Chun Xiaoxiao within. The audience in the live stream listened to Tang Luoluo's responses, inundating the chat with comments. What an absolute gem, this Tang Luoluo. Faced with dilemmas, I turn to Uncle. The nephews chimed in. There's a certain melancholy in spring breezes, but I have my uncle to worry for me. What a splendid performance. Consider it a reward. Ha ha. I absolutely adore this camping atmosphere. Does Uncle lack a partner? I'd gladly offer a house in Kyoto. I too have grown fond of these nephews. Hey upstairs, are you still asleep? Do you really think you can have this uncle? To date this uncle, I reckon you'd have to face his 16 nephews. At that moment, Lin Yi, hearing Tang Luoluo's remarks, couldn't help but smile slightly. Asking him might not be a bad idea. For the nephews, perhaps the spring breeze remains silent. But asking Uncle would surely yield a response. Regardless of the present or the future, Li Danqi posed a question. Uncle, no matter what we ask, you will answer, right? Lin Yi nodded affirmatively. Chun Yuza and Chun Xiaoxiao were already aware of the song Lin Yi intended to sing. They were prepared to accompany him. Now, dear nephews, allow me to present a piece entitled Know Me. As Lin Yi spoke, the music began to play. Chun Yuza and Chun Xiaoxiao took their seats, strumming the chords to Know Me. The audience in the live stream erupted upon hearing the song title. This melody was familiar to them. There was a certain melancholy in spring breezes. No need for the spring breeze to worry for me. To the younger generation, we bid farewell to Mr. Chi. Why unleash such tear-jerking tunes at night? The nephews remarked, what is the spring breeze? Can it compare to my uncle's greatness? Tang Chin declared, Uncle is the best, the finest in the world. There's a little uncle by the edge of the clouds. In the future, when the children grow up and Uncle is no longer present, they will gaze at the sky and call out, is Uncle there? The response will be, I am here, always. Ah, you upstairs, you truly deserve it. Meanwhile, the little ones present had seldom heard the song, except for Gu Shushu, who often watched anime. In the villa, she was the only one monopolizing the television as the melody from Lin Yi echoed. It attracted nearby families still camping to gather around. Once the prelude concluded, Lin Yi unleashed his vocal prowess. The moonlight ripples over the river in autumn, a boat full of serene dreams weighing down the starry river. Yet, with no nightingale to sing along, a lament ensues. Chun Yuza and Chun Xiaoxiao, while accompanying, did not sing along, but exchanged astonished glances at Lin Yi's performance. Uncle has hidden talents. They never expected their uncle to possess such depth, surpassing their expectations. His vocal skills were impeccable, devoid of the off-key notes they had anticipated. The infectious energy gradually filled the air. Families camping nearby began to approach, drawn by the commotion. The other nephews seated on the ground were equally mesmerized. Uncle sings so beautifully. They truly hadn't expected their uncle to be a singer. Gu Shushu murmured, had I known Uncle sang so well, I would have rushed to be angry yesterday. I would have just let him sing me to sleep. At that moment, Su Chan focused intently on Lin Yi. Uncle was becoming increasingly enigmatic in his eyes. Not only did he excel in finance, but now he also possessed extraordinary singing abilities. With such a voice, Su Chan could hardly believe Uncle was an ordinary man. The uncle of yesteryears perhaps harbored a mysterious past unknown to all. However, Lin Yi was singing joyfully. With every skill he employed, he felt a unique power gradually returning to him. These skills required no adjustment. He was merely experimenting. Johnny stood there, captivated. Uncle is shining. Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying began to sway to the rhythm, while Gu Qingshu clapped along, keeping time for Uncle. The other little ones joined in the rhythmic movement as well. The crowd watching continued to swell. The audience in the live stream was captivated by Lin Yi's vocal exhibition, with Chun Yuza and Chun Xiaoxiao providing accompaniment. The original singer's voice was entirely absent, and the chat exploded. No way, bro, you can really sing. I'm overwhelmed. This uncle, so handsome, wealthy, gentle, and talented, is simply perfect. My ideal boyfriend. Let me be with Uncle, living in a villa and driving luxury cars. I'd be more than happy. Hey, upstairs. Are you still asleep? Someone needs to wake her up. Oh no, he has stolen the spotlight. Some viewers in the live stream clenched their teeth. In envy, Lin Yi had indeed showcased a grand performance. He sang with immense joy, and soon had the little ones joining in. What could be more delightful than to sing together with the little ones on a camping night? This was the essence of his life. Playing the lute, unbeknownst to others, I find my joy. Lin Yi paused the song now. Let us sing along with Uncle. He prepared to continue singing. Gu Yingying and Gu Qingshu pulled out their phones to follow the lyrics. Chun Yuza and Chun Xiaoxiao, familiar with the song, knew exactly how to sing it. Yonder the peaks rise again. Guests suddenly laugh at me. Every voice that resonates can be heard by all, with the brothers Chun Yuza and Chun Xiaoxiao leading the charge. Lin Yi also shared the lyrics with the Li brothers. The little ones boldly joined in the chorus. In his heart, Lin Yi hoped that the little ones would grow up safe and happy. The harmonious voices of the little ones echoed throughout the camping site. Among them, Su Chun and Zhan Yi sang with youthful vigor, while Zhan Chong's deep, resonant voice added weight. The unique, childlike voice of Yi Lao and Tang Luoluo's playful tone blended in Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya's lively, melodious tones contributed to an enchanting scene. Parents from other families nearby were utterly astonished. Such an atmosphere was truly rare. They also took out their phones to capture the moment. The audience in the live stream flooded the chat with lyrics so beautiful. Ooh, this uncle is so talented. This atmosphere, this scene. Surely the children will remember it for a lifetime. Dear friends, may I borrow a sword to slay the demons in my father's heart. I express my gratitude. They recorded this memorable moment that belonged to them. It's a pity you don't know this uncle. Unaware of how much I admire him for sharing all his love with his nephews. Damn, Haji, you're too cool. The little ones were overjoyed until the song concluded. Gu Shushu led the applause. Uncle, you sing beautifully. The other little ones followed suit, clapping enthusiastically. At that moment, families surrounding them joined in a warm round of applause for this heartwarming family gathering. The chorus resonated deeply within their hearts, instilling a profound warmth. A resounding applause erupted. At that moment, Lin Yi heard the system's voice echoing in his mind. Ding. Mission accomplished. Accompany the bound individuals, Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, to experience new adventures through a delightful camping chorus. Gu Shushu, a rare event has occurred. Words manifest as reality. The daughter of fortune, in the realm of destiny. There are 10 portions. Gu Yaya alone claims 12. Host has received rewards. Max level swimming, 50 million RMB. Upon hearing the rewards, Lin Yi did not dwell on it further. Realizing that it was getting late, he instructed his bodyguards to pack up and return. Meanwhile, other camping families also began to head home, serenading the evening breeze while clapping to the rhythm of their song. They sang in a manner uniquely their own. Upon returning home, Gu Shushu took a bath and then sat in her room, penning her diary. 01/24. My uncle took me and my sisters, along with my cousins, to a breathtakingly beautiful campsite. My sister and I caught an enormous fish by the river. The fish my uncle grilled was simply exquisite. I declare it the most delicious grilled fish in the world. Ha ha ha! The children from next door, who missed out on my uncle's grilled fish, cried out in envy. As night fell, we enjoyed the gentle evening breeze, singing songs. My uncle's singing was unexpectedly melodious. It reminded me of the stories he used to tell me to lull me to sleep. Now, he sings me to sleep, but I have grown older. At home, my father rarely enters our rooms, and my uncle likely won't come to my room to sing me to sleep anymore. Today was yet another joyous day. My uncle is the best in the world. Gu Shushu Chapter 66. Hey kid, watch closely, this shot will be magnificent. After taking a shower, Gu Yi returned to find Gu Shushu engrossed in her diary, yet she chose not to intrude. Instead, she nestled back into her warm bed. The songs sung by her uncle were truly melodious. Yes, and so were the renditions by her cousins, Yu Zhe and Yu Xiao. Gu Shushu climbed back on her bed and began recounting the day's singing activities with Gu Yi. Perhaps they would never forget this camping trip, nor the gentle uncle, more tender than the evening breeze. As dawn broke, Lin Yi, as usual, called them to rise for morning exercises. The intensity did not need to be overwhelming. A bit of exertion sufficed. Li, as per routine, eagerly followed her older cousins for a lap around the grounds. Although she had barely ventured far before darting out. Despite her small stature, Li was remarkably enthusiastic. In a whimsical manner, Tang Luo chased after Li, mimicking Belial's voice, trying to frighten her. I'm the earthly embodiment of Belial, ha ha ha. Observing Tang Luo's antics, Lin Yi approached and playfully lifted him by the collar. The earthly embodiment of Belial has fallen. Uncle, I was wrong. I was mistaken. With a swift motion, he shattered Tang Luo's dream, asserting, Uncle is a normal person. Lin Yi then set Tang Luo down. This mischievous lad continued his run, while Lin Yi noticed that Li had nearly completed her lap. He picked her up, declaring, all right, let us call it a day for morning exercises. Under Lin Yi's directive, the usual training intensity was already greater for Zhan Chong, Gu Ying, and the two brothers, Li Jinxing and Li Danqi, who continued for a bit longer. As for others, like Tang Luo, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, promptly ceased any further activity. Lin Yi released Li, assigning Gu Qinshu to look after her. After setting up the live stream camera, Lin Yi made his way to the basketball court. This estate boasted its own basketball court, where Li Jinxing practiced shooting daily, occasionally joined by Li Danqi. However, lacked interest in the sport. Upon reaching, Lin Yi observed Li Jinxing shooting hoops with decent accuracy. When a ball ricocheted towards him, Lin Yi caught it. Jinxing, would you like Uncle to play with you for a while? Li Jinxing nodded enthusiastically. It was a rare opportunity for Uncle to join him. Uncle, my brother said you were excellent at soccer? Lin Yi smiled gently. Not really, just an average skill level. He is still young, so naturally, he thinks highly of it. Li Jinxing took this lightly. So, can you play basketball? Lin Yi tapped the ball a bit, I suppose. Hearing this, Li Jinxing edged closer to Lin Yi, attempting to snatch the ball from his hands. Yet Lin Yi was already aware of his intent. His reflexes were far from ordinary. Lin Yi swiftly switched the ball to his other hand, a smile gracing his face as he observed the little rascal. Oh, trying to sneak a steal? Are we? Surprised by his uncle's quick reaction, Li Jinxing became even more determined to seize the ball. Lin Yi began dribbling, showcasing his exceptional basketball skills, far beyond what Li Jinxing could contend with. Regardless of Li Jinxing's talent, in the presence of his uncle, whose basketball skills were maxed out, it was futile. Lin Yi continued to dribble, never shooting, constantly switching hands, challenging Li Jinxing to find a way to steal the ball. With a sly grin, Lin Yi beckoned Li Jinxing to guard him. However, with a feint, he sent Li Jinxing tumbling to the ground. Stepping back with the ball, Lin Yi looked down at the fallen boy with a smile. This was a necessary rite of passage for Li Jinxing. He must not be allowed to become overly sensitive. Li Jinxing was in awe of his uncle's ball-handling prowess. The finesse with which Lin Yi controlled the ball placed a greater strain on Li Jinxing than any coach at home. He felt that his uncle's skills surpassed even those of professional trainers. Watching older boys play on the street courts paled in comparison to his uncle's effortless style. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Li Jinxing exclaimed, Mom, you lied. Uncle is no sports simpleton. He is a basketball virtuoso. Initially disheartened by his mother's claim that his uncle couldn't play basketball, his perspective had shifted dramatically. Li Jinxing, not foolish, recognized that if his uncle were merely mediocre, he could easily have taken a ball from him. But clearly, his uncle was anything but average. With a smile, Lin Yi seemed to deepen the aura of mystery surrounding him. His brother had insisted that uncle is superb at soccer, and now, witnessing Lin Yi's basketball prowess. Li Jinxing felt invigorated. Cool, mate. Tell uncle loudly what you wish to pursue. At that moment, Li Jinxing fortified his resolve. Uncle, I want to play basketball. To become a qualified basketball master. That prestigious hall he would pursue for a lifetime, determined to enter in his prime. B. Character bound. Li Jinxing confirmed direction. Li Jinxing, junior basketball talent. Host receives reward. Max level physique, 100 million RMB. Lin Yi was taken aback by this reward, a max level physique. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Meanwhile, the netizens, listening to Li Jinxing's words, began to engage in playful banter. Coach, I want to play basketball. Coach, here is the calendar I gifted you. Go for it, Li Jinxing. Become a basketball master. I believe in you. In the future, when you become a basketball expert, I'll boast that I watched you grow up. In China, can one simply declare a desire to play basketball and do so? Lin Yi observed the basketball rolling at his feet. Picking it up, he declared, Kid, pay attention. This shot will be magnificent. Chapter 67. That year, Uncle stood with his hands in his pockets, known as Lin Invincible. Upon finishing his words, Lin Yi immediately began dribbling the ball, charging towards the basketball hoop. With a swift motion, he lifted the ball with one hand and leaped skyward for a thunderous dunk. The ball swished through the net with a resounding thud, shattering the glass backboard in the process. As Lin Yi descended, shards of glass cascaded down like a delicate rain. He had accomplished the remarkable feat of his first dunk, albeit in a rather explosive manner. With a physique of peak perfection and mastery in basketball, he felt exhilarated. However, he contemplated that for his next dunk, he ought to restrain this overwhelming strength. Otherwise, a single dunk might lead to an early dismissal from the game. Lin Yi landed safely, unharmed by the falling glass, and made his way toward Li Jinxing, who was utterly captivated by the spectacle. He stood frozen, mouth agape, eyes wide with disbelief. He had shattered the backboard. Uncle, you are truly magnificent. Lin Yi brushed off the glass debris from his clothes, casually placing his hands back in his pockets. He was unaware of the origin of this habit, feeling as though it was an instinctive pose etched into his very DNA. With his hands in his pockets, he radiated an undeniable aura of confidence. Li Jinxing looked at his uncle with admiration, sensing an indomitable spirit emanating from him, akin to a hidden basketball virtuoso dwelling among the masses. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, he is so flashy, exclaimed one. 666, this is ridiculous. He is not even pretending. Another chimed in. He is a cheat. EarthOL, please ban his account. They marveled at his dual prowess in both football and basketball, questioning if he was perhaps a polymath. The viewers, many in disbelief, increasingly felt that Lin Yi was indeed a paragon of human capability. They experienced the visceral thrill of his dunk through the lens of the live stream, captivated by the aesthetic violence of his performance. Many became enamored with this uncle, drawn in by his charm and charisma. Some had initially come for his nephews, but found themselves entranced by the uncle's allure. Handsome, affluent, kind-hearted, and a culinary whiz. An exceptional man. As Lin Yi approached Li Jinxing, hands still in pockets, he inquired, So, would you like to learn basketball from your uncle? Li Jinxing immediately knelt in a gesture of respect. Uncle, please be my coach. I want to become stronger. I aspire to be a basketball expert. Lin Yi quickly helped him to his feet. All right, I shall teach you. After Li Jinxing rose, he glanced at the remnants of the shattered backboard and hoop. What more can we practice with this? Lin Yi reassured him, patting his shoulder. No worries, I'll have someone procure a sturdier backboard for you. For now, let us take a break and have a chat. As they conversed, Li Jinxing gushed, Uncle, you're amazing. Will I be able to dunk like that one day? Lin Yi affectionately ruffled his hair. Of course. I know my nephews are exceptional. Given Li Jinxing's lineage, with both mother and father towering over 6 feet, he was destined to grow tall as well. Lin Yi resolved to closely monitor the training of the little ones, ensuring that excessive practice wouldn't hinder their growth. Lin Yi had also kept a close eye on Zhang Chong and Gu Yingying, ensuring they did not overexert themselves, emphasizing the importance of relaxation amidst their training regimen. Li Jinxing listened intently, eagerly anticipating the day he could leap and dunk with such finesse, an aspiration shared by countless basketball enthusiasts. As Lin Yi continued to engage with Li Jinxing, he summoned the caretaker to arrange for a replacement basketball hoop. A small expenditure could resolve the issue within hours. He also began instructing Li Jinxing on shooting techniques, finding it effortless to impart his knowledge of basketball skills. With the potential for talent enhancement, Lin Yi believed that the Li brothers could flourish under his guidance. Meanwhile, Li Danxi, exhausted from his own activities, approached Lin Yi and Li Jinxing. Upon witnessing the chaos on the basketball court, he was astonished. What happened? Did you break the backboard? Li Jinxing shook his head. No, it was Uncle who shattered it. He executed an astonishing one-handed dunk. It was incredible. Li Jinxing animatedly recounted the event, mimicking his uncle's spectacular move. Lin Yi waved his hand, urging him to moderate his enthusiasm. Basic skills, basic skills. Stay calm. Yet Li Jinxing's heart raced with excitement, yearning to grow taller and stronger. Li Danqi, inspired by his brother's words, gazed at Lin Yi with awe. The breathtaking combination of Lin Yi's flawless technique and his one-handed dunk had captured the admiration of the two brothers, solidifying Lin Yi's status as their most beloved uncle. What was once admiration had transformed into even greater affection. The audience in the live stream watched with gritted teeth. What a display. He is really flaunting it, they remarked. Just look at how these two brothers regard their uncle, filled with nothing but admiration. They couldn't help but marvel at Lin Yi's undeniable charisma. Lin Yi, unhurried in his teaching of Li Danxi, recognized that the young boy was still growing and needed to develop his ball handling skills before progressing further. As for Li Jinxing, he could focus on refining his shooting precision. After lunch, once the caretaker replaced the basketball hoop, Lin Yi demonstrated a shooting stance to Li Jinxing. The young boy practiced diligently, and after several attempts, he succeeded in making a basket. Lin Yi retrieved the ball and encouraged him to keep trying. After multiple attempts, Li Jinxing managed a streak of successful shots, prompting Lin Yi to express his astonishment at the boy's rapid learning. The livestream audience began to recognize that Li Jinxing possessed remarkable potential, evident in his extraordinary shooting accuracy, a rarity for someone of his age. Chapter 68. There, the ground is covered with innate basketball saints. Li Danxi, watching from the sidelines, cheered loudly for his brother Li Jinxing. Brother, you're incredible. He noticed a marked improvement in his brother's shooting accuracy. Although he wasn't particularly fond of basketball or well-versed in it, he had often observed his brother's shots. The previously dismal shooting percentage had now risen significantly. Lin Yi decided to increase the difficulty. Run. After all, Li Jinxing had been taking stationary shots, which hardly posed a challenge. As Li Jinxing began to move, Lin Yi tossed the ball to the side. Upon seeing the ball's trajectory, Li Jinxing sprinted to receive it. Don't stop for too long. Quick shot. In the realm of basketball, opportunities to shoot after receiving the ball are rare. A moment of inattention could lead to a steal or a well-timed block. Li Jinxing received the ball and leaped to shoot again, successfully scoring once more. Lin Yi did not applaud this modest achievement. Instead, he urged again. Under Lin Yi's command, Li Jinxing ran again. Realizing that his uncle's training was vastly different from what he experienced with the coach hired at home. The latter was merely interested in collecting a paycheck, while Lin Yi was imparting genuine skills. As Li Jinxing continued to run, Lin Yi passed the ball to him again. Li Jinxing shot once more, scoring again. Lin Yi nodded in approval. Good, very good. Let's keep going. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement upon witnessing Li Jinxing's shooting accuracy. I can do this. Innate basketball saints. Wow, we have a potential champion here. This accuracy is impressive. Just keep practicing. However, Lin Yi observed as he tossed the ball to Li Jinxing again. This time, it was different. Li Jinxing saw the ball soaring towards him while his uncle approached with terrifying speed, making him feel uneasy. As he adjusted to shoot, Lin Yi's shadow loomed over him. Li Jinxing's shot was met with an extraordinary block from Lin Yi, sending the ball flying away. As Li Jinxing landed and turned to see the ball that had been swatted away, he was momentarily stunned. Li Danxi hurried over to retrieve the ball and return it to Lin Yi. He didn't understand why his uncle acted this way, but he sensed that there must be a reason behind it. Lin Yi, Maintaining his composure, simply said again. Returning to the base of the basketball hoop, Li Jingxing resumed his position beyond the three-point line, awaiting another pass. His expression grew serious. Lin Yi intended to use this tactic to shatter Li Jingxing's naive dreams of basketball glory. He aimed to instill resilience in him, for in the future, encountering true prodigies could lead to devastating defeats that might crush his spirit. Before reaching the pinnacle of his talent, Li Jingxing could not assume victory was guaranteed. It was imperative for him to develop a resilient mindset alongside his skills. Not only Li Jingxing, but Lin Yi planned to do the same with his other nephews, seeking opportunities to temper their fragile egos. They must not step onto the court as overly delicate competitors. After several consecutive blocks, Li Jingxing found himself gasping for breath. Half squatting on the ground, tears welling in his eyes. I don't want to play anymore. It's too hard, no matter how fast he was. His uncle, like a flash, always managed to overshadow his shots with a block. Li Danshi watched in disbelief. Is my brother about to cry? The audience in the live stream began to vent their frustrations at Lin Yi. Come on, that's too much. Blocking a kid like this? Show some mercy. You're a brute. Bullying a child is unacceptable. Let little Jingxing go. He is such a charming young boy. If you don't care, I do. Lin Yi, observing Li Jingxing on the verge of tears, was not targeting him specifically. Rather, he believed that every nephew needed to undergo such trials. Li Jingxing, stand up. Lin Yi commanded. Li Jingxing rose to his feet. Uncle, you're bullying me. He began to suspect that his uncle wasn't training him, but merely toying with him, using his height to dominate. Hearing Li Jingxing's words, Lin Yi realized that the boy was still too innocent and naive. Consider what you understand about the basketball court. You can't expect those who share your aspirations and seek the same lofty honors to ease your path. He continued, your goal isn't to dominate a simple court. It's to ascend to the highest echelons of the sport. Before your dreams truly take flight, you must understand that those foreign competitors, even at a young age, can dunk with their towering heights. When you meet them on the court, blocking your shot will be a trivial matter. Under Lin Yi's serious tone, Li Jingxing gazed at his revered uncle, who appeared utterly sincere, devoid of any jest. Wiping away his tears, he thought, of course, my beloved uncle would never mock me. He recalled watching countless NBA matches at home, where even the slightest miscalculation in shooting could lead to a block. If he aspired to reach the NBA, he would inevitably face off against foreign players, whose height would overpower that of the Asian race. The genetic barrier of height was an insurmountable wall. Without the necessary skills to bridge that gap, his dreams of competing at the highest level would remain unattainable. The audience in the live stream, hearing Lin Yi's words, began to grasp his earnest intentions. Wow, he has a point. What is the use of being so sentimental about basketball? The host is right. Abroad, there are countless innate basketball saints who can dunk in middle school. Basketball is not a strong suit for the Chinese, unlike table tennis, where even the elderly in the community are masters. Yes, basketball is not our forte. To reach that pinnacle, the effort and sweat required must exceed ordinary limits, and talent is merely the threshold. Some basketball enthusiasts in the live stream recognized Lin Yi's genuine concern. The path of basketball for the Chinese is fraught with challenges. If it were merely a hobby, it could be enjoyable. However, to pursue it as a dream is exceedingly difficult. This is why Lin Yi relentlessly blocked Li Jingxing, not because he favored one nephew over another, but because he understood the harsh realities they would all face. No, that is not the case. With each block, his heart bleeds. He longs for Li Jingxiang to mature swiftly. The path to success for Li Jingxiang, with his rudimentary basketball talent, is indeed fraught with challenges. Li Jingxiang's gaze hardened with determination. Uncle, I was mistaken. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi did not console Li Jingxiang, but instead urged him to press on. Today's training is quite simple. If you can successfully shoot the ball from my hands, then you shall be deemed competent. Li Jingxiang nodded in response. After Lin Yi executed 2 more blocks, Li Jingxiang's mindset began to shift. If his quick shots were being thwarted, why not employ a feint? In this moment of inspiration, Li Jingxiang received the ball and, observing his uncle's approach, pretended to shoot, but in reality, he did not. As Lin Yi leaped to block Li Jinxiang's shot, Li Jinxiang feigned and dribbled to the side. He sprang up, ready to take the shot. However, how could the incredibly quick-witted Lin Yi fail to anticipate such a simple trick from the inexperienced young lad? It was all too evident. If Li Jinxiang were allowed to shoot, it would render Lin Yi's perfected basketball skills utterly meaningless. Lin Yi executed yet another block. As Li Jinxiang watched the basketball being thwarted once more, despair settled upon him. It was overwhelmingly difficult, truly, exceedingly difficult. He felt utterly drained. Perhaps he would never fulfill the task set by his uncle. Yet for Lin Yi, assigning such a task to young Li Jinxiang was utterly unfeasible unless he chose to let up. Even if a professional player were to come, with his fully developed physique and perfected basketball prowess, he would demonstrate to the world what elite defense truly means. Li Jinxiang had suffered greatly. However, at this moment, Lin Yi had not yet attained his ultimate form. Chapter 69. Ye woody vese lin woody. Uncle knows a thing or two. Li Jinxing attempted several times. But Lin Yi, unable to bear the sight of his cousin's exhaustion, decided to lend a hand. With a swift movement, Li Jinxing executed a backward jump shot, and it went in with precision. In that moment, Li Jinxing exhibited no emotion. Excitement? Joy? Had he taken a significant step forward? Yet, his uncle remained an unwavering figure, akin to an invincible deity standing before him. Lin Yi observed the extinguished expression on Li Jinxing's face, now reduced to mere ashes. Li Danqi, watching from the sidelines, leapt up in jubilation as he celebrated his brother's long-awaited score. Nevertheless, Lin Yi gently patted Li Jinxing's head, having sensed earlier that he could no longer dribble the ball. Having drained every ounce of strength from his body, Li Jinxing gasped for air, on the verge of collapse, and Lin Yi recognized that he was truly spent. Lin Yi crouched down, turning his back to Li Jinxing. Uncle will carry you back. Li Jinxing, feeling utterly drained, leaned against his uncle's back. Lin Yi hoisted him up, reminiscent of the times when Li Jinxing, as a child, had been bullied on the court and had cried for his uncle to carry him home. Li Jinxing, resting against Lin Yi's back, felt a warm sense of comfort. He couldn't recall the last time he had been carried by his uncle. Lin Yi then spoke, Jinxing, your path in life is still long. The goals you set, the effort you put forth, and the sweat you shed will undoubtedly exceed that of an ordinary person. Keep pushing forward. Li Jinxing listened intently, nodding in agreement. Li Danqi, walking alongside them, piped up, Uncle, how long has it been since you carried me? I want you to carry me too. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi turned to him with a smile. When the day comes that you exhaust yourself from training, Uncle will carry you as well. Li Danqi recalled his uncle's vigorous dunks earlier and felt a chill run down his spine. The thought of being constantly intercepted while playing football was daunting. He chuckled, deciding that perhaps being carried by his uncle wasn't such a good idea after all. Meanwhile, Li Jinxing couldn't help but ask Uncle, just how skilled are you in the realm of basketball? He always felt there was more to his uncle than met the eye. The recent three-pointer and the extraordinary dunk were ample proof of his uncle's exceptional basketball prowess. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before responding, Well, my skills are merely a modest understanding. These are not matters for you to concern yourself with. In due time, you'll come to know. Li Jinxing remained skeptical. Uncle, you are so mysterious? Li Danqi shared the same sentiment. In his mind, his uncle was an absolute master of both basketball and football. The viewers in the live stream erupted in chatter upon hearing Lin Yi's nonchalant claims. Oh, just a modest understanding. Huh, keep pretending. Who could outshine you? This is definitely a facade. I can guarantee it. Uncle retorted, if you don't play basketball, you see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon. If you do play, you see me as a mayfly observing the vast sky. The spectators above remarked on Lin Yi's ability to elevate the streamer's status. The astute viewers recognized that Lin Yi's basketball skills were far from ordinary. His statement of merely having a modest understanding was merely a ruse for the young ones. Yet they could not be deceived. As Lin Yi carried Li Jinxing back to the villa, he gently placed him on the sofa to rest. This scene evoked envy in Gu Shushu. Why could her cousin Jinxing be carried by their uncle? It had been ages since she had experienced that. I don't care. Uncle, I want to be carried too. Standing on the sofa, Gu Shushu prepared to leap onto Lin Yi's back. With a sigh, Lin Yi acquiesced and lifted her up. The other little ones, witnessing this, eagerly formed a queue. Uncle, me too. Lin Yi turned to the long line of children, exclaiming, wait a minute. Zhanchan, how old are you? What are you doing here? Gu Qingshu, go read your book. And Tang Luoluo, wash your hands before coming here after eating those spicy snacks. Lin Yi felt exasperated but grateful for his well-trained physique. Otherwise, dealing with Zhanchan alone would be taxing. Meanwhile, upstairs, Su Chun and Zhan Yi heard the commotion and rushed down to join the fun. Lin Yi was a loss. Do you all intend to break my back? Laughter and joy filled the villa's living room. A pure moment of happiness. The viewers in a live stream felt envious. What a gentle uncle. Ha, that old back is in for a rough time. I love this uncle. Is he in need of nephews? I want to be your nephew. I'm eager to improve. The queue for online requests seemed endless, with countless children wanting him as their uncle. As night fell, before drifting off to sleep, Gu Shushu began her nightly diary entry. 1:25. Today, Uncle spent the day playing basketball with cousin Jinxing. In the evening, Uncle carried Jinxing back. Haha, I am truly envious of cousin Jinxing. So I made a fuss for Uncle to carry me. He didn't tee refuse, and my sisters and cousins joined in too. Zhanchang also wanted Uncle to carry him, and the look on Uncle S' face was priceless. Haha. Luoluo even brought a strong scent of spicy snacks from behind Uncle, and his expression of suffering was hilarious. Uncle chased Luoluo around the estate for a while. Today was yet another delightful day. The following morning, Lin Yi resumed his live stream as usual, activating the recording function. He intended to preserve these recordings for posterity, as one day, the little ones might wish to look back on their childhood. After their morning exercises, the children dispersed to play. Today, Yi Shengsheng could not outrun Yi Wudi and was compelled to practice with him. Yi Wudi felt utterly frustrated. His other cousins were not adept at table tennis. Jinxing and Danshi were preoccupied with basketball and football, while Luoluo and Xiaochan were equally disinterested in table tennis. He could only rely on his brother for practice and ball feeding. Lin Yi, observing this scene, decided to follow. Yi Wudi. Lin Yi had paid him little attention lately. Recalling his own mastery of table tennis, he remembered that Yi Wudi had shown promise in the past. Lin Yi planned to temper Yi Wudi's overconfidence. With so many nephews, it was quite a hassle. Unlike Su Chun, who required less oversight, the other little ones were still young. For instance, Yi Shengqing's path was so precarious that even the slightest deviation could lead to mischief. Lin Yi resolved to watch Yi Shengqing and Yi Wudi play table tennis, hoping to impart some wisdom to Yi Wudi. Yi Wudi and Yi Shengqing arrived at the ping-pong table in the entertainment room, and Yi Wudi was eager to engage in a match with his brother. Be serious, brother. Yi Shengqing, however, displayed little interest, truly disliking table tennis. As Yi Wudi served, Yi Shengqing casually returned the ball. Yi Wudi quickly accelerated, launching an aggressive attack, and Yi Shengqing, with a hint of seriousness, managed to respond. Yi Wudi's speed was increasingly remarkable, and Yi Shengqing furrowed his brow. His younger brother had indeed grown stronger in recent days. Before long, Yi Shengqing found himself unable to withstand the pressure and ultimately lost. This time, he did not hold back. It could be said that he had devoted his thoughts entirely to the laboratory, making no progress in table tennis whatsoever. Yi Wudi observed Yi Shengqing, recalling how his brother could previously engage in a competitive exchange with him. Brother, you have grown weaker. Upon hearing this, Yi Shengqing shook his head, asserting, no, it is you who have become stronger. This was an undeniable truth for him as an elder brother. Once his younger sibling practiced for a few more days, he would undoubtedly excel. As an older brother, he was acutely aware of his brother's innate talent for table tennis. Lin Yi, standing by, began to applaud, remarking on the impressive play. Xiao Wudi, would you like your uncle to practice with you? Upon hearing Lin Yi's suggestion, Yi Wudi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to look at him. Chapter 70. Beneath Uncle Yi Wudi. Uncle, the pretentious one. Yi Wudi's eyes sparkled with excitement, diverting his attention away from his brother Yi Shengqing. Instead, he turned to his uncle. Uncle, can you play table tennis? At that moment, Yi Shengqing realized he was liberated. His younger brother had found a new sparring partner. Soon, he could focus on his experiments in the lab. Lin Yi, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Of course, your uncle can play. How could a Huaxia person not know how to play table tennis? It is, after all, the national sport of our country, a widely recognized activity among the people of Huaxia. It is suitable for all ages, providing both entertainment and a means to enhance physical fitness." Upon hearing Lin Yi's response, Yi Wudi became even more enthused. He looked earnestly at Lin Yi. "Uncle, are you sure you want to play against me? I am quite the table tennis expert, you know. Even those in higher grades at school cannot defeat me." Lin Yi, unfazed by Yi Wudi's confidence, smiled lightly. "An expert, you say? Don't be overly confident, little Wudi. Remember, there are always those more capable than you." He was Lin Yi, and in the fragmented memories of his past, he was known as Lin Wudi. In that recollection, opponents trembled at the sight of him casually standing with his hands in his pockets. Back then, with his hands in his pockets, he knew not what a worthy opponent was. "Come on, let your uncle show you what he's got." Yet, Yi Wudi's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at his uncle. "Uncle, don't hit me if you lose." Lin Yi chuckled lightly. "Don't mind the trivialities. If you lose, just accept it." Yi Wudi began to serve. Meanwhile, Yi Xingzheng took a seat, not in a hurry to leave. He was eager to witness his uncle's prowess at table tennis. Lin Yi received Yi Wudi's ball effortlessly. Yi Wudi, in his second shot, accelerated with a powerful strike. But Lin Yi easily returned it. "Your strength is too weak. The ball speed is too slow. Pathetic." Yi Wudi gritted his teeth and continued to play, while Lin Yi merely defended quietly. Regardless of how forcefully Yi Wudi hit, Lin Yi remained composed, effortlessly returning the ball while critiquing him. "Your backhand lacks power, and your forehand is even more pitiful. Can you really call yourself an expert? You're not even as strong as the elderly men in the neighborhood." At that moment, Lin Yi had gauged Yi Wudi's true skill. A genius, a genuine table tennis prodigy. Lin Yi realized that the supreme table tennis talent that Tongzi had ascribed to this young lad was no jest. As Lin Yi spoke, Yi Wudi unleashed a series of fierce attacks. No matter how he countered, Lin Yi effortlessly returned each ball. Gradually, Yi Wudi felt the immense pressure his uncle exerted. It was truly overwhelming. Receiving his shots seemed like child's play for Lin Yi, akin to mere amusement. Yi Wudi felt as though his uncle was an impenetrable fortress, a genuine wall that he could not surmount. A sense of awe surged within him as he gazed upon this towering barrier. He could not win. It was utterly impossible. With a powerful slam, the ball soared over the table. After several exchanges, he was defeated. The viewers in the live stream, observing from Lin Yi's first-person perspective, also felt the intense pressure Yi Wudi faced. Such formidable power. A genius, indeed. He truly was a genius. A natural talent for table tennis. Yet, alas, Huaxia was not lacking in table tennis prodigies. Talents in this realm were as abundant as the stars in the sky. It would be quite a challenge for him to stand out in the competitive landscape of table tennis. Previously, he had seen online a prodigy who, while still in diapers, had begun playing table tennis, just to illustrate how competitive the scene was in Huaxia. The viewers in the live stream did not deny Yi Wudi's remarkable talent. And the people of Huaxia were acutely aware of the fierce competition in table tennis. Yi Shengzheng sat by, dumbfounded, watching his uncle effortlessly handle his brother's shots. He understood that his uncle was incredibly skilled. Those defensive techniques were undoubtedly not characteristic of a novice. Although he had no interest in table tennis, he had learned much from being his brother's practice partner. Yi Wudi, panting heavily, was incredulous again. He refused to believe that he could not win. Lin Yi, with a gentle smile, tossed the ball back to Yi Wudi, beckoning him to give it another go. Yi Wudi took a deep breath, preparing himself to enter a focused state of concentration. Lin Yi, observing Yi Wudi's serious demeanor, did not take it to heart. However, after several rounds of relentless attacks from Yi Wudi, Lin Yi remained expressionless. This level of skill? Were you not just boasting about being an expert? At this moment, Yi Wudi found himself humbled by his uncle's prowess. Breathless, he collapsed onto a nearby chair. He could not win. It was utterly impossible. His uncle's techniques were far too exceptional. "Uncle, how skilled are you really? What must I do to defeat you?" Lin Yi smiled slightly at his words. It was no joke. In the realm of table tennis, he was indeed at the pinnacle. However, the inhabitants of this timeline lacked the memories of that parallel world. Perhaps only when you attain the honor of being a world champion might you have a faint chance of defeating your uncle. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, both Yi Wudi and Yi Shangzheng could hardly believe their ears. Lin Yi's statement was astonishing. Only by becoming a world champion would there be a chance to defeat him. Yi Wudi was skeptical, yet he quickly responded, "Uncle is just boasting. He is only slightly stronger than me. Your words make it sound as if you were mightier than the dragon team. Just wait. Once I train more, I will surely defeat you." Lin Yi merely smiled in response. Would he really win? It was a guarantee that he would not. In that era, people refer to him as Lin Wudi. Perhaps in the future, Yi Wudi could reach the pinnacle of table tennis, but by then, he would still be bound by the rules. As for Lin Yi, he existed beyond those rules. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream erupted in response to Lin Yi's statements. TSK, 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 look at you showing off. Only by becoming a world champion can you have a chance to defeat him. You are truly full of yourself. So, you are claiming to be even stronger than the Dragon Team. Dragon Team, show off? I'll make you fly. In the future, when Yi Wudi becomes the world champion in table tennis, he would still return home to find himself treated like a child by the streamer. Even as a world champion, he would still have to call Lin Yi uncle. The viewers in the live stream also branded Lin Yi as the pretentious one on the run. At that moment, Yi Wudi gazed at his table tennis paddle, resolute in his determination to become stronger. He would ensure that the world remembered the name Yi Wudi. He aspired to be the world's #1 in table tennis. Little did Yi Wudi know, in the future, he would dedicate his entire life to reaching the pinnacle of table tennis, becoming the world's #1, only to return home and discover that he was still no match for his uncle. He would have to candidly tell the world, "Beneath my uncle stands Yi Wudi." Lin Yi, noticing Yi Wudi lost in thought, patted his shoulder. "Keep it up. Let your uncle practice with you a little longer." Lin Yi intended to allow Yi Wudi to experience more defeats. In the future, when he encounters the most exceptional of talents, he would be able to accept his failures with grace. After all, life is never a smooth sail. Lin Yi hoped that Yi Wudi would engage in more matches with him, preparing him for the challenges that lay ahead. It is destined to astonish both the North and South. After all, in the land of Huaxia, table tennis prodigies are hardly a rarity. Even toddlers clad in diapers dare to challenge adults with a paddle. Yi Wudi engaged in an extended match with Lin Yi, unable to discern even a hint of vulnerability in his uncle. The more Yi Wudi played, the more frustrated he became, realizing victory was beyond his grasp. Lin Yi, showing no signs of relent, continued to support Yi Wudi until exhaustion set in. Observing his weary nephew, Lin Yi offered a faint smile. "All right, Uncle has gone out to shop. If you wish for Uncle to continue playing, you can always call for him." Yi Wudi, gazing at his uncle's smile, found himself questioning the very essence of life. Were those words his uncle had spoken genuinely true? Was it not mere boasting, more formidable than Team Long? Yet why did his uncle not pursue a professional career? Yi Wudi's little mind could not unravel the mystery. As for Lin Yi, he found himself inexplicably numb to the lofty accolades across various domains. He had no desire to bask in the supreme glory that such honors would bring. It seemed that amidst the fragmented memories of skills, he had already reached the pinnacle across all fields. At present, even managing to accompany his 16 nephews left him overwhelmed. He had little inclination to vie for any so-called championship. He simply wished to fulfill his role as a good uncle. Lin Yi ventured out to procure new recreational equipment, badminton nets, rackets, and a billiards table. His intention was to inspire the other little ones to discover their own dreams and passions. P.S. Do not inquire about gifts for updates. Merely ask for the deity's endorsement. 3 updates daily, 2 lengthy chapters, and 1 shorter one. Is that not sufficient? I observe that other authors only provide 2 updates. Chapter 71, The Foolish Adudu, a daily contest of heirs. Lin Yi ventured out alone, stealthily completing his errands without bringing anyone along. Soon, the installation crew would arrive to set up the billiard table and badminton net. Upon returning home, Lin Yi listened to the sounds of basketball practice from the court nearby. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he strolled over. At that moment, Li Jingxing caught sight of his uncle approaching, hands in pockets, and the sense of pressure intensified as he drew near. Though his uncle stood just over 1.8 meters, he appeared to Li Jingxing as a towering giant, exuding a presence more formidable than that of any basketball star. Li Jingxing froze in place. Lin Yi stopped at the perimeter, addressing him with a playful tone. "Oi, little rascal, would you like your uncle to join you for a practice session?" Lin Yi intended to thoroughly challenge them, shattering their fragile confidence and instilling resilience to face future adversities. Perhaps through such rigorous training, the youngsters could emerge stronger. He desired his nephews to attain invincibility in their respective domains. Upon hearing his uncle's invitation, Li Jingxing scratched his head and declined. "No need, uncle. I'm still digesting what you taught me yesterday." Lin Yi's previous lessons had left a profound impact, and the memory of being outmatched by his uncle haunted him. Even as he closed his eyes to sleep, the image of Lin Yi swiftly blocking his shots lingered, causing him to break into a sweat at the thought. Every time he practiced, he felt as though his uncle would swoop in to intercept the ball. Lin Yi smiled subtly at Li Jingxing's refusal. "All right, once you've mastered it, remember to call me for practice." He reminded Li Jingxing to ensure that the little ones would include him in their training sessions whenever they had the chance. After all, he had the skills. It would be remiss not to invite him. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing Li Jingxing's bashful rejection, began to speculate. Goodness, did the streamer instill fear in him with that block yesterday? He's too afraid to let you practice with him today. How ruthless. I've seen players go easy on kids, but this guy is relentless. Laughter erupted in the comments as they continued to tease Lin Yi. The audience sensed the heavy affection Lin Yi held for his nephew. Lin Yi glanced at the barrage of comments, but chose to ignore them. He felt for the young ones, understanding that without such challenges from him, they would crumble when faced with true talent in the future, leaving them questioning their abilities. The real danger lay in their eventual despair and self-doubt. As he observed Li Daki kicking a soccer ball, Lin Yi refrained from intervening, allowing the young lad to develop at his own pace. Establishing a solid foundation now would pave the way for a boundless future. He envisioned his nephew, Li Daki, becoming the most dazzling yellow lightning on the soccer field. Heading home, Lin Yi spotted Tang Luoluo and Tang Chun playing in the living room. Recently, Tang Chun had not visited the neighboring estate, but remained at home, watching television and playing with his brothers and cousins. Tang Luoluo continued to be delightfully eccentric, her laughter reminiscent of Belial, a sound that Lin Yi found amusing rather than bothersome. Upon seeing Lin Yi return, Tang Luoluo eagerly exclaimed, "Uncle, can you give me a custom suit for Belial? I feel like I am Belial incarnate, powerful and almost perfect." Lin Yi sighed. "All right, I'll see what I can do." He was more than willing to indulge Tang Luoluo's whims, as her happiness was his priority. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement, noting how closely Tang Luoluo's laughter resembled that of Belial. "Oh no, if she gets that suit, will she truly become Belial? I won't stand for it. I want a Belial suit too." The playful banter continued. Lin Yi reached out to a tailor who specialized in custom suits, and with a bit of extra payment, the order would be fulfilled within the day. He chuckled at the ease with which money could be made. "All right, someone will come by shortly to take your measurements," he assured Tang Luoluo. Her eyes sparkling with joy, she leaped up and declared, "I love you, uncle. You are the best. Can you get a suit for my little brother too?" Lin Yi, pleased by her thoughtfulness, decided to indulge her request. "Since you're thinking of your brother, let us do it." Tang Luoluo grinned mischievously. "Then let us get him the artificial life form M1. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Is there such a character in Ultraman? As he rifled through his memory of Ultraman characters, Tang Chun, overhearing their conversation, flopped down on the floor, exclaiming, "No, I don't want the M1. That's the ugliest. I want 0. Lin Yi, witnessing Tang Chun roll around in protest, realized that Tang Luoluo, as the older sibling, was not being very considerate. All right, I'll get 0 for you, little Chun," he soothed, as laughter erupted in the live stream. The viewers found amusement in the sibling dynamics, with Tang Luoluo showcasing her knowledge of Ultraman and her brother's amusing plight. The playful rivalry between the brothers was evident, and Lin Yi shook his head, realizing that the age gap between them was beneficial. When siblings are too close in age, their antics could rival a royal contest for the throne. Bystanders expressed their admiration, exclaiming, "Marvelous! Truly marvelous?" Lin Yi believed that the ideal age gap between brothers and sisters resembled that of Yi Wudi and Yi Lai Lai, where the elder sibling tends to dote upon the younger, be it a brother or sister. After comforting Tang Chun, Lin Yi noticed that the craftsman responsible for installing the billiards table and tennis net had also arrived, equipped with an array of tools. A considerable shipment was delivered to the entrance of the villa. Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, engrossed in their television program, made their way to the door. Hearing the commotion, Li Jingxing and Li Danqi turned back to investigate. Meanwhile, the other little ones gathered at the entrance, eager to discover what had been delivered. Chapter 72. The Innate Abstract Sacred Body, or the Innate Billiard Sacred Body. Lin Yi approached the entrance, counting the items. The merchant had generously provided numerous badminton rackets and shuttlecocks, along with 2 branded billiard tables and several accompanying accessories. Lin Yi also purchased several new footballs and basketballs for Li Jingxing and Li Danqi, and he acquired a volleyball as well, new ping-pong paddles, everything one could desire. The little ones gathered around, eagerly watching as their master unloaded the goods. Lin Yi took out a football and a basketball, presenting them to Li Jingxing and Li Danqi. "These are new balls. Train hard." Upon receiving the balls, the 2 dashed off, exclaiming, "Oh wow, new balls. Thank you, uncle." They raced towards the basketball court and the grassy field. Hearing the commotion, Yi Wudi descended from the second floor. Su Chun and Zhang Yi remained as usual, engrossed in the computer room. Yi Shengzheng was deeply focused in his laboratory, indifferent to the noise from outside. Yi Lai Lai sipped on her AD calcium drink. Seated at the doorway, observing, Lin Yi found a ping-pong paddle and handed it to Yi Wudi, saying, "I notice your paddle is a bit worn. Let me give you a new one." Yi Wudi accepted it and moved aside to enjoy the spectacle. Gu Shushu gazed at the unassembled billiard table. "A billiard table and a badminton net?" Lin Yi nodded. "What are you interested in?" Gu Shushu, intrigued by both badminton and billiards, expressed a preference for trying something new, billiards. Lin Yi was somewhat taken aback by her choice. Shouldn't a girl prefer badminton or tennis? Why billiards? He dismissed the thought. Billiards had become a pastime enjoyed by all ages. He vaguely recalled that during his middle school years, the older generation viewed billiards as a pastime for the wayward. Yet, in this era, billiards had become a universally accepted activity. After unloading the goods, the master was astonished to see so many children at the villa's entrance, not counting the 2 who had just run off with their balls. "Wow, Mr. Lin, you have quite a few children. These are all my nephews." "Nephews? So many nephews." The master's forehead broke into a cold sweat. With the new year approaching, he dreaded preparing red envelopes for the younger generation. Fortunately, his own family had only a few nearby relatives. But here, just a glance made his scalp tingle. In the bustling metropolis, one could not skimp on red envelope amounts for close relatives. Some families started with 1,000. "Wow, so you have quite a few red envelopes to give out this new year," the master remarked, then sighed as he remembered they were in a villa. Living in a villa, does it really matter that much? The master then moved the items to the entertainment room to set up the billiard tables. Lin Yi, anticipating that the children would want to play, had purchased 2 tables, believing that more is better than less. Gu Shushu picked up a cue stick provided by the merchant. "Uncle, how do you play this?" Lin Yi observed that the cue stick was taller than her. "Once the table is set up, I'll teach you." Although he hadn't mastered billiards yet, he had played a few times. Hearing that her uncle would teach her filled Gu Shushu with joy. "Yaya, come play with me." Tang Luo chimed in, raising her hand. "Uncle, I want to play too. I play in the store downstairs." Ye Wudi, uninterested in billiards, approached the bodyguard who was watching the excitement. "Uncle, do you know how to play ping pong?" "A little bit," he replied. "Great, come upstairs and play with me." The bodyguard glanced at Lin Yi, whose response indicated it was fine. "Go ahead and play. Your pay remains the same. Is it that you find ping pong too tiring?" The bodyguard shook his head. "No, not at all. Just let me play." Having undergone professional training, he was not supposed to leave his post without permission. Playing ping pong was far less strenuous than patrolling, since he only had to keep an eye on one. With Lin Yi's blessing, the bodyguard joined Yi Wudi upstairs for a game of ping pong. Gu Qingshu found billiards uninteresting and preferred reading to pass the time. Lai Lai, let us go. My cousin will teach you some words. Yi Lai Lai was carried to the living room sofa by Gu Qingshu to learn her letters. Zhan Chong and Gu Yingying felt it was none of their business and returned to their training. Tang Chun wanted to join his brother, but thought it wiser to stay indoors to avoid getting into trouble. Meanwhile, Chen Yuxiao, the younger brother of the Chen siblings, was curious to try his hand at billiards, while Chen Yuza showed little interest but followed his brother nonetheless. As the master completed the installation, Lin Yi led the children upstairs, observing the professional setup. Before long, the master had installed 2 billiard tables. Due to her short stature, Tang Luoluo ran downstairs to fetch a small stool. Tang Chen simply sat nearby, uninterested in billiards. Chen Yuza played with Lin Yi's phone beside him, while Tang Chun observed his cousin. Cousin, play peacekeepers. Chen Yuza nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chen Yuxiao picked up a cue stick, and Lin Yi frowned slightly at the sight. Why did this young lad exude an inexplicable charm while holding the billiard cue? A gentlemanly aura? Dressed as if in a suit and waistcoat. Wasn't he supposed to be a violinist? The esteemed elder had praised his talent in playing the violin. Could it be he possessed hidden talents? Lin Yi asked, Yuxiao, can you play? Chen Yuxiao nodded, I can. My dad often takes me to play. Just then, Tang Luoluo chimed in. Come on, cousin Yuxiao, rack the balls. Let us have a match. Chen Yuxiao, however, remained silent, quietly setting up the balls. His character was the type that spoke little. Once the balls were arranged, Tang Luoluo took a powerful shot, scattering the balls across the table. Lin Yi watched in surprise. Oh, this little girl can play billiards? She seems to have some skill. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement upon seeing Tang Luoluo's shot. Wow, this girl can play billiards. She even needs a stool to reach the table. Yet she can play billiards? She can't possibly be an innate, abstract, sacred body. Can she? Could it be she is just pretending to be abstract? There is promise, but not much. At that moment, Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya pondered how to play. Watching Tang Luoluo and attempting to imitate her, Lin Yi stood by, intending to watch the match between Tang Luoluo and Chen Yuxiao before deciding what to do next. Tang Luoluo, adjusting her stool, surveyed the layout of the balls and selected a larger target. However, the angle of that ball was tricky. Chen Yuxiao observed from the side, noting it was misaligned. It would require a precise shot to sink it. Lin Yi approached, noticing another ball directly aligned with the pocket, the angle straight forward. Why not shoot that one? Tang Luoluo shook her head. I can't make that shot. Tang Luoluo, fully focused, approached the challenging shot with a gentle push, executing a thin edge like a blade. The ball softly grazed the surface and slipped in. Chen Yuxiao, witnessing this moment, widened his eyes in astonishment. Is it truly possible to make such a shot? How could a straight shot not go in? Lin Yi was left speechless. To think this could be done with finesse? The livestream audience was equally dumbfounded. No way this is achievable. The trajectory veered left, right? I've learned something. When it comes to thin shots, I shall like a blade. It's utterly abstract, indeed. This young man seems to play with an abstract flair. With an innate talent for the game, he brings life wherever he goes. Guang's billiards yet. Tang Luoluo continued his game. Lin Yi pointed at a super acute angle shot. Luoluo, show this to your uncle. Lin Yi was eager to ascertain whether this young man possessed an innate billiards talent. If he could make such an improbable shot, it was clear that he had remarkable skills. P.S. I promise you all, I'll maintain a stable update of 3 times a day. My dear readers, please commit to following along. Chapter 73. The Innate Billiards Prodigy. One must embrace the wonders of science. Tang Luoluo, following Lin Yi's lead, adjusted her small stool and aimed at the seemingly straight shot. Lin Yi and Chen Yuxiao observed intently. Yet, as Tang Luoluo took her shot, the ball veered left, striking the edge of the pocket. Lin Yi and Chen Yuxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be such a ridiculous miss? Is this truly He Chengwang's billiards prowess? Such a straightforward shot, and she fails to sink it. Tang Luoluo shrugged, declaring, I only attempt high-difficulty shots. Lin Yi, rendered speechless, thought to himself, just roll away already. Tang Luoluo's abstract approach was beyond comprehension, leaving him exasperated. When would this girl mature and adopt a more serious demeanor? Tang Luoluo's blunder brought about Chen Yuxiao's turn. While Tang Luoluo succeeded with the larger balls, Chen Yuxiao picked up his cue and carefully applied chalk. He began to assess the table's layout with utmost seriousness. The small balls were evenly distributed. In his mind, he plotted the trajectory and determined which pocket to target. Observing Chen Yuxiao's earnest expression, Lin Yi mused about his quiet nature, always following behind his older brother, Chen Yuza. He was known as the most reserved among the nephews, alongside Guyaya and Yi Lile, having been the most obedient since childhood. Lin Yi pondered it. Could this boy truly possess a hidden talent? As Chen Yuza noticed his younger brother was about to take a shot, he occupied himself with his phone, leaving Tang Chen to play. Uncle, Yu Xiao is remarkably skilled at billiards, Chen Yuza remarked. Lin Yi, surprised, inquired just how skilled. After a brief pause, Chen Yuza responded, in our neighborhood, those at the billiards hall refer to him as the billiards prince. Lin Yi was taken aback. To be called the billiards prince, he must possess genuine skill. Chen Yuxiao remained silent, focusing intently on his shot. With a calculated strike, he executed a successful break, sending the straight ball into the pocket with ease. Every requisite maneuver was flawlessly performed. Chen Yuxiao remained composed, his expression impassive. Lin Yi observed the gentlemanly aura exuding from Chen Yuxiao. Clad in a suit, he would be truly invincible. Lin Yi watched in awe as Chen Yuxiao systematically sank each ball, finishing with the black 8-ball. Tang Luoluo, standing beside Lin Yi, mirrored his astonishment. Her mouth agape. Lin Yi in disbelief stammered, was that a clean shot? Chen Yuza, seated nearby, chuckled softly. Uncle, that's merely basic for my brother. Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, playing nearby, were oblivious to the term clean shot. Tang Chun busied himself with a mobile game, oblivious to the unfolding spectacle. The live stream audience erupted with excitement as they witnessed Chen Yuxiao's flawless execution. Wait a minute, isn't this little fellow supposed to be the innate violin prodigy? One exclaimed, I know this. He is the innate billiards prodigy. Another chimed in, what a remarkable dual talent. Someone else remarked, astonished. I thought he was just an ordinary kid who played the violin, the billiards prince. How astonishing. How did his nephew possess such extraordinary abilities? The audience in the live stream was ignited by Chen Yuxiao's impeccable performance. They had assumed he was merely adept at accompanying on the violin, to discover he had concealed an even greater talent. Not only was he an innate violin prodigy, but also an innate billiards prodigy. Lin Yi was equally stunned. Chen Yuxiao possessed a gift for billiards. This table was indeed a wise investment. His brother Chen Yuza, with a guitar talent and emotional singing prowess, had a sibling who exceeded expectations. Amidst Lin Yi's astonishment, the voice of the system echoed, ding, character bound. Chen Yuxiao has completed a live demonstration with a clean shot. Chen Yuxiao's talents, proficiency in violin and intermediate billiard skill. Host receives rewards. Max level billiards, worth 100 million RMB. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yi realized that the max level billiards reward could indeed provide substantial guidance for Chen Yuxiao. Truly, a prodigious dual talent. The Chen brothers were nothing short of extraordinary. As Lin Yi reflected on this, he wondered if the other little ones might also possess multiple talents. This thought brought him joy. Yuxiao, continue playing with Luoluo for a while. I will teach Shushu and Yaya some basics. Chen Yuxiao nodded in agreement. Lin Yi approached Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, who were still fumbling with their cues. He demonstrated the grip and stance, explaining the importance of stability. Bend down, aim at the white ball, and strike. Do you understand? Once you master it, you could challenge Ding Junhui. Ding Junhui, the first billiards world champion from China. Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya exchanged puzzled glances but attempted to replicate Lin Yi's instructions. They managed to strike the ball accurately. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter at Lin Yi's words. You've become invincible, child. It's like saying, this is the left button, this is the right button. Or for a special move, you can defeat Feek. This is a sharpshooter, this is a healer, this is a basic attack. You could take down Yi Qiu. Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, confused, responded, who? Me. Okay. So you're teaching us this way? Let us go find Huang Mao for more lessons. and you'll be left behind. This remark sparked laughter, but there was an underlying truth to it. After a brief practice, Gu Sheshushu and Gu Yaya became adept at striking the balls. Lin Yi set up the balls again, saying, "All right, you two sisters, who will challenge your uncle first?" They exchanged glances, and Gu Sheshushu promptly suggested, "Let my sister go first." Gu Yaya stepped forward. Lin Yi instructed, "Break the rack by hitting the white ball hard enough to scatter the arranged balls." Gu Yaya, slightly confused, bent down to aim and struck the white ball with great force. Chen Yuxiao and Tang Luoluo paused to observe how Gu Yaya would perform. Lin Yi was still busy applying chalk to his cue, preparing for his turn. With Gu Yaya's powerful shot, the balls scattered in all directions, each one sinking into the pockets as if guided by unseen forces. Lin Yi stood agape, his hand frozen mid-application of chalk. Every ball fell into the pockets, the last being the black 8 ball, which leisurely sank. The usually calm and composed Chen Yuxiao gaped in disbelief, his eyes wide. Tang Luoluo's mouth was agape, capable of holding an apple. Lin Yi was equally astonished. As Gu Sheshushu took her seat, she stood up in shock. Lin Yi was left speechless. No way. This is possible. A complete clear shot. This is what a clean shot truly means. All the balls had been cleared, with the black 8 ball sinking last. Lin Yi realized that Gu Yaya was truly a girl of extraordinary fortune, but he hadn't anticipated her talent to be this remarkable. A game concluded in 30 seconds. Was this even fair match? Max-level billiards. At least it would allow for some practice. Chen Yuxiao had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Everyone was left dumbfounded. In professional matches, even the most extraordinary highlights could not compare to this complete clearance. With one stroke, not a single ball remained on the table. Gu Yaya marveled at the void left behind as all the balls had been pocketed. She scratched her head in confusion. Did this count as a victory? She was oblivious to the intricacies of billiards. Her only experience lay in the coin-operated games at the arcade, where a single coin would yield a cascade of tokens as if they were free. Subsequently, the arcade owner inexplicably ejected her and her sister from the premises. Faced with the bewildered expressions of her uncle and Chen Yuxiao, as well as Tang Luoluo, Gu Yaya was left pondering whether she had made some unforgivable mistake. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream erupted in a frenzy, inundated with exclamations of disbelief. The screen was filled with a cacophony of astonishment. Unbelievable, unbelievable, unbelievable. Multiplied by an overwhelming 9,999. The child was indeed invincible. This was beyond extraordinary. Such a feat would be deemed implausible even in a cinematic portrayal. How could one execute a perfect break shot with such divine precision? If you asked me to use my hands to sift through the chaos, I would still be left searching for the whereabouts of the black 8 ball. The number 666 appeared, and it was evident that this individual was no mere performer, but someone destined for greatness. Even Ding Junhui would have to concede defeat by a margin of 200 upon facing this prodigy. Such a talent was unparalleled. This individual could genuinely rival Ding Junhui. I had thought Chen Yuxiao was remarkable enough. Yet here came someone surpassing all expectations. Amid the astonishment in the live stream, Lin Yi attempted to elucidate the situation, grappling with how to explain this phenomenon. What could he possibly say? Should he inform the viewers that the ball was somehow magnetized, with iron concealed within? How could he rationalize the black 8 ball's eventual entry? My niece, Gu Yaya, possesses an innate talent for billiards. There are no cheats. One must believe in the principles of science. P.S. Dear friends, please take a moment to rate and encourage further updates. There is more to come. Chapter 74. Stepping into the billiards hall, making a resounding shot for the party. Under Lin Yi's words, it was evident that the audience in the live broadcast did not believe his whimsical claims. I believe you, not a ghost. You're quite the rascal. They had opened the game, so they might as well carry their bags with confidence. Wasn't this the manifestation of a heavenly fate? I could hear the echoes of good fortune. This was no mere boast. It was truly a stroke of extraordinary luck. Lin Yi dared not allow Gu Yaya to display her unique aura of fortune any longer. Occasionally, it was acceptable, but if she became too conspicuous, the brilliance emitted by her luck would overshadow the other youngsters, and that would pose a significant problem. As expected, according to the assessment by Tongzi Ge, the world's fortune was quantified at 10 do, yet Guya monopolized 12 do, leaving the world indebted to her by 2 do, a matter not to be trifled with. Lin Yi had initially thought that Guya lacked the strength to strike the cue ball with such force, prompting him to allow her a shot. However, the outcome exceeded all expectations. He decided to let Gu Shushu take her turn instead, reasoning that his sister should play since Guya had just played. Gu Shushu nodded in agreement, realizing that playing against their uncle would be much more enjoyable than competing with her sister. As Lin Yi meticulously arranged the balls, he wondered if it would be all right for their uncle to take the first shot. Gu Shushu simply nodded in acquiescence, while Lin Yi smiled faintly. Since Guya had not taken a shot, he felt it only fair to reciprocate with Gu Shushu. After all, they were sisters. He intended to showcase their skills to the online spectators, diverting attention from Guya. With a stunningly forceful break, the cue ball collided with the others, resulting in an explosive scattering of balls, one even soaring into the air. The impact was so intense that one of the balls shattered into pieces, scattering fragments across the table. Nearby, Chen Yuxiao and Tang Luoluo turned to behold the scene, astonished by what they witnessed. Gu Shushu's eyes widened in disbelief. This ball shattered just like that. Lin Yi, momentarily forgetting to temper his strength, realized the extent of his formidable physique. After 2 decades of honing his skills, such a powerful shot was simply overwhelming. Tang Luoluo picked up a fragment of the broken ball, exclaiming in amazement, "Wow, he really did it. Uncle is unbelievable. Is he hiding some martial arts prowess?" Chen Yuxiao chimed in, "Uncle is a master. I've seen people use balls to crack open heads. But this violent break is unprecedented. A true expert." The audience in the live stream was no longer calm, their astonishment palpable. "Whoa, it's a family of champions. No more pretending, right? First, a clean shot, and now a shattered ball. The host possesses incredible inner strength. After 20 years, can you withstand this power? I crave such miracles." The balls did not merely split in half. They shattered completely. How could the viewers not be astounded? Gu Shushu stood in a daze, wondering if they could continue playing. Lin Yi took out his phone and called the billiard ball manufacturer. "Hello, boss. The quality of your balls is subpar." The boss responded, "Mr. Lin, aren't these new balls? How could they be of poor quality?" Lin Yi explained, "I accidentally broke one." The silence on the other end was palpable. "You broke one. If it weren't for your substantial purchase, I would have thought you were just bragging. I've sold billiard tables for over a decade without many balls breaking, and you shatter one on the very first day?" After a brief pause, the boss said, "I apologize, Mr. Lin. Please take a photo and send it to me on WeChat. I'll arrange for 2 new sets to be delivered to you shortly." Lin Yi hung up and snapped a photo of the wreckage on the table, sending it to the boss. Upon seeing the image, the boss's eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness, is there someone with inner power in this family? He could hardly believe that an ordinary person could break a new ball. It could either mean there was a hidden martial arts master in Huaxia, or that the ball was a rare defective product. He promptly arranged for new balls to be sent to Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned to Gu Shushu, who blinked at him. "Uncle, what should we do now? I haven't even taken a shot, and the game is over." Lin Yi shrugged, gathering the fragments. "Consider it a sunk ball. We did manage to pocket some earlier. Next, it's Uncle's turn." Gu Shushu nodded, and Lin Yi, with a mischievous grin, began his display. Chen Yuxiao observed Lin Yi's technique, noting that there were no gentle pushes, only sheer power. With a resounding crack, he had tempered his strength this time, successfully pocketing the ball. Gu Shushu, standing aside, was startled and instinctively stepped back, fearing that the cue ball might fly toward her head. Tang Luoluo, equally startled, exclaimed, "Who fired a shot?" Lin Yi preferred not to play gently. He reveled in the pure aesthetic of raw power. "Little ones, remember, when playing billiards, gentle pushes only target one pocket. But with force, you can aim for all 6. With that proclamation, he commenced a thrilling display of skill, each shot resonating with the sound of balls sinking into pockets. Tang Luoluo and Chen Yuxiao ceased their games, transfixed by their uncle's prowess, their mouths agape as they watched him effortlessly pocket one ball after another. Culminating in the black 8 ball. The game was over. Gu Shushu stared wide-eyed as all the balls had vanished, including the black 8. It took her a moment to process. I didn't even take a shot, and I lost. The live stream audience erupted in excitement, captivated by Lin Yi's explosive performance, showering him with admiration. What a violent display of artistry. The sound of triumph. So cool. Uncle is amazing. Kids, this place doesn't accept outsiders. Who fired a shot? Isn't there a gun ban in Huaxia? Only those who have played billiards can truly appreciate the thrill of such a powerful clearance. I wish my friend, who only knows gentle pushes, could witness what real billiards looks like. With a bold stride into the billiards hall, making a resounding shot for all to hear. Such power. Such enjoyment. Uncle is truly magnificent. The audience was enthralled by Lin Yi's commanding performance. Meanwhile, Gu Shu, realizing her uncle had monopolized the game, pouted in annoyance. You didn't leave me a single shot. I don't like you anymore. Lin Yi merely chuckled in response. Who prompted your sister to excel so effortlessly, leaving me with naught but failure? Naturally, I must vent my frustrations on you, little one. Lin Yi stepped forward to console Gu Shu, assuring her, all right. Uncle will let you take the next turn. He had no intention of taking the game too seriously, opting instead to serve as a practice partner for the young ones. Lin Yi shifted to the side to play with Gu Shu. Dumbfounded, Chun Yuxiao and Tang Luluo, along with the equally captivated Chun Yuza, gazed at their uncle with admiration. In their eyes, he radiated brilliance. The trio became Lin Yi's devoted little fans. Lin Yi's loyal admirers increased by 3. Tang Chun remained silent, engrossed in playing Peacekeeper Elite, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Each time Lin Yi struck with a resounding smack, Tang Chun would startle, momentarily fearing an ambush. P.S. For updates, indeed. My task is accomplished. Chapter 75, Yi Wudi. Li Jingxing imitated his uncle by putting his hands in his pockets. Lin Yi accompanied Gu Shu and Chun Yuxiao, while Tang Luoluo played for quite a while. Chun Yuxiao noticed that his uncle, along with him and Tang Luoluo, was playing without holding back at all. Gu Shu was utterly dominating. Uncle, what you provided for Shu was not merely a trickle, but an ocean of support. Chun Yuxiao began to grasp the situation. Each time his uncle showcased his remarkable strength, it was a deliberate effort to create openings for Gu Shu. Every point Gu Shu scored was either facilitated by her uncle positioning the balls perfectly for her, or by him intentionally sinking the cue ball to grant her a free shot. When playing against him and Tang Luoluo, he was unerringly precise. There was no room for error in aiding them to score. This was not merely a favor to Gu Shu. It was akin to unleashing the sea. Lin Yi merely smiled, remaining silent. In this scenario, he certainly did not consider himself defeated. Under Lin Yi's guidance. Meanwhile, outside, Li Jingxing, who was engaged in basketball training, took a moment to rest. Sitting down, he reminisced about his uncle with his hands casually tucked in his pockets. The sight exuded an air of formidable authority and sophistication, making Li Jingxing feel as though a master of slam dunks had stepped out from the television screen. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Li Jingxing stood up and attempted to replicate his uncle's stance. However, as he walked a few steps with his hands in his pockets, he felt an odd sensation. He couldn't quite replicate the imposing presence his uncle carried. Was it a matter of insufficient charisma? He discerned that there was an indescribable quality to his uncle's nonchalant pose. At that moment, a patrolling bodyguard, noticing the silence on the basketball court, feared that Li Jingxing might have gotten into trouble. He turned back to glance at the court. It turned out he had merely been scaring himself. Observing Li Jingxing sauntering about with his hands in his pockets, occasionally shaking his head, the bodyguard was puzzled. This young master, could he possibly be possessed by something sinister? Simultaneously, a bodyguard who had been summoned by Yi Wudi to play table tennis had been practicing with him for quite some time. The bodyguard was drenched in sweat, feeling immense pressure. He simply could not win. It was impossible. Yi Wudi's shots were blisteringly fast. The more Yi Wudi played, the more invigorated he became, urging for more. The bodyguard was sweating profusely. He anticipated that the petite Yi Wudi would approach table tennis with such fervor. Each of Yi Wudi's powerful strikes felt as if he was playing against his uncle. He was determined to triumph over his uncle. He couldn't fathom why. During today's match, he felt his uncle's Sao strength was so close, merely a hair's breadth away. He exerted himself further, only to find that his uncle had grown slightly stronger. That sensation was something he would never forget, in school and within the neighborhood. He had faced adults and encountered skilled players, yet none were as peculiar as his uncle. Furthermore, his uncle always appeared unfazed in response to his every shot. The bodyguard, overwhelmed by Yi Wudi's relentless strikes, finally laid down his paddle, saying, "Young master, I cannot compete with you. Shall I fetch someone else?" Yi Wudi waved his hand dismissively, encouraging him to bring in one after another. Yi Wudi was determined to challenge every bodyguard. He refused to believe that even after further improvement, he could not defeat his uncle. For he was Yi Wudi. He must live up to his uncle's high expectations and become the unparalleled champion of table tennis. The bodyguard wiped the sweat from his brow and exited the entertainment room. Playing table tennis with Yi Wudi was far more exhausting than patrolling. Yes, patrolling was indeed preferable. This young master was exceptionally skilled. Lin Yi, observing the bodyguard emerge from the table tennis room, inquired what happened. The bodyguard, wiping his sweat, replied, "Mr. Lin, young Master Yi is too formidable. I cannot withstand his prowess. I need to switch with a brother." Lin Yi smiled faintly and nodded, "Go ahead. Do your best." Yi Wudi. It seemed that even a glimmer of hope for victory invigorated him immensely. In his previous matches with Yi Wudi, Lin Yi had always left him a sliver of opportunity, ensuring that Yi Wudi never felt despair at the prospect of defeat. Lin Yi murmured to himself, "Your uncle grants you ample time to catch up. You are still young. The future belongs to you." If one were to measure Yi Wudi's exceptional talent in table tennis against his peers, excluding the rule-defying Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, the disparity between the other nephews and Yi Wudi's gift was indeed vast. Perhaps it was the sport of table tennis that had allowed Yi Wudi to engage in genuine competition from a young age, honing his skills to this level. Among his contemporaries, Lin Yi firmly believed that Yi Wudi was the absolute standout in the realm of table tennis. However, to achieve the title of invincible, he still had much ground to cover. Yi Wudi was acutely aware of the gap between his abilities and those of his uncle, and each incremental improvement had already placed him at the pinnacle among his cousins. Lin Yi smiled, watching Gu Shushu, Gu Yaya, Chen Yuxiao, and Tang Luoluo play billiards together. He then descended to take a stroll, spotting Gu Qingshu teaching Yi Lai characters with great seriousness. Lin Yi settled beside them. "Qingshu." Gu Qingshu looked up, adjusting his glasses to meet Lin Yi's gaze. "Uncle, what's the matter?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment before saying, "Qingshu, I have a hypothetical question for you. If I were to bring you, along with your sister, brother, and cousins, to study in Magic City, would you be willing?" Lin Yi had already formulated a plan to relocate his nephews to study in Magic City, where he would guide them. He also envisioned his sister and brother-in-law moving their entire family there. They could work in Magic City, and he would take full responsibility for their children's schooling and extracurricular activities. Upon hearing Lin Yi's question, Gu Qingshu regarded him earnestly. "Is uncle suggesting I come to study in Magic City? I think that's feasible. I can study anywhere. Besides, having cousins around would be nice for outings on weekends." Gu Qingshu often spent weekends playing around the neighborhood with her sisters, as their parents were too busy with work to take them out. Lin Yi nodded, contemplating how he could persuade his sister and brother-in-law to relocate to Magic City. An idea struck him: invest in a company and have his sister and brother-in-law manage it. He could buy them a house in the nearby Villa District. He would take care of the children, so they wouldn't need to worry about school commutes. "By the way, uncle, I want to skip a grade." Gu Qingshu's statement jolted Lin Yi from his reverie. Skip a grade?" Gu Qingshu nodded. "I want to jump to the 3rd year of high school. After all, the last semester is just before the college entrance examination, right? I don't want to take the midterm exam. It seems too simple. My parents have always opposed my skipping grades, fearing I might feel out of place among my peers and develop psychological issues." Lin Yi contemplated her words. Currently, Gu Qingshu was merely in the first half of her first year of middle school, and the second half had not yet commenced. Skipping straight to the 3rd year of high school meant bypassing the midterm exam entirely. What parent would agree to such a leap? That's quite the jump. It's only natural for your parents to object. Gu Qingxu continued to explain to Lin, but I've already studied all the materials inside and out from the high school curriculum. I've gone over past college entrance exam papers multiple times during this semester. Gu Qingxu believed she should not waste time in middle and high school. Her knowledge was already sufficient to surpass those levels. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you serious? Gu Qingxu, a prodigy of the new era? The audience in the live broadcast room stood up in unison. Goodness gracious. She has completed the knowledge of high school while still in junior high. One extraordinary being. A prodigy of a new era, indeed. I initially thought she was merely a bookworm with a penchant for reading, but it turns out this girl is truly remarkable. Alas, she genuinely has 16 nephews, each endowed with a sacred physique. Is this not astonishing? A congenital sacred physique is already a rare occurrence in a century, and yet her family has produced 16. Lin Yi also responded to Gu Qingxu. Qingxu this. The school year has not yet commenced, so we must proceed with caution. Your uncle unconditionally believes in and supports you. After all, your achievements are evident for all to see. However, this is a matter of great significance. When we return for the new year, I will discuss it with your parents to see if we can persuade them. Throughout her life, Gu Qingxu has been exceptional in her studies. The number of awards she has received in a year surpasses the cumulative total of the other 15 nephews. Given this, why not give your cousins a lesson tomorrow so your uncle can witness your capabilities? Lin Yi believed that while interests and hobbies are undoubtedly important, literature holds great significance as well. Otherwise, you might find yourself at a loss when confronted with criticism, not even understanding the meaning behind it. Chapter 76. He threw a punch. Hands in pockets, unparalleled in the world. Gu Qingxu nodded in agreement upon hearing Lin Yi's words. She was also quite willing to impart knowledge to her younger cousins, hoping they would excel in their studies. Lin Yi instructed the housekeeper to prepare a large electronic teaching screen for writing, along with 16 small stools. All right. He would also take on the role of a guest teacher. The housekeeper promptly set out to make the purchases. Lin Yi returned to the billiard room on the second floor. Observing the ping-pong room, he noticed the bodyguard switching out, and he smiled faintly, choosing to ignore it. He decided to let Yu Wudi level up a bit more and give him another round of training. Chen Yuxiao and the others were also feeling fatigued. Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya had also played enough for the day. They decided to stop. At this moment, Lin Yi's mind resonated with the voice of Tong Zige. Ding! Task completed. Take the bound characters, Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, to experience something novel, engaging in a billiard entertainment. Host receives a reward. Max level badminton, 50 million renminbi. Meanwhile, downstairs, a tailor had arrived to custom-make Ultraman suits for Tang Luluo and Tang Chun. Lin Yi accompanied Tang Luluo and Tang Chun downstairs to be measured by the staff. He gazed at the two little ones, his face filled with affection. After all, children. It's natural for them to adore Ultraman. As their uncle, he certainly could not belittle their interests. His own childhood had also been filled with Ultraman. At least these two little ones liked Ultraman rather than Peppa Pig. While being measured, Tang Luluo expressed his wishes. I want King Belial. Tang Chun chimed in. I want Zero. The staff nodded in agreement. All right, I've noted that. Tang Luoluo then inquired, how long will it take? The staff replied, well, there's an expedited option available. We can work overnight, and it will be delivered by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Upon hearing this, Tang Luoluo's eyes sparkled as he looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi responded, let's expedite it, the fastest possible. How much will it be? He asked. Just include it on the bill. After the measurements were completed, the staff departed to rush the order. Lin Yi affectionately ruffled the heads of the two little ones. The audience in the live stream began to buzz with excitement. You're spoiling him. They all knew these were his beloved nephews. Who else would he spoil? If I had an uncle like him during my childhood, I would be overjoyed. What a considerate elder, always supportive, thumbs up. This uncle truly is the best in the universe. I declare he deserves a spot in this year's top 10 most touching figures in Huaxia. The viewers in the live stream could clearly see Lin Yi's genuine love for his nephews. Even through the screen, the affection overflowed. As night fell, Lin Yi's fame skyrocketed online, trending across various news platforms. The best uncle in the world, he throws a punch against the oppressive Chinese education system. He teaches his nephews in his own way. In this uncle's world, there is no suppressive education. Instead, there is unconditional support for children's interests and hobbies. Lin Yi has been hailed by netizens as the best uncle in the universe. A once-in-a-century genius, he has 16 nephews. Innate prodigies appear every year. But this year, there are particularly many. Lin Yi's name surged to the top of trending topics across multiple platforms that night. He was taken aback when he saw his family group chat, where his sister and brother-in-law had shared the trending video. "What's going on? Did someone buy a trending spot for me?" His sister and brother-in-law flooded the family group with thumbs-up emojis. Lin Yi treated their children as if they were his own. His sister and brother-in-law never regretted pooling their resources at the peak of housing prices in Shanghai to buy Lin Yi a house outright. Lin Yi was worth it to them. At that moment, Lin Yi had made a name for himself in the vast realm of the internet, becoming a top influencer. This was also the reason he continued to stream, to carve out a successful career for himself, not only to enhance his nephews' reputations and pave their futures, but also to showcase his achievements, separate from the gifts bestowed upon him by Tongzi Gu to his parents, sister, and brother-in-law, proving he had succeeded. Beyond all this, Lin Yi wished to document, from a first-person perspective, the small growths of his nephews. The joy he experienced during his part-time endeavors before achieving success was something he wanted to share with netizens, celebrating the children's journey of growth. His Douyin account followers were rapidly increasing. Before bed, Lin Yi glanced at the astonishing balance in his bank account. "Tongzi Gu, is this money truly from legitimate sources?" Tongzi Gu replied, "Of course." After hearing this, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief and began planning the size of the red envelopes he would give to the little ones for the new year. This balance, compared to previous years where he would give 666 or perhaps 888, seemed rather stingy. Lin Yi contemplated that a bank could issue 4 cards. With the 4 major banks, that would be 16 cards. He decided against giving cash and instead thought it would be better to stuff a bank card into the red envelopes. With this in mind, Lin Yi glanced at the calendar. January 26th. Tomorrow would be January 27th. After finishing his tasks, he would take the kids shopping for New Year goods and new clothes before heading back. Then Lin Yi remembered something. New Year's Eve. The birthdays of Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya. They were born on the day before the Spring Festival, eager to collect red envelopes. Lin Yi recalled this clearly. However, this year, New Year's Eve fell on the 29th. He thought of teasing the 2 little ones, saying there would be no birthday presents this year, just to see their reactions. The thought of their angry faces when they realized they wouldn't receive gifts made him chuckle. Lin Yi settled down, pondering what gifts to prepare for the 2 sisters. Reflecting on his past, he recalled a year when he picked different colored gifts for them, and the 2 little girls cried, insisting on having the same color. That New Year's Eve, he scoured the county town, searching high and low until he finally found matching gifts for the 2 little ones. Ever since that year, he had made it a point to prepare birthday gifts for them in identical colors and styles. As he reminisced about the adorable appearances of the 2 little girls in their childhood, Lin Yi drifted off to sleep with a smile. Gu Shushu also began writing her diary before bedtime. January 26th. Today my uncle took me and my sister, along with our cousins, to experience billiards. My sister is really good at billiards. She made my uncle display such funny expressions, huh? My sister and cousin Shin Yuxiao both made a clean shot, though I still don't quite understand what a clean shot means. Will I be able to make a clean shot too in the future? My uncle plays billiards so fiercely. I saw cousin Tang Chan jump and fright at the sound my uncle made while playing. It was so funny. Cousins Chen Yuxiao and Tang Luoluo couldn't beat my uncle, but my sister and I managed to win 3 games against him. We're truly amazing. The new year is approaching, and this year there is no New Year's Eve. I wonder if that silly uncle will give us gifts. What kind of gifts will he prepare for us? My uncle, who holds such affection for me and my sister, would never find an excuse to forego preparing gifts for us this year, despite it being a year without a New Year's Eve celebration. Surely he would not. My uncle is truly wonderful. The following morning, after a refreshing run, the living room was arranged with all the necessary materials for class. Lin Yi instructed Su Chun and John Yi that today they could not seclude themselves in the computer room, but rather join the others for lessons. The 15 little ones were gathered in the living room, with the younger ones seated in the front and the older ones in the back. They all settled down eagerly. Lin Yi stood before the electronic screen, adjusting the live broadcast equipment. Today, our esteemed teacher, Gu Qingshu, will impart to you a unique lesson, marking the last class before the new year. Before we begin, I would like to share a poem with you. With that, Lin Yi inscribed the poem on the electronic screen. The youthful ambition soars to the heavens. With spirits high, we shall embrace the future. Hands in pockets, unafraid we stand. Unmatched in the world, with courage in our hearts. Chapter 77. That year with my hands in my pockets. After Lin Yi finished writing, he set down his pen and handed the next portion of the lesson over to his niece, Gu Qingshu. Today, she would be the teacher. The stage was now hers, and it was time to observe her performance. Beneath Lin Yi's poetry, the little ones began to recite the lines softly. The verses were unlike any found in classical poetry, with hands in pockets, unafraid, unrivaled in the world, unparalleled. Even Su Chun, upon reciting it, could feel the essence of youthful ambition and the spirit of a rising star, renowned across the land. It was not just Su Chun, the others, save for the little Yi Lai Lai and the still naive Tang Chun, were equally moved by their uncle's poetry. Johnny pondered whether he could one day reach the pinnacle of electronic sports, embodying the lines of his uncle's poem, with hands in pockets, unafraid, unrivaled in the world. Lin Yi's verses were a call for them to possess their own unique aspirations. Charge forward, young men. At that moment, Tang Luoluo was lost in a daydream, envisioning himself as King Belial, sweeping across the universe with his hands in his pockets. What did unparalleled even mean? He aspired to be the invincible ruler of the cosmos, the one true king. The audience in the live stream grew lively as they read Lin Yi's poem, echoing their excitement. What a magnificent piece! Truly invincible. My evaluation would be, today my sword points to the clouds. Fortune and blessings abound. Ah, poetry contest, is it? Wonderful. Simply splendid. The viewers couldn't help but recite classic poems in unison. Meanwhile, Gu Qingshu made her entrance to commence the lesson. Among Lin Yi's nieces and nephews, she was perhaps the least conspicuous, often absorbed in her books and lost in her own world, a realm Lin Yi never intruded upon. Gu Qingshu approached the electronic screen. Ahem, ahem. Today, I will be your instructor. Look here, Uncle has left us a poem. Cousins, have you ever encountered anything like this in your textbooks? Or seen such renowned poets? She began her lesson from a unique perspective, skillfully using Lin Yi's poem as her entry point. With a textbook-like smile, the essence of a master teacher enveloped her. As Lin Yi settled down, he was taken aback. All right, let us read the poem left by Uncle. Youthful ambitions soar to the heavens, aspirations ablaze for the days to come. With hands in pockets, unafraid, unrivaled in the world. After reading this, do you feel a sense of youthful vigor and something else? Gu Qingshu prompted the class for responses. The eldest cousin, Su Chun, who had read the most, was quick to answer, aspirations and valor. Indeed, Su Chun, you are absolutely correct. Gu Qingshu affirmed. I believe you all grasp the poem's meaning. Now, let me elucidate it for you. First, let us set aside the first line and focus on the second. With hands in pockets, unafraid. Does it not evoke a sense of? Gu Yingying raised her hand, modern poetry style. Gu Qingshu smiled in acknowledgement. Very well said. Yingying, with hands in pockets. Isn't that a popular phrase online? Tang Luoluo, excited, stood up that year with my hands in my pockets. I was beaten without knowing how to fight back. Laughter erupted in the room. Gu Qingshu too was amused, humor and abstraction. Tang Luoluo, Lin Yi, listening intently, struggled to suppress his laughter, shaking his head at the antics of this little one. The audience in the live stream was also in stitches. Only Tang Luoluo could create such a lively atmosphere. I'm dying of laughter. Just watching him could cure depression. Gu Qingshu, smiling, noted that Tang Luoluo's response was not entirely off the mark. Indeed, with hands in pockets, beaten without knowing how to fight back. But a cooler version might be, that year, with my hand in my pockets, I did not even know what an opponent was. Isn't that a striking sentiment? So cool. Then she elaborated on her uncle's line. Under with hands in pockets, unafraid, we find continuation, unrivaled in the world. To be unrivaled signifies moving effortlessly through various realms, while unmatched is simply understood as having no equal. The phrase unparalleled in the world emphasizes the uniqueness of the protagonist, suggesting that their uncle hopes for everyone to be bold and fearless, with no rivals, possessing extraordinary abilities. The little ones nodded in understanding, having deeply internalized Lin Yi's 2 lines of poetry. Yi Wudi pondered the line about being unrivaled in the world. Could he achieve that? He believed he could. Listening to Gu Qingshu, Lin Yi felt immense pride in her teaching ability. It was so accessible for the elementary students. Her comprehension was exemplary, a testament to why she was regarded as a model child by other parents. Truly remarkable. Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder if his niece, Gu Qingshu, was a reincarnation of a master teacher, her smile brimming with emotional resonance. The livestream audience was also captivated. Knowledge has entered my mind in the most peculiar manner. She is incredibly skilled. Did she really drink the potion of wisdom before her reincarnation? This smile, this emotional value. Is it not uncanny? The quality of her teaching far exceeds that of my middle school teachers. I can answer this. The innate qualities of a master teacher. A strong aura of a teacher emanated from her, leaving the audience in awe. Let us allow the younger generation to be astonished first, she declared. With these flowers of our nation, I can rest easy in my endeavors. Under Gu Qingshu's adept guidance, the livestream audience began to question their own presence in such an extraordinary environment. Lin Yi glanced at the barrage of comments on his phone. The innate qualities of a master teacher. The viewers affectionately referred to her as Teacher Qingshu. Gu Qingshu continued her enlightening session. Now, let us move on to the next line. With hands in pockets, unafraid, unrivaled in the world. You all understand the literal meaning, correct? Poised and composed. Returning to the previous line. Youthful ambitions soar to the heavens. Aspirations ablaze for the days to come. Under Gu Qingshu's interpretation, the little ones grasp the essence of the poem. This verse further crafts an image imbued with confidence, elegance, and extraordinary prowess, embodying a spirit that stands proudly in the world, unparalleled and formidable. This may very well be the uncle's portrayal of an ideal persona or a heroic figure. Gu Qingshu cast a glance at his uncle. Typically humorous and carefree, his uncle, in Gu Qingshu's eyes, evidently fell short of embodying such an idealized image. The aura of standing proudly in the world, invincible and unmatched, was impossible, utterly impossible. Chapter 78. The most extraordinary female scholar of the new era. Forgetful Belial. I have heard from my mother and other aunts that there was a year when my uncle assisted in butchering pigs, and he couldn't even hold the pig's feet down. Lin Yi noticed the peculiar gaze from Gu Qingshu, which left him somewhat perplexed. What was it? Could that term not evoke thoughts of their beloved uncle? Lin Yi merely smiled faintly and shook his head, realizing perhaps he had been too low-key. Meanwhile, Gu Qingshu continued her mathematics instruction, covering elementary, middle, and high school topics. There was nothing she could not teach. Lin Yi listened in admiration, exclaiming her prodigious. As the time neared its end, Lin Yi urged Gu Qingshu to cease her teaching. Her lessons had been immensely beneficial to the little ones, and the audience in the live stream expressed their gratitude, calling Gu Qingshu teacher. Upon her stopping, Lin Yi's mind echoed with the system's notification. Ding. Character bound. Gu Qingshu has completed a lecture. Gu Qingshu, max level learning talent. Host receives reward. Max level question bank knowledge. 50 million RMB. Hearing this, Lin Yi rose to his feet, applauding Gu Qingshu. The little ones joined in, expressing their thanks to Teacher Qingshu for the engaging lesson. Lin Yi approached, a smile adorning his face as he patted Gu Qingshu's shoulder. The heavens strive, and a gentleman should perpetually strengthen himself. Perhaps Gu Qingshu's future accomplishments would render her the most remarkable female scholar of this new era, or even a unique lady of virtue. At Lin Yi's words, Gu Qingshu glanced at him, pondering the notion of a gentleman. Perpetually strengthening oneself? Lin Yi then enlisted a bodyguard to procure a large business vehicle with 19 seats, allowing them to travel together rather than in multiple cars. Meanwhile, the customized suits for Tang Luoluo and Tang Chun had arrived, and they excitedly donned them. The merchant also gifted Tang Luo, a customized weapon, which brought her immense joy. Lin Yi stood at the door, contacting a professional photographer, intending to capture a group photo with the little ones before they return to the villa tonight, preserving their likenesses during this time. As Tang Luo, weapon in hand, approached Lin Yi from behind, she proclaimed, "I am Emperor Belial, destined to conquer the world, to become the sole deity of this realm." With that, she activated her skill, Forgetfulness, and struck at Lin Yi from behind. Just as Lin Yi concluded his call with the photographer, he heard a commotion from Tang Luo. Turning around, he saw the weapon still at his back. The one true deity of the world? Who's God and who's king? Lin Yi gazed at the diminutive Belial, realizing it was merely a playful imitation. Tang Lulu, witnessing her uncle turn, quickly retracted her weapon and stepped back. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. "Haha, this is quintessential Belial. Initiate the backstab. Well, Uncle spent money for your suit, and you're going to conquer the world by attacking him." The host chimed in. "Who's God? Who's king? Speak up." "It's the forgetful Belial. We are saved," Belial declared. "Life is just 2 words, forgetfulness." Haha, this diminutive version of Belial is nothing but pure experience points. Clearly, the oppressive aura emanating from Lin Yi would not let her off easily. As Tang Luo contemplated fleeing, Lin Yi swiftly grasped her and began to spin her like a top in the living room. At that moment, Tang Chun, clad in his Zero suit, witnessed the scene and burst into laughter. Sitting on the ground, teasing Tang Luo. "Ha, the forgetful King Belial." Finally, Tang Luo, dizzy from the spinning, pleaded, "Uncle, I truly realize my mistake." Upon hearing her plea, Lin Yi halted. "You little rascal, I outfitted you with a suit, and yet you attempt to backstab your uncle. Will you do it again next time?" Tang Luo sat on the ground, taking a moment to recover before shaking her head. I'm so dizzy." Lin Yi noted that lunchtime was drawing near. "Little ones, after we have lunch, we shall head out to purchase New Year goods and new clothes. This evening, we'll return to Grandpa's house, all right? It's only a few hours' drive on the highway." The nephews cheered in response. Hooray! The New Year's chapter. After lunch, the bodyguards spared no expense in acquiring the vehicle Lin Yi required. However, as the dealership had no new cars in stock, they simply allowed the bodyguard to take a similar model from the lot temporarily. Lin Yi was indifferent. Any vehicle that could transport the little ones back was sufficient. Since Lin Yi did not possess the required driver's license for this vehicle, 2 of the bodyguards could drive it. Lin Yi instructed those 2 bodyguards to decide who would stay behind for the new year. Faced with the temptation of 5 times the salary, one of them agreed to accompany Lin Yi for the festivities. Returning home, ID only faced pressure to marry, which is rather dull, Mr. Lin. "I'll join you." Lin Yi smiled slightly upon hearing the bodyguard's response. "Pressure to marry? Come with me, and you shall witness how I handle such demands." Every year, he found himself embroiled in fervent debates with not only his parents, but also 7 sisters and their husbands, along with a myriad of other relatives. Confronted by a large table of family members, Lin Yi never backed down. The bodyguards grew curious. With so much wealth, why not seek a partner? With your conditions. It wouldn't be unreasonable to attract women from the city to the islands. The bodyguards refrained from further inquiries as they drove Lin Yi and the children to the mall for their New Year shopping. Upon arriving, Lin Yi and the little ones exited the vehicle, totaling 17 individuals, with only 2 bodyguards following closely behind. Lin Yi addressed the group. "All right, little ones, we have arrived at the mall. As the new year approaches, many people are here by goods, so the crowd is quite large. Elders, keep an eye on the younger ones. Ying and Qing Shu, you are responsible for watching over Xiao Lilei. Xiao Qiang, you ensure that Luo and Xiao Chun do not quarrel. Jin Xing and Dan Shi, you will also stay close to your uncle. Never wander off. If you see something you like, don't rush over without telling me first. Whatever you desire, Uncle will buy for you, understood?" In unison, the little ones replied, "Understood, Uncle." Gu Shushu succinctly summarized, "No running off, no shouting, and requests must be reported." Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. "Let us go. We shall first select your new clothes. If we do not buy you New Year outfits, it would be quite the disaster upon returning." Chapter 79. always by Uncle's side in the bustling shopping mall. Lin Yi diligently supervised the little ones as they selected several new outfits. He also coordinated a few ensembles for Yi Lai Lai. They spent the day acquiring provisions for the upcoming celebrations, while the two accompanying bodyguards struggled under the weight of numerous bags. The children eagerly helped Lin Yi, carrying their fair share. Zhan Chong was adorned with items hanging from his hands and neck, yet he showed no signs of fatigue. Su Chun observed from the sidelines, sweating profusely. "Are you really hanging such a large carton of milk around your neck?" "Xiao Chong?" Zhan Chong chuckled. "It's fine. Uncle can't carry it all. I can't let him bite it, can I?" After their shopping spree, they returned to the underground parking lot. Lin Yi informed the children that he would need to make another trip after arriving home. "Could you please pack your things for your grandfather's house while you wait?" The little ones nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, Lin Yi set up his equipment and promptly left again, this time in a hurry. He visited the 4 major banks, meeting with the bank managers to complete some deposit tasks. Utilizing the VIP lanes, he processed the card applications and deposited 88 million into each account. The passwords were set according to the children's birthdays, which Lin Yi noted down and affixed to the back of each card. Regardless of whether this money reached his sister and brother-in-law or the children, Lin Yi hoped it would provide each family with a sense of security. He also wanted his sister and brother-in-law to understand that their investment in helping him purchase a home years ago was far from a loss. Once Lin Yi completed his errands, he hurried back home. Meanwhile, the children were busy organizing their belongings. Su Chun and Zhan Yi were deep in thought, staring at the computer in the study. They exchanged glances. "What if we move back? I think that's a feasible idea. Let's disassemble it and load it onto the spacious car for the journey home." Su Chun assisted Zhan Yi with the computer. He himself didn't need it since the stock market was closed for the holiday. Any news could be easily checked on his phone. Zhan Yi was purely a gaming enthusiast. If Uncle hadn't called him to stop, he could easily play for 24 hours straight. Su Chun helped carry the computer downstairs and load it into the car. Tang Luoluo watched in astonishment. "Wow, are we really taking the computer back?" When Lin Yi returned and saw Zhan Yi moving the computer, he said nothing. At their grandfather's house, a quaint little village, Zhan Yi, being an avid gamer, would surely go a bit crazy without his games during the New Year festivities. "Quickly, little ones, put on your finest attire. Before we head to your grandfather's house, how about a New Year's photo with Uncle?" The children eagerly rushed to change. "Uncle, can I wear the King Belial costume?" Lin Yi replied with a smile. "If you wear that suit, we want to be able to see your adorable face. In the future, Uncle will want to reminisce about your innocent and charming appearances in the photos. If I can't see your lovely face, I would surely be saddened in my old age." After Lin Yi's words, Tang Luoluo pulled her younger brother Tang Chun to change into their regular clothes. Lin Yi prepared the live stream camera, ready to share this memorable group photo with the audience. He positioned the camera on a tripod beside the photographer and said, "You all will be witnesses to our group photo." After speaking to the live stream audience, he walked toward the villa entrance to check on the children's preparations. The photographer adjusted his equipment, well aware of Lin Yi, the best uncle in the universe, with his 16 extraordinarily gifted nephews, each a prodigious talent in their own right. Under Lin Yi's encouragement, the children gathered. He took a seat on a chair as they arranged themselves naturally. Before the photographer could direct their positions, Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya stood on either side of him, resting their hands on his shoulders. Tang Luoluo guided her brother to sit at Lin Yi's feet while she crouched behind him. Lin Yi held Yi Lai Lai in his arms, who was seated on his lap holding a calcium supplement. The Li brothers, Li Jingxing and Li Danqi, settled on the other side of Lin Yi's feet, while the Tang brothers occupied one side and the Li brothers the other. Gu Yingying and Gu Qingshu positioned themselves behind Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya. Due to his stature, Zhan Chong stood directly in front of Lin Yi, positioned behind Gu Yingying and Gu Qingshu. Su Chun and Zhan Yi took their places on either side. The Chun brothers, Chun Yuza and Chun Yuxiao, stood to Lin Yi's left, while the Yi brothers, Yi Shengzheng and Yi Wudi, stood to his right. Their arrangement was harmonious, devoid of any disputes. The photographer was taken aback. "Have you all done this before? Your positioning is impeccable." Lin Yi smiled softly, gazing at his 16 nephews. With these children, his life was truly enriched. He would willingly devote everything to pave a bright future for them. Even if their paths ahead seemed dark, he would stand before them, confronting the shadows and shouting, "Let the tides turn. Begin." The little one smiled brightly at the camera. "Let's all say cheers together." As Lin Yi raised his hand to signal, Yilai mimicked him with her tiny fingers forming a peace sign. Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya created a heart shape with their hands, flanking their uncle, wishing that in the future, as he aged, they would remain by his side. Just like that heart, the photographer felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Indeed, the bond between this uncle and his 16 nephews was not a mere coincidence. The affectionate atmosphere left him, a single man, feeling comforted. He pressed the shutter, capturing the heartwarming moment as the little ones playfully changed poses. The livestream audience watched in awe, moved to tears by the scene. Lila is so adorable. I wish I could hold that little angel for a picture. Sob sob. I feel like a rat in the sewers, peeking at the happiness of the world. So heartwarming. These nephews are so cooperative with the photos. Perhaps, in the future, when Lin Yi is old and alone, he will look at today as photo and be overwhelmed with emotion. So blessed. I envy this so much. I wish for a wonderful uncle like him too. The love between the twin sisters is just precious. After the group photo concluded, the children expressed their desire for individual photos with Lin Yi. Chapter 80. Streamer. Do the children still need an aunt? Lin Yi remained seated as the 16 little ones took turns posing with him. They included Su Chun, the 2 brothers from the Zhan family, the 4 sisters from the Gu family, the Gu twins, the 2 brothers from the Chun family, the 2 brothers from the Li family, the 3 brothers from the Yi family, and the 2 brothers from the Tang family. They formed groups to take pictures with Lin Yi, experimenting with various poses. Only after they had finished did Lin Yi rise. "All right, little ones, gather together. Let us capture a group photo that belongs to all 16 of you." Following his words, they huddled together, their faces illuminated with joy as they earnestly gazed at the camera. The photographer took numerous shots, and Lin Yi instructed him not to delete a single one, nor to apply any beautification or alterations. He wanted the original images preserved for later. "Send the photos to me on WeChat, and I'll get them after the new year," he added. The photographer nodded, understanding that the customer is paramount. Noticing the time, Lin Yi closed the door of the villa. "All right, little ones, off to your grandfather's house." The 16 children lined up and boarded the vehicle. Lin Yi counted them once inside, feeling reassured as he settled down. He greeted the audience in the live stream, humorously informing them that starting tomorrow, the broadcast would likely feature the rural daily lives of his nephews. New Year's chapter begins. While in the car, Lin Yi called his elder, Old Deng, to announce their arrival. "Hello, Old Deng. I'm bringing your 16 grandsons home tonight. Please prepare their meals." Upon hearing that Lin Yi was indeed returning with the children, Old Deng's demeanor softened. "All right, take care and have a safe journey." After hanging up, Lin Yi felt puzzled. When did Old Deng become so gentle? Something felt amiss. Meanwhile, Old Deng was rummaging through the house for dry bamboo sticks. Lin Yi's mother sighed upon witnessing this. "Old man," he groaned, "do you still plan to hit him? It's all your fault for spoiling him. When he was young, you wouldn't allow any punishment, saying he was too little. Now look at him," he grown wilder, thinking he can live out his days as a lonely bachelor like that fellow down the street. Other grandchildren are off to school, while you haven't even seen a shadow of a daughter-in-law. As Old Deng prepared to defend against Lin Yi's return, he grumbled, "When he comes back, I want to let him off easily. No normal person would avoid finding a wife. He must be possessed by some foul spirit." Lin, aware of Old Deng's temperament, braced himself for what awaited him. He looked at his 16 nephews with a smile, knowing they would help shield him from the impending confrontation. "Little treasures, your uncle has bought you new clothes, delicious New Year treats. And we've taken pictures to remember this day. Are you happy? Do you love your uncle?" In unison, they replied, "Happy. We love our uncle." Lin Yi then playfully asked, "What if your grandfather tries to hit your uncle when we get back? Will you help me defend against him?" Eating snacks in the car, Tang Luo replied, "Let us not, uncle. You know I'm afraid of pain." Her response drew laughter from everyone. What a forgetful little one. Zhan Chong stood up, declaring, "Don't worry, uncle. I'll stand in front of you." He flexed his strong arms, ready to protect his uncle at all costs. Lin Yi felt touched and gave Zhan Chong a thumbs up. The other children chimed in with their reassurances. Gu Shushu said, "It's fine. We'll just hug grandfather's leg when we get back. Anyone hit you?" Yi Woody added yes. Yes, the audience in the live stream found this utterly delightful. This is brilliant, using his nephews as shields, and he has 16 of them. Tang Luoluo is killing me with laughter. All my joy comes from her. King Belial is actually afraid of pain. How forgetful. As the car continued its journey, Lin Yi sang merrily, and the bodyguard driving felt invigorated by the cheerful atmosphere. Before long, they arrived at the village, now bathed in the evening glow of 8 o'clock. Lin Yi greeted his viewers. "We arrived at my hometown, the place where I grew up. Little ones, get ready to meet your grandparents. Are you excited?" Hearing Lin Yi's voice, the children perked up, eagerly peering out the windows. Simultaneously, old Deng had anticipated their return, preparing his exorcism tools and stationed at the entrance to greet them. As Lin Yi stepped out of the car, he was met with the imposing figure of old Deng. Whip at the ready, his expression fierce. "Hey, old Deng, I brought the kids back." Old Deng approached, his demeanor filled with a palpable intensity, and Lin Yi sensed that he was not about to be let off easily. The live stream audience erupted with excitement at the unfolding scene. Old Deng proclaimed, "I want to kill you, but I'm definitely not pleased." Lin Yi forced a smile, while his nephews rushed out, encircling old Deng. "Grandfather, we missed you. Are you well?" Instantly, old Deng's expression softened upon seeing the children. Lin Yi noted the remarkable speed at which old Deng's mood changed. It was a pity he didn't perform in a play. As the children clung to his legs, it dawned on old Deng that this was Lin Yi's idea. "If it weren't for the fear of hurting my adorable grandsons, you wouldn't be spared." He tossed aside the whip and affectionately picked up the Lil Yi Lai Lai, lovingly tousling the hair of each child. "Oh, Zhan Chong, you've grown so strong. Good job. Su Chun, Zhan, what has happened to you two? You look so thin. Have you been eating well? Ying, you're looking robust. Qing Shu, stop staring at your book. Are your eyes all right? Shu Shu Yaya, has your uncle mistreated you? Did he not buy you delicious food?" The old man's affectionate inquiries warmed Lin Yi's heart as he shook his head, tossing the whip over the garden wall. The bond between generations is indeed precious. The bodyguards unloaded the luggage, admiring the grand and luxurious villa, envious of such a dream home that many long for. In the serene countryside, undisturbed by the clamor of the world, one finds a sense of freedom. With a vegetable garden nearby, as I ponder the future, I wonder if I will still be able to enjoy such a life in my old age. Lin Yi lifted the camera to showcase his home to the viewers in the live stream, deeming it necessary for them to become acquainted with his abode. "Here is my home," he declared, gesturing towards the vegetable garden adjacent to the house, and beyond it, the area where his mother tended to her chickens. Countless individuals in China, upon reaching their twilight years, often harbor dreams of retreating to the tranquil countryside to build a house of their own, occasionally tending to chickens and nurturing a modest vegetable patch. As the viewers beheld this splendid villa, excitement erupted in the chat. "Wow, how luxurious! Isn't this far more practical than purchasing a house in the city?" Lin Yi responded, "Well, this is my family's home now, so I kindly ask you to leave." The playful banter continued, with one viewer jokingly asking, "Do the children still need an aunt? Let me be their aunt. I want to even ask for a bride price." To which Lin Yi, noticing the teasing in the comments, chose to ignore. From this day forward, he was ready to embrace the simplicity of rural life once more. Chapter 81, Defamation. My slight efforts are indeed the limits of the human realm. Lin Yi returned home, announcing, "Mom, I'm back." At this moment, the family banquet was already prepared. Old Deng was holding Lai Lai, feeding her. "Lin Yi invited, Mom. When will sister and brother-in-law be back? They said they will arrive tonight. They have decided to spend the new year together at home and will return after the 4th day," his mother replied. Lin Yi didn't ask further. In their family, there was no such feudal superstition about married daughters not being able to spend the new year at home. Old Deng, while feeding Lai Lai, glanced at Lin Yi and reminded him, "Remember to get up early tomorrow. We will be slaughtering the New Year pig." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. At this moment, Tang Luluo interjected, "Grandpa, Is an uncle unable to hold down the pig's feet? Why is he still invited to slaughter the New Year pig? Lin Yi felt his lips twitch slightly at Tang Luo's words. Oh, that mischievous brat Bai Chong is at it again. Her words nearly caused the other children at the table to spit out their food. This was a well-known family joke. What defamation? Lin Yi was exasperated. It seemed that tomorrow's pig slaughter required him to take some action to dispel the rumors and restore his glorious image in the children's eyes. Lin Yi's mother smiled quietly from the side. Now, almost everyone in the village, upon seeing Lin Yi, would say, that kid who can't hold down the pig's feet. Old Deng felt embarrassed and chose not to comment further. Lin Yi could only sigh. What happened in the past is the past. The present is the present. Before long, his sisters and brothers-in-law arrived in their cars, his elder sister in a Range Rover and his second sister in an Audi. 8 vehicles filled the empty space in front of the house, including Lin Yi's 19-seater minibus. After they parked, they looked at Lin Yi's vehicle, understanding why he hadn't asked them to pick up the children, but had driven back himself. The bodyguard, having quickly finished his meal at Lin Yi's home, was patrolling near the entrance. Upon seeing 14 people arrive in luxury cars, he immediately recognized them as Lin Yi's sisters and brothers-in-law. The bodyguard approached, offering a cigarette. I am Mr. Lin's bodyguard and driver. If you need anything, just call me. The sisters and brothers-in-law nodded, acknowledging his efforts. They were aware that Lin Yi only held a C1 driving license and couldn't drive the 19-seater minibus. This was part of his responsibility. They unloaded the New Year goods from their cars, and the bodyguard nimbly assisted them. Seeing his sisters and brothers-in-law return, Lin Yi greeted them one by one. Elder sister, second sister, brother-in-law, second brother-in-law. The brothers-in-law, upon seeing Lin Yi, patted him on the shoulder with appreciation. They sensed Lin Yi's growth, feeling the aura of a senior, though he still lacked a partner. The achievements Lin Yi had made recently were evident to them. The second brother-in-law glanced at Zhang Chong's imposing presence and asked Lin Yi how long it took for such a significant change. He could hardly believe that this was his son. Nervously, the second brother-in-law pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Lin Yi. Lin Yi waved his hand in refusal. Brother-in-law, have you forgotten? I don't smoke. He had resolved not to smoke when he became an uncle, not wanting his nephew to inhale his secondhand smoke. The second brother-in-law awkwardly tucked away the cigarette, thinking of something, and walked outside to smoke with the bodyguard. Smoking indoors was not appropriate, especially with so many underage children around. Lin Yi abstained from smoking, indulging only in a little alcohol during joyful occasions. His sisters and brothers-in-law urged Lin Yi to step outside and chat at the entrance. Lin Yi was well prepared, sitting on a stool to brace himself for the onslaught of questions from his sisters and brothers-in-law. Elder brother, does Su Chun truly possess a talent for stock trading? The elder sister asked. Indeed, just a moment, Lin Yi replied, stepping inside to retrieve Su Chen's phone. Su Chun, without hesitation, provided the password, his birthday. Lin Yi nodded, aware that Su Chun remembered the birthdays of all 16 of his cousins, even their birth times. Lin Yi unlocked Su Chen's phone, not opening anything else, just the stock trading app, showing the elder sister Su Chen's extraordinary trading records. All were significant gains. The brothers-in-law and sisters gathered around, unable to comprehend the stock trading software, as they observed Su Chen's terrifying rate of return, doubling an investment of 100,000, then doubling it again. With only a few minor mistakes leading to minimal losses, almost negligible. The sisters and brothers-in-law gasped in astonishment, their pupils widening. The brothers-in-law soon recovered, giving Lin Yi a thumbs up. You really have guts, entrusting him with $1 million. He is only 16. They viewed Lin Yi's decision as a gamble. At 16, most adults deemed him inexperienced, essentially a novice venturing into the stock market, which seemed like throwing money away. Yet, Su Chen achieved remarkable results. They were not only amazed by Su Chen's incredible stock trading talent, but also by Lin Yi's audacity. They could not fathom trusting their son to such an extent. But Lin Yi, without reservation, believed in Su Chen. The viewers in the live stream began to buzz with excitement. Wait, didn't Su Chen just double the funds again? Wow, I knew it. Among the 16 nephews, Su Chen is undoubtedly the most exceptional. I disagree. I still favor Zhang Chong, who could take on 10 at once. a celestial being descended. Speaking of celestial beings, one must mention Lin Yi, the prodigy who dominated the club's youth training. Lin Yi, that year I had my hands in my pockets. Talent merely met my threshold. My evaluation is not as good as Tang Luoluo, the highest-rated MVP. Amidst the clamor of the live stream, at the Lin family door, the elder sister finished watching and handed the phone back to Lin Yi. You little rascal, aren't you afraid he'll lose that million like it's nothing? Lin Yi smiled slightly and shook his head. There must be some experience gained. He is still young. 1 million is merely a trial cost as his uncle, am willing to bear. If he makes a mistake, it's fine. Lin Yi had always believed in repaying kindness. Although he had often been on the receiving end of his elder sister's discipline with high-quality coat hangers in childhood, that was a separate matter. Lin Yi remembered vividly. That year, his elder sister, bearing the title of the brother-supporting demon, had emptied her savings to help him buy a house. This matter was even clearer than the times he was scolded by her. Other siblings had contributed, but the bulk of the financial support came from the elder sister, who bore the most pressure. Lin Yi understood that this had caused numerous arguments between his elder sister and brother-in-law over the years, both unwilling to relent. Now, he had completely surrendered. Not only was he astonished by Su Chen's financial talent, but he also recognized Lin Yi's relentless efforts to pave the way for the children. This was something they as parents could not achieve. As a parent, he did not wish for Su Chen to tread a high-risk path, but rather to lead a simple life, free from worries about food and drink, filled with happiness, without the need for a lofty future. It is precisely this notion that, even if some children are endowed with extraordinary talents, they may still be reduced to mere ordinary individuals. The elder sister inquired of Lin Yi about Su Chen's future. Elder sister, brother-in-law, if you place your trust in me, allow me to guide him. His future is undeniably bright. Even if he strays off the path, I shall ensure his return. Upon hearing this, the elder sister and brother-in-law nodded in agreement. Although Lin Yi remains unattached, it cannot be denied that he possesses the credentials of a gifted scholar. As they age, they inevitably become regarded as the old-fashioned figures of this new era. Thus, it would be more prudent to entrust Su Chen to the youthful Lin Yi for his guidance. They have unwavering faith that Lin Yi can be an exceptional uncle and a revered elder in the eyes of the children. From the respect and affection the children exhibit towards Lin Yi, they can perceive this truth. The second brother-in-law gazed at Lin Yi and remarked, Xiao Yi, I can't shake the feeling that as a father, I might well be outmatched by Xiao Chong. Chapter 82, A Battle of Wits Among Scholars. Uncle shields you from all. The second brother-in-law recalled his second son, Zhan Chong, who had just been dining in the living room. A frown creased his brow. Zhan Chong had always been robust. Yet before his visit to Lin Yi, he had maintained a rather simple demeanor. However, today, Zhan Chong exuded an inexplicable aura that belied his tender years. Such presence was not typical of a mere child of 10. It was reminiscent of soldiers or seasoned boxers he had encountered. The patriarch of the Zhan family, a retired military officer, had a commanding presence that none of the brothers had inherited. Zhan Chong, however, seemed to embody a hint of that same aura. The second brother-in-law sensed that Zhan Chong could deliver a punch strong enough to confine him to a hospital bed for a year and a half, leaving him somewhat embarrassed as a father. Lin Yi, overhearing the second brother-in-law's musings, merely smiled. It was evident that Zhan Chong's progress had been swift, a testament to his diligent training. No need to worry. He won't lay a hand on you. I know this child well. Lin Yi reassured him. After some contemplation, the second brother-in-law turned to Lin Yi. What do you think about sending Xiao Chong to the military? The old man has always hoped for another soldier in the family. His cousins have all failed their physicals, and Zhan, he shows no interest in sports. Given Zhan Chong's physique, I believe he could excel. The second brother-in-law sought to fulfill the old man's wish, envisioning Zhan Chong serving the nation with honor. The second sister remained silent, having little say in family matters. Deep down, she simply wished for her children to grow up safely and happily, without the pressure of achieving extraordinary feats. She exchanged a glance with Lin Yi, who understood her unspoken concerns. Lin Yi raised his hand. Second brother-in-law, while Zhan Chong certainly has the potential to meet military standards. I must emphasize that his aspirations do not lie in the military. Even if we, as elders, are unaware of his dreams, I hope you, as an elder, can respect his choices. The path to his future is under his own feet. Let us not impose our decisions upon him. I understand your desire to fulfill the old man's dream, but do not unilaterally decide for Zhan Chong. Inform the old man that Zhan Chong possesses the aptitude for military service, but allow him to pursue what he truly wishes. As long as his choices are lawful, we, as his elders, should support him quietly. Regardless of whether he achieves great success in the future, it is his choice, and he will not blame fate or his parents. The room fell into silence as the second sister and brother-in-law absorbed Lin Yi's words. Nearby, the bodyguards, smoking and listening, comprehended why the children were so reliant on Lin Yi as a mentor. In an era where many uncle-nephew relationships had grown distant, Lin Yi stood out as an exemplary figure, respecting children's choices without imposing his will. The bodyguard took a deep drag from his cigarette, reflecting on his own youth when he followed his parents' directives, chasing after high-paying careers without ever being asked what he truly desired. The second sister and brother-in-law, prompted by Lin Yi's remarks, began to reconsider their approach. The eldest sister and brother-in-law were more fortunate, as their child, Su Chun, was the sole heir of the Su family and made most decisions himself. However, they too harbored hopes for Su Chun to follow in their footsteps and inherit the family business. Yet, it was becoming clear that Su Chen's ambitions far exceeded the confines of their family enterprise, aiming for the stars in his own right. The second sister wished for her sons, Zhan Yi and Zhan Chong, to focus on their studies, hoping they could live contentedly, even if their futures were ordinary. The second brother-in-law, however, felt the weight of the family patriarch's expectations, yearning for another soldier to serve the nation. He had never truly considered what Zhan Yi and Zhan Chong needed. After Lin Yi's speech, the second brother-in-law experienced a moment of clarity. Yet, the old man had always favored Zhan Chong, who was the epitome of the perfect grandson, both physically capable and favored. The second brother-in-law was still troubled about how to communicate with the old man. The audience in the live stream began to comment, "What a great uncle, the best uncle in the world." Though the host struggled to contain the excitement, he respected his nephew's choices. Enough with the praise. Ha. The host will never catch up to the main character. This is too funny. They acknowledged that parents who respect their children's choices surpassed 99% of parents in their culture. Many expressed a desire to learn from the host, aspiring to be good elders and parents in the future. In the live stream, both supporters and critics of Lin Yi could not deny his educational philosophy. Each life is unique and vibrant, deserving of the freedom to follow one's own path, provided it remains lawful. Breaking the silence, Lin Yi addressed the second sister and brother-in-law. "I understand your concerns about how to explain this to the old man. You worry that allowing the children to pursue their own paths may lead to hardship. I am acutely aware of the parental instinct to wish for a better future for one's children. But brother-in-law, are you certain that sending Zhan Chong to the military and forcing Zhan Yi to study subjects he abhors will bring them joy? I do not dismiss the potential for success along those paths, but have you considered whether they are suitable for them?" The bodyguard, listening intently, was astonished. He finally grasped why the boss had so many fans and was so popular online, not merely because of the exceptional children, but due to Lin Yi himself. He now understood why the boss's siblings and parents felt empowered to confront societal pressures about marriage. The bodyguard marveled at Lin Yi's remarkable ability to engage in verbal battles with scholars. He truly was an outstanding uncle. If he were younger, he would have eagerly asked, "Can I be your nephew? Please accept me." Eventually, the second sister and brother-in-law were swayed by Lin Yi's arguments. The second brother-in-law sighed, "Very well, Xiao Yi. We will respect Zhan Yi and Zhan Chong's choices. I will clarify things with the old man. I will not force him into military service." Upon hearing the second brother-in-law relent, Lin Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. The earlier agreement to let Zhan Yi and Zhan Chong try was merely a fleeting whim. Now, they truly had the freedom to determine the course of their own lives. Whether one truly takes responsibility for life depends on the guidance provided by this uncle. Throughout a person's existence, they encounter an abundance of experiences. Perhaps one day, Lin Yi and Lin Chong may face challenges or setbacks, leading them to contemplate relinquishing their cherished dreams. In such moments, if this uncle fails to offer adequate guidance, it would indeed be a profound disappointment. Not only must the nephews be accountable for their choices and lives, but this uncle must also bear responsibility for them. Lin Yi continues to contribute, still engaged in the endeavor. Chapter 83. What to say in gratitude. Just ensure that when trouble arises in the future, you do not implicate your uncle. The eldest sister and her husband have relented. If the second brother-in-law remains obstinate, we might have to let Lin Chong demonstrate some of his more formidable techniques. It is necessary to impart some advanced skills to Lin Chong, such as inch force, opening the heavens, Mount Lushan, rising dragon dominance, flying swallow, dragon god kick, rapid descent, explosive fist, strongman skull crusher. Teaching these techniques to Lin Chong is merely the beginning. How he employs them is entirely up to him. Lin Yi could only utter, "Let us refrain from discussing gratitude. Should any misfortune arise in the future, just ensure that you do not reveal me as your uncle during your testimony." Lin Yi has paved a path for Su Chun, Lin Yi, and Lin Chong, free from parental obstruction. Whether they truly embark on their journeys depends on them. Lin Yi turned to the third sister and her husband. Third sister, third brother-in-law. What I share with the eldest sister equally applies to you. As for Ying, her aspirations remain uncertain. Perhaps she has yet to conceive a dream of her own. The path Qing Shu has chosen will not face your opposition. As for Shu Shu and Yi, their happiness is paramount. Do not impose any expectations upon them. Gu Qing Shu is, after all, the most academically gifted among the nephews. The dream child in the eyes of every parent. Allow me to share something with you. Please gather closer. Lin Yi, with a conspiratorial air, prepared to share a secret. The third sister and her husband exchanged astonished glances before leaning in closer. The other sisters and brothers-in-law nearby also drew nearer, intrigued. Lin Yi lowered his voice, ensuring the live stream microphone was off. "You of the Gu family desire a son, do you not? I consulted a fortune teller. If you truly wish for one, heed the opinions of the four sisters. If they all agree, your next child will undoubtedly be a boy." After saying this, Lin Yi switched the microphone back on. He did not wish to clarify that Shu Shu and Yi were the epitome of fortune. Rather, he sought to weave a kind-hearted lie. This way, the third sister and her husband would inquire about the opinions of the four nieces. If they indeed wished for a brother, a crucial decision would be made. For Lin Yi, having more nephews was not a burden. On the contrary, he found a blessing. Upon his words, the seven sisters and their husbands collectively inhaled sharply, taking a step back. They cast disdainful glances at Lin Yi, saying nothing. His remark was akin to a grand gamble. Do they truly believe in fortune tellers? There are those who still cling to such beliefs, hoping to attain greatness by 24, only to end up entangled in a mysterious delivery organization. Lin Yi's words inevitably led them to suspect that he desired yet another nephew. As if 16 were not enough to contend with, the third sister and her husband exchanged glances but refrained from further comment, merely nodding in understanding of Lin Yi's intent. Even without his saying so, they would still inquire with the four sisters. For the third brother-in-law, he genuinely yearned for a son. The uncertainty loomed. He feared another daughter would bring chaos. For daughters had kept him on edge, and any boy approaching them was met with suspicion. Lin Yi turned his gaze to the fourth sister and her husband. They wave him off literally. No need to elaborate. We unconditionally trust that you can nurture Yu Zhe and you shall well. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement, then stood up. Sisters and brothers-in-law, please believe in me. I can assist in guiding these 16 little ones. Upon hearing this, the other sisters and brothers-in-law understood that this younger brother cherished these nephews as dearly as his own children. They could sense Lin Yi's genuine dedication to the children. They nodded, affirming their trust in him. Lin Yi continued, "Once school starts, let's transfer their enrollment to Magic City. Before undertaking any task, I shall ensure their academic progress is on track. Of course, if you wish to see these little ones daily, you should relocate to Magic City. I will arrange accommodations for you all." Upon hearing Lin Yi's proposal, The sisters and brothers-in-law contemplated, but ultimately did not refuse. They consented to his plan, as long as he could guarantee their education would proceed smoothly. Whether or not diplomas held value was secondary. Acquiring them was the priority. Literally, intrasu centoim. He is already in high school, and we have business to manage there, so we won't be moving to Magic City. We can no longer keep a close watch on him. He is more likely to heed your guidance as his uncle than ours. I do not expect him to earn millions or become a globally renowned figure. I merely hope he grows up happily, experiencing the life he desires. Above all, do not let him stray into crime. Indeed, these little ones often find our words tiresome, yet they listen to you, their uncle. They may pursue their passions, provided they do not break the law. The sisters and brothers-in-law unanimously agreed to entrust their children to Lin Yi. Interests, hobbies, and dreams could flourish, but they must not lead the children down a path of crime. They firmly believed that Lin Yi would fulfill his duty as a guardian and agreed to his responsibility of nurturing the children. Lin Yi nodded in affirmation. Dear nephews, your uncle has cleared the way against parental opposition. What lies ahead is your magnificent, legendary journey, which you must strive to compose. Lin Yi's unwavering trust from his sisters and brothers-in-law prompted a flurry of comments from the livestream audience. There's no denying it. He truly is a wonderful uncle. He shields his nephews from parental opposition. So handsome. I concede, today the host is the most handsome, with parents wielding supreme authority commanding me to kneel. Facing the future, my uncle lifts me to my feet. From the words of the children as parents, one could discern the weight this uncle holds in their hearts. Clearly, these are the beloved nephews nurtured with care by the host. Meanwhile, the eldest sister and her husband, due to the Su family's enterprises, could not relocate to Magic City. The cost of land in Magic City is exorbitant. Establishing a factory and providing accommodations for employees would be prohibitively expensive. The second sister and her husband, being wage earners, would merely be swapping jobs by moving to Magic City. In their eyes, Zhan Chang and Zhan Yi were still too young. They would only feel comfortable entrusting them to Lin Yi after finishing high school. They too decided to develop in Magic City, at least wishing to see their children regularly. Thanks to the foundation laid by old Master Zhan, their financial situation was stable, allowing them to face life without significant pressure. The third sister's marriage into the Gu family, built on the legacy of old Master Gu, had already granted them financial independence. The decision to settle in Magic City was mutual between the couple. The fourth sister and her husband, with Chen Yuzhe and Chen Yuxiao being relatively placid, caused them little concern. They felt secure in trusting their children to Lin Yi, as he often took care of them during summer and winter breaks. What difference would it make to have the children settle in Magic City now? They too aspired to develop in Magic City. The fifth sister and her husband also resolved to relocate, as Lai Lai was still quite young. Sister 7 and her husband have agreed to settle in the bustling metropolis. Sister 6 and her husband, being civil servants, are bound by the stability of their positions and cannot simply resign at will. Nevertheless, with an elder sister and younger sister relocating to the city, they can always visit during their holidays to see the children. Sister 6's husband patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, entrusting him with Jin Xing and Dan Qi, acknowledging that their aspirations may be challenging, and as elders, it is sufficient for them to offer silent support. If they do not succeed, they can always return to rely on me, he chuckled. He, as a brother-in-law, does not wish for Lin Yi to bear such a heavy burden, especially since Lin Yi is still unmarried. The future may bring his own children, leaving him with little time to manage others. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, assuring them that as an uncle, he could easily support them for a lifetime if necessary. He had already made plans. If the children wished to depend on him, so be it. Money is a trivial matter, as one cannot take it with them upon departure from this world. After some discussion, Lin Yi intended to find a moment in the coming days to inquire if the children would be willing to live and attend school in the metropolis. At that moment, Sister 7 leaned closer, asking, Hey Xiao Yi, is there still hope for my Luo Luo? She recalled that Tang Luo Luo had gained immense popularity online due to her abstract persona, leaving her, as a mother, quite bewildered. Maintaining such an image might make it quite challenging for her to find a partner in the future. Chapter 84. The spring breeze has its own sorrows. And I have my uncle worrying for me. Listening to the seventh sister, Lin Yi pondered over the fact that Tang Luoluo was still quite young. To say there was no hope for her was indeed an exaggeration. Just as Lin was about to respond to the seventh sister, Tang Luoluo burst into the living room, donning a Baileya mask from her backpack, exclaiming, "Spicy seaweed." Her startling entrance sent a shiver through the aunts and uncles seated at the door. Even the typically composed seventh sister was taken aback. "You little rascal." Lin Yi chuckled helplessly, shrugging at the seventh sister. There was no remedy for this child's innate penchant for mischief. It was futile to claim that there was no hope. Perhaps with a little maturity, she would evolve. Tang Luo's nature was not problematic. The journey of growth was inherently colorful and varied. It was improbable for every child to be identical, as each one emerged from the womb with a unique temperament. For instance, Su Chen's cool demeanor contrasted with Zhang Yi's current calmness. The future was uncertain for them both. Zhang Chong exuded a commanding presence, while Gu Yingying embodied the spirit of a female warrior, albeit lacking in inner confidence. Gu Qingshu, the scholar, imparted knowledge with the essence of a seasoned teacher, leading Lin Yi to suspect he might be a teacher from another realm. Chun Yuza, despite his tender age, possessed a depth of emotion that set him apart from his cousins. Chun Xiang displayed a gentlemanly charm, while Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya were a delightful juxtaposition of vivacity and serenity. Yi Shangcheng was consumed by an obsession with medicine, showing little interest in anything beyond his field, whereas Yi Wudi was gradually cultivating his own presence. Li Jingxing and Li Danqi were still quite young and lacked the luster of their older counterparts. As for Tang Luoluo, she was just a tad too mischievous. Tang Chen was still in his infancy and required gradual growth. Little Lai Lai, despite her tender years, already exhibited an air of elegance. The personalities of these little ones were far more preferable than those of the rascals who caused endless trouble. Lin Yi firmly believed that the children he nurtured would not turn out to be troublemakers. Each possessed their own aspirations and principles. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter at Tang Luoluo's grand entrance, "Spicy seaweed." They were thoroughly amused. Tang Luoluo was undeniably the comedic relief. "I truly cannot survive without Tang Luoluo. She is the real prodigy. What genius boxer Zhang Chong or stock market with Su Chen? They should step aside. Tang Luoluo deserves full marks." Lin Yi sought to comfort the seventh sister, assuring her, "It's all right, seventh sister. Luoluo is still young and a bit mischievous. She will mature with time." His reassurance left the seventh sister both amused and exasperated. Why did none of her other cousins act like this? Seizing the opportunity while someone was watching the children, Lin Yi asked his brother-in-law for the car keys. "Brother-in-law, may I have the car keys? I need to go into the city to order a birthday cake for Shushu and Yaya and pick up a few things." His sister and brother-in-law exchanged glances. "There's no big event this New Year's Eve, is there?" Lin Yi smiled nonchalantly. "It's fine, as long as I'm here. Any day before the New Year is a birthday celebration. We'll celebrate for them." His brother-in-law said nothing further, handing over the car keys. Lin Yi turned off the live stream and drove out to order the birthday cake and gifts for the two little girls. As he drove away, his sister and brother-in-law felt a twinge of embarrassment. They hardly paid attention to Shushu and Yaya's birthdays, while Lin Yi made it a point to personally celebrate them each year. It was rare for him to venture out on his own. Meanwhile, at home, the sisters were busy preparing the beds in every room with their mother. The specially built villa had ample room for everyone. Su Chen, having retrieved his phone from his mother, scanned the surroundings but could not find Lin Yi. "Grandma, where's Uncle?" "Oh, he just left to run an errand after you all finished eating." Su Chen pondered for a moment. Is Uncle out looking for friends? But he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that there was no need for a drive to visit local friends returning for the new year. Recalling the upcoming birthdays of his cousins, Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, he surmised that Lin Yi had gone out to order a cake and buy gifts. He kept this to himself. The little ones had all bathed early and returned to their rooms to rest. Gu Shushu sat at her desk, writing in her diary. 1:27. Today, Sister Qingshu taught us a very special lesson. Her class left a lasting impression on me. The knowledge she imparted is unforgettable and vastly different from what we learn at school. Uncle also gifted us a poem that I must record. The youthful ambition soars to the heavens, full of spirit for the days to come. With hands in pockets, unafraid, I stride confidently, unmatched in this world. Speaking of the poem's line about hands in pockets, Uncle seems to have a fondness for that gesture. I observed my cousin Jinxing trying the same pose after that lesson, but he lacked the charm and presence of Uncle. After Sister Qin Shue's class, Uncle took us to the mall. My sister and I picked out numerous beautiful dresses, and Uncle bought them all without hesitation. He is so cool. There was an abundance of delicious New Year goods. Uncle picked out delightful treats, all of which were the spicy snacks my cousin Luo adored, steering clear of the usual unappetizing walnuts. After purchasing the New Year goodies and new clothes, Uncle hired a photographer to capture our memories before leaving the city. My cousins and I smiled in unison, hoping the photographs would preserve our happiest moments, so that later, Uncle might look back and remember how adorable we were during this time. After the photo shoot, we all hopped into a car to head back. On the way, we felt no impatience as Uncle led us in singing numerous songs. It was such a joyful experience. I also noticed that Uncle really enjoys my favorite song. When in doubt, one may inquire of the spring breeze, which silently follows the heart's desire. The spring breeze carries its own sorrows, and I have my uncle worrying for me. My name is Gushushu. I have the most beloved older sister and younger sister, as well as cousins. And of course, a super handsome uncle. Although I often hear my cousins say Uncle can't handle the antics, it doesn't matter. He is the most dashing. Having finished her diary entry, Gushushu snuggled into bed and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was in the city, having visited numerous shops. He had successfully ordered 2 cakes and needed to find suitable gifts for the 2 sisters before the shops closed for the night. After much deliberation, he stood before a jewelry store, lost in thought. Would it be inappropriate to gift gold to children? Lin Yi contemplated whether to purchase identical gold or silver necklaces. Gold could serve as a dowry for the twins when they eventually marry, providing them with a sense of security for the future. Even if they grew distant from him as they matured, these necklaces would remain a cherished reminder of their uncle. With this thought in mind, he entered the store. Lin Yi selected 2 identical gold butterfly necklaces, then found a pair of silver butterfly necklaces as well, conceiving a playful idea to tease the 2 little girls upon his return. After completing his purchases, he decided against buying fireworks, opting instead to take the little ones to the town tomorrow to choose their favorites. The city prohibited fireworks, but that had no bearing on the town. Lin Yi returned home with gifts, feeling quite delighted. Upon his arrival, he found that the children were already asleep. The bodyguards and his mother had arranged accommodations for their guests. Lin Yi tucked the gifts safely into his clothing, knowing that a cake will be delivered to their home the following day. After attending to his matters, he retired early to bed, for tomorrow marked the eve of the new year. In their locality, nearly every household would partake in a festive pig slaughter feast. As dawn broke, Lin Yi awoke early and stretched by the window. The entire pig had been ordered from a neighboring household, and it would take some time for delivery. Meanwhile, Zhan Chong, as per his usual routine, began his morning jog. "Grandma, I'm going out for a run and we'll be back soon," he called down to his grandmother at the entrance of the building. "All right, but don't stray too far," she replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhan Chong set off to exercise. Lin Yi watched this scene with a sense of contentment. After all, exercising depended entirely on one's own initiative. He had no intention of calling the other little ones to join the morning exercise, for it was New Year's, and children should simply enjoy their playtime. Chapter 85. This punch, 20 years of skill. It is named The Persistence Bug. Lin Yi brushed his teeth and washed his face, preparing to accompany Zhan Chong for a run. As usual, Lin Yi adjusted the live streaming camera. He meticulously preserved all the recordings of his broadcasts, cherishing these daily moments. In the future, when he grows old, he can replay them bit by bit. After starting the stream, Lin Yi dashed out, calling to his mother, "Mom, I'm going for a run with Xiao Chong. Call me when the pig arrives." "All right." In a live chat, some Night Owl viewers, upon seeing Lin Yi go live, couldn't help but smile. Hearing Lin Yi's words, they were astonished that Zhan Chong had already gone for a run early in the morning. Many viewers admired Zhan Chong's self-discipline. Lin Yi quickly caught up with Zhang Chong, who was running, completely unaware of Lin Yi's presence behind him. At that moment, the morning chill enveloped Zhang Chong as he observed his peers joyfully playing by the roadside, making him feel so lonely, so tedious. Exercising was exhausting. At his age, could anyone truly defeat him? He contemplated giving up. Zhang Chong's pace slowed, and he stopped to squat down. But if he gave up now, would his uncle look down upon him? From a distance, Lin Yi noticed Zhang Chong squatting and scratching his head, and he frowned slightly. He quickened his pace, concern etched on his face. "What's wrong, Xiao Chong?" Hearing his uncle's voice, Zhang Chong lifted his head but hesitated to speak. "It's nothing. Nothing." He stood up, attempting to restore his composure. But who was Lin Yi? He had watched Zhang Chong grow up, and he knew his temperament all too well. The repeated insistence that everything was fine, the forced smile he wore to avoid worrying him. Lin Yi gently patted Zhang Chong's shoulder. "Are you tired? Come on, let us walk back slowly. I'll chat with you." Zhang Chong nodded and walked slowly beside Lin Yi. Lin Yi continued, "It's all right. You can share anything with your uncle. Don't hold it all inside. It can be detrimental to your heart." Encouraged by Lin Yi's words, Zhang Chong decided to confide in his beloved uncle. "Uncle, I want to give up. I feel so tired, so lonely, and everything seems dull and monotonous. Every day is the same, throwing punches. I always think that at my age, no one can defeat me, so why should I work so hard? I really want to give up. Maybe I should rest and train when I'm older." As he spoke, Zhang Chong's head drooped in shame, feeling he had let down his uncle's expectations. Although Lin Yi kept a watchful eye on his training daily. Most of the time, Zhang Chong faced the punching bag alone. The morning breeze heightened his fatigue. Seeing his peers laughing and having fun only deepened his sense of isolation. After listening to Zhang Chong, Lin Yi understood that his mindset had shifted. This was a common experience on the path to success: loneliness, exhaustion, and monotony. Such thoughts could lead to self-doubt. Once ensnared in this mental quagmire, giving up could render all efforts and hardships utterly futile. The viewers in a live chat erupted upon hearing Zhang Chong's confession. "It's over. This child is ruined. What a disaster. How could he think like this so quickly? No way, Zhang Chong. You are your uncle's pride. Don't succumb to despair. I believe in you, Zhang Chong. You are the most promising." Even the genius Su Chun and the abstract Hang Luo pale in comparison to my beloved Zhang Chong. The struggle to persevere is truly arduous. Lin Yi, however, did not rush. This was merely a mental affliction. Coincidentally, he, as a master healer, understood Zhang Chong better than anyone. Lin Yi smiled gently, patting Zhang Chong's shoulder. "All right, your uncle understands." After Lin Yi spoke, Zhang Chong, who had been looking down, lifted his head slightly, gazing at his uncle's comforting smile, feeling puzzled. "Uncle, don't you think I'll let you down? Should you be angry?" Lin Yi shook his head with a smile. "Silly child, why would I be angry with you? From the moment you were born, my expectations for you have never been about becoming exceptionally strong or a remarkable figure in any field. My hopes for you and the other little ones have always been to grow up happily and safely. Dreams are meant to align with your desires. As your uncle, I will silently support you from behind." Lin Yi's words left Zhang Chong at a loss for words. Lin Yi then patted Zhang Chong's shoulder and said, "Come on, let us take a walk together." Lin Yi led Zhang Chong to a withered tree, slightly larger than his arm. This tree, planted by Lin Yi's mother, had begun to wither, yet its dead branches had not yet fallen. Zhang Chong was puzzled about why his uncle had brought him here, with his hands in his pockets. Lin Yi gazed at Zhang Chong. "Xiao Chong, your physique and stature make you look at your peers and think they are all scrawny and weak. You might think, since you can't participate in competitions, that they are all beneath you. Who could possibly defeat you? You could just wait until you grow a bit more and then train vigorously, right? But you once told me you wanted to become the world's strongest, king of fighters. You must understand that becoming a world-class fighter or even a local champion is not merely a matter of talent. They may not have had exceptional gifts from the start, yet they persevered to reach their goals. Even if they do not reach the pinnacle, they will have no regrets. And now you tell me you want to give up? Do you have any idea how much blood, sweat, and tears it takes to reach the top of the boxing world?" Zhang Chong remained silent, absorbing his uncle's words, which were devoid of anger or reprimand. They were consistently gentle and reassuring. Xiao Chong, if you casually speak of giving up, your uncle won't be angry, but you must realize the enormity of your dreams. There are always people beyond you, and greater talents exist in the world. Do you really believe you are at the peak among your peers? Xiao Chong, lift your head, open your eyes wide, and behold, this punch is a skill that cannot be mastered in 20 years. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Xiao Chong raised his head. Lin Yi, having finished speaking, withdrew his hand from his pocket, steadied his stance, and unleashed a powerful punch at the tree. This technique was called inch power, heaven opening. With a single punch, the dead branches fell from the tree in an instant, raining down upon them. The tree itself toppled backward. Xiao Chong watched in awe as the tree fell, his eyes wide as he gazed at his uncle, who, in that moment, radiated an extraordinary brilliance, emanating a divine glow. So cool, so powerful. Lin Yi retracted his hand, feeling no pain whatsoever. He glanced at his fist, a fragment of memory one. It seemed that in the memories, at Xiao Chong's age, Lin Wudi had already stood at the pinnacle of the boxing realm. Xiao Chong stared at the fallen tree, his eyes shining once more. Lin Yi turned to look at Xiao Chong. To become a king of fighters, it requires far more than mere strength. The viewers in the live chat, witnessing the tree's thunderous collapse, erupted in excitement. Despite the early hour, Lin Yi's stream was bustling as always. No way, no way, no way. This is unbelievable. In a fit of rage, one exclaimed, "Is this not a performance?" With a single strike, 20 years of skill. Can you withstand it? The terror is palpable. Who among the misinformed spread the word that he could not contain the protagonist? With a single blow, he could fell the strongest. How utterly magnificent. Watch closely. My dear Xiao Chong, this punch will be breathtaking. Zonqian comprendait Lin Yi's intention. Lin Yi, accompanied by Xiao Chong, continued their journey while engaging in heartfelt conversation. Xiao Chong, do you still wish to give up? No, uncle. I genuinely aspire to reach the pinnacle of the boxing realm. Lin Yi nodded in affirmation. Paising momentarily. Uncle has a delightful little creature for you. Would you care for it? Xiao Chong, somewhat puzzled, inquired what kind of creature. Lin Yi snapped his fingers, revealing a small insect, aptly named Perseverance. If you dedicate yourself day after day, steadfastly pursuing your goals, you shall eventually uncover the profound secret behind this little creature that Uncle has bestowed upon you. Xiao Chong glanced at the insect, finding it rather ordinary, devoid of any particular lure. Yet, this was precisely the humble insect Lin Yi had casually grasped moments ago. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yi made the insect vanish before Xiao Chong's eyes, planting the seed of perseverance within his nephew's heart. Xiao Chong, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the insect from his uncle's hand, began to search his own person, but the creature eluded him. Chapter 86. The Nephew and the Uncle. A clash of strength in the not-so-distant future. Xiao Chong remained perplexed about the whereabouts of that peculiar insect. It was only on a certain day that clarity would dawn upon him. Lin Yi and Xiao Chong ambled back, while the viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement as Lin Yi revealed the little insect, which vanished once more. By heavens, a persistent curse. Are the myriad immortals retreating on the reverse flow river? Love cannot withstand the tears of perseverance. Ah, so the third nephew receives perseverance, and the eldest nephew is bestowed with the wealth curse? What of Tang Luoluo? An abstract curse? Oh, streamer, you must be training them to concoct blood skull insects. Am I right? Now, tell me, do you favor talent or your nephew? The streamer responded, I cherish my nephew. At that moment, Xiao Chong was filled with numerous questions. Uncle, you seem remarkably powerful. What was that punch you threw? Lin Yi similit subli. That punch? It bears a name, you know. It is called Inch Force, Opening the Heavens. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong's eyes sparkled with admiration. His gaze toward Lin Yi filled with reverence. The awe of a young disciple was unmistakable. Lin Yi chuckled, what? Do you wish to learn? Xiao Chong nodded excitedly. Lin Yi recognized his genuine desire to learn and continued. Once you have solidified your foundational skills, I shall teach you. Lin Yi hesitated to impart too much knowledge to his young nephews, for they were still too immature in both skill and temperament. Zhan Chang's strength was formidable. Without instilling martial ethics and nurturing his character, there was a risk he could stray down a perilous path, akin to a real-life tragedy where obsession with martial arts leads to a relentless pursuit of challengers. These considerations were why this skillful uncle was reluctant to teach. If Zhan Chang grasped the essence of the inch force, a single punch could spell doom for his adversary. Could Lin Yi afford to teach him hastily? When it came to actual training, only Li Jingxing and Li Danqi had truly benefited from his guidance. Their journey in football and basketball would be fraught with challenges. Unlike the path of boxing, where a punch either brings down the opponent or leads to one's own defeat. As for Su Chun, with his keen intuition for stock trading, Lin Yi felt little need to intervene until he hit a wall. And Zhan Yi, though currently unburdened by limitations, could one day, like Zhan Chang, find his mindset shaken and his self-doubt awakened. Life offers no guarantees of smooth sailing. Lin Yi had much to accomplish as an uncle. Zhan Chang's resolve to become stronger grew ever more steadfast. If I learn this, can I defeat you, uncle? Lin Yi chuckled at the audacity of the boy. What? You think after learning from me, you could just throw punches at your uncle? Zhan Chang, in his innocent glee, bolted away, fearing Lin Yi's playful wrath. No, I'm just curious about how strong you are. Uncle isn't that strong. You need not view me through the lens of a powerful figure. After all, I'm just an uncle who cannot even hold back a pig. Wouldn't you agree? Zhan Chang remained unconvinced. But that punch you threw earlier could send a pig to its demise. The audience in the live stream roared with laughter at Zhan Chang's words. Ha! He is so filial, teaching him high-level skills only to be challenged by him. Lin Yi observed Zhan Chang's carefree sprint back, shaking his head with a smile. The fragility of his nephew's spirits could be shattered by the slightest challenge. They were still too young. He resolved that after the new year, he would shatter their glass hearts to fortify them against the world's cruelties. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Bound character, Zhan Chang, rapidly compensating for mental damage. Zhan Chang, talent upgraded, intermediate boxing talent. Host receives reward. Max level knife skills, 50 million renminbi. Lin Yi pondered the implications. An upgrade in talent? Was Zhan Chang's boxing talent merely at the beginner level? And as for the reward, knife skills? Were they meant for slaughtering pigs? Without further contemplation, he made his way back, ready for the task of butchering the New Year pig that had just arrived at his home. The brothers-in-law donned their aprons, preparing for the slaughter. The little ones, wide awake, gathered to witness the event. Upon his return, Lao Deng tossed him an apron, urging him to tie it on. Lin Yi was eager to demonstrate his prowess, aiming to shatter the image of an uncle who couldn't manage a pig. The little ones positioned themselves on stools, and Lin Yi handed the camera over to Qi Jia. Qi Jia, you shall live stream this for the next few days. Lin Yi preferred not to close the stream, as he valued capturing moments of life, especially for the parents of his nephews, who could check in on their children's activities. The gifts showered in the live stream were of little concern to him, merely trifles. Seeing the staggering viewer count and engagement, Qi Jia felt a tinge of embarrassment. Lin Yi's daily streaming income was enough to sustain a lifetime. Hello, everyone. I'm Lin Yi's Qi Jia, she greeted, directing the camera toward the little ones on their stools, who were eagerly observing the proceedings. The audience was delighted to see the children, exclaiming how thoughtful Lin Yi's sister was. Qi Jia blushed at the compliments, feeling as if she were qualified to be Lin Yi's live streaming assistant. The moment of slaughter commenced, accompanied by the pig's cries as it was drawn from its pen. 7 brothers-in-law, alongside Lin Yi, worked together to bring the pig forth. Lao Deng stood by with a knife, prepared to make the incision. 2 of the brothers-in-law grasped the pig's ears, while Lin Yi boldly seized 2 of its legs, hoisting it onto the slaughtering bench. The brothers-in-law held the pig down firmly. Had it not been for the principle of humane slaughter, Lin Yi would have already delivered a punch to send it off peacefully. Turning to Lao Deng, Lin Yi inquired, "Shall I take over the slaughter?" Noticing Lao Deng had not yet made a move, Lin Yi decided to take the lead. The skills he had recently acquired were now perfectly suited for this task. Lao Deng said nothing and switched roles with Lin Yi, taking over the task of restraining the pig. Lin Yi grasped the slaughtering knife. At that moment, Yi Shengsheng, perched on his little stool, could no longer contain his excitement and approached, ready to witness the entire process up close. Yi Shengsheng's aunts were left dumbfounded. The younger ones, like Tang Chun, Yi Lai, Li Jingxing, and Li Danxi, covered their ears and shut their eyes, unable to bear the sounds of the pig. Meanwhile, Tang Luoluo chimed in. I can't bear to open my eyes. I hope this is just a nightmare. Second junior brother, may you find peace. Do not return as a wandering spirit. The aunts were left in a state of amusement, unsure whether to pull Yi Shengsheng back. At this moment, Yi Shengsheng exhibited no semblance of fear. His eyes were filled with an insatiable desire to wield his knife against the pig. Fifth sister was at a loss for what to do. Ultimately, she allowed Yi Shengsheng to proceed. The other aunts chimed in, exclaiming, "Oh dear, this child Shengsheng truly possesses remarkable courage." Observing Gu Shushui and Gu Yaya, who were both timid and reluctant to watch, they retreated to the living room, feeling that it was simply too cruel. The pig was so adorable. Why must they slaughter the little pig? Chapter 87. Your knife skills are impressive. Can you help me eliminate someone? Yi Shengsheng studies moral and legal education. Sister 7 directed the camera towards the pig slaughtering area, and the viewers in the live stream were captivated by Yi Shengsheng, nearly pressing their faces against the screen. They could also hear the voices of Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya nearby. The pig is so adorable. Of course, we must eat it. Now, while calling it cute, don't rush to grab the pig trotters later, you little glutton. Ha! I believe the fragrant pork ribs are delectable. Just imagine how the big trotters will make the children drool. Shengsheng is truly brave. His eyes are filled with a yearning for slaughter. This child, if not properly guided, could very well become a model citizen in the future. Lin Yi plunged the knife into the pig's neck. Taking a deep breath, feeling dizzy is normal. The brothers-in-law, listening to Lin Yi's humorous remarks, nearly burst into laughter. Yi Shengsheng pupils dilated. It seemed as if he was reveling in this exhilarating experience. The pig's cries only heightened Yi Shengsheng's excitement. As the blood flowed out, Lao Deng held a basin to collect it. Yi Shengsheng squatted, watching the blood spill forth. An indescribable thrill coursing through him. Lin Yi noticed the fervor in Yi Shengsheng's eyes and thought nothing of it, believing the child simply enjoyed watching the slaughter. Surely, he wouldn't contemplate killing a person in the future, would he? As the pig's blood flowed and it ceased to struggle, the brothers-in-law released their grip. Lin Yi also told Lao Deng to let him handle the butchering later. Lao Deng glanced at Lin Yi. Every year, Lin Yi had been a true young master at home, untouched by the mundane, let alone wielding a knife for slaughter. Yet this year, he was voluntarily offering to butcher the pig. Was he capable? Butchering a New Year pig is no trivial task. Without some knife skills, it is indeed a challenge. Lao Deng had been performing this task for years and was quite adept. While he may not rival the professional butchers, he was certainly competent enough. But Lin Yi had hardly ever held a knife. Lin Yi responded confidently, "Just leave it to me, Lao Deng." His answer left Lao Deng speechless. After a while, once the pig's blood had drained, a large table was set up. The brothers-in-law completed all the preparatory work before the butchering commenced. They all wanted to lend a hand. In previous years, when Lao Deng butchered, he had to make dozens of cuts and needed assistance to separate the parts. As Lin Yi observed his brothers-in-law approaching, he sharpened the butcher's knife and said, "You all can sit aside. I've got this." The brothers-in-law stood in shock, not uttering a word. They felt Lin Yi was far too young. Who knew? They might need to step in later. At that moment, Sister 7 moved closer with the camera. Lin Yi wasted no time. His nephews were eagerly awaiting the pig slaughter feast. If he didn't hurry with the butchering, his beloved nephews would miss out on the tender, fragrant trotters. Lin Yi first struck the pig's neck, slicing down as if executing a sentence in ancient times. With one clean cut, the head was severed. The connection at the pig's neck did not hinder Lin Yi. With his adept technique, the brothers-in-law widened their eyes in disbelief. Was it really that effortless? Lin Yi did not pause, setting the pig's head aside. Next, he proceeded to open the spine. Finding the right spot, he made a decisive cut. Then came the vital step of eviscerating the pig. Finally, he cut the body in half to facilitate the internal bone disassembly. With unparalleled knife skills, Lin Yi effortlessly sliced through one half. His strength complemented his technique. Any exertion from him was already at the limits of human capability. As Lin Yi divided the pig in two, the seven brothers-in-law and Lao Dang stood in awe. Mouths agape, eyes wide. One cut, and it was halved? What astonishing knife work! Those who have spent years in butchering would usually require numerous strikes to sever the bones. Lin Yi executed it as if slicing through tofu. The brothers-in-law were flabbergasted. Was this still the same Lin Yi who struggled to hold the pig down? Yi Shengsheng, watching the culinary spectacle brought forth by his uncle, was mesmerized. He yearned to learn. Lin Yi naturally noticed the desire in Yi Shengsheng's gaze as he watched him butcher the pig. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. No way. Wasn't he unable to hold the pig down? Pig brother, why did you leave us so soon? My dear former husband, how could you depart first? You're going to make me die laughing. So the host has struggled to hold the pig was all for this day, huh? Such knife skills, oh my. The viewers in the live stream were left in awe of Lin Yi's technique. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, observing Yi Shengsheng, began an impromptu lesson. Pay close attention, little Shengsheng. This knife work is truly impressive. As for whether Yi Shengsheng could grasp it, that was secondary. Lin Yi hoped he wouldn't learn it too early and stray down the wrong path in life. The first step was to locate the kidneys. Here is the fat, separated a bit, and with a squeeze, the kidney emerges. Lin Yi displayed it to Yi Shengsheng and the brothers-in-law. With every move Lin Yi made, the brothers-in-law and Lao Dang felt phantom pains in their kidneys. It was astonishingly swift. Lin Yi continued his demonstration, providing a lesson in butchering for Yi Shengsheng and the viewers. This is the yellow throat. Tear through the fat, then the rolling meat. This section is the tenderloin. A pig yields only two. The lymph nodes are inedible, so cut them away. Within a mere 10 minutes, Lin Yi had completely butchered the pig. The brothers-in-law and Lao Dang stood by, dumbfounded. Yi Shengsheng was already contemplating who he could practice his knife skills on. He wished to emulate Lin Yi's methodical butchering. Piece by piece, Sister 7, with the camera, captured the live stream filled with astonished reactions and gifts, leaving everyone speechless. The audience, witnessing the entire process, erupted in excitement. Your knife skills are remarkable. Kill someone for me. Officer Jeannie Chuan of the Northern Town's garrison. The host replied, First, let me have a taste. My parents spent money to send me to school, and during the break, I learned to butcher the New Year pig while watching Douyin. Haha. At that moment, an inquisitive viewer asked, Host, what are you doing? To which Lin Yi replied, You'll understand when you grow up. Alas, the soul of the pig watched in horror as its body was treated so cruelly. So how much do the trotters sell for? Bring me a pig. I feel like I've learned. Terrifyingly skilled. It seems I can learn it instantly, yet it will be wasted. After Lin Yi finished, he glanced at the day's brothers-in-law and Lao Dang. What are you standing around for? Go prepare the stew. My precious nephews are waiting for the succulent pig trotters. At his words, the brothers-in-law and Lao Dang sprang into action to prepare the feast. They remained in awe of Lin Yi's knife skills. It was astounding. Just a few swift cuts and it was all done. In ancient times, there was a legendary butcher Ding. Now, there's Lin Yi the pig butcher. Yisheng, gazing at the array of pig parts on the table, clung to Lin Yi's leg, exclaiming, Uncle, you are incredible. I want to learn how to butcher pigs. Lin Yi felt a twinge of fear at those words. Teaching was no problem, but he worried that if Yi Shengsheng learned too well, he might one day contemplate taking a life. That would truly spell disaster for his future. Very well, my dear nephew will impart knowledge to you. However, prior to that, it is imperative for you to delve deeper into the realms of legal principles and ethics. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Shengsheng responded affirmatively. All right, I shall seek out my cousin Gu Qingshu to enlighten me further. Filled with enthusiasm, Yi Shengsheng hurried off to find Gu Qingshu, eager for her guidance in the study of law and morality. Chapter 88. Can't drink? Then sit at the kids' table. The audience in the live stream erupted as they witnessed Lin Yi instructing Yi Shengsheng to study ethics and law. Hey, a restorative tonic. Let us hope he doesn't turn into a lawless rogue later. All right, so you're teaching Yi Shengsheng to become a lawless rogue, huh? At that point, If he ends up in trouble, it won't be you sending him to the police station, but rather the people themselves. Sister Chi glanced at the barrage of comments regarding the lawless rogue and handed her phone to Lin Yi, urging him to take a look. Look, Xiao Yi. Netizens are saying Shang Zheng might turn into a lawless rogue. Sister Chi's concern was palpable. After all, she was the child's aunt. Lin Yi noticed the worry etched on her face and waved his hand dismissively. You're overthinking it, sister. I know my nephew. He'll be fine. Learning ethics and law is simply about helping him understand what is permissible and what is not. The online community seemed to believe that Yi Shangzheng might veer off onto a misguided path, exploiting legal loopholes for his benefit. However, Lin Yi perceived Yi Shangzheng's interests as merely a fascination with anatomy and surgery. As for exploiting the law, Lin Yi felt that was unlikely. At that moment, Yi Shangzheng approached Gu Wingshu. Cousin Qingshu, I wish to learn ethics and law. Can you teach me? Seeing her younger cousin's eagerness to learn, Gu Qingshu could not refuse. Of course. She rummaged through the house for books on ethics and law, finding a suitable spot in the living room to impart her knowledge to Yi Shangzheng. Determined to excel in his studies of ethics and law, Yi Shangzheng believed his uncle would teach him a wealth of knowledge. Gu Qingshu's mother and the children's aunt also felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing this dedication. How admirable! Even during the new year, he is voluntarily seeking knowledge. Lin Yi noted that there was still some time before lunch and decided to outline the day's activities for the children. All right, my little ones. How about we make a plan for today? Shall we go out and buy a plethora of fireworks? Upon hearing Lin Yi's suggestion, the children, excluding Yi Shangzheng and Gu Qingshu, cheered and gathered around him. Awesome, Uncle. We love you, Uncle. You're the best. They raised their hands and cheered exuberantly before Lin Yi, who waved his hands to calm their excitement. This scene reminded Lin Yi of a recent trend on TikTok, prompting the live stream audience to join in the fun. Fantastic. It's the General. Quick, someone send a meme of a pig cheering. General, it's the General. You sprinkle salt while I sprinkle vinegar. The audience found the children's antics adorable. Sister Chi, holding the camera, couldn't suppress her laughter. Lin Yi continued to discuss the day's agenda with the children. Before we eat, we'll head out to buy fireworks. We also need supplies for the barbecue tonight. Additionally, it's Shushu and Yaya's birthday, so we'll celebrate for them. Instead of watching the Spring Festival Gala, how about you all put on a talent show for your uncle and grandparents, creating our own family gala? Lin Yi's plan received unanimous approval from all 14 children. Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya exchanged glances, surprised that even without a New Year's Eve celebration, their uncle was still keen to celebrate their birthdays. Great! Uncle, will you build us a stage? Of course. Let us go. Off to buy fireworks. Lin Yi led the children to the town to purchase fireworks. They chose an abundance of them, and Lin Yi bought them without hesitation, planning to create a small fireworks display. After acquiring the fireworks, they returned home to indulge in a lavish midday feast. The family gathered around a table that was utterly insufficient to accommodate everyone. Just Lin Yi's siblings and their spouses amounted to 14 individuals. Including Lin Yi's parents, there were 17 adults in total. The siblings and their partners arranged 2 tables to form one large dining area. Lin Yi, who abstained from alcohol, found himself relegated to the children's table. He set the live stream camera aside and pushed the 2 large tables together, allowing the little ones to dine with him. Lin Yi felt no shame sitting with the children. He had grown accustomed to it. He poured drinks, filling 17 cups. Come on, little ones, let us toast. The 15 nephews and nieces stood up, surrounding Lin Yi to clink their cups. The youngest, Yi Lai Lai, also wanted to join in the toast, holding her drink. Lin Yi ensured every child felt included in the ritual. After they clinked their cups, they cheered, cheers. The children and Lin Yi joyfully raised their cups. The cake arrived, which Lin Yi placed in the fridge, reserving it for Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya as birthday celebration during the New Year's Eve banquet. The little ones were ecstatic. Uncle, you're truly wonderful. The audience in the live stream observed the joyous and heartwarming atmosphere, becoming animated. Time flies. Another year is about to pass. Ha ha. The host has fallen to the children's table. Clearly, he can't drink. If he doesn't drink with the kids, he might as well be at the dog's table. After the meal, the family dog feasted on an abundance of bones. New Year's is truly a splendid time for dogs. However, the well-fed Tang Luo began to engage in mischief, grabbing a firecracker resembling the Monkey King. She took the dog's iron bowl from the entrance and dashed to the courtyard. After lighting the firecracker, she covered it with the dog's bowl. Lin Yi, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile wryly. Every year, this classic act, with a loud bang, the dog's bowl soared into the air, crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, the dog, gnawing on bones in the living room, perked up at the sound, feeling as though the sky had fallen. Carrying a bone, it approached the doorway, observing its bowl being tossed around by the young master. It whimpered, abandoning its bone in a bid to reclaim its iron bowl. Tang Luo, however, was determined to continue the fun with the dog. Lin Yi chuckled helplessly. The live stream audience erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm off to launch my dog's bowl into the air as well. The dog lamented, family. Who understands? Every year at this time, my bowl flies high. For the dog, the bowl held immense significance. Without it, it felt like a stray. Please don't play like this, Luo. The dog declared. I'm going to call the police. I despise humans with no sense of boundaries. Tang Luo was perpetually full of antics. While Su Chen busied himself preparing for the evening's family gala, he sought out every participant to confirm their acts. Tang Luo was ready with her performance, being the first to sign up. Next, the brothers Chen Yuza and Chen Yuxiao prepared for a duet. Due to the absence of a piano, Lai Lai could only watch tonight. Ultimately, they decided on a grand finale featuring a collective chorus of all 15 participants. With that, they tentatively settled on the lineup. Lin Yi also made a last-minute purchase of a karaoke microphone and speaker to prepare for the children's performances. This year might very well mark the inaugural family gala, a tradition they hoped to continue in the future. As for the talent arrangements, they had yet to learn much, so they would improvise as needed to keep themselves occupied. The live stream audience eagerly anticipated the event, deciding to forego the Spring Festival Gala in favor of witnessing Lin Yi's exceptionally talented nephews and nieces perform. Until the evening of the New Year's Eve banquet, Lin Yi discreetly instructed the third sister to send Shu and Yaya away, while everyone busied themselves in the living room, preparing for a surprise birthday celebration for the two. The room was adorned with a cake, ready to commemorate their birthdays, as they were already aware that their birthday feast coincided with the New Year festivities. Once Shu and Yaya were adequately prepared, they were guided by the third sister into the living room. Suddenly, the darkness was illuminated. Surprise! Happy birthday, Shu and Yaya. Happy birthday, cousin Shu and cousin Yaya. Happy birthday, little sister. The jubilant voices echoed throughout the room, accompanied by the sound of birthday poppers. The family's cheerful chorus filled the air as Shu and Yaya gazed around, their hearts brimming with joy. Chen Yuza strummed his guitar, serenading them with happy birthday. Under his influence, the family joined in harmony to sing for Shu and Yaya. No one would ever forget these two sisters or the significance of their birthday, celebrated on the eve of the new year. Candles were lit and the lights dimmed. Lin Yi personally adorned each sister with a birthday crown. Make a wish. The sisters exchanged glances, clasped their hands, and closed their eyes. In that fleeting moment, a cascade of memories flooded their minds. The adoration of their parents, the affection of their loving grandparents, the ever-kind demeanor of their maternal grandparents, the warmth of their aunts and uncles, and the companionship of their delightful cousins, along with the unwavering support of their two beloved older sisters. And, of course, there was the uncle who loved them unconditionally, who never kept score or harbored ill will. His gentle presence had nurtured them, far softer than the evening breeze. Surrounded by love, they had grown up enveloped in affection. At that moment, the sisters shared a profound connection. As for their wish, they yearned for nothing extravagant. They simply wished for the well-being of their cherished family and those who love them, desiring nothing more than peace and safety for all. Chapter 89, The Uncle's Magic. Gu Shushu's world has collapsed. After Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya made their wishes, they blew out the candles, and the entire family erupted in applause. Lin Yi inquired about what gifts the two sisters desired. They exchanged glances and in perfect harmony replied, "Uncle, you are our greatest gift. Their response left Lin Yi momentarily speechless. It would be disingenuous to say he wasn't moved. And you are our family, our finest treasures. Their words brought joy to everyone present. The audience in the live stream were captivated, their eyes sparkling with tears of joy. Witnessing the happiness of others can evoke such emotions. Observing their love can bring forth tears. I feel like a mouse in a sewer, peeking into the happiness of the world. Enough of this. Let us follow the mouse. Twins, truly remarkable, so considerate. Is this the overflowing happiness of others? How sweet it is. Is Uncle truly their best gift? I feel as though sand has entered my eyes. Please help me blow it away. The audience in the live stream heard Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya's simultaneous response. Their tear-jerking answer was clear. The acknowledgement these two nieces have for their uncle Lin Yi. This was not a scripted performance. It stemmed from the genuine love Lin Yi, as a devoted elder, had nurtured since their childhood. Other children began presenting their gifts for Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, creating a mountain of presents that the sisters could hardly carry. Lin Yi, however, arrived empty-handed. Now, it is time for Uncle to present you with gifts. Let us start with the younger sister. Come here, lovely Yaya. You made a wish to the heavens. Will your gift be this golden one? Or perhaps this silver one? Or this beautiful flower that has fallen? With each snap of his fingers, the items in Lin Yi's hands transformed. From a golden butterfly necklace to a silver butterfly necklace, then to a stunning rose. Lin Yi's display left Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya in awe. Uncle can perform magic. Their family stood around, equally astonished. The brothers-in-law were utterly perplexed by Lin Yi's sleight of hand. Where did the necklace come from? What happened to the rose? How did it vanish? The nephews were equally dumbfounded. Su Chen's pupils widened in disbelief. Uncle can do magic too. He frowned slightly. His uncle was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Jean, he was equally astonished. His uncle's talents seemed boundless. Now he could perform magic? How did that necklace vanish from his hand? Recently, his reactions had become remarkably quick, observing things in slow motion, yet he could not decipher how his uncle performed this trick. Jean Chang admired Lin Yi even more. Uncle, you're amazing. Gu Yingying also found herself captivated by her handsome uncle. The audience in the live stream erupted as they witnessed Lin Yi's magical display. Wow, is he not even pretending now? This is unbelievable. He could do magic, butcher pigs, and perform martial arts. My heavens, can he do everything? I thought his 16 nephews were already invincible, but he surpasses all expectations. The brothers-in-law were at a loss for understanding the principles behind his tricks. Tang Luoluo, skeptical, began rummaging through Lin Yi's belongings. Lin Yi opened his hands, inviting Tang Luoluo to investigate. If you find anything, then it wouldn't be true magic. Tang Luoluo sirfet in vain. His admiration for his uncle grew as any previous disdain vanished. At this moment, he was the most devoted admirer of his uncle. Gu Yaya gazed at the gifts in her uncle's hands. I want the flower. She chose the rose over the earlier necklaces. Thank you, uncle. Lin Yi handed the rose to Gu Yaya and then clapped his hands, displaying his now empty palms to Gu Shushu. She beamed with joy, ready to choose her gift. Now it's your turn, dear Shushu. You made a wish. Will your gift be this golden one? Or this silver one? Or perhaps this lovely flower? With a smile, Lin Yi performed his magic once more, conjuring yet another flower. Gu Yaya looked at her rose and then at the new flower in her uncle's hand. She inhaled the fragrance of the rose, reminiscent of blooms just picked from a garden. How could uncle create another one? At that moment, Gu Shushu gazed at Lin Yi's latest conjuration, equally astonished, yet her face radiated joy. She felt like the happiest child in the world alongside her sister. They're all mine. Gu Shushu laughed, revealing her adorable canine teeth. Lin Yi, norin her greedy nature, anticipated her desiris. You want them all? Hee. Uncle knew you would like them all. Close your eyes. With a cheerful smile, Gu Shushu obediently shut her eyes. Lin Yi made the rose disappear from his hands. Watching her joyful anticipation, he could hardly suppress his own delight, eager to see her expression upon receiving her gifts. From his pocket, Lin Yi produced the amalgamation of the three gifts, gold and silver flower dew. As for gifts, some give gold, some give silver, some give flowers. But this uncle, who cherishes his nieces dearly, offers all three. Gold and silver flower dew, as you can see, contains gold, silver, and flowers. Before Gu Shu Shu could open her eyes, Tang Luo Luo exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the gift. Gu Shu Shu, thinking her uncle had presented all the gifts, opened her eyes, only to find before her not a golden necklace, nor a silver necklace, nor a flower, but a beverage called golden silver flower dew. Her world collapsed. Uncle! Ah! Seeing the gift, Gu Shu Shu was overjoyed, dancing with glee as she chased after Lin Yi. Gu Yaya, holding her rose, took a moment to sniff it, glancing at her sister's golden silver flower dew. Actually, sister's gift is quite nice. Since sister wanted all three, uncle combined them into one. Quite reasonable. Very clever. Chapter 90. Tang Luo Luo wants to learn magic? Conceptual divine skills. The audience in the live stream was thoroughly amused by Lin Yi's antics, bursting into laughter. Oh my, what a mischievous version of Hockey E! They exclaimed. How infuriating. Hockey E! How can you entertain the girls so effortlessly? The river god shall punish every greedy little fool. Ha ha ha. The twins. One sister is naive while the other is a complete fool. Honeysuckle dew. Is it gold, silver, or floral? It must be all three. At this moment, the living room was filled with joyous laughter. Lin, who was pursued by Gu Shu Shu. Stop right there, you stinky uncle. If you don't halt, I might just stop liking you. Tang Luo Luo followed closely behind, her eyes gleaming with an eagerness to learn magic. She was desperate to acquire this skill, feeling it would be incredibly cool. Lin Yi paused, receiving a playful tap from Gu Shu Shu. He conjured a golden and silver necklace. Ah, here you go. How could I not give you the gift prepared by your uncle? Now, let us head back and cut the cake. Your uncle will adorn you with these. As Lin Yi led Gu Shu Shu back, Tang Luo Luo hopped along, calling out, Uncle, Uncle, you asked me what I wanted to learn, and I don't want to learn how to make money or play games. I want to learn magic. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi smiled slightly. Oh, are you interested in magic? Tang Luo Luo nodded earnestly, her eyes sparkling with desire for the art. Lin Yi patted Tang Luo Luo's head. All right, your uncle will teach you whenever he has time. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Luo Luo had chosen the most challenging subject, magic. He would impart all to her. Once Tang Luo Luo mastered it to perfection, she would become an extraordinary presence. Among his many skills, this mastery of magic was a conceptual skill, while the others were fixed abilities. The pinnacle of magic is bound only by one's imagination. There is nothing it cannot achieve. Tang Luo Luo, thrilled by her uncle's promise to teach her, bounced back with excitement. Cool. Once I learn it, I will be so impressive. Lin Yi returned to the living room and adorned Gu Shu Shu and Gu Yaya with golden butterfly necklaces. If you don't fancy the opulence of gold, you can switch to this silver one. Lin Yi handed them silver chains as well, pondering if gold doesn't appeal, surely silver will. He considered that gold might attract unwanted attention. Thus, he decided silver would suffice. However, he thought of the two twins, who were inseparable. With the younger sister's fortuitous disposition, nothing adverse would befall them. Gu Shu Shu and Gu Yaya admired their butterfly necklaces, beaming with delight. Thank you, uncle. You are the best, Gu Shu Shu exclaimed, showering Lin Yi with compliments after donning the necklace. Lin Yi teased her back, oh. Did someone just get scolded while chasing and calling names? Who could that be? Gu Shu Shu, feeling smug, ignored Lin Yi's remarks. If you do that again, I will choose to cut my hair every Lunar New Year just to annoy you. Her words made Lin Yi twitch his lips in amusement. The haircutting warning was back. In this lively household filled with 16 nephews and nieces, Tang Luo Luo declared, Uncle, if you don't teach me magic, I will cut my hair too. Hearing her, Lin Yi instructed Go Xiao Chong, fetch me some alcohol and dry bamboo sticks. Tang Luo Luo, upon hearing her uncle, immediately darted behind her grandfather. No, I want to cut my hair, uncle. Lin Yi's grandfather shot Lin Yi an angry glare. What do you plan to do? Hit a child? Aren't you worried that when you grow old, someone might pull out your oxygen tube? The entire family erupted in laughter. During the cake-cutting segment, Gu Shu Shu playfully hurled a piece of cake at Lin Yi's face. However, Lin Yi was too swift to be hit. He dodged, causing the cake to land on Grandpa's head instead. Turning to see who had thrown it, Grandpa noticed it was Gu Shu Shu and remained silent, continuing to enjoy his meal. Gu Shu Shu, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched her head. Uncle, you can't dodge. Just dodging. Just dodging. Amidst the raucous atmosphere, the birthday celebration for Gu Shu Shu and Gu Yaya came to an end. After dinner, the adults began preparing for a barbecue, while setting up the stage for a family-style spring festival gala to entertain the children. Before it commenced, Lin Yi took a moment to teach Chun Yuza some emotional singing techniques. Given that Chun Yuza's singing was largely driven by emotion rather than technique, he quickly grasped the concepts. Chun Yuza and Chun Yuxiao were ready with their song selections for the family gala, and thus the event officially commenced. Lin Yi positioned the live stream camera, holding his phone to monitor the audience's reactions to the children's performances. Su Chun and Gu Qing Shu were appointed as hosts, as aside from their duet, they had mostly been spectators. Lin Yi arranged for them to take on this role. Su Chun and Gu Qing Shu took the stage, reciting the lines Lin Yi prepared for them. Ahem, dear friends in the live stream, esteemed elders and younger siblings, Happy New Year to everyone. Su Chun began. Gu Qing Shu continued. Today marks the inaugural Family Spring Festival Gala we spontaneously organized. Su Chun added, a new year has arrived on schedule. Gu Qing Shu chimed in. Let us sing joyfully to welcome the year of the snake. Su Chan announced, the opening performance will be presented by. Gu Qing Shu interjected, Little Tang Luo Luo, who will bring us an impromptu show. After their introduction, they exited the stage. At that moment, Tang Luo Luo stepped onto the stage, having changed into a new outfit. Her expression was one of barely contained delight. The corners of her mouth were almost impossible to suppress. All the aunts, uncles, grandparents, and cousins applauded in anticipation of Tang Luolua's performance, cheering her on. In the eyes of the elders, the mere act of performing was commendable. To be unafraid of embarrassment and showcase oneself before the older generation was truly commendable. Many children, even if talented, hesitate to present themselves in front of their elders. Although the elders may not comprehend the performance, they would not hold back their applause as a sign of respect. The lively atmosphere attracted neighboring children from the village. Eager to join in, Lin Yi observed Tang Luoluo on stage. Her uncontainable laughter seemed to convey, just thinking about what I am about to perform makes me want to laugh. Lin Yi frowned slightly, realizing he should teach her something impressive sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she might be labeled as the abstract emperor by online viewers if she continued in such an abstract manner. Chapter 91. What a performance. Dream returns. Cycle of life. In the live streaming room, the audience found it difficult to discern Tang Luolua's expression through the camera, as they anticipated Tang Luolua's performance. Those who had previously been fed a hefty dose of his talent grew increasingly wary. It is worth noting that Tang Luolua's original song had gone viral online, creating an undeniable buzz. Nowadays, every dubbing is accompanied by the catchy Ding Dong Chicken, and accidents are humorously attributed to it. The melody of that song resonates like an enchanting spell, haunting even in dreams. As the game piece Elite continues to captivate the youth, Tang Luolua's extraordinary vocal prowess remains unforgettable. Now, as Tang Luoluo takes the stage, the audience is on high alert. Attention! Attention! The innate abstract saint body has appeared. Those who have never tasted defeat may stay. I shall take my leave. Ha ha ha! It is simply impossible to forget the last time I waited with bated breath. He fed me something substantial, leaving me dreaming only of Ding Dong Chicken. I do not care. Even if it is a bitter pill, I shall taste it. How could I forget the bond one share with the innate abstract saint body? I believe in the joy he brings me. There is no way I can just walk away. In the streaming room, some viewers were intimidated by Tang Luoluo. Yet his devoted fans were utterly exhilarated. A day without witnessing Tang Luoluo's antics was a restless night for them. And now, Tang Luoluo is ready to begin his performance. He bows to his relatives, his aunts, uncles, grandparents, parents, and cousins before the audience in the live room. His grandparents beam with delight upon witnessing this. Oh dear, Luoluo is so polite, they exclaim, their faces lit with joy. The aunts and uncles are equally thrilled. Only Lin Yi seems to sense a familiar aura, recalling the nostalgic bow. After bowing, Tang Luoluo promptly parts his hair down the middle. Lin Yi observes this and cannot help but twitch his lips. Elders and esteemed guests, I am Tang Luoluo, a personal trainee with 2.5 years of practice. I enjoy singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. Music. With a snap of his fingers, Tang Luoluo sheds his outerwear, revealing his suspenders. Lin Yi covers his face, recognizing that the much-anticipated segment has begun anew. His grandparents remain blissfully unaware of what is to come, still chuckling. The other youngsters can no longer contain their laughter. As the audience hears the all-too-familiar opening lines, even the blind can discern what is about to unfold. Here he comes, the origin of all things, the well-known routine. Hilarity ensues. Ha ha ha. It must be the innate abstract saint body. Our abstract saint body is the most vibrant of all. Can you witness such lively performances at the Spring Festival Gala? After all these years, still recycling old routines? Just a hint of resemblance, and I lose my composure. At Tang Luo's snap, his friend Li Jinxing, who had agreed to cooperate, tosses his beloved basketball toward him. The background music begins to play as Su Chun presses the button. Su Chun, speechless, covers his face, realizing that Tang Luoluo is indeed his cousin, the quintessential cousin of cousins. Upon witnessing the opening, Kijifu understands what Tang Luoluo is about to do. Feeling embarrassed, he steps outside to smoke a cigarette, contemplating the brevity of life. Accompanied by Tang Luo's abstract dribbling, the echoes of you are simply too beautiful resonate. Tang Luoluo begins his dance. Laughter fills the venue as neighbors gather at the door, clutching their bellies in amusement, almost rolling on the ground, if not for the dirty floor. Ha ha! The laughter is contagious. Lin Yi cannot help but admire Tang Luoluo's remarkable ability to captivate an audience. From the moment he steps on stage, he commands attention. It is no wonder the system struggles to provide an evaluation. Gu Shushu and her companions are in stitches, while only Li Jinxing remains silent, wishing to attend school without anyone mentioning his eccentric cousin. His grandparents, unaware of the age-old jokes, simply see their grandson singing, dancing, and playing basketball. What an entertaining performance. How incredibly talented. Surrounded by laughter from neighbors and children, his grandparents feel an overwhelming sense of pride in their grandchild. The audience in the streaming room has erupted in joy. Have you heard? A genius has arrived at Icunman. Just like the master, I am utterly flabbergasted. How touching. Tears well up. I have decided to switch sides. Oh, what are you doing? With a single thought, Icun knows no fear. He truly resembles the youthful form of a bygone friend. In the entertainment industry, I can only recognize him as the top performer. The jokes are almost older than Tang Luoluo himself. He is simply hilarious. He is indeed a naturally talented entertainer. I have carried these jokes for a lifetime. Yet none can compare to his effortless charm. The audience in the streaming room, all members of the entertainment industry's elite, have gathered. Regardless of their stance, they cheer enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Tang Luoluo continues, unflustered and composed. You make me feel so exhilarated. At this moment, Tang Luoluo's father, standing at the door, dares not look at his son. A nearby child recognizes him as the father of the performer on stage. Is that your son, uncle? Tang Luoluo's father, feeling overwhelmed, simply replies, oh no, he is my cousin's son, you see. The neighbor's child appears puzzled. Has he not learned that one can have cousins? Taking deep drags from his cigarette, Tang Luoluo's father contemplates the fleeting nature of life, thinking that it will all be over before he knows it. As Tang Luoluo's performance draws to a close, he eagerly implores, please vote for me. He recites his lines flawlessly, forming a heart with his hands and directing it toward his esteemed judge, his uncle Lin Yi. Tang Luoluo seems to convey, uncle, did you see? My splendid performance. Teach me magic. Lin Yi feels a shiver run down his spine. Is he not afraid of receiving a lawyer's letter on the very first day of the new year? With that, Tang Luoluo's performance concludes, earning him applause from the elders. Lin Yi joins in the applause, recognizing that he has overcome his stage fright. The future stage shall surely belong to him. Su Chun and Gu Qinshu take the stage next. Su Chun states, we thank the young Tang Luoluo for his impromptu performance. Next, we have brothers Chen Yuza and Chun Xiang to perform a duet. Dream returns. Gu Qingshu adds, if we survive this, would you accompany me to witness the myriad rivers and mountains? After their announcement, they exit the stage. Chen Yuza, holding a guitar, and Chun Xiang, with a violin, step forward. Lin Yi smiles faintly upon their arrival. These brothers have never failed to impress. They possess a remarkable starting point. Truly the apex of talent among the younger generation. Lin Yi feels compelled to rise and exclaim, before you stands the innate emotion flow, singing Saint Body. The innate violin, Saint Body. He firmly believes that these brothers will carve out their own path to success, allowing him to shout even more praises in the future. He hopes that one day he will be able to proclaim, now before you stands the foremost figure of the Huaxiao emotion flow singing. The eminent violinist Lin Yi firmly believes that there will come a day when dreams are realized. As the prelude begins, Chun Yuza strums his guitar, and the familiar notes resonate, stirring the very DNA of the viewers in the live stream. It's over. It's over. Everything comes flooding back. The audience in the live stream erupts in cheers. Oh, what a moment. Those who can sing Dreams Returned are the ones truly worthy. If we survive this journey, would you accompany me to witness the vast expanse of mountains and rivers? Together, we shall behold the grandeur. 99999, what a delightful combination. Just when the atmosphere was electrifying, another surprise arrives. The barrage of comments in the live stream intensifies, more abundant than ever before. In the midst of it all, Lin Yi feels the fervor of the audience and joins them in their exuberant cheers. As long as he is present, they are alive. Woohoo! Under Lin Yi's encouragement, his nephews follow suit. Gu Shushu and Gu Yaya, who frequently indulge in domestic animations, are naturally well acquainted with this song. Chun Yuza, both strumming his guitar and singing, holds onto a dream yet to be fulfilled. The innumerable ties destined by Su Sansheng, a path diverged. Chun Yuza boldly takes the microphone, transitioning from a calm tone to a crescendo of emotion. He has achieved it. The cycle continues. Your hand penetrates the entirety of my chest. Chapter 92. The spring breeze carries its sorrows. I have an uncle who alleviates my woes. Chun Yuza's soaring high notes resonate. At this moment, Chun Yuza truly embodies the harmonious blend of emotion and technique. With both emotion and skill at his disposal, he has transcended the mere singular emotional expression he exhibited when he first arrived in the bustling metropolis. Lin Yi listened with great satisfaction. This young man possesses an undeniable talent for music. With just a slight nudge from Lin Yi, he rectified his shortcomings. It is not that he lacks high notes or vocal prowess. Rather, he needed a touch of technical finesse, which Lin Yi pointed out. To his astonishment, this performance ignited a spark within him. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. That year, 2 billion comments flooded the screen, almost leading me to believe that domestic animation was on the verge of a resurgence. Let us traverse mountains and rivers together. The memories of the past surged forth to assail me. I adore this. This young man sings beautifully. He has made progress, not just in emotion, but also in vocal technique. Truly, he is a rare talent, a prodigy born once in a century. That year, 12 such individuals emerged. 10 broke through, 2 returned, 1 lost his mind, and another was left incapacitated. Oh, how I wish to remedy this. How infuriating it is to endure such trials simply to enjoy a live stream. Uncle, you will protect them, won't you? Allow them to grow up joyfully. With Chun Yuza's vocal prowess, we have reached the second peak of the performance. The audience joined Chun Yuza on stage in a harmonious chorus, emotions running high. Scenes from the anime flickered before our eyes. Even as the song concluded, the audience remained entranced, reluctant to depart from the emotional journey it evoked. Thunderous applause erupted in the hall, expressing gratitude to Chun Yuza and Chun Yuxiao for their duet. Gu Qingshu and Su Chun took to the stage alongside other young performers. Except for little Yi Lail, who could only watch from the audience today. 15 individuals stood upon the stage, with Gu Qingshu and Su Chun at the forefront. Su Chen expressed gratitude for Chen Yuza and Chen Yuxiao's performance, announcing the upcoming finale. A collective chorus. Gu Qingshu recited, "Our uncle has told us, when faced with indecision, seek the spring breeze, though it may remain silent, it follows the heart's true desire. Yet, dear uncle, if our hearts are resolute, how could we ever be indecisive?" Upon finishing, the other children chimed in unison, reciting their favorite concluding lines. The spring breeze carries its sorrows. I have an uncle who alleviates my woes. As the children spoke, the familiar background music played. This was a family New Year-esque gala chorus, a song dedicated to their uncle as the old year passed into the new. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude for his selfless love and dedicated nurturing. As their harmonious voices filled the air, the distinct tones of each child resonated throughout the village of Mumu. The children's grandparents and parents listened intently as the children collectively recited, "The spring breeze carries its sorrows. I have an uncle who alleviates my woes." In that moment, the parents recognized Lin Yi's esteemed standing in their children's hearts, rivaling their own as parents. To exaggerate, while their guidance might provoke rebellion, the lessons imparted by Lin Yi were received with utmost seriousness. The affection the children felt toward their uncle was a sentiment cultivated through Lin Yi's genuine love for each of them. Such a bond cannot be bought or forced. Lin Yi has never dampened their spirits. Even when the mischievous Tang Luo caused a ruckus, he would ensure that after the chaos, the dog bowl was cleaned and a new one provided. Lin Yi's approach to education emphasized learning, rather than merely controlling their lives. The children, upon hearing their parents' instructions, often resisted. Their parents were preoccupied with the future, neglecting the immediate joy of their children. The 7 sisters and brothers-in-law, listening to the children's jubilant chorus, were filled with affection for their uncle. They realized that entrusting their children to Lin Yi was the wisest choice. During this festive season, as long as they refrained from restricting the children's preferences and offered quiet praise, the children were eager to communicate joyfully with them. Lin Yi's nurturing has created a perfect, avant-garde educational cycle. He educates well, and the children are as obedient as they envision. They had to concede to the brilliance of Lin Yi as an uncle. Lin Yi beamed with pride as he observed the children singing joyfully. The grandparents sensed the transformation in the children's demeanor this year, their gentle and cheerful dispositions. They understood that in the hearts and eyes of the children, there is only Lin Yi, their beloved uncle. Their growth is entirely attributed to his influence. Lin Yi noticed the glances from his parents. With a subtle smile, he thought, "Your son may be deemed a failure, but my nephews are not." He acknowledged that, in the eyes of his parents, he might be seen as inadequate. However, the nephews he raised would prove to them that they are far from failures. His parents had no retort to Lin Yi's assertion. They still felt compelled to press him about marriage. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was moved to tears by the heartfelt performance of the children. What a splendid rendition. The spring breeze carries its sorrows. I have an uncle who alleviates my woes. Hey, looks good. With my nephews, I, Lin Yi, find joy in their joy. Lin Yi encouraged, "Dear ones, the path to greatness lies before you. Let's proceed." Although he may not be the ideal son in his parents' eyes, it is undeniable that he is the best uncle in the hearts of the children. I am overwhelmed with emotion. The children's dependence on their uncle is profound, and I can hardly fathom how heartbroken they would be should he ever leave them. As the song neared its conclusion, la 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 la, Lin Yi rose, applauding the children with fervor. What magnificent chorus! This moment captured in the live stream shall remain with him for eternity, a memory to be cherished. Under Lin Yi's applause, everyone joined in, clapping in unison. The young performers bowed slightly. The inaugural family New Year-esque gala came to a close. Lin Yi had not prepared a closing speech for the children. That duty was his alone. He took the microphone and stepped onto the stage, clearing his throat. Esteemed elders, beloved children, and friends in the live stream, I shall now present the closing remarks. My subsequent words are directed toward the devoted followers of our children. It seems that each of us harbored grand dreams in our youth. Yet, those dreams were never about acquiring wealth or marrying, but rather about surpassing the illustrious figures immortalized in our books. In our youth, we often set forth ambitions that seemed insurmountable. Indeed, akin to the dreams of my beloved nephews, the online community has mocked and ridiculed them. Such derision is met with my disdain, for it reflects a scorn towards one's own youthful ignorance. Nonetheless, I remain steadfast in my belief that my cherished nephews are exceptional. I shall nurture their growth with utmost care, empowering them to steadfastly pursue their innermost aspirations. For the netizens, I wish to convey, let us together witness their journey of growth. Together, let us bear witness to their emergence as the most resplendent stars of this new era. This new epoch called for fresh heroes, new vanguards. Lastly, I wish everyone a joyous new year. A belated greeting to my literary friends. To you 16 little ones, heed my words. Chase your dreams with fervor. Your uncle shall always be your strongest support on this path of aspiration. The youth should possess the ambition of a soaring swan, riding upon swift steeds, traversing the plains. As Lin Yi's words resonated, the audience in the live stream comprehended that he was orchestrating a grand strategy, one that would upend their preconceived notions. Chapter 93. No one can escape the aroma warning. Long live Uncle. Lin Yi wished for the netizens and his nephews to remember, the youth galloping through the wind is worth more than gold. Lin Yi understood that perhaps their achievements would not be confined to mere championship titles. The netizens grasped Lin Yi's sentiment. A hopeful nation cannot be without heroes. A promising country cannot be without pioneers. Will they stand at the pinnacle, becoming the exhilarating heroes of a new era? They will. Trust me. Chase your dreams, young ones. Life is not merely about returning to one's roots. After listening to Lin Yi, the nephews felt their resolve solidify. Their uncle had overcome countless obstacles for them. They would not let him down. They would never underestimate the bond between them and their uncle. Dream. I do not know. They rushed towards me, shouting about some bond. The family-style spring festival gala concluded. Lin Yi lit fireworks with the children at the countdown. Amidst the sounds of firecrackers, a new year began. The live stream filled with wishes for a happy new year. The little ones, exhausted from the night's festivities, returned to their rooms, some collapsing into sleep. Gushushu, however, still brimming with energy, as always, began to write her diary. Each day with Uncle is worth commemorating. 1/28. Today is New Year's Eve, a special day. Upon waking in the morning, Grandpa and the others prepared a pig-killing feast. The adorable pig arrived, seemingly aware of its fate. Amidst the pig's cries, Uncle swiftly made the kill. Previously, Cousin Luo often remarked that Uncle couldn't even hold a pig, but today, he seemed remarkably different, not only executing the kill, but also deftly butchering it. In past years, it required Grandpa and the uncles to work together, yet this year, Uncle managed it all alone. Uncle earned the MVP title for this event. I pondered why such a cute pig had to be sacrificed. At noon, Uncle served me his specially prepared pig trotter, and it was utterly delicious. I'm sorry, little pig, for this is the essence of the aroma principle. In the evening, the family organized a birthday celebration for me and my sister. That mischievous uncle even performed magic tricks to amuse me. Despite loving all the gifts Uncle prepared, he conjured a 3-in-1 honeysuckle extract, causing my fondness for him to wane slightly. Nevertheless, considering he personally placed the gifts on me and my sister, I forgave him. Affection level 1. Not to mention, after indulging in various meats, the honeysuckle extract was quite refreshing. In the evening, we hosted a family-style spring festival gala. Due to the rushed preparations, our performances were limited. Cousin Luo still loved to play with words, making the neighboring kids laugh until their bellies hurt. Cousins Yu Zhe and Yu Xiao sang with such emotion, truly embodying the feelings described in the song. When I grow up, I want to accompany my sister and cousins to see Uncle. Before the closing chorus, we uttered a phrase that would remain etched in our hearts. The spring breeze also carries spring sorrow. I have Uncle to alleviate my worries. We believe Uncle loves us, and we love him dearly. I am Gu Shushu, forever Uncle's most adorable niece. At this moment, Lin Yi returned to his room, retrieving the prepared red envelope shells labeled Lucky Money. He neatly arranged the bank cards, sorting the envelopes from Su-chun to Yilai. Once finished, he lay down to sleep. On the first day of the new year, Lin Yi's room door was kicked open by Zhan Chong. A dozen children rushed in like a swarm. "Uncle, Happy New Year! Wishing you prosperity." Startled, Lin Yi sat up. Su-chun took the lead. Placing a basin beside Lin Yi's bed, he knelt and knocked his head against the floor. "Uncle, wishing you prosperity. May the new year bring you all that you desire." Following Su-chun's lead, Lin Yi retrieved the 16 prepared red envelopes from his bedside. "First, let me remind you, each must say something nice. No repetitions. After all, there are 16 envelopes, a simple test." Lin Yi handed the envelope to Su-chun. Su-chun frowned slightly. "Hard. It does not feel as thick as in previous years. Could it be that Uncle packed a lot?" Su-chun hesitated to open it. Meanwhile, it was Zhan Yi's turn, who knelt and exclaimed, "Uncle, may all your wishes come true." Lin Yi nodded in approval. "Good, good." Next, Zhan Chong knelt and slammed his head down, causing the basin to sink in with a loud thud. A chorus of astonishment followed. No word could encapsulate Zhan Chong's might. Among the nephews, he was the most formidable. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi felt a pang of sympathy for Zhan Chong, but dared not speak. If he felt pain now, how would he handle boxing with opponents later? Hopefully, he would not yield to a little discomfort. "Uncle, may you enjoy good health." Lin Yi handed the envelope to Zhan Chong. Next was Gu Yingying. "Uncle, may you reap abundant rewards." Gu Qing-shu. "Uncle, may every year be filled with joy and success." Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction at Gu Qing-shu's words. Indeed, he was a scholar, speaking without cliché. Chen Yuza. "Uncle, may wealth flow in abundantly." Chen Yuxiao. "Uncle, may you enjoy longevity equal to the heavens." After Chen Yuxiao, it was Gu Shushu's turn. Hearing Chen Yuxiao's words, she was momentarily stunned. The phrase she intended to say had been claimed by her cousin. Gu Shushu knelt and knocked her head. "Uncle, may you never perish." Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock. "Never perish? Wouldn't that make him an old zombie? What kind of existence is Gu Shushu?" He dismissed the other children's remarks, but Gu Shushu's words carried weight. Lin Yi hoped such a thing would not come true. He dreaded the thought of losing someone dear. Lin Yi handed out the red envelope. "Good, good." Gu Shushu joyfully took the envelope and ran off to the side. At this moment, the king of hell looked at his ledger, bewildered by the countless years of life Lin Yi had accrued. This couldn't possibly be another relative of the great sage, could it? How could this balance out? Previously flickering on the death register, now it was completely still. Gu Yaya approached Lin Yi and knelt, causing Lin Yi to feel a wave of dizziness. "Oh no." As Gu Yaya bowed, Lin Yi felt the world spin. He bore through it. "Uncle, may your youthful appearance remain forever." "Always handsome." Lin Yi nodded, extending the red envelope for Gu Yaya to rise. If she knelt any longer, he, as the uncle, might not withstand it. After Gu Yaya, it was Yi Xingqing's turn. "Uncle, may you be happy every day." Yi Wudai. "Uncle, may you be a bridegroom every night in the new year." Yi Wudai's words were laced with mirth. Clearly not his own creation. "You little rascal, did your mother teach you that? Go away." He hadn't even found a wife yet. What nonsense about being a bridegroom every night. Yi Wudai happily took the red envelope and departed. Next, Li Jingxing. "Uncle, may you be in great spirits." Li Danshi. "Uncle, may you achieve great ambitions." Tang Luoluo dashed in with a slide and knocked her head. "Uncle, may you bloom in wealth and prosperity." Lin Yi twitched his lips. Does blooming in wealth and prosperity even count? He handed the red envelope to Tang Luoluo, encouraging her to be a bit cheekier and to create more opportunities for Uncle. Tang Luoluo, with a beaming smile, swiftly snatched the red envelope and dashed away. "All right, Uncle. May your career soar to new heights," Tang Chen remarked. Yi Lao, however, took her time to kneel, recalling how just a year prior she needed to be carried to receive her red envelope. This year, she was to bow on her own. Emulating the gesture, she executed a vigorous bow, causing Lin Yi to worry that the little one might hurt her delicate head. He promptly descended from the bed to scoop up Lao. Yi Lao, at a loss for words, could only stammer, all right, let us talk later when I'm a bit bigger. Lin Yi then presented her with the red envelope, which was larger than her tiny hands could grasp. She shook it excitedly. Now let's go play outside, little Ale. Uncle will change into a different outfit and join you shortly, Lin Yi instructed as he set her down. The children, not wishing to open their envelopes in front of Lin Yi, scampered off to the living room to unveil their treasures. As they paired up, they discovered an assortment of distinct bank cards. A note inscribed on the back bore Uncle's handwriting. The passwords for the cards were their respective birth dates. The group of little ones exchanged bewildered glances in the living room. This year's red envelopes were indeed extraordinary. At that moment, Su Chen's mother leaned in to catch a glimpse, curious to know how much Lin Yi had bestowed upon the children. So, how much has your beloved uncle gifted you? She inquired. In response, the children excitedly raised their bank cards. Upon seeing them, Su Chen's mother gasped in astonishment. Chapter 94. That year, I stood with my hands in my pockets. My nephews learned to stand with their hands in their pockets. My heavens, are you truly asking me to hand over my bank card? Do not misplace it, please. In the eyes of Su Chen's mother, they are merely adolescents, and she fears they might lose it. They are oblivious to the amount of money their uncle has deposited in the card. The password is at their fingertips. They will discover it in due time. They have also safeguarded the bank card given by Lin Yi, tearing off the password, for they could never forget it. After changing his clothes and freshening up, Lin Yi adjusted the live stream camera and greeted the audience with a cheerful New Year's wish. The response from the viewers was a flurry of New Year greetings. The joy of broadcasting for Lin Yi lies not only in spreading happiness, but also in amplifying the influence of the children. The wisdom for their future lives will surely benefit them. Descending to the lower floor, Lin Yi handed the live stream camera to his sister. At that moment, the siblings were aware that the red envelope money Lin Yi sent to the children was contained within a bank card. The eldest sister inquired, "Little Yi, how much is on the bank card you gave the kids?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi replied casually, "Oh, it's not much, just a little pocket money." For Lin Yi, the sum of 18,888,000 in each card was merely a trifling amount, given the pace at which his wealth was growing. This money was merely a token of pocket change for the little ones. The audience in the live stream gasped at Lin Yi's words. "Wait, did you just give them a bank card for their New Year money? Wow, that's quite extravagant. Are you secretly the hidden tycoon of the metropolis? Just $1 billion. I get it, it's $1 billion in pocket money. That's excessive. I wouldn't recommend giving kids a bank card since I've never received one myself. The most I ever got was 1,000. Your pocket money shouldn't exceed that." Lin Yi's response left his siblings in disbelief. Pocket money? A couple thousand? Honestly, does that warrant a bank card? They found it hard to believe. Ignoring their disbelief, Lin Yi stood at the gate of the courtyard with his hands in his pockets, contemplating the future paths of the children. The sight of their uncle with his hands in his pockets prompted the boisterous little ones to rush over. They stood beside Lin Yi, emulating him, while he was lost in thought, oblivious to their playful antics. Yi Lai scampered over, mimicking the gesture beside the other cousins. They were all clad in the handsome new clothes Lin Yi had purchased. Witnessing this scene, the seventh sister turned the camera to capture the moment. The siblings widened their eyes in astonishment. "Oh, look at them striking poses. Quick, take a picture. That silhouette is absolutely splendid." Observing Lin Yi and the children with their hands in their pockets, Su Chun and Zhan Chong mirrored the pose, embodying Lin Yi's charisma. The siblings whipped out their phones to capture the moment. The little ones, standing in a row with their hands in their pockets, felt invincible. They had grown fond of this gesture. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. "Oh my goodness, look at them with their hands in their pockets. Ha ha, this has become their family's signature pose. So stylish. Absolutely magnificent. This moment must be recorded." It was even more striking than Zhang Yi's dramatic confrontation with the training squad. My assessment is that it surpasses various iconic moments of the inherently abstract saintly body. Truly, they are cut from the same cloth. It is often said that nephews resemble their uncles, and I wholeheartedly agree with this charming silhouette. Lin Yi, having come to a realization, snapped back to reality upon seeing the grinning little ones with their hands in their pockets. He chuckled softly. So you've learned to stand with your hands in your pockets. Have you grasped the essence of your innate talent? merely standing with your hands in your pockets? Do you comprehend the implications, little ones? Are you not fearful that your nonchalant pose might lead to a predicament you cannot escape from? Hey, can you truly understand the depth of standing with your hands in your pockets? It requires an aura that emanates from within, a commanding presence. That is what endows this gesture with elegance. Without that essence, standing with your hands in your pockets loses its significance. In response to Lin Yi's words, Suchin gazed at the sky and smiled lightly. It's quite simple. The reason I am renowned in the stock market is due to this presence. Zan Yi pondered it. Then if I conquer the game with my profession, I shall embody the aura uncle speaks of, right? Zhan Chong mused. Then I shall extend my fist to my opponents, making the martial artists tremble at the sound of my name. Gu Yingying did not grasp the romantic allure exuded by the boys. She merely thought of her heroic idol, who wielded a sword in defense of his father and joined the army. Could she ever achieve such greatness? Gu Qingshu radiated an air of refinement. Gu Shushu stood with her hands in her pockets, imagining if she could ever be invincible in any field. Gu Yaya found it rather peculiar. Standing with her hands in her pockets seemed rather inconsequential. Chen Yuza and Chen Yuxiao sensed the carefree demeanor their uncle exhibited with his hands in his pockets. They could not replicate it. The remaining little ones, led by Yi Wudi, were beginning to comprehend the essence of their uncle's pose. Others perhaps lacked the innate talent or experience to understand as Yi Wudi did. Yehudi possessit an innate piride, as he competed in table tennis. Among his peers, none have yet proven to be his match. Thus, he carries that presence. Lin Yi noticed this and wished to swiftly shatter Yi Wudi's fragile confidence. He did not wish for him to rise too quickly, too high, with a heart yet untested by adversity. Standing tall, a fall can be painfully harsh. Dang Lulu, oblivious to the significance of style and presence, mindlessly picked at the snacks in her nose. What is elegance? What is poise? She exuded only abstraction. Lin Yi was at a loss for words. Tang Luluo suddenly had a thought and felt her uncle was rather unoccupied. "Uncle, teach me magic," she exclaimed, tugging at Lin Yi to teach her some tricks. Lin Yi did not refuse. With a snap of his fingers, he produced a 1 yuan coin. "Here," he said. Tang Luoluo took the coin, scrutinizing it. "Did this come from the bank? If I learn this, can I make the money from the bank or the ATM appear in my pocket? Hurry, teach me how to conjure money. I want to summon a vast fortune." The mere thought excited Tang Luoluo, and she felt compelled to perform an impromptu dance in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi was taken aback by Tang Luoluo's chatter